In order to conceal one's true identity as an academic prodigy, you consistently achieve a score of 90 in every examination. You have become the epitome of a lackluster student in the eyes of your pupils. Yet on this day, you feel as though the sky has fallen upon you. Just because a top student informs you that he can achieve no more than 30 in this examination, as the questions are significantly beyond the syllabus. Upon hearing these words, you wore a look of disdain, for during the examination, you effortlessly attained a score of 90, promptly succumbing to slumber, utterly indifferent to the difficulty of the questions presented. On the other side, the mathematics department office. Teacher Chow, here is the examination paper you requested. Hu Yifei placed a stack of papers on the table. Thank you, Teacher Hu. Chow Tianyuan, the mathematics instructor of Class 4 in the senior year and the deputy head of the mathematics department, expressed his gratitude with a raised head. Hu Yifei, with her hands clasped around her bag, furrows her brow slightly. There's no need for that, she replies. But, Teacher Chow, which act are you performing? The sudden implementation of a surprise examination for our class, while other classes are exempt, is quite perplexing. Moreover, this examination comprises national-level mathematical Olympiad simulation questions, which are indeed challenging for ordinary students. Is this not an undue burden placed upon us? With just over 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination, it is indeed a crucial time to bolster motivation. Your sudden onslaught feels like a detrimental blow to the student's confidence, does it not? As the homeroom teacher of Class 4, Hu Yifei, while primarily responsible for teaching Chinese, is indeed a versatile educator. She sensed that something was amiss with the examination paper even before the test. Making a phone call for inquiries, Chow Tianyuan merely stated that there was no mistake. The examination consisted solely of Olympiad mathematics questions, specifically tailored for Class 4. The reasons would be disclosed after the test. This left her feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, they were her students. Teacher Hu, please do not be too hasty. Chow Tianyuan smiled mysteriously. And before Hu Yifei could inquire further, he began to rustle through the papers. I have found it. It is indeed him. With great excitement, he so chu yi zhang, tseng wu shui zhang, zhang. Pastoral elegy. Hu Yifei frowned. How could he? She certainly remembers the pastoral song, the one student who dared to sleep during her proctoring and even dared to question whether he would pass this examination. To speak candidly, her impression of the pastoral song is not entirely negative. She possesses a pleasing appearance and a gentle demeanor. She manages to pass her exams without falling behind. However, to claim that she excels would be an exaggeration. What prevails is a sense of frustration for not achieving her full potential. This young man undeniably possesses a modicum of talent, yet astonishingly, he exhibits an extraordinary laziness. During class, he either sleeps or immerses himself in novels, and his grades perpetually hover around the passing mark, unwavering and steadfast. She had engaged him in heartfelt conversations several times, all of which proved fruitless. Now, having faced a setback, one wonders if he might finally learn from this experience. Please hold on a moment. Teacher Hu, Chow Tianyuan did not respond immediately. He picked up a red pen and swiftly began to grade the paper filled with pastoral verses. Moments later, he abruptly set down his pen and exhaled, a triumphant expression of satisfaction gracing his face. As I surmised, indeed, the tiger and leopard are concealed deep within the mountains, while the chialine lies dormant in the fields. I wonder how you shall continue to hide. Teacher Chow, what exactly are you trying to convey? Hu Yifei found herself utterly perplexed by his nonsensical words. What play is this? Chow Tianyuan slid the pastoral exam paper in front of Hu Yifei and pointed to the score. Take a closer look. Hu Yifei cast a suspicious glance downward. In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment, and her voice shifted in pitch. How could this be possible? The pastoral song has earned a score of 90. Hu Yifei is utterly disheartened, her charming face etched with disbelief. She remembers it vividly. Previously, during a competitive exam, she asserted that Mu Ge could never pass. Yet, he was brimming with confidence. In the end, against the hellish difficulty of a national mathematical Olympiad mock test, he truly succeeded. If this were an ordinary mathematics examination, it might be acceptable, however. Considering this paper, even the most exceptional scholar in the class, Qin Yuma, might struggle to pass. She recalls that it seemed like Mu Ge had fallen asleep just 10 minutes into the exam, remaining in slumber until the class dismissal bell rang. Is this scientifically plausible? What is happening? Hu Yifei felt a buzzing in her head, as if her forehead were adorned with large question marks. Losing due to a blockage is trivial, but the outcome has truly upended her understanding. Chao Tianyuan smiled with satisfaction as he opened his laptop and brought forth a data chart, presenting it before her. Teacher Hu, take a look at this and you will understand. The screen displays the graphical representation of the fluctuations in all mathematics examination scores from last year to the present. You see, Chao Tianyuan pointed at the screen, indicating that Mu Ge's performance fluctuated around the passing mark. Initially, it was rather unstable, reaching a high of 98 and a low of 81. Since the beginning of the last semester, he has consistently scored exactly 90 points in 12 consecutive examinations. With this latest assessment, it marks the 13th instance. He raised his eyes to Hu Yifei, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Teacher Hu, surely you do not believe this is merely a coincidence? Hu Yifei gasped in astonishment. An unexpected turn of events, a truly bewildering coincidence. A tie on 2 or 3 occasions could be deemed acceptable, but a staggering 13 consecutive times? The odds of this occurrence must surely rival the most extraordinary of chances. Especially in this rare occasion of the third Olympiad mathematics simulation test, merely passing seems to be a challenge for many. Yet he astonishingly achieved a precise score of 90. What does this signify? Control of scores. That rascal, Mu Ge, is likely manipulating his score. This thought sent shivers down Hu Yifei's spine. Thus, Teacher Chao suddenly turned her gaze towards the calm and composed elder teacher beside her, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. You have long since realized that Mu Ge is manipulating the scores, haven't you? Chao Tianyuan stroked his beard, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Previously, it was merely a conjecture that young man was indeed adept at concealing his true abilities. However, I can now assert with certainty that he is undoubtedly a prodigy in mathematics. Please note that the goal is to achieve a score of 90, not merely to settle for 90. There lies a significant distinction. The student from the 7th grade has arrived, and he appears to have stumbled upon a rare treasure, unable to contain his delight as he breaks into a proud smile. Scoring 90. Mathematics genius. Hu Yifei's eyes sparkled as she savored these words, as if she had grasped a vital clue. Suddenly, she pivoted and dashed out of the mathematics group, a whirlwind racing back to her office. Fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard. In the next moment, the numbers displayed on the screen caused her to gasp in astonishment once more. A flawless score of 90 in Chinese language, her 12th consecutive achievement. My goodness! Hu Yifei's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart racing uncontrollably. Who on earth is this young man? Classroom of the 4th grade. A few minutes before the bell for class rings. Hey, why are you crying? Wang Fatty, the underachiever, pokes Su Yu, whose shoulders are shaking in the front row. In the morning, I performed poorly on the exam. Su Yu discreetly wiped away tears, her voice choked with emotion. How will I face Teacher Chao later? Wang Pengzi scoffed with a dismissive curl of his lips. TSK, here comes that same old routine of pretentiousness again. Su Yu, you are indeed the representative of mathematics class. Yet after every examination, you lament the imminent failure, only to have the results dazzle and astonish the onlookers. Such a familiar tactic, attempting to deceive your comrades once more. But scarcely had his words fallen when a soft sobbing sound emerged from beside him. Wang Pengzi was taken aback. Li Qianqian, the class representative, was also in tears. What a dismal situation. I did not perform well either. Li Qianqian rested her head on the table, tears cascading down. Don't even mention passing, I might not even reach 30 points. I was taken aback. My classmates around me were astonished, and Wang, the plump boy, was utterly speechless. Is it possible? Academic representative. You usually score around 120 or 130 effortlessly. Yet this time, merely 30 points? Is it real or just a fabrication? Is it truly genuine? The top students are clustered together, performing exceptionally well. Before Li Qianqian could explain, another voice, tinged with tears and despair, echoed through the room. Perhaps they truly did not perform well on the exam, and neither did I. The paper was utterly incomprehensible. I estimate my score to be at most 50 points, or even lower. My goodness. The entire class turned in unison, gasping in astonishment. The one crying was none other than the class leader, Chinyuma, the unwavering top student of the class. The classroom has erupted in chaos. One student weeps, and that would suffice, yet two have succumbed to despair. Three top scholars have completely broken down, shedding tears in public. This time, it is indeed a collective catastrophe. Just how exceedingly challenging was that examination? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wang Fatty abruptly took a step back and erupted into a thunderous, earth-shattering laughter. Ha! Heaven assist me. If it were true, wouldn't that mean total annihilation? The top students have all failed. Even if I score 0, I shall not face any reprimand at home. Let us rejoice, brothers. After a brief moment of silence, several underachieving students in the back row of the classroom erupted like firecrackers, bursting forth with cheers and jubilations. The atmosphere in the entire classroom transformed into one of joyous celebration. The top students lament with great sorrow, while the underperformers revel in joyous delight. Yet amidst this cacophony, you remain blissfully indifferent, lacking even a modicum of interest. Now, your brows are furrowed into tight knots, and your fingers are subtly clenched, reflecting a tension within. There exists but a singular thought echoing through your mind, resonating like a relentless tide. Complete the 7th stanza. The white oriole and the crow's beak. You murmur a curse softly. The unease within you grows wildly like a rampant weed. When I splattered food on her face at noon, I should have anticipated the enmity that would arise. Now, the consequences have manifested. The mathematics class representative, Su Yu, lamented his poor performance, while the academic committee member, Li Chuanxian, tearfully expressed her despair at scoring below 30. Even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, anticipated that she would not surpass 50. And you? Steadfastly achieving a score of 90. If this transcript were to be displayed, it would undoubtedly resemble a grand gathering of social media enthusiasts. You could almost hear the collective gasp of the entire class as their attention abruptly converged. That sensation of being stripped bare and illuminated under the spotlight sends a shiver down your spine. A startling revelation. Oh, what a surprise. What nonsense. The original poster merely wishes to live a laid-back life. Is it not acceptable to simply get through high school? You can already foresee those faces adorned with scribbles of exasperation or pretentiousness, alongside the probing gazes of teachers. Subtle, embracing a life of elegance and moderation. How wonderfully naive. This time, it seems one is destined to be placed directly in the eye of the public opinion storm, subjected to a searing scrutiny, akin to being perfectly crisp on the outside while remaining tender within. You irritably tug at your hair, pondering how to bring this to a close. It seems that these tranquil days are destined to come to an end. The class bell suddenly rang, silencing the classroom in an instant. Mr. Chao Tianyuan, the mathematics teacher, entered leisurely, holding a stack of papers. "Good day, everyone," he greeted. "Take your seats, please." A standard opening statement. Upon hearing the word "sit," you instinctively find yourself reclining back into your chair. However, as Chao Tianyuan stepped onto the podium, he beamed at you and said, "Classmate mother, please do not rush to take your seat just yet." As the class commenced, your name was called, and in that instant, 14 pairs of eyes fixated upon you. The beginning was fraught with tension, as old Chao seemed intent on publicly shaming you by revealing your scores. It is rather exasperating. Must one truly be so impatient? Do you really need to reveal now that you possess the prowess of a master manipulator? All of you appear to be woefully inept, and it seems you might be unceremoniously bested on the spot. You find yourself the center of attention, with dozens of eyes fixed upon you. Your throat feels parched, and you swallow hard, struggling to regain composure. This situation is utterly overwhelming. You would never have anticipated that a mere quiz could lead to such a predicament. You are left with grave suspicions that this surprise examination was a trap meticulously laid by old Chao for your downfall. What is the purpose of this? Is it merely due to having dozed off in class a few times, glanced at a novel, or played games for a short while? Is such a reaction truly warranted? It is rather unbecoming. Just when you thought you were about to be publicly humiliated, preparing to confront the scene with unwavering resolve, Chao Tianyuan unexpectedly shifted the conversation. "Well, I trust that everyone is aware of the results of this morning's surprise examination. The outcomes were not particularly favorable. Upon the utterance of these words, the majority of students swiftly averted their gazes from you, bowing their heads in a mixture of embarrassment and shame. Especially the top students Qin Yuma, Li Qianqian, Xia Yu, and Bai Yingying, whose faces were flushed with embarrassment. What on earth is this? Old Chow, what exactly do you intend to do? You have mentioned my name, yet remained silent, leaving me here in a state of uncertainty. Or do you plan to take your time, with a dull blade, slowly carving away? However, let us not lose heart. It appears that Chao Tianyuan on the stage has completely forgotten about you, as he begins to reassure the audience below. One examination does not define one's capabilities, especially considering that this year's paper comprises simulated questions from last year's National Olympiad in mathematics. It is only natural for it to be challenging. His tone was gentle, for the college entrance examination was just around the corner, and he could not afford to shatter the student confidence. However, from the corner of his eye, he occasionally cast glances in your direction, secretly amused by the sight of your furrowed brows and bewildered expression. You dare to doze off in my class, engrossed in novels or playing games, yet you expect me to grade your exams fairly? This is the price you pay. Certainly, Teacher Chow possesses a childlike innocence that you and your fellow classmates could never fathom. The class representative, Li Qianqian, with teary eyes and a look of grievance, raised her hand. You mentioned that we all performed poorly. What was the highest score this time? This is a common affliction among students. Even after performing poorly on an exam, they're still eager to learn who has achieved the highest score. Chao Tianyuan was quite straightforward this time, achieving a commendable score of 90, precisely meeting the passing mark. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Each and every individual, without exception, stared wide-eyed, their faces a canvas of disbelief. The underachievers are astounded. A remarkable score of 90. It appears that the high achievers were not merely boasting before, and instantly, a wave of elation washes over them. The top students are astonished that despite their scores ranging from 30 to 50 in the major examination, there are individuals who manage to achieve a remarkable 90. This is simply outrageous. Who possesses such extraordinary prowess? Teacher, who is in first place? A voice from the crowd could not contain their curiosity and inquired. There is no need for speculation. It must undoubtedly be our esteemed class leader, Qin Yuma. Not necessarily. Su Yu's mathematical abilities are also commendable. However, do they not just express dissatisfaction with their performance? I suspect it is by Yingying. She has remained silent all along. It is improbable. By Yingying's mathematical prowess is not that exceptional. Could it be Li Qianqian? The academic prodigy Zhang Hao is also a possibility. In an instant, the classroom erupted with fervor. The students passionately debated the rightful owner of the first place, guessing the names of several top scholars in turn. You find yourself utterly forgotten, yet you have not yet exhaled with ease. All right, let us cease our speculations. Chao Tianyuan raised his hand to silence the discussions and spoke once more, insisting that his words must be nothing short of astonishing. This time, the first is not any of the individuals you mentioned, but rather a dark horse that has emerged unexpectedly. What? Once again, the crowd pressed on. Who is this? There exists such a hidden powerhouse in our class. It is astonishing that they can surpass the likes of Su Yu and his group of academic elites. How is this even possible? It is essential to recognize that those few individuals are unwaveringly positioned among the top 5. They consistently dominate the first ranks across all subjects, with no exceptions ever recorded. Today, someone unexpectedly made a remarkable comeback. In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Chao Tianyuan, hearts racing with curiosity about the identity of this extraordinary individual. At that moment, within the classroom, no one could have anticipated the name, Muge. Although he boldly proclaimed his certainty of passing, even going so far as to make a wager with the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, everyone dismissed it as mere youthful bravado, a laughable boast. After 3 years of camaraderie, your capabilities are all too evident to us. Your academic performance hovers at a mediocre level, an unremarkable presence, one that would hardly elicit a ripple in a crowd. But in the next moment, everyone's jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. On the podium, Chao Tianyuan wore a smile imbued with profound significance. his gaze precisely directed towards you, the sole individual still standing below. Here it comes. What is destined to arrive shall ultimately arrive. In your heart, there is sorrow. Ah, Lao Chao, with your prominent brows and bright eyes, you are inevitably going to subject me to public punishment. One does not bow their head merely to touch the ground. Are you suggesting that every classmate should take turns to chastise? Such a disregard for honor and martial conduct is truly lamentable. The spotlight of self-glory shines upon Chao Tianyuan, while the gazes of the remaining 14 classmates synchronously converge, their necks precisely fixed on you, the one who stands out among the crowd. Then, an ordinary silence ensued. Recalling the moment when you were called out to stand during class, it is evident that everyone comprehended Lao Chao's intention. However, it is precisely this understanding that left us utterly speechless, particularly in light of the 7 books. Each one is included. The expression on the face is one of disbelief. Am I mistaken? A few are quite exaggerated. The mouth is so wide it could easily accommodate a goose egg. Oh my goodness, I have never encountered such a handsome man. It's as if you resemble a giant panda in a zoo, being scrutinized by so many gazes. Even with your thick skin, you cannot help but shiver 7 times. You're truly not one to seek the limelight. In the past, when you first embarked on your journey with the unparalleled mastery of magic, you experienced a brief period of distress. This is the script of the male protagonist in an Anne story. For someone like you, who is accustomed to maintaining a low profile and working behind the scenes for many years, it feels utterly challenging. Fortunately, when you realize that the essence of the system revolves around scoring control, a sense of relief washes over you. The notion of being invincible or extraordinary is merely an illusion. Mastery over scoring is the true path to success. To discreetly flaunt one's prowess is nothing short of a legendary act of disguising a pig to devour a tiger, clearly capable of effortlessly surpassing the entire competition, yet choosing to merely scrape by with a passing grade. It is amusing to observe those academic overachievers fiercely battling over mere fractions of a point, leaving them battered and bruised. The exhilaration derived from this scenario far surpasses any thrill of a typical hero's journey. However, it seems that the script has been forcefully altered by Lao Chao. You have unexpectedly found yourself at the center of attention. No, Teacher Chao, Su Yu, the representative of the mathematics class, was the first to shatter the silence, his voice quivering with emotion. You are referring to the first place in this examination, this remarkable dark horse, and the pastoral song. His inquiry resonated with the sentiments of all present, not merely his own. Qin Yuma, Li Chanqian, Zhang Hao, and even the preemptively anxious Si Yingying wore expressions of incredulity, as if to say, "Are you jesting?" Had any one of those 5 academic prodigies achieved the top score, the others might have merely expressed mild envy, for the stark reality of their performance was irrefutable. What relevance does this kimago hold? It is scarcely even worthy of being labeled as a mediocre student, yet it stands in stark contrast to the top scholars, as though separated by an entire galaxy, and astonishingly manages to surpass all 5 of them. This is even more absurd than Guo Jing inexplicably becoming the foremost among the 7 absolute masters. The classroom was permeated with an intense atmosphere of skepticism, as if to question whether the teacher, perhaps due to failing eyesight, had misread the name. However, before they could muster the courage to ask, Chao Tianyuan smiled and pointed decisively, proclaiming that the top scorer in this mathematics examination is none other than classmate Mugo. This statement erupted in the classroom like a sudden explosion from a deep-water dam, causing an uproar among all present. In an instant, you became the most dazzling figure in the class, the unequivocal focal point of attention. Oh my goodness, this truly is a pastoral song. I am utterly astonished. What on earth is happening? A pastoral melody has remarkably enabled a top student from the prestigious Nanyang 5 University to achieve first place. Impossible. His mathematics performance has not consistently been comparable to mine. Are we merely at the level of clumsy sparring? Tai Xian Huan 7. Am I still dreaming? Oh my goodness. The world is changing at an astonishing pace. A cacophony of gasps, doubts, and incredulous discussions fills the air. The classroom has erupted in a fervent uproar, as if 1,000 ducks were quacking in unison. Surrounded by this tumultuous reaction, Your jaw involuntarily twitches several times. A flicker of barely perceptible anger flashes in your eyes. Is it really necessary to hold others in such contempt? You nearly lose your composure and overturn the table right then and there. Pointing at this group of mortals, I boldly declare, who says I cannot seize the first place? Let me tell you the truth. You so-called academic elites. In my eyes, you're merely a bunch of underachievers. However, gaze upon these 14 pairs of fiery eyes, and then contemplate your diminutive stature. Your 2 fists stand little chance against 196 hands. For the sake of your 7 fragile lives, it would be wise to bide your time. 7. All right. It seems that Ping has discerned your embarrassment and the tumultuous waves within your heart. On the podium, Chao Tianyuan stepped forward with a smile to ease the tension. Let's not be too astonished, everyone. He cleared his throat. Classmate Mu Gu is known for his diligent efforts, a fact that is well recognized by all. He is indeed deserving of such excellent results. It is only natural. Therefore, let us cease any further doubts. Chao Tianyuan paused deliberately, emphasizing his tone, and cast a meaningful glance in your direction. I intentionally had classmate Mu Gu stand, wishing to commend him sincerely, hoping he would continue to excel. Oh, come on. Lao Chao, what do you mean by those words of perseverance? You really are something. Have you been secretly sharpening your molars? This cunning old fox is not offering praise, rather, is clearly setting a trap for you, pushing you into the position of a pariah in the class. Your usual efforts are futile. You spend your days either napping or secretly indulging in novels. What progress have you truly made? What further endeavors can be expected? Now, you have completely found yourself at the pinnacle of attention, becoming the target of envy and resentment among your peers, coupled with profound skepticism. One could hardly overlook the presence of the academic prodigies Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Xing, as well as the multitude of onlookers casting their eyes upon them. The expressions were a melange of curiosity, skepticism, and a tinge of schadenfreude. The tranquil days of idleness and leisure you once enjoyed may very well be coming to an end. Discreetly, yet undeniably, a chill has settled in your heart. Having achieved his objective, Chao Tianyuan waved his hand dismissively. Classmate Muge, please take a seat. We shall commence the lesson now. He picked up the examination papers from the podium. As the papers were distributed, he continued, allow me to elucidate the topics covered in this recent assessment. The old fox swiftly resumed his nonchalant demeanor and began distributing the examination papers. You sit down as if enveloped by a great mist, yet the moment you feel the chair beneath you, that sensation returns. Subtle glances from all directions drift in and out, pricking at your back like countless tiny needles, rendering you utterly uncomfortable. My heart feels as though it has lodged itself in my throat. Can this lesson still be conducted properly? What further mischief might ensue next? Chapter 7. My low profile does not mean I'm easy to mess with. Ding, ding, ding. In no time, a class had come to an end. All right, that concludes today's lesson. We will continue with the remaining topics tomorrow. In the meantime, feel free to discuss among yourselves. As the bell rang, Chao Tianyuan briefly assigned some tasks, gathered the papers, and prepared to leave. Phew, had I finally endured it? Upon seeing Chao Tianyuan at the classroom door, Jiangnan, who had been anxious all along, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. However, before he could fully exhale, Chao Tianyuan suddenly turned back and, with a meaningful look, addressed Jiangnan. Oh, by the way, Jiangnan, come to my office after school. At the classroom door, Jiangnan felt a jolt of surprise. Damn it, is old Chao never going to let up? Does he really want to confront me? Upon hearing this, Jiangnan's heart raced with frustration. Yet he felt utterly powerless. All he wanted was to lead a quiet life. Yet he had encountered a teacher like Chao Tianyuan, who insisted on thrusting him into the spotlight. Wow, Jiang Nan has truly excelled. Not only did he rank first in the class, defeating numerous top students, but he also garnered special attention from teacher Chao. In future math classes, he would undoubtedly be the center of attention. To be honest, the exam questions were not something an ordinary person could tackle. Even after seeing the answers, I wouldn't understand them. No wonder even the class monitor scored only 50 points. The school bell merely 30, and the class representative and academic committee member fared even worse. I truly cannot fathom how Jiang managed to stand out so remarkably with a score of 90, which is simply astonishing. especially considering he even dozed off during the exam. Incredible. As soon as Chao Tianyuan departed, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of discussions. It was as though the lid had been blown off a pot. Jiang Nen once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Among them, his best friend, Wang Pengzi, was the first to deliver a playful punch on Jiang Nan's shoulder. Goodness, Jiang Nan, spill the beans. Are you a hidden academic genius? Meanwhile, the school belle by Ying approached with her big, sparkling eyes, admiration evident on her face. I never expected you to actually pass the exam. I only scored 30 while you achieved 90. In comparison, you are truly the scholar here. It's all luck, just luck. I am not a genius. I simply happen to have encountered these questions before. Jiang Nen humbly waved his hand, sincerely responding. He was not fond of being in the limelight and sought an excuse to deflect the attention. In response, Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying exchanged doubtful glances but tacitly agreed not to press any further. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, someone nearby suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Huh, so that's it. I knew a person who usually barely passes Wun Ti suddenly score first in the class. It was previously undertaken, which essentially equates to possessing the answers in advance. How does this differ from cheating? At this utterance, all eyes were drawn instantly. Here it comes. The top scorer from Jiangnan, an utterly astonishing event that had long been met with skepticism. Yet the term cheating had never been mentioned until now. Has someone pierced through this veil? Suyu, you're uttering nonsense. Whom are you referring to? The top scholar from Jiangnan achieved this through his own merit. How could it possibly be cheating? As a good brother from Jiangnan, Wang Fatty was instantly enraged, directing his ire at the one who had mocked. What? Am I mistaken? If Jiangnan knew the answers in advance, isn't that cheating? While Suyu vehemently confronted Wang Fatty, he cast a spiteful glance at Jiangnan, thinking that since he had already solved the problems and was aware of the answers, he should have scored full marks. Yet, the result was merely a passing grade. Thus, those who are incapable will forever remain so. This is not to say that Suyu harbored animosity towards Jiangnan. In mathematics, he was the undisputed champion of the class. Aside from the class monitor, Qin Yuma, he had never regarded anyone else highly. Yet the outcome. He had scored barely over 20 points, while Jiangnan achieved 90, leaving him far behind. Naturally, he felt a profound sense of injustice. In fact, it was just him. Many top-performing students, such as the physics representative Zhang Hao, also felt the same. Even those with average scores shared this sentiment. So he was not wrong. Jiangnan had indeed cheated, rendering this examination unjust. Moreover, he managed to score only 90 despite cheating, which clearly illustrates that a poor student will always remain a poor student. Indeed, there is merit to this argument. Numerous individuals in the classroom echoed Suyu's sentiments, displaying a decidedly unfriendly attitude towards Jiangnan. Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, Huang Sihai Hu Dajuan. You all. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty was infuriated to the point of explosion. Yet faced with a multitude, he struggled to articulate a response. Meanwhile, Bai Ying was equally indignant, wishing to defend Jiangnan, but her voice was drowned out by the crowd. However, at that moment, a loud bang resonated. The protagonist Jiangnan abruptly stood, his cold gaze sweeping across the room, particularly landing on Suyu, Zhang Hao, and others, stating, I sense your jealousy a bit excessive? Or are you simply narrow-minded, unable to tolerate the excellence of others? When I mentioned that I had previously solved these problems, it was out of modesty. My humility does not imply that I am easily provoked. It would be best if you could keep your mouth shut. If not, I wouldn't mind lending you a hand. Chapter 8. The Class Leader's Inquiry by Ying's delightful moment. Jiangnan is not one to seek the limelight. He prefers to live a life of understated elegance, away from prying eyes. However, this does not imply that he lacks temperament. With heartfelt devotion to his confidants, he is willing to invest in their growth. Both Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying were attempting to defend themselves, yet were rendered speechless under the pressure of the crowd. If he remained indifferent, would he not truly embody the spirit of a ninja turtle? Jiangnan, tall and robust, could afford to remain calm. Yet when he chose to unleash his fury, an indomitable aura swept through the vicinity, leaving few capable of withstanding it. Not only Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, the academically accomplished students, but even the rebellious spirits like Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan felt an inexplicable sense of oppression. In an instant, their words faltered. Some bowed their heads, while others turned away, too intimidated to meet Jiangnan's gaze. After all, they were merely a group of high school seniors. With bravado that only went so far. Witnessing this, Jiangnan disdainfully curled his lip and returned to his seat, dismissing these petty clowns. Instead, he turned to pat Wang Pongzi on the shoulder and offered words of comfort to Bai Yingying, assuring them that there was no need for anger. Oof, just a bunch of worthless bones. Wang Pongzi muttered under his breath, yet soon cast a cautious glance at Jiangnan, whispering, "Nanshan, you didn't cheat on this exam, did you?" Truth be told, Wang Pongzi felt a twinge of uncertainty. After all, Jiangnan's score was astonishing 90 points. That was a staggering 40 points more than the top student in their class, Qin Yuma, and several times greater than the scores of Su Yu and his peers. His defense of Jiangnan stemmed from brotherly loyalty, yet he could not shake the unease in his heart. Fatty, do I look like someone who cheats? Jiangnan shot a glare at Wang Kaixian, not genuinely angry, but understanding that his recent performance was indeed out of character, making it reasonable for his good friend to harbor doubts. Sigh, all of this trouble is thanks to Lao Chao. He silently lamented about Chao Tianyuan. Jiangnan, I believe in you. Suddenly, Bai Yingying looked at Jiangnan with sincerity, her beautiful eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. Initially, she found it hard to fathom Jiangnan's exceptional score, but she trusted his character and knew he could not possibly resort to cheating. Thank you, Jiangnan responded with a warm smile. At a time when others doubted him, it was heartening to have someone, especially the stunning school belle, believe in him unconditionally. I believe you too, Wang Pongzi chimed in, unwilling to be left behind. With that, he returned to his seat, and Bai Yingying prepared to do the same. Meanwhile, Jiangnan stifled a yawn, ready to rest his head on the desk. During break time, he usually succumbed to slumber, but having been interrupted earlier, he felt it was a waste. However, just then, a graceful figure approached Jiangnan. It was the class leader, Qin Yuma, the undisputed top scholar of Class 4. Indeed, this young lady possesses an admirable appearance, her figure and beauty comparable to that of Bai Yingying. Coupled with her neat and stylish shoulder-length hair, she exudes a distinct air of confidence. However, due to her relentless dedication to her studies, her complexion appears somewhat pallid, rendering her slightly haggard. Jiangnan, I simply cannot solve this last complex problem. Could you elucidate it for me? Qin Yuma implored, her gaze fixed intently on Jiangnan. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan felt a wave of exasperation wash over her and retorted, Class President, your mathematical prowess is exceptional. Surely, you need not seek my assistance. Besides, others suspect I may have cheated. No, you cannot possibly have cheated. Qin Yuma interjected before Jiang could finish her thought. The simulation questions for this exam are intricate, demanding a meticulous capacity for logical analysis, especially the final problem. If one lacks such acumen, even if given the answer, it would be futile to remember it. Therefore, cheating is pointless. Jiang could only respond with a bemused expression. Those who are knowledgeable discern the subtleties, while the uninformed merely spectate. Deceiving others may be simple, yet deceiving Qin Yuma, a diligent scholar who regards learning as her sustenance, is a formidable challenge. Simultaneously, Bai Yingying, who was initially about to depart, halted her steps and encouraged Jiangnan. It's a rare occasion for our class president to stumble upon a question she cannot tackle. Do share your insights with her. A triumphant grin graced her face, nearly eliciting laughter. On one hand, she felt a sense of satisfaction seeing her long-admired friend finally step up. On the other hand, she harbored a long-standing rivalry with Qin Yuma. After all, she too is an academic achiever. Yet no matter her efforts, she consistently found herself overshadowed by Qin Yuma's superior exam results. When others spoke of her, they often referred to her as the school belle, while Qin Yuma was rightfully heralded as the epitome of excellence, a paragon for female students. Furthermore, Qin Yuma's beauty is undeniable. Aside from a slightly flatter chest, in every other regard, she matches Bai Yingying perfectly. Thus, witnessing her competitor falter brought Bai Yingying immense joy. This was the proud class president, consistently ranking first in class and within the top 10 of the school, occasionally even breaking into the top 5 or 3. Yet now, she was beseeching her close friend for assistance. The sensation was simply indescribably delightful. Chapter 9. A relaxed approach to problem solving. It turns out he is a true scholar in this problem. We seek all positive integers, x and y, such that x23y and y23x are both perfect squares. At first glance, it appears to be quite simple. However, this initial impression is misleading. Bai Yingying, who considers herself intelligent and diligent, excelling in all subjects without any apparent weaknesses, found herself overwhelmed upon encountering this question. Almost immediately, a flurry of stars danced before her eyes, and she felt faint. Qin Yuma was right. Without a rigorously analytical mind, it seemed utterly impossible to derive a solution. Consequently, this significant question worth 20 points left Bai Yingying with a score of 0. Yet, Jiang Nan managed to achieve full marks. Thus, while feeling a sense of bittersweet delight, Bai Yingying fixed her gaze on Jiang Nan, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes, eager to discover his method of resolution. What is the matter? Are you unwilling to teach me? Do you harbor disdain for me? Or are you simply afraid that if you enlighten me, I might surpass you in the next examination? Meanwhile, Qin Yuma, noticing Jiang Nan's prolonged stillness at his desk, could not help but express her irritation. All right, it seems there's no escaping this. Upon hearing her, Jiang Nan offered a resigned smile. Since avoidance was futile, he might as well share his insights. In truth, this problem is quite manageable. What do you mean? Both Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying inquired simultaneously. It boils down to 3 distinct scenarios. Jiang Nan began to outline his hypotheses on a sheet of draft paper. First, if xy, then x2 3x must be a perfect square. Given that x2 by 2 3x, x2 4x4, x2 2, we can conclude that x2 3x, x1 2, leading us to the solution, xy1. Next, if xy, we have x2 by 2 3yx, 2 3x, x2 4x4, x2 2. Thus, x2 3y is a perfect square. Given that x2 3y, x1 2, we derive 3y2 x1, indicating that y is an odd integer. Setting y2k1, we find x3k1, where k is a positive integer. Moreover, y2k 19k is a perfect square. And it follows that 2k2, 24k, 28k, 44k, 213k, 44k, 216k16, 2k4 2. Thus, we find y2 3x 4k, 213k 4, 2k3 2, leading us to k5, from which we deduce x16 and y11. If xy, employing the same reasoning as in the case of xy, we arrive at x11 and y16. In summary, the solutions are xy, 1, 1, 11, 16, 16, 11. Jiang Nan's thought process was remarkably clear, and his explanation was both profound and accessible, delivered seamlessly without any pauses. In just a few breaths, he elucidated the problem with elegance. He calculated the final answer with remarkable speed. In truth, it was astonishingly swift. In fact, not only were Qin Yuma and Bai Yingying attentively listening, but several other classmates were also craning their necks, squinting, and straining their ears to witness this moment. Among them were Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, as well as Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, among a dozen others. Previously, they had taunted Jiang Nan with mockery and scorn, only to be subdued by his impressive aura. However, this did not imply their acquiescence. Thus, when Qin Yuma sought Jiang Nan's assistance with the final challenging question on the exam, their faces were filled with derision. To them, Jiang Nan's examination was tantamount to cheating. Even if he secured first place, he remained, in essence, an academic underachiever. Consequently, Qin Yuma's act of humbly seeking advice was destined to expose Jiang Nan's flaws. Yet the outcome was that Jiang Nan effortlessly provided the answer. Silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death. Everyone present was left dumbfounded. The reason? Jiang Nan's explanation was delivered with such swiftness that even the academically challenged Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun were left bewildered, not to mention the top students like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, who found themselves lost in confusion. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Jiang Nan's answer was indeed correct. After all, although they did not comprehend his explanation, some clearly did. Qin Yuma's face lit up with realization, closely followed by Ying, indicating that they both grasped the concept. This was indeed the case. When Jiang Nan presented three hypotheses, both Qin Yuma and Ying understood the methodology. Initially, Qin Yuma harbored a sliver of doubt regarding Jiang Nan's abilities, and her inquiry was partly a test. However, at this moment, she was entirely convinced of his prowess. Jiang Nan, thank you. Your mathematical skills are truly exceptional, especially your analytical reasoning abilities, which are remarkably strong. Qin Yuma praised him, then, clutching her paper, excitedly returned to her seat to work through the calculations. Meanwhile, hearing Qin Yuma's words, a wave of commotion erupted in the classroom. How could this be possible? Could it be that Jiang Nan was indeed a top student, perhaps even surpassing everyone in the class, including Qin Yuma, while previously concealing his true capabilities? Perhaps they had misjudged him. Jiang Nan truly lived up to his moniker. The admiration was palpable. However, there were exceptions. Individuals like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, Huang Sihai, and Hu Dajun were unwilling to acknowledge Jiang Nan's excellence. Their jealousy intensified, and their expressions soured to the point of resembling someone who had just tasted something foul. Chapter 10. The submission of homework is an impossible task. A lifelong impossibility, Jiang Nan. You are truly remarkable. On the other side, as Qin Yuma departed, Ying generously lavished praise upon Jiang Nan. In fact, her gaze towards him transformed. It was filled with excitement intertwined with tenderness, a softness laced with fervor. In the past, her amiable disposition towards Jiang Nan, even harboring a secret admiration, stemmed from his striking appearance and gentle nature. However, now there was an additional factor, Jiang Nan's undeniable prowess. Indeed, her choice could not be mistaken. She was on the verge of being completely captivated. Yet, Jiang Nan was oblivious to such thoughts. He merely stifled a yawn, fatigued and preparing to rest his head upon the desk. But alas, the winds of disturbance would not cease. Before he could settle in, a gentle voice interrupted from behind. Li Qianqian, the class representative. Jiang Nan, the teacher explained this problem, but I still don't quite understand. Could you please help me? With her large, sparkling eyes fixed upon him, she blinked while holding her paper. Moreover, several other attractive girls gathered around Jiang Nan's desk. Suddenly, Ying felt a wave of unease wash over her. Previously, Jiang Nan had been somewhat of a ghost in class. Though handsome, his average academic performance, coupled with his penchant for sleeping, reading novels, and playing games, had not painted him in the best light. Thus, aside from Ying, few girls had approached him. However, now, there was no doubt, Jiang Nan had become the most charming boy in the class, naturally drawing the attention of many girls. While Qin Yuma had sought his assistance earlier without triggering any alarms for Ying, the current scene was unmistakably different. The danger was palpable. Furthermore, Li Qianqian posed a greater threat than Qin Yuma. After all, Qin Yuma was someone who prioritized her studies, not wielding much advantage in matters of romance. In contrast, Li Qianqian's sweet, melodious voice, reminiscent of a songbird, would surely endear her to any male. In an instant, Jiang Nan once again became the focal point of the class. Goodness, surrounded by so many girls, what bliss! Observing this, Wang Pengzi, who had just returned to his seat to rest, widened his eyes in astonishment, as if they were brass bells. No wonder you suddenly became so impressive. It was all premeditated. First, you captured the attention of the beautiful then the class leader Qin Yuma, and now Li Qianqian. All the goddesses of the class have fallen under your spell. Truly remarkable. Yet in doing so, you have left no room for me, my friend, for I have secretly harbored feelings for several of them for quite some time. Oh, the heartache! Wang Pengzi felt a wave of bitterness swell within him. If he felt this way, It was no surprise that the other boys in the class wore expressions of deep despondency. As for Su Yu and Zhang Hao, their jaws clenched in jealousy, as if they wished to consume Jiang Nan whole. The envy was nearly overflowing, unable to contain themselves. Ultimately, Zhang Hao could no longer contain himself and abruptly stood up. The next physics class was about to commence, and the teacher had previously assigned homework that needed to be submitted. With that declaration, a palpable silence enveloped Jiang Nan's vicinity. Li Qianqian and the others hurried back to their seats to locate their assignments. After all, the physics teacher was notoriously stern. Failing to submit the assigned work would lead to considerable trouble. Soon, everyone had turned in their homework, save for one individual who remained unmoved. Jiang Nan, where's your homework? Zhang Hao glared coldly at him. I didn't write it, Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, stealing a glance at Zhang Hao. Given their past exchanges, it was no surprise that he would not be met with kindness. Gasps filled the room. How audacious to admit he hadn't completed his homework. The newly famous Jiang Nan seemed to have gotten carried away. Jiang Nan, the physics class is about to begin. If you don't submit your homework, the teacher will not be lenient. Zhang Hao admonished, slapping the table with authority. Doesn't matter, Jiang Nan waved his hand dismissively. Submitting homework is out of the question. I shall never submit it in this lifetime. You. Zhang Hao was taken aback, but before he could retort, Bai Ying stood up, wishing to defend Jiang Nan. After all, Jiang Nan was not entirely in the wrong here. Zhang Hao was leveraging the authority of the physics teacher, which made him a formidable opponent. However, Jiang Nan interrupted, grasping Bai Ying's arm. No need to explain for me. There are many who don't turn in their homework in class, and even those who do merely copy. Everyone knows this. Some individuals simply enjoy stirring up trouble. Just ignore him. Jiang Nan, you. Zhang Hao was furious upon hearing this. Although Jiang Nan's words bore a semblance of truth, with the impending college entrance examination, many had indeed ceased to care. Homework, while deemed important, was often treated with indifference. A mere copy sufficed without repercussions. For instance, Jiang Nan hadn't submitted an assignment in ages. Yet, Zhang Hao had previously chosen to overlook it. But this time, he was determined to take action. Fine. You've brought this upon yourself. To not submit your homework, and yet be so brazen? Don't blame me for informing the teacher. Zhang Hao shot Jiang Nan a fierce glare before turning to leave. His resolve set to report Jiang Nan to the physics teacher during class. Let him wait, Jiang Nan scoffed, rolling over to sleep. With half a minute remaining, he felt it was foolish not to rest, dismissing Zhang Hao's threats from his mind. Dingling. Soon, the bell for class rang. Teacher, out of 50 students, I have only collected 49 assignments. One person has outright refused to submit. Class Representative Zhang Hao proclaimed loudly as physics teacher Xie Hongwei entered the classroom. Who hasn't submitted? Upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei's expression turned stern. He possessed an innate authority that commanded respect, even without raising his voice. At this moment, a palpable sense of danger enveloped the atmosphere, akin to the awakening of a tiger, imbued with an overwhelming pressure. Jiang Nan. Zhang Hao directly called out Jiang Nan's name. HM? Xie Hongwei let out a disdainful snort, his gaze shifting towards Jiang Nan, who lay dozing on the table. A flicker of anger ignited in his eyes. Jiang Nan, have you awakened? Stand up. Teacher, what is the matter? Jiang Nan yawned and gradually rose to his feet. Why did you not submit your homework? I didn't write it. Why didn't you write it? Because it was too simple. I already know it all. Chapter 11. Astonishing questions and answers in physics class. What a response. Truly magnificent and terrifying. Every single person present stared in disbelief at Jiang Nan, their eyes filled with shock. Goodness, is this truly the Jiang Nan we know? The one who had been practically invisible for 2 to 3 years in class? Such audacity, boasting without a shred of preparation. It's too simplistic, isn't it? Surely, even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, and the physics representative, Zhang Hao, cannot claim to know everything. Can they? Not just them. Even Qin Feng, the top student in the entire school, would find it impossible to solve every physics problem. One cannot help but wonder from where Jiang Nan derives such courage to utter such words. It is utterly ridiculous. Merely seeking to attract attention. A mere clown. Many harbored resentment toward Jiang Nan, for his words were indeed infuriating. Even bystanders found it unbearable. As for Zhang Hao, Su Yu, and Huang Sihai, they gazed at Jiang Nan as if he were a fool. So it turns out he truly is a simpleton. It appears they had misjudged Jiang Nan before and should not have let themselves be vexed by such a fool. Not just them. Even Wang Pongzi, Jiang Nan's good friend, quickly averted his gaze, unable to bear the scene, silently wishing, "Nanshan, you are impressive. Good luck." By Ying, a female friend, also rubbed her forehead, a flush appearing on her delicate face. While she believed Jiang Nan possessed some capability, it was in mathematics, not physics. This time, it was truly dire. She hardly knew how to assist Jiang Nan in explaining. The physics teacher was sure to erupt in anger. What to do? Waiting online. Anxious. Meanwhile, upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, the physics teacher was equally incensed, nearly exploding on the spot. However, due to his responsibilities and composure, he refrained from losing his temper immediately. Xie Hongwei suppressed his inner fury, forcefully placing his lesson plan upon the lectern, fixing his gaze upon Jiang Nan. "You believe it is too simple, do you? Then allow me to pose a few questions to test your mettle. If you can solve them, not only will I overlook your failure to submit homework, but I shall also disregard your sleeping in class. However, should you fail, the consequences shall be yours to bear." Jiang Nan answered resolutely, unfazed. "Very well." Xie Hongwei was thoroughly exasperated by Jiang Nan, uttering no further words, and swiftly began writing on the blackboard with chalk. The sound of chalk against the board echoed rapidly. In just a few breaths, the noise ceased. Xie Hongwei then stepped aside, revealing the questions on the blackboard, addressing Jiang Nan. "Come now. You claim confidence in solving any problem, do you not? Let us see how you fare with this one." Suddenly, a wave of commotion erupted in the classroom. Everyone present, including Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, the academic elites, were left bewildered, their brows furrowed in utter confusion, completely at a loss. The problem presented on the blackboard was a peculiar one. A bear inadvertently fell into a hole that was 916 meters deep and took 1 second to fall. The question posed was, what color is the bear? What a bizarre conundrum. The depth of the hole and the time taken have no correlation to the bear's color, does it? It goes without saying that this must be a deliberate attempt by the teacher to perplex the students. No, rather, it was an intentional challenge directed specifically at Jiang Nan. As good friends, Bai Ying and Wang Pongzi could only offer silent condolences to Jiang Nan in their hearts. "Come on, you got this." They encouraged him, asserting that only if he could solve it would he truly be impressive. "What is wrong? Are you at a loss for ideas? Let me simplify it a bit. Choose from the colors black, white, gray, or brown." Xie Hongwei seemed to realize he was being too harsh and generously transformed the question into a multiple-choice format. Yet, the crowd remained bewildered. Jiang Nan, however, merely smiled and addressed the physics teacher, stating, "I choose none of the above. The bear is colorless." At this declaration, a wave of astonishment rippled through the room. Jiang Nan must be a fool sent by a monkey. The laughter erupted as students found it utterly ridiculous that he would disregard the options of black, white, gray, and brown in favor of declaring the bear colorless. Many in the classroom were doubled over with laughter, their bellies aching from mirth. Zhang Hao, the class representative for physics, mockingly chimed in, "Jiang Nan, stop trying to show off. If you can't solve it, just admit it. There is no such answer as colorless, and besides, there are no colorless bears in existence." Indeed, Jiang Nan, you are quite the comedian. Did you think that making everyone laugh would spare you from punishment? You should know that Teacher Xie has his limits. It would be wise for you to admit your mistake and not waste everyone's time, as we still have class to attend. What a foolish act. Su Yu, Tang Tiantian, Huang Sihai, and Udajuan all rallied behind Zhang Hao, urging Jiang Nan to confess and accept his punishment. For a moment, the classroom was filled with a lively commotion. However, they failed to notice that upon hearing these remarks, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, had turned quite pale. He then slammed his hand on the desk and exclaimed angrily, "Enough. Stop right there. Jiang Nan's answer is indeed correct." Chapter 12. Who truly is the clown, the buffoon, and the fool? With a sudden exclamation, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. What? Jiang Nan got it right? How could that be? None of the four options included that answer. It was utterly preposterous. Or perhaps the teacher was deliberately lenient. In an instant, a chorus of skepticism erupted within the classroom. After all, even a fool would recognize that Jiang Nan's answer was incorrect. Among the dissenters, Zhang Hao stood out prominently. He had painstakingly seized upon Jiang Nan's flaw to report him to Xie Hongwei, intending to humiliate Jiang Nan. Yet, to his astonishment, Xie Hongwei openly shielded him. Unbelievable. He refused to accept it. Teacher, how can there be colorless bears in this world? You must not show mercy and let Jiang Nan off the hook. Zhang Hao couldn't help but rise and declare loudly. Indeed, he must not be spared. For someone like Jiang Nan, who neglects his assignments and brazenly disrupts the class, a severe punishment is imperative. He must be made to stand until he cries. Su Yu, Huang Sihai, and others echoed his sentiments. Clearly, their envy towards Jiang Nan was not to be underestimated, as they united against him. After all, Su Yu and his peers were top students, while Huang Sihai and his compatriots were the class troublemakers. They were hardly from the same circle. How naive! Jiang Nan merely chuckled and shook his head at their ignorance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hao and the others glared at Jiang Nan. What do you mean by calling us ignorant? I ask, how could you not know about colorless bears? Is that not ignorance? What joke! In this world, there are only black, white, gray, and brown bears. Where do colorless bears come from? Zhang Hao, in a fit of rage, pointed at the desk in front of him. If they truly existed, I would eat this desk raw. Since you wish to eat, I cannot stop you. After all, isn't the polar bear colorless? Jiang Nan shrugged, a hint of exasperation flashing in his eyes. Truth be told, he had no desire to bully Zhang Hao and the others. They simply did not belong to the same realm. It felt somewhat like a disproportionate clash. Yet, they insisted on provoking him, forcing someone who preferred to remain low-key and enjoy subtle victories to step into the limelight and confront them, akin to a pretentious dandy. It was truly lamentable. How could that be? The polar bear is clearly white. Zhang Hao attempted to retort almost instantaneously. However, before he could finish, Jiang Nan interrupted. To call you ignorant is indeed accurate. The white of the polar bear is merely a visual effect caused by sunlight refraction. In reality, its fur is hollow and transparent, devoid of color. If you are unaware of this, how can you still call yourself a top student? A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Many were incredulous at his words. After all, this truly contradicts their previous understanding. Yet, when certain individuals stealthily concealed their phones in the classroom, discreetly searching for answers on Baidu, and resonated with Jiang Nan, the crowd had no choice but to concede. Indeed, what Jiang Nan asserted was accurate. Baidu confirmed that polar bear fur is actually colorless. Before the student could finish speaking, his voice dwindled, as he suddenly realized he was in deep trouble. Nevertheless, he had said almost everything that needed to be said. Everyone present was aware that polar bears were indeed colorless. And Jiang Nan was correct. A slap in the face. A blatant humiliation. Especially for those like Su Yu, who felt a burning heat on their faces, instantly silencing them. Zhang Hao, too, was both embarrassed and furious, yet he remained unwilling to concede, stammering defiantly. Jiang Nan, even if polar bears are colorless, how does that prove it's the answer? Truly, he turned back until he hit the wall. He was relentless. This was simple, wasn't it? The question posed by the teacher actually examined the relationship between gravitational acceleration and latitude. According to the formula h1 where h is 4.916 and t is 1 second, substituting these values allows one to easily calculate that g is 9.832. This corresponds to the gravitational acceleration at the North or South Pole, and since there are no bears in the South Pole, it must be referring to the polar bear. Thus, the colorless bear is indeed the answer. Jiang Nan effortlessly articulated his thought process. As his words settled, the classroom fell into a profound silence, with every gaze directed towards Jiang Nan, transformed from skepticism to belief. After all, Jiang Nan had explained it in such a clear and comprehensible manner that even a fool could grasp it, even if some were still perplexed. The expressions and reactions of the physics teacher indicated that Jiang Nan's reasoning was likely correct. Previously, they had labeled Jiang Nan as a mere clown, an absurdity, or even a fool. Yet now it appeared, Jiangnan was not the fool, but rather they were. A hint of shame flickered in many hearts. They had been mistaken all along. As for Zhang Hao, he stood dazed at his desk, resembling a startled dog, utterly at a loss. However, at that moment, no one paid him any mind. On the other side, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, looked at Jiangnan with eyes that had lost their earlier anger. Instead, they were filled with astonishment. Ironically, the purpose behind creating this question was to challenge Jiangnan, even having deliberately set a trap by providing 4 false answers. After all, Jiangnan had failed to submit his homework while speaking so arrogantly. Moreover, he had previously held a rather poor impression of this student, who often slept in class or played on his phone. He thought it necessary to give Jiangnan a hard time. Little did he know that Jiangnan would deftly sidestep his trap, articulating the correct answer along with a clear explanation. This student possessed some real ability. It seemed he had misjudged him in the past. Perhaps it was time to reassess his understanding today. Xia Hongwei nodded towards Jiangnan below the stage, smiling as he remarked, "Well done, your reasoning is quite accurate. However, this problem is indeed not difficult. With a slight shift in perspective, it can be easily resolved. If you truly possess the skill, why not attempt to solve the second problem as well?" Chapter 13, these questions are exceedingly simple, devoid of any challenge. Multiple choice. 3 vehicles, A, B, and C, pass a certain marker at the same speed. Following this, vehicle A maintains a constant straight line motion. Vehicle B accelerates before decelerating, and vehicle C decelerates before accelerating. Yet, upon reaching the next marker, all vehicles have the same speed. Therefore, A. Vehicle A reaches the next marker first. B. Vehicle B reaches the next marker first. C. Vehicle C reaches the next marker first. D. All 3 vehicles arrive at the next marker simultaneously. With a flurry of strokes, Xia Hongwei swiftly inscribed the problem on the blackboard. At first glance, it appeared rather straightforward. However, many students below furrowed their brows. Damn, this is utterly bewildering. It was like demons unleashed from hell, accelerating and decelerating, my least favorite conundrum. My mind is a complete blank. Isn't Jiangnan supposed to be brilliant? Hurry up and solve it. I refuse to believe that even he can tackle this question. Numerous gazes turned towards Jiangnan, particularly from those who were struggling. In contrast, diligent students like class monitor Qin Yuma and the school beauty by Ying immediately retrieved their scratch paper to begin calculations. Clearly, they still possessed a line of thought. However, before they could even put pen to paper, Jiangnan suddenly declared, "The answer is B." A collective gasp filled the room. This was astonishingly swift, though it seemed like an eternity had passed. In reality, only a fleeting moment had transpired since the physics teacher had just finished writing the problem. Yet, Jiangnan had already provided the answer. How could this be possible? Was it true, or was it false? Instantly, all curious eyes shifted towards the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei. To this, Xia Hongwei nodded affirmatively. The answer was indeed correct. Another wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Jiangnan had answered correctly again? How could this be? How could he be so formidable? I recall that his physics grades were quite average in the past and barely ranked in the class, yet now. Surrounding students were utterly flabbergasted, their faces etched with disbelief, including those familiar with Jiangnan. Simultaneously, Xia Hongwei on stage was also taken aback, not by Jiangnan's ability to solve the problem, as he deemed it not particularly challenging, merely testing fundamental physics knowledge that many in the class should grasp. What truly astonished him was that while scholars like Qin Yuma had not even begun to write, Jiangnan had already provided an answer. This speed, either Jiangnan had guessed, or he had encountered this problem before. If neither was the case, it indicated that his grasp of physics was profoundly deep, surpassing even the top students like Qin Yuma. Could this be possible? Could you share your reasoning? Xia Hongwei's gaze bore into Jiangnan with intensity. Jiangnan, it is quite simple. All 3 vehicles have the same displacement, and vehicle B boasts the highest average speed, naturally resulting in the least time taken. A multitude of students eagerly leaned in to listen. However, Jiangnan abruptly halted. The crowd urged continue. Jiangnan replied, "I have finished." What? Is it really that simple? And that's it? The audience was left bewildered, their foreheads adorned with large question marks. struggling to comprehend. While it is true that the displacements are identical, how could it be that vehicle B possesses the highest average speed? Do elaborate. Nonetheless, Jiangnan merely waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was, indeed, that simple, and concluded. The crowd fell silent, akin to being on the verge of a significant endeavor, yet unable to cross the threshold, leaving them in a state of anxious anticipation. With no other recourse, they turned to the teacher on stage, Xia Hongwei, seeking his validation of Jiangnan's reasoning. Indeed, Xia Hongwei pronounced emphatically. After stating this, he disregarded the audience and calmly directed Jiangnan. Now, let us proceed to the next question. A multiple-choice question emerged. A cup filled with concentrated orange juice, upon the addition of ice cubes, does not overflow. If the ice cubes completely dissolve, the orange juice in the cup will A. Overflow. B. Decrease in level. C. Remain just below the brim. As soon as Xia Hongwei finished writing the question, Jiangnan promptly declared, "It will overflow." This question concealed a pitfall. Many considered only the density, concluding that ice, being less dense and occupying a larger volume, would result in answer B. However, in reality, the ice floats atop the concentrated orange juice, with a portion exposed above the water surface. Thus, when it dissolves, it will indeed overflow. To articulate it in the language of physics, this relies on a profound understanding of Archimedes' principle. Many students were left perplexed, yet for Jiangnan, it was elementary. Correct. Let us move on. The physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, was astonished once again as Jiangnan answered with remarkable speed, a true testament to his prowess. Nevertheless, he was not a man devoid of knowledge. He proceeded with another question. A new question appeared. In the atmosphere, a cylinder with a volume of 0.50 m, one end sealed and the other open, is vertically submerged in a pool with the open end facing downward. Upon release, when in equilibrium, the volume of air inside the cylinder is 0.40 m. Assuming the pressure of the atmosphere is equivalent to that exerted by a 10 m column of water, what is the height difference between the water levels inside and outside the cylinder? Before Xia Hongwei could even write down the options, Jiangnan interjected 2.5 m, a swift response, instantaneous in its delivery, devoid of any contemplation. It was strikingly straightforward. It is noteworthy that even a top-tier student like Qin Yuma had yet to fully comprehend the question, let alone solve it. The entire assembly was left in shock. Silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness. Not a soul dared to utter a word, their wide eyes fixated upon the physics teacher on stage. They yearned to discern whether Jiangnan's answer was correct or not. Simultaneously, a sharp click resonated through the air. On stage, the chalk in Xia Hongwei's hand suddenly snapped in two, as he too was taken aback. Had it not been for his concern for the dignity and decorum expected of a teacher, he would have liked to unleash a wild howl towards the heavens, exclaiming, "How is this even possible?" After all, this was a preliminary question from a physics competition, far more challenging than the final exam questions. From the first two problems, he had already confirmed that Jiangnan possessed a remarkably solid foundation. Even ordinary questions might not pose a challenge to him. Thus, he had deliberately crafted a competition-level problem. Yet the outcome was, Jiangnan answered with astounding speed, relying solely on mental calculations. This was simply outrageous. How could anyone be so formidable? Even Xia Hongwei, a seasoned physics teacher and the question setter himself, felt compelled to express his admiration. Jiangnan, who would have thought that after 30 years of teaching, I could still misjudge a student? Your grasp of physics is indeed impressive. Xia Hongwei did not comment on the correctness of the answer, but rather looked at Jiangnan with a complex expression, slowly offering praise. Nevertheless, this was more than enough. Jiangnan's answer was undoubtedly correct. At this, the many students present were left in awe, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, internally exclaiming, "What the heck?" Alas, lacking education, they could only utter this universal expression of astonishment. They were utterly befuddled by the four questions, as if deciphering an ancient text, while Jiangnan effortlessly completed them. The disparity was immense. "Master, do you lack any trinkets to adorn your legs? Please accept this humble kneeling from your junior." The gazes directed at Jiang Nen were akin to those reserved for a deity. Qin Yuma's eyes sparkled like stars, while Wang Pongzi had pinched his thigh to a deep purple. However, Jiang Nan, the very subject of this awe, remained composed, merely gesturing towards Xie Hongwei at the podium, casually remarking, "Teacher, these problems are a tad too simple. They pose no challenge at all. How about you try presenting a more difficult one?" Chapter 14. Assignments need not be submitted. Feel free to sleep in class. Is the question too simple? Is there no challenge at all? Why not present a more difficult problem? Goodness, is this even a reasonable remark? Though the impact may be minimal, the insult is profoundly felt. Every student present flushed with embarrassment, their hearts heavy with shame. After all, none of them could solve even one problem. They're all students. Yet the disparity is undeniably vast. Four top scholars like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, the urge to burrow into the ground was overwhelming. They had previously harbored doubts and jealousy towards Jiang Nan, but now they comprehended the truth. He had never regarded them as competitors. In contrast, they were not scholars but rather mere underachievers. Even Qin Yuma, a standout student, found herself utterly humbled by Jiang Nan's prowess. Meanwhile, Wang Pongzi cast a resentful glance at Jiang Nan, silently lamenting, "We once agreed to stick together, yet here I am, struggling while you soar above." On the other side, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, was equally shaken by Jiang Nan's remarks. Without a word, he wiped the blackboard clean and began scribbling furiously. After a considerable amount of time, he finally produced a new problem. A man-made satellite of mass m is in circular motion at an altitude of 800 kilometers. At some point, it collides head-on with a space debris of mass m9. The collision occurs in a brief moment, after which the two merge into a single entity and commence elliptical motion, with the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit measuring 7,500 kilometers, and their trajectories lying in the same plane. Given that the total energy of the mass m in elliptical motion is the sum of kinetic and gravitational potential energy, where g represents the gravitational constant and m denotes the mass of the celestial body, and symbolizes the semi-major axis of the elliptical orbit. 1. Quantitatively prove whether the combined object post-collision will fall to the celestial body. 2. If this event transpires directly above the North Pole, along the line connecting the Earth's center and the North Pole, what is the latitude at which the merged object will collide with the celestial body? Unlike the previous multiple-choice questions, this time, Xie Hongwei had devised a particularly intricate problem. No, intricate does not quite capture it. It is exceptionally convoluted, bordering on the hellish. Upon its presentation, the classroom erupted in astonishment. Goodness, the teacher has gone invincible. The blackboard was densely covered with equations, rendering comprehension nearly impossible. A satellite? Space debris? How on earth did the teacher conceive such a scenario? The mere mention of kinetic and potential energy made my head spin. I do not recognize them, and they likely do not recognize me either. I would wager that not a single student could solve it. Even Qin Feng, the perennial top scholar of the school, would surely falter before this challenge. Difficult, difficult, difficult. How can one encapsulate such difficulty in mere words? In an instant, the classroom was filled with gasps of disbelief. Few could comprehend the complexity of the problem presented, let alone devise a solution. This included individuals such as Qin Yuma, Bai Yingying, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao. In response, the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, merely smiled faintly. Some dare to claim my questions lack difficulty? Is it their arrogance that blinds them? Or am I simply incapable of wielding the challenge? What a farce. He mused that if he did not showcase his prowess today, compelling certain individuals to plead for mercy, others might genuinely believe he lacked insight. Regarding the problem at hand, he doubted even he could resolve it without consulting the lesson plan. He was unconvinced that Jiang Nan would manage to tackle it this time. A glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes as he addressed Jiang Nan. "Here, the chalk. Why don't you come up and give it a try? If you can solve it before class concludes, perhaps you truly are exceptional." Solve it before class ends? Dream on. Whether he dares to step up is uncertain, was the teacher's inner contemplation. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Nan shook his head. This question is so simple that half a minute is more than sufficient. With that, he ascended the podium, took the chalk, and began writing rapidly, the chalk squeaking as he inscribed his solution. Method 1. For the first inquiry, based on gravitational force and Newton's laws, we have total energy MIV MW2 meet NMV. Because Ramin 3,347 kmvr 10, it follows that the object must ultimately collide with the celestial body. Second inquiry, cos b minus 0, 7807, 18, thus 0, 141, 32 degrees, 19, which is at a latitude of 51, 32 degrees north. Half a minute? No. It was hardly even 20 seconds. Jiangnan not only wrote down the answer, but utilized two distinct methods. His movements were fluid and seamless, akin to a gentle stream, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Goodness! The physics teacher, Xie Hongwei, could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in astonishment. What the hell? He found himself utterly astonished, struggling to articulate the thoughts racing through his mind. Exclaiming in disbelief. If he was so taken aback, the students below were even more so, their expressions a vivid tapestry of shock. They could scarcely decipher the answers, resembling a cryptic script or celestial manuscript. Monstrous talent. Please temper your prodigious abilities. Meanwhile, Jiangnan paid no heed to the astonishment of the crowd. After completing the final character, he tossed the chalk with precision into the chalk holder, an act of undeniable flair. He then dusted off his hands and returned to his seat. For a considerable time, the audience remained in stunned silence, including the physics teacher, who stood frozen at the podium. Jiangnan felt compelled to remind, "Teacher, I have completed the problem. Could you please review my process and solution?" All right. Let me see." Upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei finally regained his composure and immediately retrieved the teaching plan to compare it with the blackboard. It was one thing to make a comparison, but upon doing so, he felt an overwhelming surge of dread. His entire being seemed to freeze in disbelief. Not only was the answer unequivocally correct, but Jiangnan's methodology was astonishingly more concise and refined than that outlined in the teaching plan. Particularly impressive was the alternative solution, which was not even mentioned in the plan. Could it be that Jiangnan had devised an innovative approach on his own? It was simply remarkable. Incredible. Excellent. 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 Xie Hongwei exclaimed, slapping his thigh in sheer excitement. In that moment, he was utterly exhilarated, resembling a giddy fool. He could no longer underestimate Jiangnan. On the contrary, as he gazed at Jiangnan once more, his eyes blazed with fervor, akin to discovering a rare treasure. Were it not for the ongoing class, he would have eagerly taken Jiangnan to seek out the homeroom teacher and the head of the physics department. In contrast, Jiangnan remained unfazed, casually inquiring, "Teacher, do you have more problems to assign? More problems? What nonsense!" That was already Xie Hongwei's ace in the hole, yet it posed no challenge for Jiangnan. What purpose would additional questions serve? Thus, Xie Hongwei waved his hand dismissively. No more assignments. Then, is it all right if I don't turn in my homework? Not an issue. You won't need to submit it anymore. And what about sleeping in class? Feel free to doze off. Chapter 15. The first lottery, and the result is this? No homework. Sleep during class. Is this truly uttered from the lips of the ever-serious and meticulous physics teacher, Xie Hongwei? It is simply astounding. The entire class, every single student present, was left utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the situation. However, reflecting on Jiangnan's extraordinary performance a moment prior, they soon found solace. In the realm of physics, Jiangnan transcended the notion of a mere top student. He embodied the essence of a genius. For someone of his caliber, physics assignments were indeed trivial, lacking any substantial significance. The same could be said for the physics class. Listening seemed futile, and napping became a perfectly acceptable norm, alleviating the psychological pressure on everyone else. Otherwise, they would all be on edge during lessons. After all, attending class with such a formidable intellect as Jiangnan was no ordinary source of stress. A genius, an undeniable genius. When he remains silent, it is as if the world stands still. Yet when he speaks, it reverberates with monumental impact. Truly worthy of the title God of the South. An exemplar for our generation, a paragon, 66,666. Of course, while some rejoiced, others were disheartened. For those who were on friendly terms with Jiangnan, like Wang Pengzi, laughter blossomed on their faces. By Ying, too, had eyes narrowed into slits, unable to contain her pride. Were it not for the context of the ongoing class, she would have embraced Jiangnan, showering his face with kisses. However, for individuals like Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Huang Sihai, their hearts were filled with bitterness and sorrow. A blend of jealousy, unwillingness, and helplessness pervaded their thoughts. On another note, as the class monitor who regarded academics as essential, Qin Yuma's sentiments diverged from the crowd. She felt both admiration and a tinge of resentment towards Jiangnan, a conflation of emotions that ultimately ignited a fierce determination within her, a blaze burning intensely. This was neither jealousy nor anger. It was a desire to challenge the heavens. Jiangnan, you are formidable, but I shall not fall short. Before long, I will catch up to you. Qin Yuma clenched her delicate fist, silently reaffirming her resolve. Ahem. Now let's return to our studies. Jiangnan may rest freely, while the rest of you must focus diligently and learn from him. With a gentle cough from the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, the class finally returned to its intended course. Yet, this lesson was destined to be rather mundane. The collective mood was difficult to soothe. Nevertheless, this did not impede Jiangnan's slumber. As the instigator of this situation, Jiangnan settled down and promptly dozed off on his desk, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Observing this, Xia Hongwei pretended not to notice, while many classmates wore expressions of complexity. How could they possibly learn from Jiangnan? When had they ever seen him attentively engaged in class? He was either asleep or secretly playing games. Yet the outcome was undeniable. His physics prowess was extraordinary, while they remained novices. Alas, it was truly disheartening. Words alone could not capture the depths of their sorrow. Truly, the comparison between individuals can be quite disheartening, leaving one speechless in a state of melancholy. The lively atmosphere has temporarily subsided. Although Jiangnan rests his head on the table, he has not succumbed to slumber immediately. Rather, he navigates through the system in his mind. The morning's mathematics pop quiz looms over him, with his target score precisely set at 90, an accomplishment that would surely fulfill the system's requirements and grant him a reward. However, the previous mathematics class, fraught with anxiety due to Chao Tianyuan's antics, followed by repeated distractions from his peers, caused him to forget to claim his reward. It is only now that he recalls this oversight. One can only lament that this insipid system lacks a stronger presence. Open system. Ding. The super invincible academic control system. Host, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Effects, rapid reading, photographic memory, ability to draw inferences. Side effects, user must expend mental energy, which requires replenishment through sleep. Physical condition, 33. Average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery chances, 0. Ding. Congratulations, host, for precisely achieving the passing score on the mathematics pop quiz. This control score reward includes an increase in physical condition 1, mathematics foundation 1, mathematics potential 1, and 100 points. There are many rewards. Yet, Jiangnan appears unfazed. After all, this was entirely expected. Completing any subject's examination with precise control will yield similar rewards, accompanied by a lengthy list. However, for Jiangnan in his current state, these rewards hold little significance. They are merely a small enhancement. In the realm of mathematics, he has already attained the pinnacle of level 9, and there is no further elevation possible during his high school years. Therefore, rewards such as an enhanced mathematics foundation or potential are merely embellishments, lacking substantial value. An increase in physical condition by 1 is beneficial, as one must consider that the body is the foundation of effort. Nevertheless, there are side effects to be mindful of. Recently, Jiangnan's rapid improvement in physical condition has led to a deficiency in energy supply, necessitating substantial food intake. Consequently, he suspects he may be venturing further into the realm of gluttony. Ahem. culinary mastery. In truth, what weighs most heavily on Jiangnan's mind is the 100 points. At last, he has accumulated surplus points. It seems they could be used for a lottery. Update data. Ding. System panel updating. Ding. Update complete. Data as follows. Super Invincible Academic Control System. Host name, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and comprehension. Physical condition, 34. Average person, 24. Points, 100. Current lottery chances, 1 ding. The system detected surplus points, allowing for a single lottery draw. Inquired of the host whether they would like to proceed with the draw now. Ding. Once again, it asked if the draw would take place now. Ding. Are you going to draw or not? Jiangnan. What the hell? Why is this system so impatient? Is it because I have never drawn before and momentarily hesitated? Truly, the emperor is not as anxious as the eunuch. Forget it. After all this time together, I shall not hold it against you. Just let me draw. Ding. The grand wheel of fortune begins to spin. With a hint of irritation in the announcement, a vibrant tin-colored wheel whirled rapidly in Jiangnan's mind. In that fleeting moment, excitement surged within him. After all, he had longed for this opportunity, but had steadfastly resisted for so long. TSK, TSK. The system is even anxious for me? Naturally, his heart brimmed with anticipation, unsure of what delightful prize his first draw might yield. A luxurious mansion, a sports car, a cruise liner, an airplane, or perhaps a fortune in cash. However, at this moment, he found little interest in those. Something more unique would be delightful. With this thought in mind, Jiangnan, feigning sleep at the table, instinctively lifted the corners of his mouth into a charming smile. Yet the next moment, his expression darkened profoundly. This was due to the system's notification. Ding. Thank you for your patronage, Jiangnan. Chapter 16. What does it mean not to draw? Thank you for your patronage? Did I get nothing? Damn it. This is truly a colossal pitfall Jiangnan had endured for so long. After striving to elevate all his subjects to a perfect level 9, he finally accumulated enough extra points for a lottery draw. But the result was this? Damn. Jiangnan couldn't help but curse. Truly, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. This was even more frustrating than the first time watching a film, only to be met with a sudden power outage and internet failure. In that moment, Jiangnan wished he could drag the system out and give it a thorough beating, preferably with a million-fold damage and no chance of recovery. If he wasn't mistaken, this was undoubtedly the system's deliberate act of retribution against him. Was it not true that he had merely reacted a moment too slowly, occasionally forgotten the system's existence, and had hesitated to use his points for nearly a year? How dare it? Take revenge on him? How dare it leave him with nothing? Do you believe I won draw again in the future? System. Ding. In light of the host's first lottery attempt, the system generously offers an additional draw opportunity. Would you like to draw immediately? Just as Jiangnan was spiraling into madness and silent complaints, the system's notification chimed once more. Jiangnan. What? An additional draw? Or perhaps a form of compensation? Ding. Would you like to draw again? Of course I must draw. Not drawing would be foolish. Jiangnan shouted fervently in his mind towards the system. It's free. Why not draw? Ding. The lucky wheel begins. Ding. Congratulations. You have won AYN Lingu, which has been added to your system inventory. Please check it. Host name, Jiangnan. Gender, male. Language, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and insight. Physical condition, 34. Average person, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery draw opportunities, 0. Inventory, YN Lingu 1. Effect. Consuming this will enhance one's appearance, increasing beauty tenfold from the original. Achieving perfection and an aura of charm. Jiangnan promptly checked the details. He noticed the system panel had changed. It now included an inventory section displaying 1 Y in Lingu. Then, Jiangnan, feeling somewhat bewildered. Yes, he had previously stated that he was not interested in mansions, luxury cars, cruises, or wealth at this moment. After all, he would inevitably possess those things in time. Thus, He had hoped to draw something more extraordinary. But what on earth was this Y in Elingu? Enhancing his looks tenfold? The effect was indeed formidable and unique. However, it seemed he had little need for it. After all, he was quite satisfied with his appearance. Although he wasn't exceptionally handsome, he was certainly above average, earning the title of the most attractive in Class 4. Otherwise, people wouldn't refer to him as the God of South. However, if his looks were to improve tenfold, it would likely cause a stir wherever he went. At that point, could he still maintain his humility? Or was this insidious system deliberately trying to disrupt his tranquil life? No, it seemed he could no longer remain at ease. His attempts at modesty were likely to be discovered, and given his previous behavior, he was bound to become famous. Thus, enhancing his looks might not be such a bad idea. Surely it would be fine. A smirk graced Jiangnan's lips. Nevertheless, he refrained from consuming the beauty-enhancing fruit immediately, as he was still in class. Moreover, he didn't wish to startle others all at once. He decided to wait until he returned home in the evening. Ding-ling-ling. All right, today's lesson concludes here. The bell rang, and with the authoritative command of the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, this physics class came to an end. Finally, class was over. What a relief. It had been so stifling. Physics was truly challenging. It was not only mentally taxing, but also filled with concepts that were difficult to grasp, leaving many uncertain about how to prepare for the college entrance examination. It was rather disheartening. He truly wondered how Jiang managed to cope. Never mind, he thought. It was time to go home. After enduring 45 minutes of pressure, the majority of the students sighed in relief as they dispersed. However, teacher Xia Hongwei did not immediately pack up and leave. Instead, he cast a lingering glance at Jiangnan, seemingly wishing to converse with him. Yet, observing that Jiangnan was fast asleep, he chose not to disturb him. He merely gave a few instructions to the class representative, Zhang Hao, before striding out of the classroom. Upon hearing teacher Xia's directives, Zhang Hao's expression suddenly shifted, and he silently lamented as he gazed at the peacefully slumbering Jiangnan. Clenching his fists, he felt quite conflicted. Minutes later, as the third period approached, he hesitated before walking up to Jiangnan's desk and gently tapping it twice. Hey, Jiangnan, are you awake? Chapter 17. What was thought to be bronze is in fact mere scrap iron. Jiangnan lifted his head, awakening from slumber. In truth, the moment Zhang Hao approached, he stirred from his sleep. Although he appeared to be dozing, his enhanced physique rendered him acutely aware of the surrounding environment. However, he remained silent. Beside him, the portly Wang shouted at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao, what is it? Are you again seeking trouble with Nan Shun? No, it's not that. Not what? Wang leaned in closer, scrutinizing Zhang Hao intently. I've always seen you for what you are. Previously, you attempted to make things difficult for Nan Shun with your assignments and failed. Now, what excuse are you concocting? Wang's aggression did not wane. Remember in class, you claimed that if there truly existed a colorless bear, you would eat your desk raw? Well, here it is. Hurry up and fulfill your promise. As he spoke, Wang pointed emphatically at his own desk, leaving Zhang Hao no opportunity to defend himself. At this, Zhang Hao's face flushed crimson, akin to a bleeding wound. Indeed, Wang, you are mistaken. When did Zhang Hao ever say he would consume his desk? He never uttered such words. Moreover, Zhang Hao sought Jiangnan, which was none of your concern. Why do you meddle? Truly, you are a busybody. Suddenly, someone retaliated against Wang. It was Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, who had previously sided with Zhang Hao against Su Yu. Although the former two were academically gifted, the latter had little to show for their studies. However, they had united in jealousy of Jiangnan, forming an alliance of offense and defense. Seeing Zhang Hao in a predicament, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan naturally stepped in to support him. Not only them, but even Su Yu approached, hiding behind. 4 against 1, and Wang found himself at a disadvantage. After all, in high school, numbers often dictated morale. Of course, there were others present as well. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan. Do you wish to bully someone? Observing Wang falter, Bai Ying from the adjacent desk shouted in anger, ready to assist. However, Jiang Nan intervened. What a joke. As a man, allowing his brother to take the lead was one thing, but Jiang Nan could not permit a woman to step in on his behalf. Zhang Hao, Huang Sihai, Hu Dajuan and Su Yu, do you truly wish to confront me? The matter of Zhang Hao's claim to eat the desk was clearly heard by the entire class. Could you really deny it? I had hoped to let it go, considering we are classmates, yet you persist in provoking me. Do you truly believe I lack temper? Either step aside quickly, or I am more than willing to engage you thoroughly. As he spoke, Jiang Nin cast a piercing gaze over the group of boys who had yet to fully mature. He had initially wished to overlook the matter, but if they insisted on seeking trouble repeatedly, he would not hesitate to retaliate decisively. Without delving into myriad tactics, it suffices to say that a mere 30 to 50 strategies could be effortlessly summoned, ensuring these individuals find themselves in a predicament they cannot escape. But perhaps not a single one is necessary. A mere glance from me would suffice to render them incapacitated. At the instant my gaze swept across Jiangnan, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan immediately felt as if pricked by needles, their scalps tingling and hearts racing. As for Su Yu, he simply wilted. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to a moment preceding a physics class. Initially, one might have assumed these individuals were composed of bronze, yet they turn out to be nothing more than scrap iron, mere pretenders to strength. Remarkably, however, Zhang Hao in the front appeared to be holding himself together. Yet, he dared not meet Jiangnan's eyes, repeatedly gesturing and stammering, Jiangnan, you've misunderstood. Everyone has misunderstood. I did not come to cause trouble, but rather to inform you that the physics teacher wishes to see you in his office after school. Furthermore, I acknowledge my previous wrongdoings. Here I must apologize. As he spoke, Zhang Hao bowed deeply to Jiangnan, a full 90 degrees. Swish, swish, swish. Witnessing this spectacle, those around were momentarily taken aback. The reversal of the narrative was too swift, rendering them unable to comprehend. Hadn't Zhang Hao previously exhibited jealousy and animosity towards Jiangnan, complicating matters over assignments? How could he suddenly offer an apology? Not only the onlookers, but even Jiangnan himself found it challenging to decipher Zhang Hao's unexpected maneuver. Just as he prepared to unleash his wrath, it felt as though he had struck nothing but air. Jiangnan, I concede that your prowess in physics is formidable. However, I too am not lacking, and I shall undoubtedly catch up to you. Before anyone could fully grasp the situation, the apologetic Zhang Hao hurled a final taunt at Jiangnan and promptly retreated to his seat, leaving Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan standing there like fools, their faces flushed and burning. Indeed, they were two great fools. They had presumed Zhang Hao intended to confront Jiangnan, rushing over to lend their support. Yet in the end, Zhang Hao had bowed before Jiangnan. This was tantamount to delivering a public slap to their faces. Painful, truly excruciating. Chapter 18. What? A score of 100? Has the system undergone a transformation? The mindset of an academic achiever is often incomprehensible to those who struggle academically, and vice versa. In that fleeting moment, Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun appeared as nothing short of two jesters, the kind that elicited laughter from the entire class. Frustration, anger, resentment, a myriad of emotions surged within them. Yet, apart from silently cursing their formidable opponent and lamenting their inept teammates, they found themselves powerless. Surely, they couldn't resort to dragging Zhang Hao for a beating, nor could they confront Jiang Nan in a brawl. While it might be feasible to confront Zhang Hao, it would lack significance. As for engaging with Jiang Nan, words aside, they felt a twinge of trepidation. Although their disdain for Jiang Nan stemmed from his ostentatious demeanor, his towering stature and piercing gaze added to their sense of intimidation. Ding, ding, ding. Fortunately, just then, the class bell rang. Huang Sihai and Hu Dajun simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief, hastily returning to their seats. However, before departing, they cast a disdainful glare at Jiangnan, as if to convey their unwillingness to back down. You'd better watch out. This matter is far from over. We will not let it rest. We will inevitably deal with you. The veiled threat was palpable. In response, Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying felt a surge of indignation. Nonetheless, Jiangnan remained unfazed, merely turning back to offer his two close friends a few words of comfort before drifting off to sleep again. They were merely braggarts who thrived on intimidation, creating trouble without substance, and thus hardly worthy of his concern. For him, sleep was the utmost priority. After all, he possessed an extraordinary memory and comprehension, capable of reading 10 lines at a glance, retaining everything he encountered, and drawing connections like an unfeeling automaton, rendering his learning efficiency thousands of times greater than that of an average individual. However, the downside was the immense toll it took on his mental energy, which could only be replenished through sleep. Although he had reached his full potential and hardly expended mental energy, the habit of sleeping during class had unwittingly ingrained itself in him, proving difficult to alter. Alas, the mantle of the sleep god is hard to shed. Meanwhile, the third class of the afternoon commenced, a foreign language lesson, for students on the brink of their college entrance examinations. Foreign language classes were undoubtedly the most arduous among all subjects. Those who understood the material found it exceedingly easy, while those who did not were left bewildered, as if they were hearing a foreign tongue. Consequently, the classroom atmosphere was starkly divided. Students like Chin Yu Mo diligently absorbed the lecture, while the majority appeared listless. A daring few even resorted to sneaking in distractions, exchanging scores and outputs. The foreign language teacher was acutely aware of this, yet powerless to intervene. She had long exhausted her words of admonition, and despite her efforts yielding little effect, she resigned herself to the situation. Thus, Jiang Nen slumbered soundly until the class concluded, and the teacher hardly spared him a glance. Soon enough, the foreign language class came to an end. No sooner had the teacher departed than the students erupted with renewed vigor, for the next class was their favorite, physical education. Following that, they would be free to return home. South God, wake up, it's time for gym class. Jiang Nen had hoped to sleep in, but was abruptly roused by Wang Pengzi's loud voice. With no other option, he let out a yawn and reluctantly descended the stairs. In Jiangcheng, March heralded the gentle embrace of spring. Today, the sun shone brightly, yet the warmth was pleasant rather than oppressive, making it an ideal day for physical education. A group of vibrant high school students, clad in blue and white uniforms, jogged a few laps around the basketball court under the watchful eye of their physical education teacher, Wang Darren, as a warm-up. Below, Wang Darren whistled, calling everyone to gather. Classmates, the college entrance examination approaches ever closer. While we will still have physical education classes, opportunities to play outside will be scarce, so today we shall conduct a fitness test. A collective sigh of resignation filled the air, not so much for the test itself, but for the realization that their chances to enjoy outdoor activities were dwindling. How unfortunate! Yet, some found humor in the situation. Wang Pengzi raised his hand and asked, "Teacher, will we be free to play basketball after the test? Is that all you can think about? Wanting to play basketball right as class begins? Have you been suffering too much?" Wang Darren teased. Indeed, they had. It had been ages since they last touched a basketball, with their coursework becoming increasingly demanding. By the time they arrived at the court after class, the space was usually claimed by others, leaving them with no chance to practice. How lamentable! The group chattered among themselves, their eagerness palpable. "All right," Wang Darren chuckled, "you can play, but only if you pass the fitness test first." The first task was for the boys to perform pull-ups, with 9 being the passing mark, while the girls were required to complete 25 sit-ups. The second task involved a 1,000-meter endurance run for boys, with a passing time of 4 minutes and 35 seconds, and an 800-meter run for girls, with a passing time of 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The test would be conducted separately for boys and girls, and he would keep track of the scores. There was little more to say. Those doing pull-ups did pull-ups, and those doing sit-ups did sit-ups. Most exerted themselves to the limit, and passing was hardly a concern for the majority, with only a few struggling. Of course, achieving remarkable scores was out of the question. Most landed somewhere between passing and good. However, Huang Sihai and Wang Dajuan both managed to complete 17 pull-ups, earning an impressive score of 95, which drew many gasps of admiration. Although academically they were lackluster in terms of physical fitness, they were exceptional. Then there was Wang Kaixian, also known as Wang Pengzi. Although referred to as Pengzi, he was not truly overweight, but rather robust, and his athleticism was commendable, completing 16 pull-ups for a score of 90. However, when it was Jiang Nan's turn, a system notification rang in his mind. For this fitness test, please achieve a score of 100. Jiangnan. What? Do I need to control my score for the fitness test? This was the first time since he received the system. Yet, that wasn't the main concern. The crux of the matter was the system's insistence on him achieving a perfect score of 100, in accordance with previous examinations. The grading standards have typically aligned with the passing threshold, encouraging one to lead a modest existence. Yet now, one is compelled to strive for remarkable distinction. Could it be that the system has undergone a transformation? Or perhaps the script has been mistakenly exchanged? Chapter 19, A Bet on the 1,000 meter run. Loser kneels. It is not to say that Jiangnan cannot achieve a perfect score. After all, it is merely a matter of completing 18 pull-ups. Is that too much? For an average person, it is quite a feat. Previously, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan struggled to complete 17, which astonished many of their peers. However, for Jiangnan, even if the number were to double, it would pose no significant challenge. The only issue is that he truly does not wish to draw too much attention to himself. Yet this system, Sai, is a tale of woe. Oh, devious system, how you have changed. Jiangnan silently grumbled within. Ding. Please refrain from insulting this system, or appropriate countermeasures will be taken, the system responded. Jiangnan? Wow, this is a formidable opponent. I shall not provoke it further. He promptly quelled his inner discontent. Speaking of which, since the system has issued a task, there will undoubtedly be rewards afterward, at the very least, some points. Jiangnan was not particularly covetous of these point rewards. He merely sought an excuse to achieve a perfect score, albeit reluctantly. He began 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10, 15, 16, 17. His pace was swift, continuous, and the movements were executed with precision. Initially, when Jiangnan commenced his physical assessment, the audience was sparse. After all, he was not like Huang Xihai or Hu Dajuan, renowned athletes. Despite his tall and robust stature, without consistent training, one cannot perform significantly in pull-ups. However, when Jiangnan completed 17 in one breath, the crowd began to swell. Then came the 18th. He released the bar and landed gracefully, his expression unflustered, his breath steady, exuding an air of effortless composure. Wow, Jiangnan is incredible. He managed to complete 18 pull-ups, surpassing both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, the two athletic stars. Is he the only one in the class to achieve full marks? This is simply extraordinary. It appears he is not only a genius in academics, but also possesses remarkable physical prowess, truly exceptional. I have misjudged him all along, failing to recognize his true capabilities. The astonishment amongst the onlookers was palpable. What was happening today? The ordinarily unremarkable Jiangnan had displayed unparalleled prowess in mathematics and physics, and now he was dominating in sports as well. This was utterly inconceivable. Not only the male students present, but even the girls engaged in sit-ups nearby cast admiring glances at Jiangnan, including by Ying and Qin Yuma. In light of this, every male student felt a mix of emotions, their hearts heavy with a sense of injustice. How could one man possess such attributes? Jiangnan, handsome and now a scholarly genius with such formidable physical capabilities, it was as if the once unassuming Jiangnan had transformed into a paragon of masculinity. Jealousy brewed within. Even Wang Pengzi, a good friend from Jiangnan, felt a pang of jealousy upon witnessing the scene, his heart aching. Yet, the most wounded were Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. Having just completed 17 pull-ups, they had proudly showcased their prowess before the crowd, basking in their moment of triumph. However, they were swiftly overshadowed by Jiangnan, who mercilessly stole all the limelight. This was, without a doubt, a blatant affront. It was a situation intolerable. If grandmother could endure, then grandfather certainly could not. Today, a confrontation was inevitable. As Wang Pengzi placed a hand on Jiangnan's shoulder in congratulation, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan approached with a sardonic air. Jiangnan, you seem quite impressive now, they taunted. Jiangnan glanced at them, his eyes cool, and replied dully, what do you want? Speak your mind. He had no patience for these two. Their connection was tenuous at best, and their repeated provocations today were bound to yield no good. Indeed, Huang Zihai's expression soured as he retorted sharply, Jiangnan, I see your physical abilities are commendable. You surpassed both me and Dajun in pull-ups. Surely your long-distance running must also be impressive. There's a 1,000-meter race coming up. Do you dare to compete against us? Huang Zihai and Hu Dajun were akin to an insistent adhesive, always seeking to provoke. Before Jiangnan could respond, Wang Pengzi interjected angrily. This isn't your concern. Step aside. Huang Zihai shot back defiantly. Hu Dajun added with a piercing remark. You're not Jiangnan's dog, so why defend him? At this, Wang Pengzi's anger reached its peak. Meanwhile, Jiangnan furrowed his brow, equally incensed. Huang Zihai and Hu Dajun were utterly detestable. Not only were they seeking trouble, but they were also insulting his brother. It was utterly intolerable. Today, he might just have to teach them a lesson, ensuring they remembered their place and refrained from pestering him in the future. Since you wish to compete, let us proceed. What are the rules? Jiangnan declared. Huang Zihai explained, the rules are simple. It's a race to see who can run the fastest. Upon Jiangnan's agreement, Hu Dajun quickly chimed in, we won't be unfair. If you can surpass either of us, you win. Jiangnan nodded, undeterred. Is it just a race? Who is afraid of whom? With my stamina. Defeating Huang Zihai and Hu Dajun will be like playing with two chicks. However, upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi grew anxious. South God, you absolutely must not race them. Remember, both are athletes from the school's track team, excelling in running. They have consistently placed in both short and long-distance events over the past 2 years. Wang Pengzi's worry was palpable. Although Jiangnan had demonstrated remarkable prowess in pull-ups, it bore little relevance to running. However, Huang Zihai and Hu Dajun are experts in this area, and Wang Pengzi finds it difficult to believe that Jiangnan could prevail. Naturally, he intends to exert every effort to prevent this. Yet, Jiangnan shook his head and reassured him. Do not worry, my friend. With these two inept individuals, victory is assured. Are you out of your mind, Jiangnan? Wang Pengzi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. I am not mad, Jiangnan replied calmly. These two are as tenacious as a stubborn adhesive plaster. I simply need to teach them a lesson. Huh, you certainly possess a bold demeanor, Huang Zihai remarked, a glint of severity flickering in his eyes. Since you are so confident, why not wager something? If you lose, you shall kneel before the entire class and admit your inadequacy. What do you say? Wang Pengzi could no longer contain himself and shouted, Huang Zihai, we are all classmates. Do not take it too far. Calm down, Pengzi. Jiangnan patted Wang Pengzi on the shoulder to maintain his composure. He then cast a glance at Huang Zihai. I accept your wager, but what if you lose? Preposterous. How could we possibly lose? Hu Dajun declared, his head held high, brimming with confidence. And if by chance you do lose? Jiangnan's gaze held a significant depth. If we lose, we shall also kneel publicly and confess our shortcomings. Huang Zihai replied with a cold smirk. Very well, it is settled. Chapter 20, how could it be? He actually caught up. Everyone heard it, right? Jiangnan willingly accepted the bet with us. No one coerced him. When he loses later, you all must bear witness. Huang Zihai had just reached an agreement with Jiangnan and immediately called upon his classmates to announce the wager. The reason for this was to solidify the matter entirely, preventing Jiangnan from denying it later. After all, he had suffered considerable losses in front of Jiangnan today, and this time, he was determined to defeat him and humiliate him thoroughly. Indeed, everyone shall bear witness. Ha ha ha. Hu Dajun immediately chimed in with Huang Zihai's words. Both wore expressions of extraordinary confidence and delight, nearly bursting with joy. Throughout 3 years of high school, although their academic performance was lackluster, placing them at the bottom of the class, they were undoubtedly kings in physical prowess. In fact, they ranked among the top in the entire school, particularly in running. Each year, at the sports meet, they had claimed championships and runner-up positions. It was precisely for this reason that they qualified as athletic specialists. As for Jiangnan, despite his tall and robust stature, he had never participated in a sports meet, and there were no records of him excelling in running. Therefore, they were clearly not on the same level. What on earth? Is Nan Shun out of his mind? How could he dare to race against Huang Zihai and Hu Dajun? It is well known that Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan had previously run the 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes during the school sports meet, akin to cheetahs, far surpassing any of us. It feels like a severe mismatch. This competition is hardly fair. Nan Shun is likely to suffer humiliation. How pitiful! Surrounding onlookers chattered incessantly, largely skeptical of Jiang Nan's chances, even pointing fingers at him. After all, the facts were evident. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying, who was measuring sit-ups, overheard this wager and immediately sprang to her feet, rushing to Jiang Nan's side. Tiannan, no, you mustn't bet with them. If it were something else like academic performance, that would be fine, but in running, you are no match for them. Upon finishing her words, she turned to Wang Pongzi, scolding him. Pongzi, weren't you just with Jiang Nan? Why didn't you persuade him? I tried, but I couldn't dissuade him. Wang Pongzi sighed, looking helplessly at Jiang Nan. Nan Shun, you were too impulsive just now. How about I go and apologize to Huang Xihai on your behalf? That would be better than facing public humiliation later. Pongzi, you must hurry. Bai Yingying quickly supported Wang Pongzi, addressing Jiang Nan. While there is still time, let us not go through with it. Wang Pongzi, with his thick skin, could endure the embarrassment. Bai Yingying, however, could not bear to see her good friend publicly humiliated, while Wang Pongzi was indifferent. Ouch, that stung. Hearing this, Wang Pongzi felt as though he had been dealt 1,000 blows. However, for the sake of my brother, I shall forge ahead. Just as he was about to set off, Jiang Nan seized him abruptly. What are you two in such a hurry for? Rest assured, since I dare to wager with them, I surely possess the confidence to prevail. Yet, Wang Fatty and Bai Yingying remained deeply concerned, their worries undiminished by Jiang Nan's reassurances. There are no buts here. The bet has already been placed. Just watch how I teach them a lesson. Jiang Nan smiled calmly, exuding an air of self-assurance. Does the tiger's silence make you think him merely an ailing cat? Furthermore, his agreement to the wager was not solely to discipline Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, but also due to a task issued by the system. Previously, the system required him to score 100 in his physical assessment. He had achieved a perfect score of 100 in the first event, the pull-up, yet received no reward. Clearly, he needed to attain another perfect score in the 1,000-meter run to fulfill the task requirements. Although he preferred not to attract attention, the system had pushed him to this point, compelling him to take action against Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan. He pondered how many seconds he should aim for, so as not to appear overly remarkable. This was indeed a conundrum. He must not run too swiftly, lest he become notorious once again. Simultaneously, the news of Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan's wager with Jiang Nan had spread widely, thanks to the promotion from the former two. Onlookers, reveling in the anticipation of a spectacle, eagerly urged the physical education teacher to commence the second physical test. In light of this, Wang Darren found himself intrigued. He did not intervene in the wager. After all, sports are a form of competitive engagement. Betting is not inherently detrimental. It can even foster a passion for athletics, presenting both advantages and disadvantages. As for the insulting wager, he, as the teacher, would step in to mediate afterward. All right, everyone gather round. We shall now proceed to the second physical assessment. The boys will run 1,000 meters, and a passing time is set at 4 minutes and 35 seconds. The girls will run 800 meters, with a passing time of 4 minutes and 36 seconds. The boys will go first. Remember, safety first, friendship first. Each runner must focus on their own performance without obstructing others. On your marks, go. With Wang Darren's command, all 35 boys in the class surged forward onto the track. It is worth noting that the 1,000-meter run requires strategy. The first lap of the track is a standard 400 meters, meaning the 1,000 meters translates to 2.5 laps. However, the second lap measures 404 meters, while the third lap extends to 414 meters, increasing in length as one progresses outward. Since all competitors start from the same line, it is imperative to seize the inner lane during the first lap, both to conserve time and energy and to hinder opponents by forcing them to cover additional distance. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan understood this well. As they positioned themselves, they firmly claimed the inner lane. Thus, as the race commenced, they galloped ahead, securing the first and second positions, leaving the others far behind. Huh, Jiangnan, you are truly foolish. How dare you challenge us to a race, completely oblivious to your own limitations. Watch how we shall crush you this time. If we don't surpass you by 20 seconds, we shall not call ourselves the Speedy Duo. Prepare to kneel in defeat. Ha ha ha. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan were brimming with pride. This wager was undoubtedly theirs to win, setting aside their evident prowess. The advantage they held at the outset left Jiang Nan with no hope. However, at that moment, a faint sound of breathlessness drifted from behind, reaching Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan's ears. Huh, who is that? How are they able to keep pace with me and Dajuan? They possess some skill. Though this is merely the first lap, and we've only exerted 80% of our strength, it should greatly exceed those feeble competitors. Huang Xihai pondered in confusion. Hu Dajuan furrowed his brow as well. Nevertheless, they did not turn to look back. After all, that would waste precious time. It was not until they rounded the 200-meter bend that they glanced back out of the corner of their eyes. Yet, that fleeting glance startled them. Good grief, that tall stature and handsome visage. Who else could it be but Jiang Nan, known as the God of the South? How is this possible? He has actually caught up. Chapter 21. What? Is he really bowing down to me? Unbelievable. It is truly astonishing. The other boys in the class have been left far behind by Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, yet Jiang Nan is somehow keeping pace. This startled both Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan, nearly disrupting their rhythm. However, as professional athletes, they quickly regained their composure. After a moment of astonishment, they adjusted their breathing, shot a fierce glare at Jiang Nan, gritted their teeth, and accelerated once more. Initially, they had intended to conserve their energy during the first lap, saving their strength for a full sprint in the second lap. But now, they had abandoned that strategy. They were determined to crush Jiang Nan into the dirt. In an instant, Jiang Nan was once again left behind. Huh, trash is still trash. He must have exerted every ounce of strength just to keep up. But now that we're going all out, he could just go to hell. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan both chuckled coldly in their hearts. Yet, just as their amusement was about to culminate, they were struck by disbelief. What? How is this possible? Has he caught up again? As they rounded the 300-meter bend, Jiang Nan's figure suddenly appeared in their peripheral vision. This left them once again in shock. How can this be? They were giving it their all. Yet, Jiang Nan was visibly closing the gap, nearly surpassing them. No, he must not be allowed to overtake us. We must exert even more effort. In perfect synchronization, Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan channeled all their strength into their legs. The scene resembled two fiery wheels charging forward. In that moment, they felt as though they were about to transcend their limits and break their past records, their blood surging with excitement. At that instant, they truly felt invincible. Jiang Nan would undoubtedly be left far behind. However, before they could revel in their triumph, a mocking voice suddenly echoed in their ears, coming from Jiang Nan. Hey, I must say, your speed is rather mediocre. You move like snails, and yet you dare to act arrogantly in front of me? How about you try a bit harder? Go faster? I can still keep up. Huang Xihai, Hu Dajuan. In an instant, both of them widened their eyes, utterly dumbfounded. What did they just hear? Jiang Nan was speaking? This was a 1,000-meter sprint. They were in the midst of a full-throttle dash. How could Jiang Nan possibly have the energy to converse with them, sounding as if he wasn't even winded? How could this be? Heaven and earth. Are you mocking us? Huang Xihai and Hu Dajuan could hardly believe their ears, pushing themselves even harder, feeling as if they might just take flight. However, Jiang Nan clung to them like stubborn toffee, impossible to shake off. When they sped up, so did he. When they slowed down, he matched their pace. What was even more infuriating was that as they approached another turn, Jiang Nan astonishingly kept pace with them, synchronizing their movements. Did Jun block him? Suddenly, Huang Xihai's gaze sharpened as he mustered his strength to issue an order to Hu Dejun got it. Hu Dejun noted. His expression clouded. It was evident that they could not outrun him and were preparing to resort to underhanded tactics, attempting to flank Jiang Nan and set a trap. Huh, you needn't block me. I can easily break away myself, Jiang Nan replied with a cold smile. As Huang Xihai and Hu Dejun drew closer, he swiftly exited the inner lane, veering towards the outer lane. Seeing this, both Huang Xihai and Hu Dejun exhaled in relief. The outer lane was considerably longer than the inner, especially since Jiang Nan was already on his 7th or 8th lap, effectively running an additional 50 meters compared to them. If this continued, his exhaustion would undoubtedly surpass theirs. Yet, they scarcely had time to revel in their advantage before realizing that, despite running on the outer lane, Jiang Nan's speed remained undiminished, even surpassing theirs. Whether on straightaways or curves, he did not veer towards the inner lane, but still managed to keep pace with them. Meanwhile, they were drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, feeling as if they might explode from exertion, while Jiang Nan appeared unruffled. Clearly, he was still holding back. This was maddening. Huang Xihai and Hu Dejun were on the verge of losing their minds. Jiang Nan was purposefully toying with them. He could easily run ahead, but chose to match their pace, interspersing his taunts with casual remarks. The impact of his words might not be physically damaging, but the humiliation was profound. They were already pushing their limits, driven solely by a refusal to yield, yet Jiang Nan's actions only served to infuriate them further. Hu Dejun suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his vision darkening as he collapsed forward. Had he truly fainted? His fall inadvertently tripped Huang Xihai, who, unable to maintain his balance, also fell, landing unceremoniously before Jiang Nan. The scene that unfolded left everyone at the athletic field wide-eyed and speechless. Even Jiang Nan, the focal point of this spectacle, was taken aback. Initially, he merely stopped to observe Hu Dejun's fall, only to be met with Huang Xihai kneeling before him. Isn't this a bit too courteous? Were we not meant to wait until after the race to kneel publicly? What does this signify? An early admission of defeat? Chapter 22. Following Lao Wang ensures your admission to university, alas. Nan Shun is truly remarkable. Not only can he outshine Su Yu in mathematics and surpass Zhang Hao in physics, but he can also outpace Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun in running. This is simply astonishing. Just moments ago, I believed Jiang Nan was destined to lose and would be humiliated, yet the outcome was entirely the opposite. It is hard to believe that he is not the protagonist of this tale. On the athletic field, numerous classmates from Class 4 of the senior year were expressing their astonishment towards Jiang Nan, silently giving him a thumbs up. They were thoroughly impressed, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who were mingling in the crowd. They were completely in awe of Jiang Nan's athletic prowess. As for Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun, they were absent from the scene, having both fallen during the high-speed race. One of them even lost consciousness on the spot. This incident was certainly significant. Although it did not threaten their lives, there were inevitable injuries, including cuts and bruises. As the physical education teacher, Wang Darren promptly took Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun to the school infirmary. Nan Shun, incredible. Wang Fatty excitedly punched Jiang Nan in celebration, using the term incredible to express his admiration. Initially, he believed that Jiang Nan's bet with Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun was akin to an egg challenging a stone, a certain loss. Thus, he vehemently opposed the wager and felt anxious when he could not prevent it. However, he never anticipated that the outcome would be thus. His brother was truly destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying gazed at Jiang Nan with adoration, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Jiang Nan, you are simply amazing. I never realized you were such a formidable runner. She once thought she understood Jiang Nan well. She knew he was usually modest and low-key, yet possessed great potential as a good friend. However, she now realized her understanding was superficial. Jiang Nan not only had potential, but also strength. Today, he has repeatedly astonished her and earned her renewed respect. This good friend can only be described with one word: extraordinary. I am utterly enamored. In the midst of this conversation, Wang Darren, who had just taken Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun into the infirmary, returned, his steps hurried and his expression somewhat grave. Upon seeing this, Jiang Nan's heart sank, and he hastily inquired, "Teacher, how are Huang Xihai and Hu Dajun? Are their injuries severe?" He felt compelled to clarify that he could not be solely blamed for the incident, as he had no idea they were so fragile that they would fall before him, and he had not touched them at all. Judging by Wang Darren's expression, it seemed the situation might be more serious than anticipated. Given this, it was impossible for Jiang Nan not to feel anxious. even though he had intended to teach Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan a lesson by playfully teasing them during the race. However, he never truly intended to cause any serious harm or fatality to his fellow classmates. After all, they shared the bond of camaraderie. One must not push the limits too far, right? Yet, one must always be cautious, for unforeseen circumstances could arise. If anything were to happen to Huang Sihai or Hu Dajuan, it would spell trouble. Nevertheless, upon hearing Jiangnan's words, the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, simply chuckled and reassured him that both Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan only sustained minor abrasions and would be fine. However, you, my young friend, are quite exceptional. It is worth noting that Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan are outstanding athletes, having repeatedly completed the 1,000 meters in under 3 minutes. With further training, they might even achieve national second-level status. Yet, you managed to utterly dominate them? Truly impressive. I wonder how you practice on a daily basis. I have coached you for nearly 3 years and had no inkling of your abilities. Upon hearing that Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan were relatively unscathed, Jiangnan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as they're fine, that's all that matters. I was just worried they might seek vengeance if something happened to them. As for my running, I just run randomly. I haven't practiced much, so I suppose I'm merely average. Average? No, this is far beyond average. In response, Wang Darren immediately shook his head. I noticed you ran with such ease earlier. It was evident you had reserves of energy. If you had exerted yourself fully, finishing in 2 minutes and 40 seconds would be easily achievable. Given your current performance without regular practice, if you were to train diligently, the possibilities would be remarkable. You are undoubtedly the most promising talent I have encountered among my students, and achieving national level is well within your reach. In my opinion, you should forego your academic studies and join me as a full-time athlete. I can guarantee your admission to university. As he spoke, Wang Darren affectionately draped an arm around Jiangnan's shoulders, as if afraid to let this precious gem slip away. Jiangnan's expression momentarily faltered. Was he truly that impressive? Perhaps, considering he had only exerted about 60 to 70% of his strength earlier. However, he had no desire to become an athlete. Teacher, do not call me teacher. From now on, refer to me as Old Wang. Wang Darren declared grandly, casually linking arms with Jiangnan, as if they were old friends. Old Wang, but Enough with the buts. Rest assured, with my specialized training combined with your extraordinary talent, while you may not reach the heights of Shanghai Sports Institute, a place in Hubei Sports Institute is certainly achievable. Time is of the essence. Let us head to your homeroom, teacher, immediately to complete the necessary formalities. Without waiting for Jiangnan's agreement, Wang Darren eagerly pulled him along. Clearly, he was not just anxious, but rather exhilarated, having encountered such a promising prospect that could elevate his own stature within the school. Meanwhile, the other students remained frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. The physical education teacher had whisked Jiangnan away. What were they to do now? Continue with the physical assessment? Is it still possible to move freely? Chapter 23. The passionate physics teacher, Xia Hongwei teacher who, I have something to share with you, but please try not to get too excited. It is about Jiangnan from your class. He is truly remarkable. After years of teaching physics, I have never encountered a student with such extraordinary talent and capability. He undoubtedly qualifies as a legendary physics prodigy, a super scholar. From now on, this student shall be entrusted to me, even if his performance in other subjects is lacking. It matters not. Given his current level in physics, he is more than capable of representing the school in the national high school physics competition. In fact, the preliminary and semi-final rounds would pose no challenge to him. Should he excel in the finals, securing a first-place national award would be well within reach, thus allowing for additional points towards admission. Gaining entry into top-tier institutions, such as Tsinghua or Peking University, would not be out of the question. In the office of Class 4's homeroom teacher, 3 individuals are seated. The homeroom teacher Hu Yifei, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, and physics teacher Xia Hongwei. At this moment, Xia Hongwei is animatedly gesturing, his excitement palpable, unable to contain his enthusiasm any longer. He had been holding it in for too long. During the second physics lesson of the afternoon, upon discovering Jiangnan's extraordinary abilities, a fervent passion ignited within him. However, due to the lesson, he had to wait until now to discuss this with Hu Yifei. He was aware of Jiang Nan's shortcomings in other subjects, but that was of no consequence. With one exceptional skill, he could conquer all. Jiang Nan's prowess in physics renders the college entrance examination unnecessary. He could confidently pursue the path of competition and guaranteed admission. Ordinary universities were out of the question. He would aim for prestigious institutions, or even the likes of Tsinghua and Peking. Just imagine that scene. It is exhilarating. How long has it been since a student from Jiangxing No. 3 Middle School has been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking? 5 years? 8 years? Perhaps even a decade? It has certainly been quite a while. In the past, No. 3 Middle School held its own, not merely ranking first but standing shoulder to shoulder with No. 1 and No. 2 Middle Schools in a tripartite balance. During those years, No. 3 consistently produced a multitude of exceptional talents, with many gaining admission to Tsinghua and Peking. Yet in recent years, for reasons unknown, No. 3 has been on a downward trajectory. Not only has it failed to produce students for Tsinghua or Peking, but even those who gain entry to Jiaotong or Fudan have become few and far between. It has truly fallen from grace. Now, however, Xia Hongwei aims to shatter the curse of No. 3 Middle School, where no one has been admitted to Tsinghua or Peking, and to reignite its former glory. How could he possibly contain his excitement? He has resolved, come what may, to ensure that Jiang Nan participates in the physics competition. As for his performance in other subjects, that could be disregarded. Yet, puzzlingly, upon finishing his fervent speech, Hu Yifei, Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher, did not exhibit the surprise and excitement he had anticipated. Not only Hu Yifei but also Chao Tianyuan appeared unfazed, maintaining an air of calmness. Xia Hongwei furrowed his brow and retorted, "What? Teacher Hu, do you not believe my words? Do you think I am merely fabricating tales about Jiang Nan's prowess? No, you have misunderstood me. Teacher Xia," Hu Yifei replied with a smile, waving her hand. "I certainly believe what you say, but your suggestion that Jiang Nan abandon all other subjects to focus solely on physics competitions is rather unwise. I believe he can participate in the physics competition, but he must not neglect his other studies. After all, Teacher Hu, have you lost your mind?" Before Hu Yifei could finish her sentence, Xia Hongwei abruptly stood up, his voice sharp and commanding. "Jiang Nan is a physics prodigy, an extraordinary talent that appears once in a century. However, his performance in other subjects is merely average. Therefore, he must devote all his energy to physics. To do otherwise would be to squander his gift. I have made my point clear, yet you still want him to divide his attention among other subjects? Is this how you conduct your teaching? Is this how you serve as a homeroom teacher? No wonder the school's reputation has declined in recent years, with fewer and fewer outstanding students. It seems, it is not that there are fewer exceptional students, but rather that we fail to recognize them. Even when we do, they are hindered by your teaching philosophy. If we do not allow Jiang Nan to specialize in physics, both you and I will be culpable, guilty of stifling a physics genius, deserving of being nailed to the pillar of shame, unforgivable." Xia Hongwei was genuinely enraged. Known for his stern demeanor and rarely exhibiting anger when he did, it was akin to a thunderous storm. The force of his words could truly unnerve many. As the newly appointed homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei's eyes widened in shock. Her mouth agape. How had she become the scapegoat, the one accused of extinguishing the flame of a physics genius, destined to be shamed? "Allow me to finish my statement, if you please." Hu Yifei attempted to interject, but alas, she found no opportunity to counter. Though she was a formidable force in her own right, often commanding respect and referred to in hushed tones by students as the 13th sister of Hongxing, a Saint Seiya, or even the ruthless executioner, she felt a palpable gap when compared to a veteran educator like Xia Hongwei. Momentarily silenced, she could not muster a retort. It was then that Chao Tianyuan, a fellow seasoned teacher, could no longer bear the tension and intervened with a smile, saying, "Old Xia, teacher who has yet to finish her thoughts, so why the ire? Furthermore, if anyone should be the target of your anger, it should be me, for before your arrival, I had already discussed with teacher who that Jiang Nan would represent the school in next month's Olympiad competition. Therefore, I, Chao Tianyuan, shall be the first to disagree with your proposal for Jiang Nan to abandon his other subjects in favor of physics." "Old Chao, how could you also be so muddled? Jiang Nan is a prodigy in physics and must focus solely on that. Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, Xie Hongwei felt an overwhelming surge of anger, instinctively poised to unleash a torrent of scorn. However, as if struck by a sudden realization, he abruptly halted mid-sentence. He then countered old Chao. What did you just say? You want Jiang Nan to participate in the Olympiad in mathematics? Chapter 24. Teacher, who? I must share something with you, but please remain calm. Indeed, Chao Tianyuan nodded with certainty, affirming, this is something teacher who has already consented to. What? How could you possibly do this? Xie Hongwei exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Old Chao, Jiang Nan is a prodigy in physics, not mathematics. Have you truly lost your senses by suggesting he participate in the Olympiad? It is widely acknowledged that the Olympiad is far more challenging than physics competitions. Of course, it is also held in higher esteem, bearing greater significance. It has been years since our school has had a participant in the Olympiad, and yet you propose Jiang Nan? I cannot help but question whether my old friend has lost his mind. Should I perhaps recommend a physician? Now you're the one who has lost it. Chao Tianyuan shot Xie Hongwei an exasperated glance. Who told you that Jiang Nan excels solely in physics? To be frank, he is not only a genius in physics, but also in mathematics, and he performs commendably in other subjects as well. Furthermore, I was the first to recognize his capabilities. Teacher who is the second, and you can only rank third. How could this be possible? Xie Hongwei stammered. Although I am not Jiang Nan's homeroom teacher and do not know him intimately, I am aware that his grades in other subjects have always been average. At best, he is merely at a moderate level. How can he possibly be both a physics genius and a mathematics prodigy, excelling in other subjects as well? Wait a moment. Could it be that? Suddenly, a terrifying and unfathomable thought struck Xie Hongwei's mind. It appeared that Jiang Nan's physics grades had been mediocre in the past. It was only today, during physics class, that he exhibited extraordinary talent, astonishing everyone. He had not given it much thought until now. Realizing that proficiency in physics requires a gradual progression, one cannot suddenly attain omniscience. Thus, the only explanation is, Jiang Nan had been feigning ignorance all along. In reality, he had been exceptionally skilled in physics for quite some time. If he excels in physics, then why not in other subjects? You guessed correctly. Jiang Nan had intentionally concealed his abilities, maintaining a facade of mediocrity in every exam, with scores hovering just above passing, all part of his strategy. In truth, he is an academic prodigy, not only in mathematics and physics, but also a polymath, with his mathematical talent reigning supreme. Before Xie Hongwei could fully grasp this revelation, Chao Tianyuan decisively confirmed his suspicions, reveling in his triumph. My goodness! Upon hearing this, Xie Hongwei could not restrain himself from exclaiming, nearly popping his eyes out in astonishment. It is indeed true. This explains everything. The truth is now laid bare. No wonder Jiang Nan's physics grades were unremarkable before. Yet today he has surged forth, astonishing us all. It turns out he was deliberately hiding his capabilities, even manipulating his scores during exams. What a mind-blowing strategy. This is indeed the legendary art of score manipulation. He had heard tales of exceptionally talented students in prestigious schools who, for various reasons, chose to conceal their abilities during examinations. Such individuals, when they choose to reveal their prowess, astonish all around them. In retrospect, they invariably turn out to be the CR de la CR destined for elite institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. However, he had never encountered such a phenomenon until now, and it was right within his own class. He was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, reflecting on how thoroughly he had been deceived by that rascal from Jiangnan over the past 3 years. It was almost pitiable. Teacher Xie, could it be that you too have moments of utter disbelief? Just moments ago, you were merciless in your critique, and now you appear like a fool, veins bulging in your neck. On the other side, Hu Yifei observed Xie Hongwei completely losing his composure, with even the veins in his neck standing out, and could not help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Yet, suddenly, Xie Hongwei's expression turned serious as he directed a sharp gaze towards Chao Tianyuan, questioning, Old Chao, what did you just say? Did you declare that Jiang Nan possesses the utmost mathematical talent? Indeed, Chao Tianyuan replied with a smile, and a nod. As the first to recognize Jiangnan's score manipulation, he firmly believed that Jiangnan excelled in mathematics. Moreover, the results from a morning's examination served as testament to that. In the Olympiad mock exam, Jiangnan managed to score 90 while intentionally holding back. What might he achieve if he were to put forth his full effort? However, upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, Xie Hongwei was instantly enraged. He rebuked, "You speak nonsense. Jiangnan's true strength lies in physics, and I have already validated this in class. All students in class 4 can attest to it. You are mistaken. Jiangnan is superior in physics. Mathematics. Physics." In an instant, the situation escalated into an unpredictable confrontation. The two friends, Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, were embroiled in a heated debate over which subject Jiangnan excelled in. Their faces flushed and their voices raised, almost on the verge of physical altercation. Hu Yifei, observing from his side, was taken aback. Was it truly necessary to argue so vehemently? As Jiangnan's homeroom and language teacher, she undoubtedly recognized that Jiangnan's greatest talent lay in language arts. Yet, she refrained from interjecting. After all, if she struggled to contend with Xie Hongwei alone, she had no desire to engage in conflict with two obstinate educators. Instead, she felt compelled to intervene and separate the two. Just as she was about to speak, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. Before Hu Yifei could respond, the door swung open with a loud bang, revealing the physical education teacher, Wang Darren, alongside Jiangnan, who had his arm casually draped over Wang's shoulder. The moment he spotted Hu Yifei in the office, Wang Darren's eyes lit up. Ignoring the presence of Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, he pointed at Jiangnan and exclaimed, "Teacher Hu, I have something to tell you, but please try not to get too excited." Chapter 25. Who is short-sighted enough to mislead the youth? Do not be too agitated. Hu Yifei looked at Wang Darren with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Wang, if I recall correctly, you should be conducting a physical education class for our class right now. Why have you come here with Jiangnan? Has he done something wrong?" "No, Jiangnan has not committed any wrongdoing." Wang Darren shook his head repeatedly, pulling Jiangnan closer. "On the contrary, he is a promising talent I have discovered. I brought him here so that you could facilitate his transition to a sports student. From today onward, he will be under my guidance and will no longer attend academic classes." Hu Yifei was taken aback, her head filled with question marks. "Mr. Wang, are you joking? With Jiangnan's lethargic disposition, he could possibly be a sports student? Hu Laosher, I am not jesting." Wang Darren's expression turned serious as he continued. "During today's physical assessment, Jiangnan effortlessly outran Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, both of whom are athletic students, in the 1,000-meter run. If he pushes himself, completing it in 2 minutes and 40 seconds is easily achievable. With further training, he has at least a 90% chance of attaining a national level. Do you understand what this implies? He could gain entry to the elite sports institutions in our country, and if he wins some awards, he could even attend prestigious schools like Shanghai University and Yenjing University." Wait just a moment. Hu Yifei's mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Mr. Wang, is Jiangnan truly that exceptional in sports? Let me clarify, not just exceptional, but extraordinarily so. His foundation is superb. He is arguably the best physically endowed student I have ever taught." Wang Darren spoke with such fervor that the veins in his neck stood out. Despite her disbelief, Hu Yifei could not help but be swayed, glancing at Jiangnan with renewed curiosity. "Hu Laosher, spare me the small talk. Please proceed with the necessary paperwork for Jiangnan. He will be under my tutelage, and I assure you he will gain admission to university. You need not concern yourself further." "Huh. Mr. Wang certainly speaks with great confidence. How can you allow Jiangnan to follow you? That would be a waste of talent and a disservice to the students." Before Hu Yifei could respond, someone beside them could no longer contain himself. It was the physics teacher, Xie Hongwei. Initially, he had intended to engage in a debate with the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan, regarding Jiangnan's exceptional talents. However, he was interrupted by Wang Darren. "You can interrupt my argument, but you also wish to convert my most valued student into a sports student? This is simply intolerable." Simultaneously, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, unwilling to back down, scoffed at Wang Darren. "Mr. Wang, what do you intend for Jiangnan to do? starve for 3 days, and suffer under the steel rod. As a physical education teacher, one should focus on their role and refrain from engaging in trivial matters. Wang Daren found himself utterly perplexed, questioning whether he had inadvertently offended Xie Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, who now seemed to be united in their disdain for him. He felt disheartened at the thought of wasting talent and misleading students. He was merely striving to discover and cultivate potential. In that fleeting moment, frustration welled up within him, only to be swiftly extinguished by the realization of the stature of his adversaries. Xie Hongwei, considerably older and the deputy head of the physics department, was a seasoned expert, while Chao Tianyuan, similarly positioned as the deputy head of mathematics, held even greater credentials. As a mere physical education instructor, he was acutely aware of his own limitations in confronting such formidable figures. Thus, he chose not to engage with these esteemed individuals and instead directed his attention towards Hu Yifei, the young homeroom teacher. Teacher Hu, I'm not joking. Please expedite the paperwork for Jiangnan. Paperwork? What nonsense? Hu Yifei replied with a dismissive smile. If Jiangnan were to be discovered with natural athletic talent, she would have been more than willing to convert him into a sports student. However, that was not the case now. Teacher Hu, please reconsider your stance. You must act in the best interest of your student and not hinder Jiangnan's potential. He is an excellent candidate for sports. If he were to transition to a sports student, opportunities at prestigious institutions would be within his reach. Surely, this prospect is appealing? Is it possible you hold a grudge against him, wishing to sabotage his future? Before Hu Yifei could finish her thought, Wang Daren interrupted her sharply. How could I come here with such enthusiasm, only to receive this response? How can that be justified? In an instant, his expression hardened as he glared at Hu Yifei with a fierce intensity, reminiscent of a formidable warrior. While I may be unable to confront Xie Hongwei and Chao Tianyuan, surely I can assert myself over a novice homeroom teacher like you. Hu Yifei was taken aback, feeling as though she had been unjustly reprimanded by both Xie Hongwei and Wang Daren in quick succession. Did they truly underestimate her resilience? Little did they know the origins of her formidable reputation. Yet, before she could respond, circumstances shifted dramatically. Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei, who had previously been at odds, unexpectedly found common ground, aligning their efforts against Wang Daren. How dare an adult body be used as a point of discussion? It is merely an ordinary second-tier institution. Even if it is a first-tier school like Shanghai or Yin, it is still only a slightly superior first-tier institution. What difference does it make? One must remember that Jiangnan is on the verge of participating in the Olympiad in mathematics and the physics competition with an overwhelming likelihood of securing a national first prize, thereby directly guaranteeing admission to Tsinghua or Peking University for this exceptional talent. This would shatter the nearly decade-long spell that has prevented any student from our school from gaining admission to these prestigious universities and restore the glory of our institution. Yet, you propose to shift him to a sports program? What a short-sighted and misguided decision, leading the youth astray. Such ignorance. Chapter 26 indeed. Has the matter of the score manipulation been unearthed? Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In that fleeting moment, the only thoughts reverberating through the mind of the physical education teacher, Wang Daren, were these existential queries. He was utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by the relentless criticism from Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei. The force of their arguments was simply too formidable to withstand. Was he angry? Certainly. After all, those were the prestigious institutions of Chengti and Hedi. For an ordinary athlete, gaining admission to either of these schools would be a remarkable achievement. Not to mention that they had also invoked the names of Hudi and Yini, revered as the pinnacle of sports education in the nation. Yet, the outcome was that Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei had harshly denounced him, dismissing Hudi and Yini as merely slightly superior universities. How outrageous! Wang Daren felt as if his lungs were about to burst from indignation. Having devoted so many years to his role as a physical education instructor, he had always dreamed of nurturing a student capable of gaining entry to Hudi or Yini, but such aspirations had yet to be realized. Just when he thought he had finally encountered a promising talent in Jiangnan, one who could potentially fulfill his long-held ambition, he found himself beset. Not only were they unjustly withholding Jiangnan, but they were also belittling Hudi and Yini? Truly, there are limits to endurance. If the uncle can bear it, the aunt cannot. He was on the brink of an explosion. However, in the very next moment, a bucket of cold water was splashed over him. What? Jiangnan was to participate in the Olympiad and physics competitions, with a high probability of securing a national first prize. A prodigious talent who could gain direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, potentially reviving the glory of the third middle school. Wang Darren was left utterly dumbfounded. Could Jiangnan truly excel academically to such an extent? It must be noted that attaining a national first prize in both mathematics and physics carries far more prestige than any athletic accolade. In the realm of sports, the pinnacle is merely Hudi and Yini. How could they possibly compare to the illustrious Tsinghua and Peking University? He yearned to disbelieve it, yet, observing the sincere expressions on the faces of Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei, along with the persistent interruptions from Hu Yifei, he could no longer hold onto his skepticism. He was compelled to accept that this was likely true. His heart sank. Oh heavens! Oh earth! How unjust fate is! If you have bestowed upon Jiangnan such an excellent physique, why also grant him such academic prowess? Is it so easy to encounter a promising student? It is truly a rare occurrence. It is worth mentioning that in the past, although there were Huang Sihai and Hu Dajuan, who were reasonably competent, they were not nurtured by him. They had been appropriated by other physical education teachers early on. As a result, he had endured much ridicule. Wang Darren was indeed excessively kind-hearted and honest. How could it be that students from his own class chose to seek guidance from others? For quite some time, he had been unable to hold his head high within the school. He had hoped that this time he could rise again through Jiangnan. Yet the outcome was, alas, words fail to express the desolation. It was simply too tragic. Ultimately, he ceased to contest the matter further and cast a lingering gaze of resentment upon Jiangnan, as if to say, "Young man, why did you not reveal your exceptional academic abilities sooner? Truly, you have given me hope, only to plunge me into despair. Jiangnan, you have led me astray." Then, he departed without a backward glance. He arrived with great enthusiasm, only to leave in disappointment. His silhouette bore a trace of melancholy, solitude, and sorrow. Jiang then felt a profound sense of guilt about this. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, on the road, he had attempted multiple times to express his lack of intention to pursue athletics, but Wang Darren never afforded him the opportunity to speak. Instead, he incessantly referred to Jiangnan, the South God and brother, fostering a camaraderie that burned fervently. Originally, he had wished to follow and offer a few words of comfort to Wang Darren. However, as soon as he moved, he was promptly intercepted by 3 rather imposing teachers. Jiangnan thought to himself, this does not bode well. Y senza hostility. Previously, the mathematics and physics teachers had summoned him to the office after school. Now, they had all convened together, and to top it off, there was an additional formidable homeroom teacher. This trouble was likely to be substantial. Indeed, as anticipated, he found himself the focus of the sharp and peculiar gazes of Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, and Hu Yifei. In an instant, a chill ran down Jiangnan's spine. Goodness, what does this gaze signify? Do they perceive me as some rare specimen? Silence. In that moment, the office was enveloped in an awkward stillness. No one spoke, as if all were contemplating how best to initiate dialogue. Ultimately, it was the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, hands on her hips, who, with a meaningful stare, broke the silence. Jiangnan, please tell the truth to your teacher. What exactly is going on? You excel in mathematics, physics, and now athletics. Is there anything you cannot do? Capable? Incapable? Such words carry ambiguity. As a man, how could one ever claim to be incapable? Not only must one be capable, but one must excel in all endeavors. Of course, these were Jiangnan's inner musings. In reality, he feigned innocence, questioning, "What are you talking about, teacher? What do you mean by capable or incapable? I cannot comprehend." Jiangnan sought to wrestle one last time against his fate. "What? Are you not ready to reveal your hand?" With both Teacher Chao and Teacher Xia present, why not speak plainly? Despite excelling across all subjects, why must I always face scrutiny during exams? Hu Yifei inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed intently upon Jiangnan. She yearned to understand his thoughts. How could someone so exceptional choose to remain so understated? Were it not for Chao Tianyuan's discerning insight, specifically testing Jiang Nan, she might have remained oblivious. Akin to a fool. Contemplating this left her feeling both astonished and delighted, yet also irate, her teeth gritting in frustration. Chapter 27. Am I being forced to my demise by aiming for first place? Indeed, has my manipulation of scores been uncovered? Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan's heart sank momentarily. From the very beginning of mathematics class, as Chao Tianyuan persistently dug traps for him, he had begun to harbor suspicions. And now, it was unequivocally confirmed. Not only was Chao Tianyuan aware, but even Hu Yifei knew, and Xia Hongwei as well. Nevertheless, even so, it was impossible for him to admit it publicly. After all, the subjects he manipulated scores in were not limited to Chinese, mathematics, and physics. They also included foreign languages, biology, and chemistry, among others. From Hu Yifei's tone, it was clear that she harbored considerable resentment, and Chao Tianyuan felt the same way. If you're to admit it voluntarily and be exposed, who could predict what repercussions might ensue? Perhaps every teacher would summon him to their office. Those days would be utterly unbearable. So, teacher, what are you talking about? I truly do not understand. What does manipulating scores mean? That term seems rather peculiar. As long as he stubbornly refuses to admit it, no one can do anything to him. Pretending? You still wish to pretend? Jiang Nan, you truly are someone who will not shed tears until you see the coffin, who will not turn back until you crash into the south wall. I have already compared your grades for every subject over the past year. They're all remarkably similar, merely passing scores. Please do not tell me this is mere coincidence. Once or twice could be coincidence, but how can it be coincidental over a dozen times, and not just in one subject but across all subjects? Hu Yifei was seething with anger. At this juncture, Jiang Nan still refused to acknowledge it. Did he truly think she was a fool? She was furious. She was truly on the verge of anger. The consequences could be quite severe. It might be necessary for Jiang Nan to understand why she was referred to as the ruthless teacher, the death-dealing sorceress. With a sharp snap, her ballpoint pen broke in two. Goodness! Watching Hu Yifei's fury, Jiang Nan couldn't help but jump back, nearly stumbling 2 steps. Oh no! The ruthless teacher is angry. This matter is no longer trivial. This, Jiang Nan scratched his head, his eyes darting as he quickly pondered a response. All right. Teacher Hu, please do not be angry. Jiang Nan's refusal to admit it must be due to his own hardships. You should not hold it against him. Suddenly, standing nearby and enjoying the spectacle, mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan stepped forward to mediate for Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan, you too. There are no outsiders here. Everyone is well aware of your score manipulation. So why bother hiding it? Jiang Nan remained silent. Until he could devise a better response, he would not engage in this conversation. Does he truly think him a fool? One plays the role of the villain while the other assumes the role of the hero. If you claim that you did not confer beforehand, even the devil would not believe it. Especially Chao Tianyuan, who appears stern and unyielding at first glance, yet harbors a myriad of cunning schemes within. This has already been evidenced during mathematics class. Now, what are you all up to? Do not frighten Jiang Nan. At this moment, the physics teacher, Xia Hongwei, could no longer contain himself and stepped forward to mediate, smiling as he said, Jiang Nan, you are undoubtedly a genius. Of course, geniuses often possess a temperament that is rather unconventional. Your desire to avoid the spotlight, leading to such grade manipulation, is understandable. However, I would much prefer to see you display a bit more confidence, perhaps even a touch of arrogance, for you are still young. As the saying goes, one should embrace a youthful exuberance, should they not? For instance, today your performance in my physics class was nothing short of exhilarating, truly inspiring. This is something you should endeavor to do more often. His words carried an underlying message. This old man certainly plays by his own rules. Attempting to confront a formidable opponent, I shall remain silent, weathering the storm, steadfast in my resolve. What can you possibly do to me? In response, Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xie Hongwei exchanged glances, each recognizing the shared sense of helplessness in the other's eyes. Jiangnan, is he truly impervious to reason? It seems we must reveal our trump card. Jiangnan, I shan't say much more, but regarding the grade manipulation, whether you admit it or not is irrelevant. I am aware of your mathematical prowess. I trust you overheard my conversation with a physical education teacher. Next month's Olympiad in mathematics. You should easily secure first place, correct? Chao Tianyuan boldly articulated his thoughts. What lofty expectations! To suggest that Jiangnan can simply secure a national first prize? Such a feat is not easily attained, and is far more challenging than overcoming numerous trials. Unless one masters the art of the lightning-fast 5-whip strike simultaneously, Xia Hongwei was not to be outdone, turning to Jiangnan with a grin. And there is the physics competition. You must participate as well. Given your performance in class today, securing a national first should pose no significant challenge. Meanwhile, Hu Yifei cleared her throat, gazing intently at Jiangnan. My expectations are modest. After all, there are no competitions in language arts. However, as your homeroom teacher, I expect you to achieve the highest score in the upcoming first monthly exam for the third year. This should not be too much to ask, should it? Jiangnan, my head feels as though it might explode. To be tasked with securing a national first in both mathematics and physics, along with the highest score in the entire school. Is this a plot to drive me to my demise? Must I forsake my desire for a low-key existence? Moreover, whether or not I can achieve the first place is not solely within my control. It depends on the whims of the benefactor and the system's grading tasks. Chapter 28. Masters of Unconventional Tactics, Truly Unassailable. Teacher, this seems rather unfair. What if I perform poorly on the exam? Please do not hold too high expectations for me. Despite his reservations, Jiangnan did not refuse the exam proposed by the three teachers. After all, he was rather keen on participating in more tests and competitions to accumulate reward points. However, he felt it prudent to issue a warning. Given the idiosyncrasies of the GU system, it was evident that achieving a perfect score was out of the question. At best, he would barely scrape by the passing mark, and certainly not secure the top position. Yet, before he could articulate his concerns, he was sharply interrupted. What if? No, there is no what if. Hu Yifei, her brow furrowed and hands on her hips, asserted with authority, with your abilities. Claiming the top spot in the entire school is absolutely within your reach, unless you intend to sabotage your own score deliberately. Should that be the case, do not blame me for making your life difficult. If you think you can toy with me, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. You enjoy sleeping in class, do you? Believe me, I will call on you in every Chinese class, ensuring you find no peace. Hu Yifei, the youngest head teacher at Jiangxi No. 3 Middle School, adorned with titles such as Saint Seiya, Relentless Taskmaster, and Deadly Sorceress, was certainly not to be trifled with. In that moment, she radiated an undeniable presence, determined to keep the young Jiangnan in line. Teacher, to threaten me with sleep is rather inappropriate. After all, you wagered this morning that as long as I pass my math exam, you would cease to concern yourself with my slumbering habits. A gentleman's word is his bond, and as a paragon of excellence in education, you cannot go back on your word. Upon hearing this, Jiangnan leapt to his feet. This was indeed his Achilles heel. He absolutely loathed being disturbed while he slept, and even more so, being threatened. However, just as he finished speaking, Hu Yifei scoffed, "True, I am an esteemed educator. But you also acknowledged that a gentleman's word is his bond. Yet, am I truly a gentleman?" In conclusion, she declared, "I shall observe your performance in next week's examination. Should you fail to meet my expectations, I have my ways of dealing with you. Calling your name in class is just the beginning. I will also enlist Mr. Chao and Mr. Xie to do the same in math and physics. And I shall periodically check in on your progress in other subjects, ensuring you find no respite. If that does not suffice, I will resort to the last resort, a home visit. I would rather not employ this tactic, as disturbing your parents is not my desire, but do not push me." Jiangnan was left speechless, utterly at a loss for words. Indeed, it is a truth universally acknowledged that women and petty individuals are the most challenging to manage. This statement is entirely accurate. As a head teacher, Hu Yifei was not only willing to gamble, but also refused to concede defeat. even going so far as to threaten familial intrusion. If the inability to sleep was his soft spot, then the invasion of his home was his Achilles heel, one that would ignite a fierce reaction. Truly, this was a breach of decorum. Indeed, the educators are all cut from the same cloth. Chao Tianyuan is one such example, and now Hu Yifei follows suit. One might presume that Xie Hongwei is not far off either. Casting a glance at Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei beside him, Jiang Nen observed the profound smiles gracing their faces. He shook his head repeatedly. They are all formidable figures, a caliber he cannot contend with. In an instant, a look of sorrow washed over his face. Indeed, his days are proving to be quite challenging. Alas, how pitiful. On the other hand, witnessing Jiang Nan's discomposure, Hu Yifei was all smiles, feeling a sense of utmost relief and satisfaction. How amusing it was that a prodigy had emerged from her class, yet she remained blissfully unaware. Thoroughly outmaneuvered by Jiang Nan. How could she possibly endure this? If she did not unleash her fury, one might genuinely mistake her for a sickly feline. Yet now, she had finally turned the tide against Jiang Nan. Naturally, her heart brimmed with pride. Young man, you are still too green to challenge me. Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei shared similar sentiments, their faces reflecting a sense of exhilaration. They had begun to envision Jiang Nan shining brilliantly in the competitions, a spectacle that excited them immensely. After all, he was indeed a student they had nurtured. Well, let us credit them with having a hand in his education. Jiang Nan, however, was oblivious to how he exited Hu Yifei's office. His mind felt muddled. It seemed he had heard numerous motivational words behind him, yet he wore a troubled expression. What could alleviate his worries? Only a lottery draw would suffice. Previously, he had achieved a perfect score in the physical assessment, fulfilling the system's grading task, which would reward him with points. Now, this was his only consolation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accurately completed the perfect score task for the physical assessment. This time's grading reward includes 1 to physical fitness, 1 to pull-up skills, 1 to running skills, 1 to athletic potential, and 100 points. The system panel data has been updated as follows. Host, Jiang Nan gender, male Chinese, level 9 mathematics, level 9 foreign language, level 9 skills, exceptional memory and comprehension physical fitness, 35 points, 100 current lottery draws available, 1 ding. The system detects excess points, permitting 1 lottery draw. Would the host like to draw now? Yes. This time, Jiang Nan hesitated not at all, lest the system grow irritable and create difficulties for him. Ding. The lucky wheel spins. The draw commences. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a bar of strength chocolate, which has been added to your system inventory. Please check. Chapter 29. Brother, I hope you won't hold it against me. Mighty chocolate? What on earth is this? Jiang Nan was utterly bewildered, increasingly perplexed by the system, particularly regarding the lottery. Previously, it was the yin ling fruit, and now it was mighty chocolate, both seemingly edible items. Did it truly think he was a glutton? Check the inventory. Jiang Nan opened his mental inventory, eager to discover the true purpose of this mighty chocolate. Ding! Inventory activated. Yin ling fruit 1. Effect. Consuming it enhances one's appearance, increasing beauty tenfold from the original, achieving a flawless and enchanting visage. Mighty chocolate 1. Effect. Consuming it fortifies physical constitution, providing a permanent 10% enhancement. P.S. There may be mild side effects, such as hunger and... Jiang Nan? He was momentarily stunned. What is all this? Mighty chocolate can enhance physical constitution? This brought to mind a rather catchy advertisement. Hungry? Grab 1 quickly. At first glance, this indeed appeared to be a remarkable item. However, the question remained. What on earth did the minuscule print in the PS section mean by mild side effects? Is the system not supposed to guarantee premium quality? How dare it suggest side effects? Hunger? Does it imply the need for substantial food intake? Is this meant to solidify his reputation as a glutton? Of course, being labeled a glutton wasn't particularly concerning. Yet what was that minuscule print implying? Such uncertainty made one hesitate to consume it. Not to mention, his current constitution was already at 35, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, and with each completion of a controlled segment, the system was likely to directly enhance his constitution. This meant, for Jiangnan, mighty chocolate was merely an embellishment, entirely superfluous. Therefore, he would never consume it under any circumstances. Initially, he had dismissed the Yanling fruit, deeming it rather useless, but now it seemed. The Yanling fruit was indeed a treasure. Not only did it elevate beauty tenfold, but it also bore no side effects whatsoever. Once he returned home later, he would certainly partake in it. Back at the stadium, the observant Wang Pengzi quickly spotted Jiang Nan amidst the game and hurriedly abandoned the ball to approach him with concern. Nan Shun, didn't Wang Darren take you to see the head teacher to discuss your transition to a sports student? How'd it go? Did it work out? Wang Darren had returned a while earlier, but only mentioned free activity before departing with a dejected demeanor. Was there something amiss in between? His concern for Jiang Nan was genuine. After all, in his eyes, transitioning to a sports student would undoubtedly present a tremendous opportunity for Jiang Nan. Yet, upon Wang Darren's return, he bore an expression of discontent. Now, Jiang Nan's countenance was also less than favorable. Thus, unease filled his heart. Jiang Nan was well aware of the meaning behind a good friend's intentions, and thus briefly recounted the events that transpired in the office. Naturally, he omitted certain details, such as how Wang Darren's proposal had been vehemently rejected by Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei. Instead, he merely expressed his disinterest in sports, thereby declining Wang Darren's kind offer, which served to preserve Wang Darren's dignity. After all, Wang Darren was genuinely kind-hearted and honest, in stark contrast to the unscrupulous teachers like Hu Yifei and Chao Tianyuan. Such a commendable teacher should not be subjected to ridicule. What? You mean to say that Wang the Good wanted to take you on as a disciple and convert you into a sports student, and you actually turned him down? Upon hearing this, Wang the Fat was left utterly astonished. I believe I can enter a university on my own merits, without relying on sports to enhance my scores. Hence I declined, Jiang Nan stated with an air of certainty. Nanshan, you truly are. Wang the Fat was at a loss for words, eventually releasing a long sigh, lamenting the lost opportunity. What a splendid chance, akin to a pie falling from the sky, which you could have simply claimed. Yet you chose to disregard it? However, this could be understood. After all, judging by Jiang Nan's performance in mathematics and physics classes today, he was no longer the same person from before. Perhaps he genuinely could gain admission to a prestigious university. As for Wang the Fat, he felt otherwise. If only I could transition to a sports student, but alas, I am not favored by Wang Darren. Do you truly desire to become a sports student? Upon hearing this, Jiang Nan's eyes sparkled with thought, casting a meaningful glance at Wang the Fat. He had not previously considered this possibility. With the system at his disposal, he had never worried about university admissions, regardless of scores. Yet, as Wang the Fat was his only brother, he knew that his academic performance was abysmal. Under normal circumstances, he would barely qualify for a vocational school, let alone a university. However, if Wang the Fat could switch to a sports student, gaining admission to a good university would be a mere formality. Moreover, despite being dubbed the Fat One, he was not truly overweight. Rather, he was robust and well-suited for a sporting path. Of course, I would love to. Wang the Fat nodded vigorously. Nanshan, you've had your epiphany, excelling in both mathematics and physics, yet I remain in the dark. If I were to participate in the college entrance examination normally, I would undoubtedly fail. However, if I could transition to a sports student, securing a second-tier university would be within reach with a national level 2 score, a solid effort to achieve over 300 points. With a national level 1 score, I might even aim for Shanghai University of Sport or Yenjing University of Sport, which will place me on par with Tsinghua or Peking University. Since you have such aspirations, you should certainly give it a try. Perhaps Wang the Good will accept you after all. That is not feasible. Wang the Fat shook his head in resignation. In the past, I ran the 1,000 meters in over 3 minutes and 10 seconds. While that is commendable, unless I can break the 3-minute mark, Wang Darren would never accept me. There is no hope. Not necessarily. All things are possible. There is nothing unattainable. It merely depends on your desire to pursue it. If you trust me, consume this piece of chocolate to replenish your energy, and then seek out Wang Darren for a test. Yes, you can complete it in under 3 minutes. As he spoke, Jiangnan flipped his right hand, revealing a piece of black and white cream-filled chocolate in his palm. He then extended it towards the corpulent Wang. Wang was momentarily taken aback, and then, with astonishment, he gazed at Jiangnan. Are you serious? Of course. I am, Jiangnan affirmed with a vigorous nod, exuding confidence. All right, I will heed your advice and give it a try. Who knows? Perhaps I too will suddenly unleash my hidden talent. Wang appeared genuinely ignited by a newfound fervor. Clenching his teeth with determination, he accepted Jiangnan's chocolate. Abandoning the game and swiftly sprinting in the direction Wang Darren had departed. The wind howled, and the waters of the Yi River were frigid. A brave man departs, yet. Cough, cough, he shall return. This time he is truly committed. In response, Jiangnan smiled subtly, silently wishing, brother, I hope you won't hold this against me. Chapter 30. Am I doomed to be exploited by Yingying? A chocolate bar meant for Wang Pengzi. Naturally, the robust chocolate acquired through a recent lottery. Concerning such items with uncertain side effects, Jiang Nin would never dare to consume them without ascertaining their safety. Thus, it was perfectly suited for Wang Pengzi. After all, brothers are meant to be taken advantage of, are they not? A free test subject is an opportunity not to be missed. Moreover, Wang Pengzi truly needed it. He aspired to excel in sports. Yet his 1,000-meter test time lingered around 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Although the distance may not seem far from the 3-minute mark. The truth is that significant improvement within a short period is exceedingly difficult. However, with the consumption of the robust chocolate, everything would change. It could instantly enhance his physical condition by 10%, sufficient for Wang Pengzi to achieve a remarkable sprint under 3 minutes. This would not only fulfill Wang Pengzi's ambition of becoming a sports student, but also provide Wang Haoren with a proud disciple. A dual benefit, indeed. Why not seize the opportunity? As for the potential side effects, they hardly mattered, did they? A sly smile flickered across Jiangnan's lips as he dismissed thoughts of Wang Pengzi and turned leisurely towards the school gate. Tomorrow being Sunday, a day of rest, he felt no obligation to linger, even though physical education class had not yet concluded. However, since it was a period of free activity, there was no reason for him to delay his return home. Jiangnan, hurry up, the bus is coming. Before Jiangnan could reach the bus stop, a hurried voice called out to him. He looked up to see a girl clad in a school uniform, her impressive figure still evident. Her long hair was styled in twin ponytails and her round, youthful face radiated vivacity, adorned with a sweet, sunny smile. Who else could it be but the school bell? Yingying? She was waving at him just as the number 5 bus was approaching the platform. Upon noticing her, Jiangnan hastened his steps. What is this? Aren't you heading home yet? I was waiting for you. Several buses have already passed, and if you don't hurry, I'll board this one without you. Next time, don't wait for me, she replied playfully. It's not solely about waiting for you. I'm also curious if Wang Haoren successfully helped you transition to a sports student. After all, I'm a girl with a penchant for gossip. Hee. You enjoy gossiping as well? He asked, slightly surprised. I never would have guessed. I thought you were solely focused on your studies. My devotion to academics stems from a desire not to be perceived as merely beautiful, overshadowed by someone like Qin Yuma, the academic prodigy. It's a pity that despite my efforts, I still find myself eclipsed by Qin Yuma Jiangnan and by Yingying engaged in light-hearted conversation. At first glance, they appeared remarkably familiar with one another, and indeed they were. After all, they were close friends, were they not? Although their interactions at school were somewhat limited, projecting a typical friendship, this was merely to avoid misunderstandings. In high school, close relationships between boys and girls often lead to unnecessary speculation. Classmates would gossip, teachers might intervene, and in more serious cases, parents could be summoned, an ordeal to be avoided. In reality, their bond was far from ordinary. Jiangnan had 2 steadfast allies. One was Wang Pengzi, and the other was Yingying. In the memories acquired from his journey through Jiangnan, he realized that he had known Yingying far earlier than Wang Fadi, solely because they resided in the same community and had been classmates since childhood. However, their acquaintance had not been particularly close until a year ago, when Jiangnan experienced an awakening. Even though he felt as lethargic as a salted fish, their relationship blossomed rapidly. It was during this time that Jiangnan discovered Yingying also had a penchant for gossip, prompting him to recount the incident of rejecting Wang Darren. Though Bai Yingying was taken aback, she was not entirely surprised. After all, today, as Jiangnan seemed to have undergone a second awakening. His prowess in both mathematics and physics was astonishing, and while he still performed ordinarily in other subjects, gaining admission to university was not a daunting task. It was entirely reasonable for him to avoid becoming a physical education student. Meanwhile, amidst a flurry of gossip, the two boarded the bus among the first wave of passengers. However, they soon found themselves without seats. Although there was still some time before school ended, it was already peak commuting hours, and the crowd was substantial. This did not account for the throngs of workers who surged aboard after them, making the bus feel as congested as a roaring inferno. Naturally, Jiangnan instinctively shielded Bai Yingying. As the bus began to jolt and sway, sudden brakes sent everyone lurching forward, followed by an acceleration that caused them to sway back. In that moment, many passengers silently cursed. Yet Bai Yingying felt her cheeks flush. Though she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall, Jiangnan towered an entire head above her. Thus, as inertia propelled her forward, she found herself against Jiangnan's broad chest, and as they swayed backward, his strong arms enveloped her. The rhythmic thumping of his heart added to the delicate ambience, which was ineffably subtle. Fortunately, they could not see each other's expressions, sparing them from significant embarrassment as an unusual feeling stirred within both of them. After approximately 20 minutes, they disembarked and entered a somewhat aged community, each returning to their respective homes. However, just as they were about to part ways, Bai Yingying suddenly turned and said, "Jiangnan, I'll come find you tomorrow morning. Why would you seek me out on the weekend? I need your help with tutoring." "Tutoring? Indeed. You are a top student. Do you really need my assistance?" "What does it matter if I'm a top student? You are not just a top student now. You have become a genius, and I wish to learn from you." But I would prefer to sleep." "I don't care. You are my best friend, and after being overshadowed by Qin Yuma for 3 years, I am nearly in despair. Your skills in mathematics and physics are exceptional. You must help me surpass her. Can I refuse?" "No." Her words were resolute and impactful. Bai Yingying did not afford Jiangnan the opportunity to retort, as she skipped away with a lively step, humming a cheerful tune. "Sigh." In response, Jiangnan could only let out a long sigh. Pressured by teachers at school, he finally managed to return home after classes, only to be subjected to the demands of Bai Yingying on the weekend when he yearned for a leisurely slumber. This life truly has become unbearable. Chapter 31. How can I remain low-key while being so handsome? "Mother and father, I have returned." Within a few minutes, Jiangnan arrived home. His residence was on the 3rd floor, a 3-bedroom apartment that, while not exquisitely decorated, exuded a cozy charm. Despite being situated in an older neighborhood, the property prices in Jiang City were notably high. Naturally, this apartment was not purchased by Jiangnan's family, but rather allocated to them as a collective housing unit due to his parents' long-standing employment as skilled workers in the same establishment. "Oh dear, my son, you're back," exclaimed his mother, Zhou Xiuqin, emerging from the kitchen with a platter of his favorite dishes, braised pork and sweet and sour ribs. "I was just waiting for you to start the meal." Simultaneously, Jiangnan's father, Jiang Gaoyuan, slightly portly, hurried from his room, waving at his son. "It's rare for you to have a holiday during your final year of high school. Come, let us share a drink." "Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. Nan is still in school. If you dare to let him drink, I'll break your legs." "Isn't it just a moment of joy for Nan's return?" "Joy? Nonsense. You merely seek an excuse. I warn you, if you drink in front of Nan, I shall confiscate all your liquor, and you will have to rely on the wind for your spirits in the future." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gaoyuan wore a look of dismay, hurriedly concealing the alcohol within his embrace. In the Jiang household, significant matters were dictated by the father, while trivialities were left to the mother. Indeed, the distinction of importance was determined solely by her discretion. Consequently, Jiang Gaoyuan dared not confront Zhou Xiuqin directly. Witnessing this exchange, Jiang Nin could only smile to himself. Though his parents occasionally bickered, he cherished the atmosphere of their home. Simple and genuine, it filled the void of certain memories. This contentment was one reason he was in no rush to enact change. Living a leisurely life seemed rather pleasant. Unfortunately, the tranquility was destined to be disrupted. After dinner, Jiang then retreated to his room. Ordinarily, this would be a time for him to lounge in bed, binge-watch series, play games, read novels, or simply sleep. However, this time, he did not immediately recline. Instead, he flipped his right hand and retrieved the Yinling fruit from his system's inventory. It was a glossy black fruit, and after smacking his lips, he consumed it directly. This was the first time he had eaten something acquired through a system lottery, and he had intended to savor its flavor. To his surprise, it melted instantly in his mouth, leaving no discernible taste. This seems rather useless. Jiang then furrowed his brow, suspecting he might have been deceived by the system. Yet almost immediately, his face began to itch. It felt somewhat uncomfortable. Lined up disfigured, he hurriedly grabbed a mirror to inspect himself. His looks were already striking. He had no need to become even more handsome. If he truly became disfigured, he would surely weep in despair. But then, in the next moment, alas, what a sight! The person reflected in the mirror left Jiang then momentarily breathless, causing him to leap 3 feet into the air in astonishment. Indeed, it was utterly breathtaking. Was the figure in the mirror truly himself? With a visage as exquisite as jade, eyes like bright stars, a nose that resembled a hanging gallbladder, and lips as though painted with rouge, complemented by an air of nonchalance. Ahem! The splendid terms employed barely encapsulated even a fraction of Jiang Nan's striking handsomeness. Aside from the exclamation of disbelief, he was rendered speechless. Such magnificence defied reason. Capable of eclipsing every top-tier male celebrity in the entertainment industry and winning the hearts of women worldwide. Even he found himself captivated, unable to resist. He reached up to touch his face in the mirror. My, how fair, how smooth, how, It seems I have misspoken. He was the type to indulge in narcissism. In truth, his appearance remained largely unchanged, save for subtle refinements. Yet the impact was nothing short of astonishing. A tenfold enhancement of his attractiveness. Truly remarkable, flawless, and brimming with charisma. He was undeniably enamored. With such a striking visage, he could simply recline and still possess the world. Of course, he was not one to rely solely on his looks. He preferred to depend on his abilities. Modestly leading a laid-back existence. Yet, with such striking handsomeness, how could he maintain a low profile? It posed a serious conundrum. Seeking answers, online in a hurry. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight graced the room, Bai Yingying had already arrived at Jiangnan's home. Today, she had eschewed her school uniform for a delicate blue gown, resembling a celestial fairy. The term school beauty could not have been more fitting for Bai Yingying. This brought immense joy to Zhang's parents, who smiled broadly. Their son may not have excelled academically or possessed notable skills, but his charm with the opposite sex was commendable. They were acquainted with Bai Yingying, having seen her several times in their shared neighborhood. They knew her to be beautiful since childhood, and as she matured, she resembled a lotus emerging from the water. Moreover, Bai Yingying not only possessed beauty, but was also reputed to be an academic prodigy, excelling in her studies. Essentially, she seemed devoid of flaws. Truly, the epitome of a model child. They had often discussed in private how fortunate a family would be to have her as a daughter-in-law. Yet today, Bai Yingying unexpectedly visited their home to seek out their seemingly inept son. What a delightful surprise. With the grace of his parents, they could hardly contain their smiles, hastily preparing a feast by slaughtering chickens and fish. Bai Yingying, overwhelmed by the warmth of Zhang's parents, noticed that Jiangnan had yet to awaken. She seized the opportunity to dash into his room, calling out, "Rise and shine, you lazy head." In all honesty, she merely wished to rouse him from slumber. However, little did she know, in Jiangnan, it is customary to sleep with little clothing. Consequently, a tragic incident ensued. Bai Yingying exclaimed in shock. Bai Yingying, you rogue. Jiangnan, you sleep without clothes? What do you wear to bed? Sleeping without garments, Jiangnan. How utterly scandalous. Wait a moment. You're not Jiangnan. Who are you? Jiangnan. Chapter 32. So he is the true campus heartthrob, and he has even with the school beauty? Bai Yingying, widen your 48K titanium alloy eyes and see clearly. Who else could I be but Jiangnan? You are Jiangnan? Absolutely, without a doubt. How could that be? Jiangnan isn't as handsome as you. Was I really that ugly before? Well, that is not exactly it, it's just, there is no just about it. Look at my eyes, nose, and mouth. Aren't they the same as before? Well, they do seem quite similar. Bai Ying rubbed her eyes and scrutinized Jiangnan closely, realizing that the person before her was indeed Jiangnan. However, because of this revelation, her astonishment only intensified. My goodness, Jiangnan, what did you eat last night? Milk or papaya? We haven't seen each other for just one night, and you've become this handsome. It's truly unbearable. Unable to restrain herself, Bai Ying reached out and touched Jiangnan's face. His skin was as smooth as silk. Moreover, it was so fair, truly giving one an irresistible desire to caress. Bai Ying felt a pang of jealousy. In the past, she, as the school beauty, was unparalleled in figure, looks, and skin. This was her greatest source of confidence, the only aspect where she could overshadow Qin Yuma. But now, compared to Jiangnan, it seemed she held no advantage whatsoever. Can milk and papaya really enhance one's beauty? I truly do not know. I thought such things were only for growth. Jiangnan cast a glance at a certain area of Bai Ying's chest, feeling a bit overwhelmed this early in the morning. Honestly, tell me how you did it. Why the drastic change overnight? Teach me. What do you mean how I did it? I'm naturally handsome. All right. At most, I just got a haircut. Jiangnan pointed to his head. This was the excuse he had concocted in advance to prevent his overwhelming attractiveness from startling others, making it impossible for him to remain low-key. Thus, he had intentionally gone out to get a haircut last night. Yes, just this buzz cut. He had thought this would make him appear less handsome. Yet, he failed to consider one crucial detail. After getting the buzz cut, not only did he not become less attractive, but he appeared even more vibrant and capable, leaving the hairstylist utterly mesmerized. Alas, a miscalculation indeed. Being too handsome is truly a dilemma. Bai Ying, we must maintain decorum. I need to get dressed. Could you please stop staring and touching? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to truly. It was only then that Bai Ying realized what she had just done, quickly covering her eyes and blushing furiously. How embarrassing. She had already barged into Jiangnan's room, and now she had seen him completely, even reaching out to cough. Bai Ying, why are you still standing there? What does it mean to cover your eyes, yet leave a gap? Are you still looking? Step outside. I need to get dressed. With a swift motion, Bai Ying dashed away. Moments later, Jiangnan, now attired, entered the living room, where Bai Ying greeted him with an inexplicable smile. TSK, I can hardly contain my drool. Jiangnan, perplexed, inquired, what brings you here so early? Have you forgotten? I mentioned yesterday that you would assist me with math and physics. Jiangnan thought to himself, oh no, it seems I cannot escape this fate. After finally securing a weekend, I am to be exploited? Such is the agony of life. As the two conversed, Jiangnan's parents had already prepared the meal and brought it out from the kitchen. Ah, my dear son, how is it possible that you… is this truly our silly boy? Their astonishment mirrored that of Bai Ying's upon first seeing Jiangnan. Had he not retained his familiar appearance, his parents might have doubted he was indeed their son. Ultimately, they could only attribute this transformation to an age-old saying, a girl matures at 18. Cough, cough. It's the boy who changes at 18. Their son had grown up. Subsequently, Jiangnan, along with his parents and Bai Ying, enjoyed a warm family meal. Afterwards, Bai Ying implored Jiangnan to explain some problems. Naturally, Jiangnan was averse to this notion. He longed to indulge in a few rounds of gaming. Having abstained for several days and was eagerly anticipating the latest chapters of a serialized novel by the author Song Qiongyin, which had amassed quite a collection of updates. At the very least, wouldn't it be delightful to catch up on some sleep? However, this naive girl remained oblivious. Here was a young lady who came to his home to study, hoping to guide him, and still, he was disinclined. How could he possibly be worthy of her affection? Jiangnan's parents were well aware of Bai Ying's exceptional academic prowess, instinctively believing she was mentoring Jiangnan. Their delight was palpable, and they would certainly not hesitate to chide him should he refuse. In the end, under the pressure of their insistence, Jiangnan had no choice but to acquiesce. He set aside his games, neglected his novels, and refrained from indulging in a nap, dedicating the entire day to tutoring Bai Ying. Thus, the weekend swiftly passed. On Monday, the routine of school resumed. Once again, Bai Yingying arrived at Jiangnan's home early, urging him to accompany her to school. Jiangnan thought little of this, and his parents were quite pleased. However, as they disembarked the bus and entered the campus, they immediately attracted a flurry of attention. Every student present turned their gaze towards Bai Yingying before shifting to Jiangnan's face. Look, is that the school beauty, Bai Yingying? She has come to school with a boy. Could he possibly be her boyfriend? This is quite brazen. The school strictly prohibits romantic relationships. Is she not afraid of the teachers? Wait a moment. Who is this young man? My goodness, he is incredibly handsome. How could someone so striking exist in our school? Which class does he belong to? I seem to have never encountered him before. He is simply too attractive, a veritable heartthrob. Could it be that he is Yi Zhiqiu, the basketball prodigy from Class 5 of the senior year, renowned as the school as heartthrob? Nonsense, he cannot possibly be Yi Zhiqiu. Indeed, I have seen Yi Zhiqiu. While he is certainly handsome, he pales in comparison to this individual. Does that imply that this young man is the true heartthrob of our school, and he is even with the school beauty? Chapter 33. Has the southern deity gained handsomeness while Wang Fatty has become bald? Goodness, how I've been tricked. Observing the hushed whispers and furtive glances of those around him, Jiangnan felt a surge of frustration. He was already strikingly handsome, and the presence of the captivating Bai Yingying beside him only amplified the attention he garnered. It was inevitable that he would soon become the focal point of the entire school. For others, this would be a coveted situation, yet for the modest Jiangnan, it felt akin to being thrust onto a blazing pyre. How unfortunate! Meanwhile, Bai Yingying wore a satisfied smile. Initially, when other girls caught sight of Jiangnan, they seemed enchanted, as if struck by Cupid's arrow, their hearts racing. Many even contemplated approaching him. However, once Bai Yingying had boldly asserted her claim beside Jiangnan, all those hopeful girls recoiled, feeling unworthy. Alas, the school heartthrob is indeed a heartthrob, and the male deity remains unattainable, already claimed by the illustrious Bai Yingying. Sobbing quietly in a corner, they mourned their lost chance. Jiangnan, overwhelmed by the situation, quickened his pace, escorting Bai Yingying directly to Class 4. Yet upon entering the classroom, a sudden hush fell over the previously animated space. Every student, without exception, ceased their activities and turned their gaze toward Jiangnan. Lost in reverie. How handsome! This was the unspoken thought of the girls. Truly handsome. The boys had to concede as well. Who is the man beside Bai Yingying? He is extraordinarily handsome, surpassing all expectations, seemingly destined for the heavens. Could he possibly be Bai Yingying's boyfriend? The school beauty has found herself a partner? Oh no, he is the only goddess in my heart. To think she has been taken away. Yet, despite this man's extraordinary good looks, one could not harbor resentment toward him, even having stolen the goddess away. It was a humbling experience. The flames of gossip ignited fervently among the crowd, as many speculated that Jiangnan was indeed Bai Yingying's boyfriend, filled with admiration but devoid of jealousy or hatred. It is true, handsomeness seems to grant one unfettered access. What is this? Do none of you recognize me? Or is there something on my face? I am Jiangnan, merely sporting a new hairstyle, the same person as always. Everyone disperse. As Jiangnan walked through the throng, he had endured an abundance of discussions and was thoroughly weary of them. Not wishing to be the subject of further gossip among his classmates, he quickly touched his nose, introduced himself, and made his way to his seat. However, his self-introduction was akin to a spark igniting hot oil, instantly causing an uproar within the classroom. What? He is Jiangnan? Impossible. How could Jiangnan be this handsome? No, Jiangnan is also quite handsome. Otherwise, he could not hold the title of class heartthrob in the southern deity. Yet this individual is even more striking. I dare say that even the most charming student, Yi Zhiqiu, would pale in comparison when placed beside him. If he truly embodies the essence of Jiangnan, it would be nothing short of extraordinary. Can a mere haircut really enhance one's handsomeness to such a degree? Perhaps we could also trim our bangs and adopt a hairstyle akin to Jiangnan's buzz cut. Who knows? We might just transform into a male deity. You are indulging in fanciful thoughts. Switching to a buzz cut would merely expose all your facial flaws, rendering you less appealing. Indeed, Your face is rather large. Jiangnan possesses an exceptional foundation. There is simply no comparison. From this day forth, I shall no longer refer to him as Jiangnan, but rather as the southern deity, a true male idol. The throngs of classmates enthusiastically showered Jiangnan with praise. Li Qianqian and Tang Tiantian, among others, were utterly mesmerized by him, while boys like Su Yu and Zhang Hao found themselves in awe of him. Even Qin Yuma, the class president renowned for her dedication to studies, who usually remained oblivious to the world beyond her textbooks, could not help but steal glances at Jiangnan, lost in a reverie for quite some time. In the midst of this, Bai Yingying felt an overwhelming sense of joy. She had long aspired to surpass Qin Yuma, yet had always been overshadowed by her. However, at this moment, she finally felt a sense of victory. After all, her association with Jiangnan meant that his glory was tantamount to her own, was it not? Meanwhile, Jiangnan returned to his seat, choosing to disregard the crowd and focusing instead on the chubby Wang, who wore a wide-brimmed hat and bore an expression of despair. What is it? Have you truly forgotten me? Or perhaps, did your attempt to gain acceptance from Wang Haoren fail, preventing your transition into a sports student? This seems implausible, Jiangnan mused. Given Wang's potential, combined with the boost from the mighty chocolate, he should certainly have been able to run under 3 minutes. Once he achieved that time, Wang Haoren would undoubtedly accept him. Knowing Wang's boisterous personality, he should have been eager to share the good news. Yet now, what has caused Wang to appear so despondent? Could it be that the mighty chocolate has faltered? Or perhaps Wang simply did not consume it? No, Wang Haoren accepted me. Wang raised his head and spoke to Jiangnan. The other day when I sought out Wang Haoren for a test, he reluctantly agreed. However, even with all my effort, I only managed to run 3 minutes and 10 seconds, which was below the standard. Upon hearing this, Wang Haoren's disappointment was palpable. I nearly gave up as well. But then I recalled your words, southern deity. Nothing is unattainable. It merely depends on whether one desires to pursue it. I shamelessly begged Wang Haoren for a second chance. Can you guess how long I ran the 1,000 meters? How long? Jiangnan inquired, intrigued. 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Wang declared, astonishing Wang Haoren, who initially thought there had been a timing error. He then had me run a third time, which resulted in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Consequently, he immediately accepted me. As he spoke, Wang's grin revealed his evident pride. That is splendid. Jiangnan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, it is splendid. Wang Pengzi nodded vigorously, expressing gratitude towards Nanshan. If I am not mistaken, the impressive performance I exhibited later was thanks to the piece of chocolate you provided me before the race, which sparked my sudden epiphany. We are brothers. There is no need for formalities. Jiangnan shook his head, feeling relieved. He had feared an unexpected turn of events. However, it appeared that everything was proceeding smoothly, and the effects of the chocolate were indeed remarkable. From a time of 3 minutes and 15 seconds, I had improved to 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Such an enhancement is undeniably extraordinary. Truly, it is a product of the system. Yet, he failed to notice that Wang Pengzi's expression suddenly soured. Nan Shun, while we are indeed brothers, gratitude must still be expressed. Without the chocolate you provided, I would not have transitioned into an athletic student. Without that transition, I would not have gained admission to university, and without a university degree, my future would be confined to laboring on construction sites. He continued, however, you neglected to mention that this chocolate had side effects. Do you have any idea that I nearly fainted from hunger on the athletic field? I barely managed to reach the cafeteria, and even then, I devoured 10 bowls of rice before feeling somewhat satiated, thus solidifying my reputation as an insatiable eater. Wang Pengzi's face was a portrait of helplessness. After all, the spectacle of his voracious eating had astounded everyone in the cafeteria and terrified the surrounding young women. With such an appetite, how could he ever hope to find a partner? There are both advantages and disadvantages, as long as the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. There's no harm in eating a little more when hungry. Jiangnan scratched his head, feeling somewhat humble. Is it truly no big deal? Indeed, there is no significant harm in eating more when hungry. After all, I have long been known as the glutton. But what about the hair loss? Suddenly, Wang Pengzi removed his wide-brimmed hat, his eyes brimming with tears as he lamented, just when I managed to fill my stomach. I barely had a moment to breathe before realizing that all my hair had fallen out. What is this? Am I becoming like Saitama? Is being bald synonymous with becoming stronger? Chapter 34. The night before the monthly exam, Wang Fatty was in a state of distress. Can you imagine how he endured the past few days? The aftermath of the physical fitness test was merely a minor inconvenience. His hair falling out in a matter of moments felt like an utter catastrophe. The scene was so terrifying that it sent him into a panic, nearly causing him to lose control of his bowels. He genuinely feared he had contracted a terminal illness, trembling in dread. And let it be known, he was only 18 years old. His promising life had only just commenced. Just moments prior, he had been reveling in the joy of becoming a sports student, envisioning a bright future ahead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, despair enveloped him. Such a blow was undeniably immense. He could hardly recall how he made it home. Upon returning, he dared not confide in anyone about his plight, instead lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, waiting for the end. Ultimately, it was his father who discovered the truth. Upon witnessing his son's hairless state, he panicked and hurried him to the hospital for emergency care, subjecting him to a myriad of tests and examinations. What followed was a period of agonizing anticipation, waiting for the hospital to deliver results. Although this process did not extend beyond 2 days, those 2 days were undoubtedly the most excruciating of Wang Fatty's life, each second feeling like an eternity. He had braced himself for the worst, even going so far as to pen his last wishes. In what he presumed to be the final chapter of his life, he resolved to indulge in reckless abandon and savor every moment. As for attending class today, that was utterly out of the question. He would rather die than return. His parents were in full agreement. Whatever made Wang Fatty happy, they would wholeheartedly support, no matter what he wished to pursue next. However, this morning, when the hospital's test results were revealed, everything took a dramatic turn. The report indicated that Wang Fatty was in exceptional health, so robust that one could liken him to a young bull. Not only was there no sign of cancer, but he also exhibited no ailments whatsoever. In disbelief, Wang Fatty stared blankly, as did his parents. The three of them sought repeated confirmation from the doctor, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Wang Fatty was indeed healthy. The doctor even advised them against unnecessary worry and not to squander hospital resources, subtly hinting at his displeasure. Upon hearing this, Wang Fatty was filled with confusion. How could he be perfectly healthy when his hair had fallen out so abnormally? Before he could wrap his mind around it, he was met with a barrage of reprimands from his parents. They truly laid into him. Not only did they break several feather dusters over his back, but they also retrieved a rolling pin as thick as his wrist. Their conviction was unwavering. They believed Wang Fatty was merely playing a prank, deliberately shaving his head to avoid school. After all, his academic performance was abysmal, and he had previously lamented that he would rather work on a construction site than attend classes. Based on their understanding of Wang Pengzi, it was highly likely that their son could engage in such reckless behavior. Naturally, they showed no mercy when the situation escalated, resorting to violence to expel him from home to school. Alas, what a tragic scene it was. It could easily make the headlines of tomorrow's Jiangxing News. However, this brutal beating was not entirely devoid of benefits for Wang Pengzi. At least it roused him from his stupor. He finally came to believe that he did not have cancer, and the loss of his hair must be attributed to another cause. This cause, he surmised, was most likely linked to the piece of chocolate that Jiangnan had given him, which also contributed to his hunger. After all, Jiangnan had previously told him that consuming the chocolate would enable him to run within 3 minutes. At the time, he paid little heed to those words. Yet, upon reflection, that chocolate indeed possessed astonishing effects. It was not merely a source of energy, but also enhanced his physique and awakened his latent talents. However, the chocolate was a double-edged sword. While it bolstered his strength, it also led to his baldness. How unfortunate for his once luscious black hair. His head was already large, and his face broad. In the past, he could rely on his hair to provide some concealment, making him appear less unattractive. Now, bereft of hair, Wang Pengzi had transformed into a caricature with an oversized head. Alas, he dared not face anyone without a hat, especially when he saw Jiangnan, radiant and handsome. walk into the classroom while he himself had a gleaming, cold scalp. The stark contrast was undeniably heart-wrenching, enough to bring tears to his eyes. Upon learning of Wang Pengzi's predicament, Jiangnan felt a sense of disbelief. Fortunately, he wisely refrained from consuming the power-enhancing chocolate. This system was truly a trap. After all the effort to win a prize, the reward came with adverse side effects, leaving one hungry and even bald. How unfortunate! Thankfully, Wang Pengzi took the blame. One could only wonder if his hair would ever grow back. Brother, we need not dwell on such trivialities. The crux of the matter is that you have transitioned into a sports student, right? As for the hair, if it's gone, it's gone. Summer is approaching, and the coolness will be welcome. Jiangnan consoled Wang Pengzi for a while, and the matter was soon put to rest. Their relationship allowed for such moments of understanding. Although Wang Pengzi felt downcast, he bore no ill will towards Jiangnan. He was not one to repay kindness with malice. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang. The first period was Chinese class, and the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, entered the classroom briskly, holding the textbook. Students, tomorrow we will have our first monthly exam of the semester. Although it is just a monthly exam, it is of great importance. This test will adhere to the standards of the college entrance examination, and the results will reveal your current level of understanding, indicating which knowledge has been grasped and which remains elusive. I hope everyone will study diligently and achieve commendable results, not only to prove yourselves, but also to bring honor to our class. As soon as class commenced, Hu Yifei wasted no time in announcing the upcoming monthly exam. It is worth noting that Hu Yifei had become the youngest female homeroom teacher at Sanzhong, a testament to her capabilities. A simple yet profound statement highlighted the significance of the monthly examination, simultaneously serving as a powerful source of motivation for all present. In an instant, every individual, without exception, straightened their posture, attentively focusing on the lecture. Even those in the back, such as the infamous Wang, ceased their fidgeting and endeavored to absorb the material. After all, the eve of the monthly examination is undeniably nerve-wracking. However, one individual stood apart, Jiangnan. As soon as Hu Yifei's words fell silent, Jiangnan unapologetically laid his head on the desk and succumbed to a deep slumber. This behavior sent tremors through Hu Yifei's composure. Given her usual temperament, had any other student dared to sleep during her class, she would have unleashed a flurry of formidable techniques, ensuring they understood the origins of her notorious nicknames. Yet, when it came to Jiangnan, she remarkably restrained herself, choosing to turn a blind eye. Sleep on, young man, she thought. As long as you can secure the top spot in the school tomorrow, I shall overlook your slumber. However, should you fail to achieve that rank, I will ensure you come to understand my formidable prowess. Chapter 35, A Group of Adolescents. The Infectious Nature of Absurdity. Ding-ling-ling. Soon, the Chinese class came to an end. During the break, one would typically expect a cacophony of playful banter among classmates. Yet today, an unusual harmony prevailed, as everyone remained glued to their seats, engrossed in their textbooks, diligently completing exercises, and laboring industriously, devoid of laughter or mischief. Even trips to the restroom were executed in a brisk manner, with hurried returns, as if fearing the wastage of precious time. Remarkably, even Wang, the chubby boy who would typically succumb to dizziness at the sight of a book, stared wide-eyed at the pages, confronting the text with the hope of grasping as much as possible to face the impending examination the following day. This was indeed a commendable phenomenon. Perhaps it was a successful transition to a sports student that invigorated him, a truly admirable commitment. However, as the reigning champion of dozing off in class and the undisputed king of dining in the cafeteria, Jiangnan continued to slumber through the lessons. Sleep, and more sleep. He appeared to possess an unwavering determination to not awaken until the final bell rang. The reason? He was simply too fatigued. Yesterday, he had finally relished the weekend, only to be relentlessly drained by that little minx, by Ying throughout the day. He felt a deep sense of injustice. Yet, with his parents vigilantly supervising just outside the door, he found no respite. TSK. Even a bull would be left utterly exhausted under such circumstances. Thus, he resolved to reclaim his lost energy today, even foregoing gaming and the allure of novels. And so, The second class commenced. It was mathematics. Just like in the previous Chinese class, while everyone else attentively absorbed the lessons, Jiang Nan was lost in a dreamlike state. This was followed by the third class in physics, the fourth in biology, and in the afternoon, foreign language and chemistry. Throughout nearly all the classes, Jiang Nan drifted into slumber. TSK, TSK. The title of sleep god was truly well-deserved. Aside from a brief lunch and the occasional restroom break, Jiang Nan engaged in little else that entire day. In response, his classmates gazed upon him with envy. What was this? While we strive and toil, you simply sleep. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The real issue lay in the fact that even with such a languid approach, his performance in mathematics and physics remained commendable, drawing the special attention of the teachers, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei. Were any other student to dare nap during mathematics or physics, they would have long been brought to tears by the stern reprimands of the two teachers. Yet, Jiangnan managed to slumber in various creative positions, and neither teacher uttered a word of reproach. It was utterly unfair. Why had heaven not sent down a bolt of lightning to smite him? Moreover, while the tyrannical homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, the foreign language instructor, Shirley Yang, the chemistry teacher, the merciless Huang, and the biology teacher, who usually displayed no compassion. While it was understandable that Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei overlooked Jiang Nan's behavior, given his prowess in their subjects, what about the other classes? In Chinese, foreign language, chemistry, and biology, Jiang Nan appeared rather average, did he not? Yet, you choose to ignore it? Have you given up on him entirely? Or is it a feigned favoritism? Is it merely because Jiang Nan now possesses an extraordinary charm that you hesitate to disturb his slumber? Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act with such impunity? Especially concerning Shirley Yang. Teacher, you deliver your lecture while occasionally casting furtive glances at Jiang Nan, as if mesmerized by a celestial being. What on earth is that? Even the chalk in your hand fell without you noticing. This is truly heart-wrenching. The class collectively felt a loss of 1,000,000 points of vitality. Aside from Bai Yingying and Wang Pongzi, the other students in the class were overwhelmed with mixed emotions, their thoughts swirling chaotically. Ding-ling-ling. At last, the day's lessons concluded. It was time for a meal. Jiangnan also yawned, slowly awakening. He noticed Bai Yingying to his left was still diligently studying, while Wang Pongzi to his right was gnawing on a pencil. Jiangnan sighed, preparing to invite the two to dine. However, just then, Zhang Hao from the front row unexpectedly approached. Jiangnan, I admit that I lack your talent in physics. Even when you sleep, you're impressive. But I haven't relaxed for a moment these past few days, and I believe I will surpass you in tomorrow's exam. At least in physics, I will outdo you. I will make sure the whole class knows I am the representative for physics, the strongest in this subject. Zhang Hao's face flushed as he made this declaration publicly. Then he swiftly departed. Jiangnan thought, you are indeed the physics representative. I never intended to usurp your position. Why the hostility? It seems you consistently outperform me in every physics exam. Truly bizarre. Jiangnan felt utterly perplexed. Yet, before he could collect his thoughts, another individual clenched his fist and rushed to Jiangnan. Jiangnan, I also concede that I lack your aptitude in mathematics. After all, I've never seen you study, yet you scored first. But like Zhang Hao, I have not wasted a single moment these past 2 days and in tomorrow's exam. I will certainly surpass you. I will prove to everyone that I am the mathematics representative, the strongest in this field. The speaker was Su Yu, the mathematics representative, who had previously questioned Jiangnan's integrity. As the saying goes, foolishness can be contagious, and this proved true, while Zhang Hao acted like a typical adolescent. Su Yu followed suit. Furthermore, the ordeal was far from over. Just as Su Yu departed, Tang Tiantian waved her delicate fist at Jiangnan, stating, in tomorrow's exam, I will surpass you as well, for I am the foreign language representative, and I am no less capable than anyone else. Following her were the representatives for Chinese, chemistry, and biology, each echoing similar sentiments to Jiangnan. Jiangnan thought, what? I am utterly speechless. He found it hard to comprehend. Zhang Hao and Su Yu's bravado was somewhat understandable, given he had overshadowed them in physics and mathematics, leaving them feeling resentful. But what was Tang Tiantian thinking? Has she ever exhibited any talent in foreign languages? It seems not. let alone in Chinese, chemistry, or biology, where he had always appeared quite ordinary. Perhaps he was in such a daze that he forgot something. Or maybe he truly has forgotten. After all, once the representatives of each subject departed, even the class monitor, Qin Yuma, rose from his seat and approached Jiangnan. Class monitor, could it be that you too? Jiangnan began. Jiangnan, I hope that you will not hold back during tomorrow's examination, but rather dedicate yourself fully to showcase your true capabilities. Qin Yuma stated earnestly, gazing intently at Jiangnan. I am not holding back. Jiangnan retorted. No, you are undoubtedly concealing your abilities. A person so adept in mathematics and physics cannot possibly perform poorly in other subjects, Qin Yuma insisted. You must promise me this, for I wish to triumph over you openly, without needing your assistance, Jiangnan declared. Chapter 36. The first language examination. Is this a mistake? Let your sister. When have I ever yielded to you? I truly cannot fathom what these people are thinking. Each one, as if fueled by some explosive, strives to surpass me. It is utterly ridiculous. Have they nothing better to do, with such time on their hands? Wouldn't it be more delightful to head to the cafeteria for a meal? Jiangnan, caught in an awkward smile, said nothing further and dragged by Ying and Wang Pengzi off to the cafeteria. In the vast expanse of the world, nothing surpasses the importance of a good meal. Whatever their thoughts may be, it matters not to me. However, this indifferent display only served to intensify the simmering resentment among the surrounding classmates. TSK. Jiangnan could not possibly comprehend the root of their animosity towards him. The class representatives from various subjects, including the class leader Qin Yuma, were all determined to outshine him purely because his habitual slumber during lessons was infuriating. Meanwhile, the teachers turned a blind eye, showing him undue favoritism, which left the others feeling utterly imbalanced. This is the mindset of the top students. Clearly, we're the most outstanding in our respective subjects and the ones most valued by the teachers. Why should we allow you to steal our spotlight? We are the ones who toil relentlessly, not daring to waste a single minute. How can we permit a mere slumbering king to eclipse us? Unwilling and unyielding, they were determined to settle the score. Only the carefree Wang Pengzi remained unaffected, as he could not grasp the thoughts of the top students. As for Bai Yingying, she turned to Jiangnan, exasperated, saying, these people are going too far, even daring to challenge you, and even Qin Yuma. Jiangnan, you must rally your strength. The exam is tomorrow. You cannot let them off lightly. You must quell their arrogance and suppress their pride. Jiangnan remained silent, disregarding Bai Yingying's remarks. Suppressing their arrogance and quelling their pride? It sounds simple enough, yet the execution is rather straightforward, but it is beyond Jiangnan's control. If the system's score control still adheres to the passing mark, he cannot possibly aim for a perfect score merely for pride's sake. Engaging in such a thankless endeavor, seeking the limelight yet gaining no system points, is something he would resolutely avoid. The following day, Tuesday, as the early self-study session commenced, the homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, arrived to distribute the examination permits. Although it was merely a monthly examination, Hu Yifei had previously indicated that it would follow the format of the college entrance examination, causing the 20 classes of the senior year to be mixed and the students' seating to be randomly assigned by computer. This clearly demonstrated the school's significant emphasis on this examination. Following a flurry of preparations, the students proceeded to locate their respective examination rooms. It is worth mentioning that prior to the examination's commencement, Hu Yifei specifically summoned Jiangnan to the corridor, repeatedly urging him to give his utmost effort, warning him that should he attempt to manipulate his scores again, he would face dire consequences in the future. In response, Jiangnan offered a perfunctory acknowledgement. As always, he was unwilling to engage in a thankless endeavor. Even if you threaten me, cough cough, that poses a bit of a dilemma. One cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. What a headache. Oh well, I shall take it one step at a time. Wait until the system's scoring tasks are released before discussing further. However, this scene, observed by classmates like Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian, left their expressions quite grim. It was one thing for the math and physics teachers to place significant emphasis on him, but now even the homeroom teacher was treating him with special consideration. Truly, How much can one endure? In this examination, if we do not surpass you, we are not worthy. The examination commenced, akin to the college entrance examination, with the first subject being Chinese. The duration was 2.5 hours, with a maximum score of 150 points. By sheer coincidence, Jiang Nan was assigned a seat in his own class, and the invigilating teacher turned out to be Hu Yifei. Instantly, Jiang Nan's expression soured. Goodness, this is disastrous. With Hu Yifei supervising, she would undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. How could he manage the scoring or grant leniency? Was he truly expected to undertake a task that would yield no rewards? Yet in the next moment he was astonished. At last, the system task had arrived. However, it was starkly different from a usual task of managing scores at the passing line. This time it was, ding, for this Chinese examination, please achieve a score of 150. Jiang Nan? What? 150 points? Could it be that the system has genuinely transformed? Since the physical assessment last week, he no longer needed to merely ensure a passing score, but was now required to attain full marks? This was indeed an unexpected delight. Although he was not one to seek the limelight, preferring a low-key life, since the system had set this demand, he had no choice but to strive for the challenging 150 points. It would conveniently prevent Hu Yifei from troubling him. While there were downsides, advantages also abounded. Soon, the examination papers were distributed. While other students were just finishing their names and candidate numbers and beginning to read the questions, Jiang Nan was already answering at lightning speed. From basic multiple-choice questions to the appreciation of ancient poetry, to the analysis of classical texts and reading comprehension, his pace was remarkable. He merely glanced at the questions to discern the answers, requiring no further contemplation. One could say, his eye, mind, and hand moved in perfect harmony. The pen in his hand seemed akin to a superpowered machine, tapping rhythmically without pause. Most surrounding students were oblivious, as they were seated at a distance. However, Hu Yifei paid particular attention to Jiang Nan, occasionally casting her gaze in his direction. Then, Hu Yifei was taken aback. How rapid! This was her first thought. Does he not need to look at the questions or ponder them? Or perhaps this examination is exceedingly simple. This was her second thought. Curious, Hu Yifei took a blank paper and, while supervising the exam, discreetly observed. She was eager to discover just how simple these questions were, allowing Jiang Nan to answer without a moment's thought. Indeed, it was not difficult. The earlier multiple-choice questions and poetry recitation, provided the student possessed a solid foundation, were hardly different from a mere gift of points. However, when it comes to the appreciation of poetry, this presents quite a challenge. In response to the illness of Xi Mei, composed in rhyme, by Lu Guimeng, although I have lost the opportunity to revel in the spring city, the curtains have been drawn, yet the verses remain unrefined. Inspired by the lush banks of Ing, I long to gather the exquisite herbs of the merchant cliff. The wild cranes are spaciously caged, allowing the weaver to thrive, while the mountain monk prepares a meal separate from the teachings of the kitchen. Yet, I rely on Shan Yu's renowned health to heal my weary eyes, unafraid of the river flowers that do not fully bloom on the branches. Question: what ailment afflicts the author's friend? Question: briefly summarize the emotions and thoughts expressed in this poem. Upon encountering these questions, Hu Yifei could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Lu Guimeng, generally speaking, in the realm of literary appreciation, poets such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, and Bai Juyi are frequently selected, as their works are the most familiar. Yet this time, the choice falls upon Lu Guimeng. This is hardly known to most students, but that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that this poem is somewhat obscure. The difficulty of this language examination has suddenly escalated, and I suspect many students will struggle. Even those who do manage to comprehend it may find attaining a perfect score quite challenging. Setting this aside, Hu Yifei continued to read on. Next came the analysis of classical Chinese prose. In the next moment, her expression froze, rendered speechless. What? Who devised this question? Are you certain this is meant for students? The beginning of the paper is quite straightforward. A slight increase in difficulty for poetry appreciation is understandable. But what is this classical prose? The original text reads as follows. Yu desires to fish and encounters me at the inn. He speaks to me. I wish to fish in the shallows of you. Shall I fish with you? I reply to you, I wish to sell jade. And you wishes for jade. I desire to meet you at the inn. I meet you at the inn, surpassing you's corner, wishing to sell jade to you. When it rains, the rain surpasses you's abode. I say to you, I wish to fish in the shallows of you. And when it rains at you's abode, shall I fish or sell jade? You and I shelter from the rain at the inn. I sell jade to you, as the rain intensifies. I, along with you, leisurely cross over you's abode, fishing in the shallows of you. Questions. What does desire mean? What does sell mean? What does surpass mean? What does leisurely mean? Lastly, please share your understanding of this text. Finally, please translate the entire text. With a puff of exasperation, after finishing the reading, Hu Yifei erupted in frustration, her eyelids twitching uncontrollably, leaving her utterly unsettled. Goodness, is there something amiss with the individuals who composed these questions? Or was this simply a case of erroneous questions? Chapter 37. A collapse of mental fortitude. Students abandoning exams? Hu Yifei, a Chinese teacher, prided herself on her proficiency, which was why she held the position of homeroom teacher. Yet, upon encountering the classical Chinese text by Yu, she found herself momentarily dazed. While she recognized each character, the combination of them was perplexing, leaving her feeling dizzy. Without a solid foundation in ancient literature or a translation dictionary, one could easily find themselves utterly lost. It was undeniably challenging, exceedingly so. The exam committee must have deliberately crafted these questions to perplex the students, perhaps to instill fear. Was this truly necessary? With the college entrance examination looming, if they crushed her students' confidence, she would ensure they faced the consequences. Hu Yifei seethed internally, barely restraining her temper. The moment the invigilation concluded, she was determined to confront the creators of the exam questions and engage in a thorough discussion about their choices. Simultaneously, as Hu Yifei lamented the difficulty of the questions, numerous students in the classroom were frantically tugging at their hair. In fact, it was not just this classroom. The entire school was engulfed in similar turmoil. At the onset of the Chinese exam, many students initially felt a rush of relief. Thinking, these questions are far too easy, they swiftly scribbled their answers, completing the basic multiple-choice questions with remarkable speed, securing their 12 points. Next came the poetry recitation. While it posed some difficulty, most found it manageable, if not perfect. However, when faced with poetry appreciation, many were left bewildered. This poem was unfamiliar. They had not even heard of the author. Naturally, this was to be expected, with a plethora of ancient poems and countless authors. It was unreasonable to assume that everyone would know them all. Yet, when posed with questions about the author's friend suffering from an illness, they were left utterly stumped. After scrutinizing the poem for ages, they could not decipher its meaning, let alone answer the questions. Forget it, they thought, I'll skip it. After all, it was only worth 7 or 8 points. Although it would widen the gap between them and the top students, it was still within an acceptable range. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, they encountered the subsequent classical text. In that instant, countless students were left speechless. Was this truly the classical text intended for us? They had never seen anything like it. A jumble of homophonic characters left them utterly perplexed. What on earth did Yu mean? As for discussing their understanding of the text, they couldn't even comprehend it, let alone provide an interpretation. As for translation, it was utterly futile. Many students, nay, 99.9% of them, found themselves ensnared by this classical text. The air was filled with the sounds of exasperated sighs, teeth grinding, and pens being chewed, echoing from classroom to classroom. Good heavens! What were they to do? May the heavens strike down the creator of this examination. Is this truly meant for human beings? The previous poetry appreciation task was forgivable, as it carried a lesser weight in terms of scoring, but this classical Chinese section accounts for a substantial 18 points. Such a significant portion. After all, the basic multiple-choice questions amount to merely 12 points. If one were to add the previous poetry analysis, it would result in the loss of approximately 25 or 26 points in an instant. How devastating! It is imperative to recognize that we have only reached the third section, with several more parts to follow, including the essay. However, The difficulty escalated dramatically beginning from the second section, and by the time we reached the classical Chinese portion, it felt akin to scaling a great mountain. What, then, awaits us in the subsequent sections? Many students find themselves paralyzed by the poetry, appreciation, and classical Chinese segments. While time slips away, second by second, 2.5 hours have vanished in a heartbeat. Suddenly, a wave of despair cascaded through the room. To hell with this exam. I refused to continue. It was unclear who first succumbed to the pressure, but one student boldly declared their resignation, crumpling their test paper into a ball and throwing it to the ground, stamping on it with fervor before storming out. This student is still in the examination. Please return to your seat. You cannot submit your paper or leave the examination room until the last 15 minutes, or you will receive a score 0. Hu Yifei hastily interjected with concern. Yet, the student paid no heed, retorting, 0 points it is. I've discarded my paper, so what is the point? Indeed, this individual was audacious, abandoning the exam and destroying their test paper in the process. That stomp was particularly striking, as if to unleash the tempest of their inner turmoil. As this incident unfolded, many others were inspired to follow suit. Instantly, the examination room erupted into chaos. This was disastrous. Hu Yifei furrowed her brow in distress. It is essential to remember that these are all seniors, merely 100 days away from the college entrance examination. Yet here they were, crumbling under the pressure, which could undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Initially, she had intended to wait until the invigilation concluded before confronting the academic committee, but now her patience was wearing thin. She yearned to march right up to the question setter and confront them directly. Look at the questions you've devised. Have you taken pleasure in pushing the students to their breaking point? At that very moment, the head of the Chinese language academic committee appeared in the corridor of class 4, beckoning to Hu Yifei through the window. In an instant, she hurriedly made her way outside. Chapter 38. What is this essay? Team leader. This exam paper is exceedingly difficult. I feel pressured, and what about the students? As they walked down the corridor, before the language group leader could speak, Hu Yifei voiced her complaints, her tone laden with resentment. Indeed, it is challenging. Many teachers have expressed their concerns to me, which is why I have come to inform you. Please remind the students to set aside the questions they find difficult and focus on completing the remaining ones. Additionally, emphasize to everyone that if they struggle with something, others likely do as well. Therefore, they should remain calm and composed. Remain composed? That is no simple task. After all, if it were merely one difficult question, that would be one thing, but from poetry appreciation to classical Chinese literature, everything is exceedingly challenging. Tell me, who devised these questions? If they were not erroneous, they must have intentionally aimed to undermine the student's confidence. Such a person, their intentions are reprehensible. Hu Yifei harbored significant dissatisfaction towards the question setter. Mistakes should not occur. After all, these questions were not created by our school, but were sourced from the city. Although it is ostensibly just a monthly examination, in reality, it serves as a citywide unified test. Not only us, but also schools such as number 1 and number 2 middle schools, Chuying and Lanpu, are simultaneously taking this paper. I have urgently contacted the question-setting team in the city, but they have yet to respond. For now, please reassure the students to continue with the exam. Upon finishing, the language group leader departed, as he needed to inform each examination room and could not afford to linger here for too long. Hearing this, Hu Yifei's indignation did not lessen. Yet, there was little she could do. Her only option now was to soothe the students. Classmates, let's not be anxious or flustered. We must remain composed. After all, the essence of an examination lies in our mindset, does it not? Remember that if you struggle with certain questions, it does not mean that others will necessarily excel. Simply skip those and focus on completing the rest. We cannot afford to be delayed by poetry appreciation and classical Chinese literature. We must not act like that one student who, due to a couple of challenging questions, decided to abandon the exam altogether. That is irresponsible towards the examination. It is also a disservice to yourselves. Upon entering the classroom, Hu Yifei endeavored to calm everyone as gently as possible. However, how absurd. Teacher, you truly speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. What do you mean by saying that if I cannot do it, others cannot either? The student beside me has not paused his pen since the exam began. Moreover, I can see clearly with my pirated Sharingan that he has completed both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese literature sections. His writing is extensive. If he is not scribbling randomly, then he is genuinely impressive. For him, these questions are merely so easy. It is truly disheartening. The disparity is stark. As soon as Hu Yifei's words fell, the chubby student sitting next to Jiangnan could not restrain his frustration and voiced his discontent. Yet, the more he vented, the more agitated he became. It was profoundly unbalanced, especially when what one cannot accomplish appears so effortlessly achieved by others. It truly pierces the heart. Coupled with Hu Yifei's dismissive remarks, a loud thud echoed through the room as the portly figure slammed his palm onto the table. Forget it. I shall not take the exam. A score of 0 it shall be. He emulated the previous fierce individual, crumpling his paper into a ball and tossing it to the floor, disregarding Hu Yifei's scowl as he strode away. Hu Yifei exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this? I have barely finished my statement, and you dare to slap me in the face? Do I not deserve some dignity?" Her temper flared, threatening to erupt. However, in the next moment, she managed to suppress her anger, for she suddenly noticed that the student beside her had been writing continuously, completing both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. And that student was none other than Jiangnan from her class. Could Jiangnan truly be that remarkable? It was one thing to tackle poetry appreciation, but to master the classical Chinese, a subject she herself struggled to comprehend. Though she had held high hopes for Jiangnan prior to the examination, it was more of a motivation than a firm belief in his capabilities. Claiming absolute faith that he would secure the top score in the school was simply unrealistic. After all, Jiangnan did have a penchant for score manipulation, yet she had never witnessed his true prowess. Meanwhile, the other students continued with their examination, urged not to be swayed by the earlier incident. While 2 had relinquished their efforts, the rest were encouraged to persevere, for only through persistence could victory be attained. Hu Yifei attempted to console her students, but regardless of her reassurances, the morale had shattered. Particularly with some leading the way out, several others followed suit, submitting their papers in indignation. Clearly, they had all opted for a score of 0. "I would rather receive a 0 than endure this nonsense," they seemed to declare. Hu Yifei glanced at the papers of those who had left and noted that most were blank. Even the early questions, which were meant to be straightforward, had been answered nonsensically. It was evident they were the lowest of the low academically. Let them go. She had done her utmost to persuade them. It was unreasonable to force them to stay. What concerned her more was whether Jiangnan had genuinely completed the classical Chinese section. Although Jiangnan possessed the ability to manipulate scores, he undoubtedly had talent. Yet, surely the classical Chinese would prove too challenging for him? With a hint of curiosity, Hu Yifei circled the examination room under the guise of monitoring, approaching Jiangnan from behind to glance at his paper. Her intention was to ascertain whether he had managed to tackle the classical Chinese. However, when she caught sight of his work, she was momentarily taken aback. What is he doing? Isn't this classical Chinese? Why is he writing an essay? And so densely packed, as if he is nearing completion? Half of the examination time had elapsed, and he was almost done with his essay. Could it be that he had neglected the classical Chinese altogether? Wait a moment. This does not seem right. Previously, that chubby boy mentioned having observed you deftly completing both poetry appreciation and classical Chinese. How could this possibly be accomplished in such a brief span? Even if one were to hastily scribble, it seems implausible to finish the essay while simultaneously engaging in poetry and classical Chinese studies. After all, these are words. Doesn't writing over 1,000 characters require considerable time? Hu Yifei was utterly perplexed. While her classmates had only just skimmed through classical Chinese, they had yet to embark on the analysis of modern literature. Yet, Jiangnan was nearing the completion of his essay at an astonishing velocity, truly extraordinary. She was genuinely curious to glimpse Jiangnan's examination paper, to ascertain how he fared in classical Chinese. But alas, the essay and classical Chinese were not on the same page, rendering it impossible to check at that moment. Wait, what is this essay about? Suddenly, Hu Yifei discovered something that left her wide-eyed with disbelief. What kind of essay is this? Classical Chinese? Jiangnan actually composed his essay in classical Chinese? How could this be? Chapter 39. A scheme in mind, it is worth mentioning that this recent language examination was indeed challenging. The initial multiple-choice questions and poetry recitation were relatively standard, manageable for most candidates. However, once we transitioned to poetry appreciation, the difficulty escalated exponentially. The classical Chinese texts were nearly insurmountable, with scarcely anyone able to tackle them. As for the subsequent modern literary analysis, Hu Yifei briefly skimmed through it. It seemed somewhat more approachable, yet still far from easy, presenting a challenge akin to that of poetry appreciation. And then came the essay portion. This prompt carries a certain intrigue. No, rather, it poses considerable difficulty. The essay topic is as follows. A young man traverses the long journey of life, arriving at a ferry terminal with 7 burdens: health, beauty, integrity, wit, talent, wealth, and honor. As the boat sets sail upon calm waters, time passes unmarked until a tempest arises, tossing the small vessel and presenting perilous challenges. The ferryman advises, the small craft is heavily laden, and the passenger must relinquish one burden to safely navigate the hardships ahead. The young man, reluctant to part with any, ultimately reflects and discards his integrity into the water. In this fable, the abandonment of integrity prompts profound contemplation. Please compose an essay on the theme of integrity, drawing from your experiences, feelings, beliefs, or perhaps crafting a story or fable. At first glance, this prompt does not appear daunting. Yet, such a perception is merely superficial. In truth, it is laden with profound significance, rendering it quite complex. This essay is indeed formidable. While one may accept a low score, if the work lacks originality and falls into monotony, the grades will hardly soar. This was Hu Yifei's instinctual thought. At that moment, she felt a deep resonance. Just moments ago, she had advised her students to tackle the latter questions first. Now, reflecting on it, she realized she had unwittingly made a fool of herself. Had she known the essay prompt in advance, she would never have uttered such words. Goodness, what is this? Are you certain this is an appropriate essay prompt for high school students? If even Hu Yifei finds it challenging, it undoubtedly presents a stark disadvantage for the students. This was indeed the case. Those few who had left moments earlier, upon encountering this essay prompt, were left bewildered, their thoughts instinctively questioning. What is this? How does one even begin? Poetry appreciation is difficult, classical Chinese is difficult, and now this essay, which constitutes a significant portion of the exam, is equally challenging? With a thud, they fell to their knees. This examination was certainly overwhelming. Rather than squander time on this, it would be better to abandon it altogether. A score of 0 is still a score of 0. No more effort shall be expended. Many held such sentiments, leading to a multitude of frustrated departures. However, Jiangnan found the task flowed effortlessly, completing it in less than half an hour. He traversed 5 obstacles and vanquished 6 generals, successfully conquering all the preceding questions, including poetry appreciation and classical Chinese literature. Then, he arrived at the essay section. Upon glancing at the essay prompt, Jiangnan's lips curled into a subtle smile, amused. Was the essay topic truly this simple? It seemed devoid of difficulty, not even worthy of a modest sip from a jug. This was Jiangnan's instinctive thought. The essay was non-prescriptive, allowing for an abundance of associations. As long as it aligned with the topic, the avenues for expression were numerous. Scoring 30 or 40 out of 60 was straightforward. Yet to achieve 50, one's writing prowess would be put to the test. However, the current task set by the system was to attain a perfect score. This meant Jiangnan's essay must secure 60 points without fail. This was no small feat after all. Everyone knows that achieving full marks in mathematics and science is relatively easy, as long as the formulas, problem-solving processes, and answers are correct. However, securing full marks in language arts is a daunting challenge, particularly with essays, where perfect compositions are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The reason being, there exists no precise grading rubric. While the essay must possess originality and relevance to the theme, it must also be profoundly impactful, evoking astonishment and admiration from the examiner. compelling them to refrain from deducting even half a point. Nevertheless, for Jiangnan, while challenging, it was merely a matter of investing a bit more thought. After pondering for a few moments, Jiangnan's lips suddenly lifted in a grin, for an idea struck him. Was it not a piece of classical literature at the beginning of the exam? That topic was rather intriguing. What if I compose an essay in classical Chinese? Surely, I would secure full marks without a doubt. He chuckled to himself, and thus a composition that was truly awe-inspiring and soul-stirring emerged, leaving Hu Yifei momentarily dazed and her composure shattered. The main text follows. In the 26th year of Jinan, 221 AD, Guan Yu fell at Maicheng, defeated and captured, refusing to surrender, only to be harmed by Sun Quan. His steed, the red hare, was bestowed upon Ma Zhong by Sun Quan. One day, Ma Zhong submitted a report. The red hare had refused food for several days and would soon perish. Sun Quan was alarmed and urgently sought the renowned scholar Bo Shi from Jiangdong. This individual, a descendant of Bo Lu, was said to be proficient in the language of horses. Ma Zhong led Bo Shi back to the residence, where they found the red hare lying on the ground, lamenting with incessant cries. The onlookers were perplexed, yet Bo Shi understood. He dismissed the crowd and gently patted the horse's back, sighing, "In the past, Chow Chow composed though the tortoise lives long, stating, an old steed in the stable still aspires to gallop 1,000 miles. Even in the twilight of life, a hero's ambition remains unquenched. I am well aware of your gratitude towards General Guan and long to accompany him in the afterlife. Yet, on the day when Elbu met his demise at the White Gate Tower, I did not witness such devotion from you. Why then? Do you take your life so lightly today? Would this not betray your lofty aspirations?" Chapter 40. You cannot submit your paper for another half hour. This is the composition written by Jiangnan. It left Hu Yifei utterly astonished. Goodness, it is an examination, after all, a test of spontaneous creativity. Yet, you have the audacity to craft it in classical Chinese? Hu Yifei was rendered speechless, her expression one of disbelief, as if she had encountered a ghost. Heaven above, earth below, is this truly a human being? I am, after all, a language teacher, a graduate of a prestigious university, holding a master's degree. My standards are by no means low. In my day, I too penned many commendable essays. Yet, in comparison to Jiangnan, it seems the disparity is monumental. This blow, I must admit, is rather significant. Words fail me. This is simply extraordinary. Could this be what they call a master of scoring, an academic prodigy? Jiangnan's true prowess? I truly do not know whether to weep or to rejoice. It should be the latter, I suppose. After all, he is from my own class. Although he has deceived me for 2 or 3 years, if Jiangnan genuinely possesses such remarkable talent, then let it be. Being outsmarted is no great concern. Haha, Hu Yifei wore a silly grin. Some might argue that Jiangnan merely employed classical Chinese, yet the substance might not be commendable, nor his skill exceptional. Should such a person exist, Hu Yifei would not hesitate to spray them with a mouthful of soda. Nonsense. The layman observes the spectacle, while the connoisseur discerns the nuances. In this day and age, how many can compose in classical Chinese? Setting aside the content for the moment, the mere fact that Jiangnan could eloquently produce several hundred characters in classical Chinese is sufficient to attest to his formidable abilities. Moreover, from her perspective, the content of Jiangnan's composition is far from mundane. Rather, it is rich in meaning and thought-provoking. If one were to describe it in words, it would be akin to a gallant steed, fearsome indeed. Meanwhile, Jiangnan was wholly engrossed in his writing, oblivious to Hu Yifei standing dumbfounded behind him. Only when he concluded the final paragraph did he take a deep breath, feeling a sense of accomplishment, believing he had expended at least 30% of his effort, and he was confident of securing full marks. A smile crept upon his lips. The trials of life. Some aspire for fame, yet cannot attain it, while he finds that even a desire for modesty is futile. Externally pressured by Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xia Hongwei, and internally compelled by the system to achieve perfection, there is no choice. I must simply go with the flow. It should not come as a surprise to many. After all, this examination is exceedingly easy. Surely, there are numerous individuals capable of achieving full marks. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Qin Yuma are all academic prodigies, each boldly claiming their intent to surpass me. Not to mention the fact that at least one or two among them must secure a perfect score. Furthermore, the school is teeming with talented individuals, with no fewer than 10 who could rival Qin Yuma's prowess. Among them is a certain Qin Feng, undoubtedly the epitome of brilliance, fully capable of attaining full marks. Jiang Nan consoled himself internally for a moment before putting down his pen, preparing to submit his paper. Observing this, Hu Yifei was taken aback. Jiang Nan, what are you doing? Are you finished and ready to hand in your paper? What, you're done? Yes, I have completed it. Have you finished the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections? I have done them all. Even so, you should at least double-check. What if you made a mistake? Remember, details determine success or failure. No need, such simple questions could hardly be wrong. Rest assured, teacher, I did not take it lightly this time. Jiang Nan flashed an innocent smile. Fearing that Hu Yifei might doubt his sincerity and think he was trying to manipulate his score, he felt compelled to elaborate. However, his explanation proved detrimental. In that moment, Hu Yifei felt as if struck by 1,000,000 points of damage. How could such simple questions be wrong? Look around. Do you not see many in the classroom scratching their heads, grinding their teeth, or even collapsing under the pressure? Do you not notice my own serious expression? I am certainly feeling the strain. Yet you claim it's all so simple. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Not only Hu Yifei, but also the other students in the classroom were affected, particularly those seated beside Jiang Nan. Upon hearing his words, they nearly choked on their breaths, unable to process the severity of his remarks. It was too much to bear. Truly, no harm is felt without comparison. Who is this person? From which class does he hail? Please, spare us your extraordinary talents. Our feeble hearts cannot withstand this. For context, I have not completed the poetry appreciation or classical Chinese sections, and I have yet to even start the essay, while this individual has finished everything. How did you achieve such speed? Faster than a lifelong bachelor, perhaps? How did you hone such skills? Jiang Nan paid no heed to Hu Yifei or the thoughts of those around him, and proceeded to place his paper on the podium. However, wait, Jiang Nan. There are regulations in the examination room. Papers may only be submitted in the final 15 minutes. The time has not yet elapsed, so you cannot submit your paper or leave the room, or it will result in a 0. At that moment, Hu Yifei called out to Jiang Nan once more. The reason was simple. The examination time had not yet concluded. She had not noticed earlier, but as she saw Jiang Nan about to submit his paper, she glanced at the clock on the blackboard and realized it was not yet 11 o'clock. One must remember, the Chinese examination lasts for 2.5 hours, from 9 in the morning until 11:30. This implies that Jiang Nan completed the examination half an hour early, despite its formidable difficulty. Remarkably, she even composed an essay in classical Chinese that astonished even herself. This is truly astonishing. Chapter 41. Strange happenings every year. Today, especially many what? We cannot submit our papers until the time is up. Upon hearing Hu Yifei's words, Jiang Nan was utterly befuddled, struggling to comprehend the situation. This was primarily because, during typical examinations, he would conclude within mere minutes and then drift into a deep slumber until the end. Yet today, remarkably, the system had granted him a perfect score, particularly in Chinese. To achieve this, he had meticulously composed a classical Chinese essay, investing considerable time, believing the examination was nearing its conclusion. But was it really not over yet? The passage of time felt exceedingly sluggish. Jiang Nan glanced at the clock mounted on the blackboard and was astonished to discover that there were still nearly 30 minutes remaining before the final 15 minutes. This seemed rather prolonged. What to do? Leaving was out of the question. He had painstakingly completed the exam and was eagerly anticipating his full marks to earn points for a subsequent lottery. Thus, he had no choice but to return to his seat and resign himself to sleep. With a slight pout, he took the paper back to his desk, stifled a yawn, and rested his head upon the table. Asleep it is. Witnessing this scene, Hu Yifei felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. This person was undeniably infuriating. Here she was, proctoring the exam, and he had the audacity to fall asleep again, even if he believed he had completed the exam, with so much time left. Could he not at least review his answers? Or was he genuinely so confident that he believed he had answered every question correctly and would secure a perfect score? Truly, it was reminiscent of a stubborn mud that could not be lifted from the wall. Had it been anyone else, she would have already given them a swift reprimand. However, considering it was Jiang Nan, perhaps it was best to let it be, as long as he did not disturb the other students. What harm was there in allowing him to sleep? Nonetheless, did Jiang Nan's slumber truly not disturb those around him? Perhaps not entirely. The students in front of him were relatively unfazed, but those on either side and behind him were filled with mixed emotions. Look at that. This was the treatment reserved for a super scholar. Despite the difficulty of the exam, this lad had completed it half an hour early and was now napping at his desk, while the proctor turned a blind eye. It was simply too disheartening. By the way, who exactly was this young man? Could he possibly be the most formidable and renowned student in the school, the one dubbed the Supreme Scholar, Qin Feng? Yet, Qin Feng was not supposed to be this handsome. Jiang Nan's looks were astonishingly captivating, able to render all other boys mere shadows. While Qin Feng was indeed well known, it was due to his academic prowess rather than his appearance. Otherwise, he would not only be a scholar, but also a campus heartthrob. Therefore, this lad could not be Qin Feng. If he was not Qin Feng, could he be the school's basketball prodigy, known as the first campus heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu? That too seemed implausible. Yi Zhiqiu was handsome, but his academic performance was reportedly average, making it impossible for him to have completed the Chinese exam so quickly. Thus, this lad was neither Yi Zhiqiu. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu could not possibly be as striking as Jiang Nan. Truly, it was a mystery. This individual possesses an exceptionally high level of proficiency in the Chinese language, undoubtedly rivaling that of Qin Feng, and he is strikingly handsome, even surpassing Yi Zhiqiu. Previously, I heard the invigilator call him by name on 2 occasions. It seems this lad goes by Jiang something, perhaps Jiang Nan? If I am not mistaken, it indeed appears to be Jiang Nan. But which class does he belong to? Is there such a remarkable person in our school? How come I have never heard of him? With such talent and good looks, it defies reason for him to remain unknown. Could it be that I have been so engrossed in my studies lately that I have become sheltered and oblivious, failing to recognize a genius among us? It seems I must inquire further. The fact that there are individuals in our 3rd middle school unknown to our group of onlookers is quite astonishing. TSK. Many students in the examination room are pondering the identity of Jiang Nan to the extent that they have lost focus on their own tasks. Yet, Jiang Nan remains unaware of this. Hu Yifei is also oblivious. Otherwise, she would have made an exception and allowed him to submit his paper and leave, so as not to disturb the others during the exam. Of course, she could not have anticipated this, for most of her thoughts were consumed with the desire to see Jiang Nan's paper, to discover the full extent of his essay. Earlier, in her astonishment, she had not managed to read it in its entirety, nor had she seen whether he had accurately completed the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. However, the paper was obscured by Jiang Nan's head, rendering her unable to glimpse it. Truly, she has dug a pit for herself, while Jiang Nan sleeps soundly. Hu Yifei experiences great inner turmoil, anxiously watching the seconds tick away on the clock mounted on the blackboard. This is the first time she has ever resented the slow passage of time. It feels agonizingly sluggish. After what feels like an eternity, she finally sees the clock's hands settle at 11:15. Then, "Hey, wake up!" Hu Yifei promptly shakes Jiang Nan. "Teacher, is the exam over?" "Not yet, but with 15 minutes remaining, you may submit your paper and go eat." "Oh, very well." Jiang Nan, still rubbing his sleepy eyes, nods at Hu Yifei and rises to leave the classroom. As for placing his paper on the podium, that is unnecessary, for as soon as Jiang Nan stood up, Hu Yifei had already taken it away. Jiang Nan assumed it was Hu Yifei collecting the papers. In reality, however, it was her eagerness to see his work. The surrounding students, witnessing this scene, felt as though they had been dealt a crushing blow once again, leaving them reeling. What the heck? Such occurrences in the examination room? A student dozing off, and the invigilator doing nothing about it. Now, with a mere 15 minutes left until the exam's conclusion, just at the time when submissions are permitted, the invigilator actively wakes that student to let him submit his paper and go eat, even assisting in collecting the papers. Incredible. The multitude of students are left speechless in astonishment. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Truly, each year brings its share of peculiar events, but this year seems particularly rife with them. Other candidates may wish to submit their papers early, yet the invigilators continually urge them to review their work multiple times. However, in Jiangnan, the approach is quite the opposite. Without a doubt, this place known as Jiangnan is destined to become renowned soon. Chapter 42. As long as it doesn't deviate too much, full marks are guaranteed. As the instigator of this situation, Hu Yifei remained oblivious to the subtle thoughts of her classmates and the myriad expressions on their faces. This was solely due to her engrossment in Jiangnan's examination paper. What is this? Everything is correct? Impressive. So this is how the problem is approached. And this poetry appreciation, truly remarkable. From the allusion to Shun Yu's dual pupils, one can infer that the author's friend suffers from an eye ailment. It is simply astute. The response regarding the emotions and thoughts expressed is even more exquisite. Firstly, it conveys the regret of being unable to gather with friends for poetry and wine, to fully relish the beauty of spring. Secondly, it comforts the friend, expressing confidence in their ability to overcome illness and a hopeful outlook on a brighter future. Marvelous. Simply marvelous. The layers are distinct, yet the expression is succinct and clear. Even as a reference answer, it would not be this precise. This response must undoubtedly merit full marks. Upon seeing Jiangnan's paper, Hu Yifei was utterly astonished, subsequently immersing herself in its contents, unable to extricate herself. From beginning to end, every answer she was confident in, Jiangnan had flawlessly executed. Even in the poetry appreciation section, which she found challenging, Jiangnan not only articulated the answer fluently, but also with impeccable clarity, devoid of any superfluous language. How to describe this? This is an answer that surpasses even the standard. One extra word would be excessive. One less would be insufficient. Incredible. Truly extraordinary. This individual is remarkable, terrifyingly so. Non-human. Indeed, a myriad of words flashed through Hu Yifei's mind, yet none seemed worthy of Jiangnan's astonishing brilliance, especially as she continued to the classical Chinese analysis. Her eyes widened in disbelief, utterly stunned. What on earth? This response is brilliant. The meanings of and the interpretation of are simply profound. Goodness. This translation is exceptional, enlightening her to the point of clarity. She has truly learned something. That classical Chinese had confounded countless students. Previously, Hu Yifei had also been left dazed, the entire text a blur. Without dedicating time, one could hardly grasp its meaning. Yet, Jiangnan's translation flowed seamlessly. This is truly a case of the new generation surpassing the old, while she, the former generation, is left toppled upon shore. Ding, ding, ding. The bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. However, as the proctor, Hu Yifei stood beside Jiangnan's desk, holding the paper in silence. It was evident that she was too enthralled to hear the bell. Teacher Hu, the exam is over. Please collect the papers. Oh, right. It wasn't until another proctor's voice broke her reverie that Hu Yifei snapped back to reality, hastily calling an end to the examination. All right, time is up. No more writing. Please submit your papers promptly. The student clad in red, please set down your pen. If you continue writing, I shall have to register your name. This is quite serious, and it may result in a score of 0. Meanwhile, the majority of the class had already submitted their papers. Yet, there were always a few unwilling to concede, desperately clinging to the final moments of the submission time, still scribbling away. This, indeed, constituted a violation of examination rules. Hu Yifei hurried over to put a stop to it. Is it truly over? I have only just begun my essay. Woe is me. The student halted by Hu Yifei, upon seeing vast expanses of blank space on their paper, burst into tears right there. Such sorrow. To describe it as a river of tears would not be an exaggeration. Witnessing this scene, many surrounding classmates felt a pang of empathy, clearly resonating with the despair. Despite her sympathy, Hu Yifei understood that an examination is an examination. Once the time is up, the papers must be collected, and she would not grant additional time simply because a student was weeping. Interestingly, She recognized this student, if her memory served her right. They were the class representative for Chinese in Class 3, a rather impressive one at that. While their performance in other subjects may be uncertain in Chinese, they were undoubtedly the top of Class 3 and ranked among the top 5 in the grade. However, upon glancing at the student's paper, she was taken aback. What a dismal sight! The poetry appreciation section was blank, the classical literature analysis untouched, and the essay barely half finished. Just these 3 sections alone could cost them at least 60 points. Achieving a passing score seemed exceedingly difficult. If a student of such caliber in Chinese could not pass, what the others? With this thought, Hu Yifei felt a sudden tightening in her chest. It appeared that this Chinese examination would spell disaster for the entire class. She wondered if Qin Yuma would manage to pass. If even she struggled, the whole class was doomed. No, that thought was incorrect. Jiang Nan was an exception. Having just glanced at Jiang Nan's paper, it was nearly flawless. The essay had yet to be scrutinized in detail, but even without considering it, passing was assured. As for the essay, she would need to observe it closely. As long as it did not stray too far from the topic, she would undoubtedly award full marks. Could it be that he might achieve a score of 150? Hu Yifei was astonished by her own thoughts. 150 points? Could that possibly be? In the entirety of the past decade of the school, no student had ever achieved a perfect score in Chinese. After all, Chinese is not like other subjects. Whether it be mathematics, foreign languages, or the sciences, there are always some prodigies who can score full marks. However, achieving perfection in Chinese is implausible, primarily due to the essay component, where deductions are almost inevitable. Yet this time, although she had not fully comprehended Jiang Nan's essay, merely observing its composition in classical Chinese was already quite remarkable. If she were to grade it, she truly would not want to deduct a single point. As for Jiang Nan, the individual in question was completely unaware of Hu Yifei's musings. At that moment, he was enjoying a meal in the cafeteria. The school is well aware that this examination is quite challenging, and the students are putting in considerable effort. Therefore, they have specifically instructed the cafeteria to enhance the meal offerings, featuring dishes such as braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and generous chicken legs. Ah, how delightful! This bounty is particularly a treat for the Jiangnan region. Truly, it is a feast for the senses. Chapter 43. Jiangnan? I have never heard of such a figure. The Chinese language examination has concluded, and with no other tests scheduled for the morning, the time has drifted to 11:30. Along the path to the cafeteria, students have begun to trickle in, many appearing lively and exuberant. Yet, a significant portion, nearly 1/3, exhibits expressions of profound despair, as if their souls have departed. It is evident that those bearing such countenances are all from the senior year. Hey, how did you fare? What else could it be but a disaster? I utterly flunked. This Chinese exam was insurmountably difficult. It felt like climbing to the heavens. I couldn't grasp anything from the poetry appreciation section. Same here. I couldn't decipher the classical Chinese, let alone finish the essay. These 2 sections alone must have cost me at least 60 points. There's no chance of passing. What? Really? You have always excelled in Chinese. Among the top 3 in our class, and yet I couldn't even pass? This can't be true. Is this some sort of performance art? A show of academic prowess? Spare me. I'm not merely among the top 3. Even if I were the best in the class, passing is far from guaranteed. Did you not notice the expression on Kai Kuen's face, the representative for our class? His eyes were red, undoubtedly from tears shed. Ah, we are all in the same boat. In our examination room, several students abandoned their papers halfway through and left, receiving a score of 0. Indeed, there were abandonments in our room as well. It appears that everyone is struggling with the Chinese exam. Not necessarily. We do have one extraordinary individual who managed to complete both the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections. What? That's impossible. Indeed, it seems unfathomable. While it is plausible that he completed the poetry section, how can anyone comprehend the classical Chinese? With my 18 years of experience, I cannot even decipher it. It is true. That individual actually completed it, and astonishingly, he finished his essay with 40 to 50 minutes remaining, leaving the entire room in shock. Ultimately, due to examination regulations, he was unable to submit his paper and ended up dozing at his desk for half an hour. But that is not the most astonishing part. What is even more surprising is that, while he slept during the exam, the supervising teacher did not intervene. In the last 15 minutes, the teacher even reminded him he could submit his paper and kindly offered to collect it for him. Later on, the supervising teacher stood there bewildered, holding the paper until the examination concluded. From my experience as a master of expression analysis, I can deduce that this individual not only completed the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections, but did so correctly, leaving the supervising teacher utterly astonished. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there exist such a remarkable person capable of not only understanding classical Chinese, but also finishing his work with 40 to 50 minutes to spare? Moreover, it has the potential to leave the invigilator utterly astonished. I can hardly believe it myself, I assure you. I am not fabricating this tale, for I was seated directly behind that individual, and not only did I witness it, but all those present in Class 4's examination room also saw it. They can all bear witness. So, pray tell, what is the name of that individual? Is it Qin Feng? If it were indeed the illustrious Qin Feng, renowned for his academic prowess and having topped the school S rankings for 3 consecutive years, perhaps it might be conceivable no, that person is not Qin Feng. If not Qin Feng, then who could it be? It appears he is called Jiangnan. Jiangnan? Is there truly a student by that name at our school? Particularly one with such exceptional literary skills as to astound the invigilator? I might entertain the notion if it were Qin Feng, but to hear such an unfamiliar name raises my skepticism even further. After all, if he were indeed that remarkable, he would have long been a household name throughout the school, rather than remaining a mystery until the final year of high school. You make a valid point. Your assertions are so fantastical that they are difficult to accept. Yet I tell you, that individual is indeed named Jiangnan. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with anyone who sat for the exam in Class 4O. Spare me the theatrics. It's clear you've been exposed. Confess your deceit without further ado. Numerous conversations regarding this examination are taking place along the way. Initially, everyone believed that all the senior students had faltered, leading to a chorus of sighs and lamentations. However, as time progressed, alternative voices began to emerge. One student, seated behind Jiangnan, recounted the events that transpired in Class 4 and extolled Jiangnan's virtues. Yet, the surrounding audience remained unconvinced, regardless of how fervently he argued. Even to the point of growing exasperated, it bore no fruit. Consequently, the informant found himself at a loss for words. I swear to the heavens, what I say is the truth, yet why does no one believe me? That individual is truly named Jiangnan. He possesses striking good looks that eclipse all male celebrities. Alas, the more he attempts to clarify, the less credence he receives. If there truly existed someone who was not only adept in literature, but also exceptionally handsome, how could they remain unknown? After all, we are in our final year, not the first. Regardless of academic achievement, appearance, or other attributes, anyone who excels in any field would have long been recognized and well known throughout the school. Concurrently, similar scenes unfolded throughout the campus. There were many groups discussing the literature examination, lamenting the difficulty of the paper, yet there were always 1 or 2 classmates who had taken the exam in Class 4, mentioning Jiangnan and praising his prowess. However, not only did no one believe their words, but they were also met with ridicule, accused of being dazed or confused. Regardless of how passionately these individuals expressed themselves, gesticulating wildly or engaging in heated debates, it was all in vain. After all, Jiangnan, I have never heard of such a person. Some individuals are merely braggarts, seeking to draw attention to themselves. However, the public is not foolish and cannot be easily deceived. Chapter 44. The sorrow of many. The joy of one apart from Class 4. The other senior classes had little familiarity with Jiangnan. After all, Jiangnan had always maintained a low profile. Within Class 4, he had earned the titles of Sleep God, Food God, and Southern God, but beyond their class, who was aware of his existence? Naturally, some murmured that Jiangnan was exceptionally talented and handsome. However, they dismissed such claims with mere laughter. Yet in the road, several members of Class 4, upon hearing the news, exchanged glances filled with astonishment. Notably, Zhang Hao, Su Yu, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi. The representatives of various subjects in Class 4 were taken aback. How could this be? Did Jiangnan perform remarkably well? Before the exams commenced, they had openly declared war on him, vowing to triumph over Jiangnan in this examination. Yet, the results were disheartening. Even the top student in Chinese from Class 3, Kai Kun, had been brought to tears, and they could not have fared much better. However, in that fleeting moment, when they saw that others had also underperformed, they held on to a glimmer of hope, believing Jiangnan would surely do poorly as well. Thus, the outcome remained uncertain. But the very next moment, when Jiangnan's name was called, along with the mention of the Class 4 examination room, their expressions shifted drastically. Was there another Jiangnan in the school? It seemed unlikely. He was strikingly handsome. Surely a unique presence. Moreover, if memory served right, Jiangnan had indeed been assigned to take the exam in Class 4. Everything aligned perfectly. Did this not imply that Jiangnan might have performed exceptionally well? Previously, they would have scoffed at such rumors, dismissing them like mere gossip. However, after Jiangnan had demonstrated astonishing prowess in mathematics and physics, leaving everyone stunned, they dared not disbelieve any longer. The atmosphere was rife with an impending sense of doom. Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian were somewhat reassured, as their declarations of war had pertained to mathematics, physics, and foreign languages, which bore little connection to Chinese. However, for Xiang Yi, tears threatened to spill. She was the representative for Chinese in Class 4. Previously, in a fit of indignation at Jiangnan sleeping in class, and spurred on by her fellow representatives, she had formed an alliance against him. Following their collective declaration of war against Jiangnan the day before, she had foolishly brandished her fists, eager to compete with him. Yet now, the prospect of being the first to suffer a crushing defeat loomed large. As soon as the examination concluded, she assessed her own performance and concluded that passing was an impossibility. After all, she had neglected poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, and had only partially completed her essay. Surely, her score would hover around the 60 or 70 mark, nothing more. Upon hearing from several individuals that Jiangnan had not only completed all the classical Chinese questions, but had also submitted his paper early, astonishing the invigilators, she was left in shock. Was this the prelude to an extraordinary achievement? Surely, he would score at least 100, perhaps even surpassing 120 or even higher. The thought of a perfect score was beyond her imagination. Yet one thing was certain. If what the person beside me said is true, Jiangnan must have performed exceedingly well, surpassing everyone else to a staggering degree. Oh, how could this happen to me? I am the representative for Chinese class in Class 4. In every Chinese examination, while I may not always secure first place, I consistently rank just behind Qin Yuma. But the outcome? Oh, how disheartening. Women are made of water. Lost in thought, Xiang Yi found herself shedding tears uncontrollably. How pitiful she looked. Onlookers were left utterly astonished. Seriously? Is it necessary to react this way? It's just a poor performance in Chinese. Everyone struggled, with many even opting out of the exam entirely. There is no need to weep openly on the street. Girls are truly delicate, their capacity for endurance so frail. I too opted out and received a score of 0 on the spot, yet I still walk with confidence, embodying a spirit of unyielding pride. Passers-by were unaware of Xiang Ye's declaration of war against Jiangnan, leaving them perplexed by her tears. However, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian were well aware of the implications. Their expressions turned quite grim. Although it was merely a setback in Chinese, unrelated to other subjects, they were, after all, a united front, sharing in both triumphs and defeats, feeling a deep sense of empathy. Let us hope that in the upcoming examinations, they can successfully outshine Jiangnan. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the confidence they felt when declaring war yesterday had diminished significantly, instilling in them an uneasy premonition. Could it be that we will be defeated by Jiangnan alone? No, that is utterly impossible. I'm the strongest in mathematics and physics. Now, let us see how I perform. Meanwhile, Bai Yingying, who had been discreetly gathering intelligence on the competition for Jiangnan, happened to overhear the conversation among bystanders and witness Xiang Yi in tears. She was the only one who felt a mix of sorrow, shock, and joy. The sorrow stemmed from her own poor performance in Chinese. A significant blow for someone often referred to as a top student, aspiring even to surpass Qin. The shock arose from hearing that Jiang Nan had excelled, which exceeded her expectations. After all, she only knew Jiang Nan to be proficient in mathematics and physics, unaware of her linguistic prowess. As for the joy, it came from seeing Xiang Yi publicly weep, clearly indicating a dismal performance, likely falling short of Jiang Nan. Hee. This means the person she favors is poised to win. Naturally, Bai Yingying was overcome with delight. However, hearing is one thing, seeing is another. To ascertain the truth, she must confirm with Jiang Nan directly. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Yingying quickened her pace, stealthily bypassing Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, and hurried towards the cafeteria. Upon arrival, she didn't bother to get food. Instead, she swiftly scanned the area, locating Jiang Nan, who was enjoying her meal, and rushed over. Jiang Nan, I knew you would be here. Pray tell, how did you fare in your recent Chinese examination? As I traversed the path, I overheard some individuals mention that you successfully tackled both the poetry appreciation and classical literature sections. Is this true? Jiang Nan nodded slightly. Very well. Let us compare our answers. For the first question on poetry appreciation, which inquired about the ailment afflicting the author's friend, how did you respond? An ocular affliction. Ocular? An ocular affliction? How did you come to know this? Bai Yingying exclaimed in astonishment, clearly having answered differently. Jiang Nan paused momentarily, gazing at Bai Yingying with a puzzled expression. Have you never heard of the tale concerning Xinyu and his strabismus? It is quite evident that it pertains to an ocular ailment. Did you not arrive at the correct answer? I answered incorrectly. Such a straightforward question, and you cannot discern it? Bai Yingying exclaimed. You've pierced my heart, my friend. Just be human. I am certainly on your side. Chapter 45. The cafeteria's unexpected appearance of a super scholar? What about classical Chinese? From start to finish, it sounds the same. It feels like it exists solely for the sake of homophony, leaving me utterly bewildered. I cannot comprehend its meaning. How about you? How did you translate it? This is quite simple. It is not merely for the sake of sound. It is, in fact, a form of homophonic literature, narrating a little tale about whether to fish first or sell jade. A mere glance reveals all, does it not? Bai Yingying, once again it strikes a nerve. Listen, is this even human language? If it were not for the absurdity, one would be left seething with frustration. By this moment, it has been quite some time since the exam concluded. Gradually, many people have arrived in the cafeteria, with several seated near Jiang Nan. Due to Jiang Nan's extraordinary handsomeness and Bai Yingying's remarkable beauty, they are truly a pair of striking individuals, naturally captivating the attention of everyone nearby. Initially, they were merely drawn to Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying's looks, stealing glances at the two. However, soon after, upon overhearing their conversation, discussing the recently completed Chinese exam paper, particularly when Jiang Nan casually recounted the answers to the poetry appreciation section and verbally translated the classical Chinese text, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Wow, wow, wow. In an instant, those around them were taken aback. What did they just hear? Someone has actually tackled both poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, even providing a complete translation? How is this possible? They too had just completed the exam as senior high school students and were acutely aware of the difficulty of poetry appreciation and classical Chinese, still haunted by the experience. Very few could even put pen to paper. In fact, they believed that no one throughout their entire senior year could accomplish such a feat yet now. Someone has done it, and claims it is simple, that one could grasp it with just a glance? Is this for real? Almost instinctively, they all approached with their trays, eager to listen closely to Jiang Nan's translations. Regardless of accuracy, they were simply curious to hear. Yu expressed a desire to go fishing and came to my home, saying, I wish to fish on the tidal flats of Yushui. Will you accompany me? I replied, I plan to sell jade. Yu wishes to purchase my jade, so I must go to his home. Thus, I accompanied Yu to his residence, where I intended to sell him the jade. At that moment, rain began to fall. A deluge enveloped Yu's house. I turned to Yu and said, I originally intended to fish on the tidal flats of Yushui, but now, caught in this downpour at your home, should I fish or sell jade? Together with Yu, I took shelter from the rain at his house, where I sold the jade to him. Once the rain ceased, Yu and I slowly exited his home, heading to the tidal flats of Yushui to fish. As for understanding its meaning, it is quite straightforward. It conveys that one should approach tasks with order and clarity, completing them in a systematic manner to achieve efficiency. Otherwise, chaos may ensue, leading to dire consequences. Jiangnan not only translated classical Chinese texts, but also elucidated their meanings directly. Finally, he turned to Bai Yingying and added, "This is what it means." Isn't it quite simple? In truth, there are numerous homophonic texts like this one, such as the lion-eating poet in the Stone Den, the chicken scolding of Gigi, and the black lizard scolding the official, all of which are rather intriguing. Undoubtedly, the most captivating is the love story of E and E, which narrates the romance between a pair of youthful lovers. Upon hearing this, the audience was left utterly astonished. Each and every one of them was rendered speechless. Although they could not comprehend classical Chinese nor grasp its deeper significance, Jiangnan's words, at first glance, seemed profoundly logical. It appeared as though he had truly mastered classical Chinese. This was simply unbelievable. How could the intricate appreciation of poetry and classical Chinese be so effortlessly simplified by Jiangnan? Who was this person? Was he the school's top scholar? Qin Feng? But Qin Feng wasn't nearly as handsome. Or perhaps he was the campus heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu? Yet Yi Zhiqiu's academic performance was merely average. Regardless, the crowd was baffled, unable to ascertain Jiangnan's true identity or his class affiliation. The only certainty was that his prowess rivaled that of the academic prodigy Qin Feng. While his looks surpassed even those of the charming Yi Zhiqiu, he was a veritable paragon of both beauty and intellect, a super scholar indeed, truly perfection incarnate. Instantly, countless girls found themselves enamored. Meanwhile, the boys, while marveling and admiring, also experienced envy and jealousy, their hearts filled with bitterness. How could such an exceptional individual exist in this world? It seemed profoundly unfair. Simultaneously, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi arrived at the cafeteria. Overhearing Jiangnan's translation, immediately, their hearts sank, tears welling up in their eyes. Particularly for Xiang Yi, who had just managed to stem her tears on the way. Yet upon hearing Jiangnan's response, her tears began to flow once more, and she turned to flee, utterly devastated. Without comparison, there can be no pain. Just yesterday, she had confidently declared in front of everyone that she would surpass Jiangnan in their Chinese language studies, affirming her position as the class representative. But now, she realized that in comparison to Jiangnan, she was merely a novice, utterly inadequate, not even on the same level. As for Jiangnan, he paid little heed to this, having never taken Xiang Yi seriously. However, Bai Yingying was utterly elated, exclaiming, "Indeed, Jiangnan has truly accomplished it. Observing Viang, Yesid Tearfu Demanor." She concluded that Xiang Yi had undoubtedly performed poorly, not faring much better than herself. Look at you underestimating my Jiangnan. Now you find yourself in quite the predicament. Chapter 46. Has our school truly met its demise? On the other side, within the senior year Chinese language department office, an urgent meeting is convened. The atmosphere is notably somber, as the countenance of those present reflects a profound disquiet. Indeed, how could their expressions be anything but grim? The Chinese examination conducted in the morning proved extraordinarily challenging, resulting in a tumultuous testing environment where several students even chose to forego the exam altogether. This incident, by any measure, is considerable. Should it remain unaddressed, repercussions are inevitable. Dear colleagues, let us share our reflections on this examination, urged Wu Jiehao, the head of the department, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, his brow furrowed, and his expression a tapestry of complexity. What reflections could there possibly be? As a Chinese language educator, I too was left bewildered upon reviewing the paper. While a degree of difficulty in poetry appreciation can be understood, the classical Chinese section was excessively perplexing. Only after consulting additional resources did I realize it was a homophonic text. What of those ordinary students? The examination room I oversaw faced utter devastation. Not a single student managed to answer any questions. My examination room was no different, chimed in another teacher. Aside from leaving the classical Chinese section unanswered, Students squandered excessive time, leaving their essays unfinished. It was truly lamentable. Many students could not complete their essays, with poetry appreciation and classical Chinese accounting for 26 points lost. If essays remain incomplete, they could incur an additional deduction of 40 points. Combined, this nears a staggering 70 points. This implies a significant portion of students may fail to meet the passing criteria. Many teachers present echoed their grievances, clearly harboring a considerable amount of frustration during their invigilation. Hu Yifei initially intended to broach the subject of Jiangnan, but found her voice drowned out by the chorus of complaints. I can state with certainty that, aside from a handful of exceptional students, it is exceedingly difficult for the remainder to achieve a passing grade. If we were to calculate the average score, it would likely hover around 60 or 70, potentially setting a new record for the lowest results in school history. I cannot fathom who crafted this paper. It is undeniably harsh. It seems designed to undermine the students' motivation. These are all third-year students, with merely 100 days remaining until the college entrance examination. They should be encouraged, not subjected to such discouragement. If their spirits are crushed, it could lead to dire consequences. The classical Chinese was indeed excessively difficult, and the essay prompts were no less daunting. How many students can withstand such pressure? Setting aside those who failed to complete their essays, I believe that even those who did would likely stray from the topic, diminishing their chances of securing high scores. Once the floodgates of grievances are opened, it becomes a torrent of unexpressed frustrations. After all, these are the students they have diligently nurtured. If they suffer a significant setback, the educators, too, shall bear the burden of their distress. The challenges presented by the essay prompts were indeed formidable. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, the team leader, Wu Jiahao, couldn't help but nod, yet he shook his head and remarked, however, the most challenging aspect remains the analysis of classical Chinese literature. Our school has nearly 1,000 students in the senior year. Is there truly not one who can tackle classical texts? I suspect there isn't. After all, the top student, Qin Feng, is in my examination room, and I specifically observed him. Even he only attempted the poetry appreciation section and left the classical text untouched. If a student of Qin Feng's caliber cannot manage it, the others are undoubtedly even less capable. It's a certainty that they will all fail in this regard. This is beyond doubt. After all, we teachers are equally inept in this area. I cannot fathom how the question setters came up with such a question. Either they made an error or lost their minds. I would wager that, irrespective of other schools, it is impossible for any student from our institution to answer this question correctly. If one truly could, I would no longer need to be a teacher. I would simply become their disciple. To master this classical text would indicate a level of proficiency far surpassing my own after 20 years of teaching. Such a student would be a rare gem among the elite. I would not regret being their pupil at all. One particularly disgruntled teacher, overwhelmed with indignation, not only scolded the question setters mercilessly, but also made a public proclamation. All right, everyone, let us remain composed. There is no need for complaints. I have inquired. And while the examination paper originates from a city, the actual authors of the questions are from schools 1 and 2. Furthermore, it is said that students from both those institutions have managed to answer the classical texts. Thus, it is impossible that they made an error. It is even more unlikely that they simply lost their wits. We can only blame the inadequacy of our school's standards compared to theirs. Henceforth, I urge all teachers to strive to cultivate more outstanding students. We cannot allow ourselves to be belittled by those from schools 1 and 2. Team leader Wu Jiahao spoke to reassure the gathered teachers. However, it was evident that his words were laden with resignation and complexity. This was due to the fact that upon learning of the exam's excessive difficulty, which led many students to forego the test, he promptly contacted the city's question-setting team. Initially, he received no response. Later, utilizing numerous connections, he discovered that the authors of the exam were indeed from our longtime rivals, schools 1 and 2, where students had managed to succeed. This truly highlights the age-old adage, without comparison, there can be no pain. His repeated inquiries regarding whether any student from his school had managed to answer the classical text were fueled by a glimmer of hope. Yet now, that hope has been dashed. We truly cannot measure up to them. It seems that our school has indeed fallen from grace. Let us hope for a brighter future. Upon hearing his words, the other teachers in attendance instantly lowered their heads, clearly disheartened, including the irate teacher who had earlier voiced his frustrations. One must forge their own strength. It is indeed unreasonable to resent the strength of iron when one lacks resilience. How embarrassing. This is truly humiliating. The relationship between students and teachers has always been intertwined. The weakness of the students signifies that the teachers are not far removed from it either. It is indeed profoundly disheartening. However, at that moment, Hu Yifei, who had been standing at the back and unable to interject, could no longer restrain herself and exclaimed loudly, "Team Leader Wu, esteemed teachers, in fact, we are not entirely defeated, for there are students in my examination room who have successfully completed the classical Chinese texts." Chapter 47. The Unbelievable. The language arts teachers were shocked with a swift utterance. The atmosphere was electrified. Every individual present turned their heads in unison, casting incredulous gazes upon Hu Yifei. What had they just heard? Was it possible that their school had not suffered a total defeat? Had a student managed to produce a coherent classical Chinese text? How could this be? Just moments ago, a teacher had declared that even the top student of Class 1, Qin Feng, who consistently ranked first in exams, had left the classical text unanswered. Yet now, someone had actually accomplished this feat? Hu Laoshi, is what you say truly accurate? Did a student in the examination room indeed manage to produce a classical text? Moreover, are you certain it is correct? Could it be that they merely scribbled words to fill the page, leading to your misunderstanding? Many teachers found it hard to believe. After all, they had all accepted the notion of complete failure. Yet, suddenly, a variable had emerged. While they secretly hoped for such an anomaly, hope is one thing, and reality is another. The standards of their school were evident, and they indeed fell short. Particularly the earlier teacher, who had expressed his dissatisfaction vocally, shook his head emphatically, stating, "Hu Laoshi, do not jest with us. It is impossible for any student from our school to achieve such a thing. If it were true, I would gladly take that student as my apprentice right now." "Oh, so you mean to say, I am destined to gain a disciple today?" Hu Yifei instinctively glanced at that teacher. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Hu Yifei's remark was indeed audacious. Some considered it insulting. After all, the teacher in question, surnamed Yu, known as Yuan Gue, or Yu Lao-san, had taught for 20 years, possessing considerable experience and skill, ranking third among the language arts faculty. In contrast, Hu Yifei had only been teaching for 3 or 4 years, being relatively inexperienced, yet she proposed to take a senior as her disciple. Coughing lightly, the group leader, Wu Jiahao, sought to alleviate the awkwardness of the moment and addressed Hu Yifei. "Hu Laoshi, teacher Yu was merely speaking in haste due to his anxiety. Please do not take it to heart. My apologies, everyone, for the earlier slip of the tongue." Understanding the intent behind his words, Hu Yifei deftly shifted her focus, stating, "What I meant to convey is that a student in my class has indeed produced a classical text, and I have verified the answers, achieving a perfect accuracy rate of 100%. Furthermore, in terms of translation, I believe that the student's rendition is even more precise than our standard answer." Though her voice was not particularly loud, it resonated with a penetrating clarity that filled every corner of the office. Each individual present widened their eyes and dropped their jaws in astonishment upon hearing her words. What? What did Hu Yifei just say? A candidate not only produced a classical text, but also translated it with greater precision than the standard answer? Was this a jest? Yet, in such a setting, Hu Yifei would hardly engage in frivolity. Could it be that such a genius truly existed within their school? The team leader, Wu Jiahao, was equally astonished, his scalp prickling with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Hu Yifei. "Who? Teacher Hu, could you please speak louder and repeat that? Is it true that someone actually accomplished this?" The other teachers also turned their attention, holding their breath as they looked at Hu Yifei, their expressions a mixture of skepticism and anticipation. "Indeed, I was responsible for monitoring the examination, so it is undoubtedly true," Hu Yifei declared, taking a deep breath as her words resonated with conviction. His translation of classical Chinese was remarkably precise, to the extent that any deviation, be it an extra word or a missing word, would render it imperfect. Furthermore, He also completed the poetry appreciation section, and did so correctly, finishing over half an hour ahead of time. She emphasized the last part, concerned that her audience might not fully grasp the significance of her statement. However, this only fueled the disbelief among the crowd. What? Teacher who? Did you just say that he not only completed the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese correctly, but also finished more than half an hour early? How is that possible? Are you certain you're not mistaken, or perhaps misinterpreting the results? Such feats seemed implausible, especially when others struggled and wasted precious time, unable to even complete their essays. Yet, according to Hu Yifei, this student not only managed to answer everything, but did so in record time, an assertion that seemed almost fantastical. How could that be impossible? He is a student in my class. I witnessed him complete the exam myself, and I was the one who submitted his paper. He was actually ready to hand it in nearly 40 minutes early, but I wouldn't allow it as there are rules in the examination room. Papers cannot be submitted until the last 15 minutes. Otherwise, they would receive a 0. Thus, he rested his head on the desk for half an hour. In the final 15 minutes, I specifically woke him up, collected his paper, and told him to go eat. This is corroborated by Teacher Lee from the chemistry department, who is supervising with me, although he is not present now. Afterward, I reviewed the entire paper and can assure you that all questions prior to the essay were answered correctly. At this revelation, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. Every person present stood up, some even spilling their cups of tea in their shock. Given the weight of Hu Yifei's words, it seemed implausible that she would deceive them. Yet, the very truth of her statement left them in disbelief. Finishing the paper 40 minutes early, sleeping for half an hour during the exam, and all answers correct before the essay? This implied that even without the essay, he could still pass, effortlessly securing a score of 90. Had such a prodigy ever emerged from this institution? It appeared that no one could recall a precedent. This was utterly astonishing, certainly capable of reshaping their understanding and potentially breaking the school record. Who was this remarkable student? All the teachers widened their eyes, fixated on Hu Yifei, urging her to reveal the identity of this exceptional pupil. You just mentioned he is from your class? Is that Qin Yuma or Xiang Yi? I recall that the most proficient in your class in the subject of Chinese is indeed one of these two individuals, one serving as the class monitor and the other as the representative for the subject. However, regardless of who it is, if he truly, as you mentioned, achieves full marks on the preceding questions, he can undoubtedly be regarded as a prodigy in the realm of Chinese literature. No, it would be more appropriate to deem him a genius. Chapter 48, A Rare Gem. 1,000 years unseen, it seemed improbable for Qin Yuman. I recognized this student from the examination room I proctored. While she displayed commendable abilities, I noted that, like Qin Feng, she failed to tackle the classical Chinese section. As for Xiang Yi, it was equally unlikely. I recalled that girl from my exam hall, and she didn't even attempt the poetry appreciation, let alone the classical text. Could it be another few top students from your class? Teacher who? Suyu, Zhang Hao by Yingying Tang Tiantian. Before Hu Yifei could respond, another teacher quickly countered the previous speculation. Some suggested Suyu or Zhang Hao, but as soon as the names were uttered, other teachers voiced their objections. After all, although there were many senior students, only a handful excelled in each class, and the teachers present were somewhat acquainted with them. They naturally paid close attention when these students were in their proctored examinations. Yet, without exception, every student from class 4 whose name was mentioned had failed to complete the classical text, with only Qin Yuming managing to successfully analyze the poetry. Ultimately, the crowd's gaze shifted back to Hu Yifei. With an air of calm, she smiled and remarked, "Indeed, none of the individuals you mentioned are the ones you seek. Instead, it is a student who has previously performed averagely, lingering near the passing mark, named Jiangnan." Jiangnan? I don't believe I've heard of him. His past performance was mediocre, right? If he merely hovered around the passing line, it seems implausible for him to have answered the classical text correctly, unless he had encountered such questions before and was privy to the answers. The same goes for the poetry appreciation. If that were the case, one could only say he was fortunate, not particularly skilled. The crowd shook their heads in disappointment. The notion of an unremarkable student from the past 3 years suddenly achieving greatness and surpassing Qin Feng seemed far-fetched. While a sudden revelation of talent was possible, it often relied on luck. However, in terms of true ability, he could not compare to an academic prodigy like Qin Feng. Indeed, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, just as their words faded, Hu Yifei chuckled softly and added meaningfully, "Esteemed colleagues, I believe you have misunderstood. Although Jiang Nan has previously been inconspicuous, that does not imply he lacks capability. He is merely more reserved. In truth, he is exceptionally talented, arguably the finest student in our class. You may question his success in the poetry appreciation and classical text as mere luck. But if I were to reveal that he composed his essay in classical Chinese, I trust you would find it difficult to dispute his prowess." At this revelation, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The collective heart of the audience, which had just settled, soared once more. "What? Teacher Hu, did you say his essay was written in classical Chinese? Are you joking? How could it be possible for a student to compose in classical Chinese? Even if one possessed the desire, the ability would be lacking. Classical Chinese. This is not the past. Nowadays, students struggle even to comprehend it, let alone write an 800-word essay in that style. Unless one is an extraordinary genius, a prodigy, a paragon of scholarly excellence, a rare talent, a once-in-a-century occurrence. The prevailing sentiment among the crowd is disbelief. After all, this proposition defies all rationality. To write in classical Chinese? Not only the students, but even those teachers who have immersed themselves in the language for decades would find it beyond their grasp. Yet, what I assert is undeniably true. Hu Yifei emphatically added. A collective gasp echoed among the crowd. The events of the day had unfolded in a series of astonishing waves, truly shocking to the core. At this point, it was impossible for Hu Yifei to fabricate such a story. The likelihood of it being genuine was exceedingly high. What kind of remarkable talent could this be? With only 2.5 hours for the examination, and considering the complexity of the poetry appreciation and classical Chinese sections, yet this student not only answered everything correctly, but also composed in classical Chinese and submitted the paper ahead of time. Simply unfathomable. I cannot contain my curiosity. Seeing is believing. I must urgently retrieve his paper for examination. Yes, let's find it quickly. If all this is indeed true, as teacher Hu has stated, then I shall honor my word and seek to apprentice under him. Numerous teachers were filled with eagerness. They simply had to witness the brilliance of the classical Chinese essay. After all, in their decade of teaching, they had never encountered such an anomaly. Originally, lunchtime was merely a time for the teachers to gather for a brief meeting. However, it had now transformed into a quest to see how a composition in classical Chinese would unfold. If it is well written, old you might truly seek to become a disciple. As for dining, meals can be had at any time. Even if one were to skip a meal, it would not lead to starvation. Very well. Let us find it and explore together. Team leader Wu Jihao, unwilling to dampen the enthusiasm of the group, decisively ordered that Jiangnan's paper be retrieved. Although it had been previously stated that this month's exam would adhere to the standards of the college entrance examination, it was not an actual examination of that nature. Special arrangements were thus made, treating it as an early review. The teachers sprang into action and swiftly located the answer sheets from classroom 4. Then, in almost an instant, they laid eyes upon Jiangnan's paper. It is worth noting that the answer sheets were sealed, concealing the candidates' information, rendering their names invisible. However, Jiangnan's paper was remarkably easy to identify. Firstly, there was the handwriting. Although Jiangnan did not exert his utmost effort to produce a work that would astound the heavens and weep the spirits, his script flowed with grace and finesse, captivating the eye and refreshing the spirit. Secondly, there was the content in classical Chinese. In a vast majority of answer sheets, the sections dedicated to classical Chinese literature remained untouched, pristine, and devoid of any markings. Only the answer sheet from Jiangnan exhibited responses, including a complete translation of the classical text, which was readily discernible. However, what captured the utmost attention was an essay composed in classical Chinese. Even a fool could discern this at a glance. Yet, when a multitude of teachers gathered around Jiangnan's answer sheet, their hearts brimming with curiosity, focused intently on the essay, time seemed to stand still, and space appeared to freeze. Everyone remained motionless, not uttering a single sound for several minutes. Eventually, it was unclear who spoke first. The conversation began. Is this truly an essay in classical Chinese? The Death of the Red Hare? What a captivating title. The essay itself is equally enthralling. The theme is pertinent. The language flows effortlessly, and to produce such a composition within the constraints of time is nothing short of astonishing. Proverbs and famous phrases are woven into the text with ease, yet there is no sense of embellishment. The narrative is clear and coherent, demonstrating an intimate familiarity with historical references that even I must humbly acknowledge. It goes without saying, the student named Jiang Nin is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, a scholar among scholars. Oh no, the terms genius and scholar do not suffice to encapsulate his brilliance. He should rather be referred to as a prodigy, a wizard of learning, an extraordinary talent, a rare gem, a one-in-a-million find, a rarity encountered once in a millennium. Chapter 49. The curiosity of the scholarly Qin Feng and the anger of the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. Have you heard the news? This morning's Chinese exam for the third year of high school was the most challenging in history. It is estimated that few will manage to pass. Many students, overwhelmed, abandoned the exam midway, receiving a score of 0. Is that really true? Is it that difficult? Absolutely. It is said that not a single person could comprehend the classical Chinese text. Even the illustrious Qin Feng, who has consistently ranked first in the school, could not tackle it. This illustrates just how formidable the question was, almost insurmountable. With nearly 1,000 students in the third year, it could be described as a complete debacle. No way. However, while I was dining in the cafeteria, I overheard a student effortlessly translating that classical text, claiming it was quite simple, a mere homophonic tale about whether one should fish first or sell jade. Wow, is that so impressive? Does that mean he has surpassed Qin Feng? Quickly, tell me who this person is. Is he male or female? Which top scholar is it? Second or third in the grade? He is a male, incredibly handsome, so striking that he could overshadow the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, he is neither second nor third in the grade, nor is he among the well-known top 10. So, he is a dark horse? I cannot say for certain if he is a dark horse, but he indeed possesses remarkable talent. Many in the cafeteria were left in awe of his abilities. If what you say is true, then this individual is indeed formidable, even deserving the title of a super scholar. At least in the realm of the Chinese language, it seems no one can rival him. It is worth noting that in previous exams, Qin Feng from class 301 has consistently dominated all subjects. However, this time, it appears he has encountered a worthy opponent, and the title of top in Chinese is at stake. Not only has the scholarly Qin Feng met his match, but so has the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu. You cannot imagine just how handsome this person is, and I personally witnessed the campus beauty by Ying sitting beside him. I am truly curious about who this individual is. Gossip is an inherent trait of humanity, transcending gender. As the teachers of the Chinese department were left in shock, students throughout the campus reveled in the drama surrounding this challenging exam, many lamenting its difficulty. Yet, there were always whispers recalling the scene that unfolded in the cafeteria at noon. Consequently, Jiang Nin became a figure of fascination, speculated to be a super scholar capable of rivaling the established academic titan, Qin Feng. Even Yi Zhiqiu found himself entwined in this narrative. Those who had encountered Jiang Nin began to assert that it was time for a change in the title of campus heartthrob, which had been held by Yi Zhiqiu for 3 years. For those who spoke, it was unintentional. Yet for those who listened, it resonated deeply. From his first year to his final year, whether in total scores or individual subjects, Qin Feng had consistently claimed the top position at the school, embodying an unshakable confidence and pride that others could hardly imagine. He believed that no one in the entire third high school was his match, possessing a sense of invincibility akin to standing atop a peak, surveying all beneath. Even those so-called academic elites ranked second to sixth in the school appeared to him as mere trifles. This perception stemmed from the fact that, regardless of individual subjects or overall scores, those individuals fell far short of his prowess. Even with just a fraction of his effort, none could surpass him in any examination. This unparalleled dominance might very well persist until the conclusion of the college entrance examination. However, at this moment, it seemed that an unexpected twist had emerged. Suddenly, his interest was piqued. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The classical Chinese essay he encountered in the morning had stumped even him. Yet someone had managed to solve it? This individual appeared to be a dark horse? Initially, upon hearing the news, Qin Feng was skeptical. But as more and more people discussed the matter along the way, his disbelief began to wane. Finally, a ripple had disturbed the monotony of my invincible high school life. Could there be a hint of excitement? A good omen. This was indeed a delightful turn of events. Yet, he remained curious about the identity of this person who had outperformed him in classical Chinese. Even if Jiang Nan had excelled in that subject, he remained confident that the title of top scorer in Chinese would remain his. After all, he had performed admirably in other subjects, particularly excelling in the essay, which, while not guaranteed a perfect score, would surely be a high one. Speaking of which, he was quite eager for the occasional emergence of variables akin to Jiang Nan, capable of surpassing him in certain aspects. Otherwise, this invincibility was rather lonely. Being unmatched in excellence was, indeed, a tragic affair. On the other hand, the school heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, also mentioned by the gossipers, held an entirely different perspective from Qin Feng. Prior to this, his mental state mirrored that of Qin Feng. Both were invincible, confident, and proud. However, the distinction lay in their realms of supremacy. Qin Feng was unrivaled in strength, while Yi Zhiqiu was unmatched in looks. He was certain that no one in the entire third high school could eclipse him in beauty. Yet now, it seemed that a variable had surfaced. Rumors circulated that a scholar had emerged in the cafeteria, possessing looks that could rival his own, capable of overshadowing him. Whether this individual was academically gifted or not was of little concern to him, but being more handsome than himself, that was something he could not abide. Especially upon hearing that Jiang Nan was accompanied by Bai Yingying, his ire was ignited. Damn it, Bai Yingying, the only one who could be compared to him. The school belle possessed an exquisite beauty that was nothing short of breathtaking. Since the first year of high school, many had speculated that he and Bai Yingying were a perfect match, given that one was the school heartthrob and the other the school belle. Moreover, he had long harbored feelings for Bai Yingying, secretly devising ways to interact with her. The little progress had been made over the past 3 years. Yet today, an exceptionally handsome young man, even more so than myself, unexpectedly appeared beside Bai Yingying. It is only natural that I would feel a surge of anger and indignation. How audacious! To dare to pursue the girl I have set my sights upon? You are in for it now. Once I ascertain your identity, I shall certainly seek you out. Chapter 50. The second mathematics examination. Is this the outcome? Though I am absent from the world, my legend lingers. From teachers to students, whispers of Jiang Nan circulate throughout the campus, recounting the events that transpired in the cafeteria. However, as the center of this discourse, Jiang Nan remains blissfully unaware. And even if he were informed, he would remain indifferent. After all, he believes in the necessity of eating and sleeping. After their meal, Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Bai Yingying returned to the examination hall to study. Having stumbled in the morning's Chinese exam, they were determined not to falter again in the afternoon's mathematics test. Thus, they hurriedly crammed, seeking to salvage their grades. Yet, whether their efforts would bear fruit remained a mystery known only to the divine. Jiang Nan, however, had no intention of reviewing. He found no urgency in studying, believing that a good meal followed by sleep was the true path to success. Consequently, he left the cafeteria and returned to his dormitory, sleeping soundly until 20 minutes before the exam, when he leisurely made his way back to the examination hall. It is worth mentioning that had he not been required to enter the hall 15 minutes early, he would have preferred to sleep until the exam commenced. At 3 p.m., the second mathematics examination officially began, lasting for 2 hours. In Class 4, where Jiang Nan was seated, the invigilators were not the familiar Hu Yifei, but 2 different teachers. To adhere to the standards of fairness, the invigilating teachers were rotated for each examination. Curiously, one of the invigilators was none other than his acquaintance, the mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan. Upon seeing him, Jiangnan could not help but twitch his mouth. Was it mere coincidence that Hu Yifei supervised the morning's Chinese exam while Chao Tianyuan presided over the afternoon's mathematics test? Hardly. Jiangnan suspected that this was a deliberate strategy by certain individuals, concerned that he might once again scrape by with a passing score. Wasn't trust supposed to be a given? Hadn't he assured them? Truly, this was lacking in integrity. However, the system announced that he must achieve a score of 150 in this mathematics examination. As the notification echoed in his mind just before the papers were distributed, Jiangnan could not help but smile. Indeed, the system had transformed, determined to make him shine. Since resistance was futile, he might as well embrace it. Having already secured full marks in Chinese, attaining another perfect score in mathematics would be inconsequential, serving merely to placate Chao Tianyuan and prevent any unnecessary trouble. With this thought, Jiangnan relaxed, cracking his knuckles and rubbing his palms together, preparing to excel in the mathematics examination. You wish to witness my prowess? Very well, I shall reveal a glimpse. Yet, he hoped the mathematics paper would present a challenge, unlike the morning's Chinese paper, which had been utterly effortless. What a bore that would be. However, the moment he received the examination paper, his brow furrowed slightly, and he felt a wave of disdain wash over him. Just when he was eager to showcase his skills, the exam turned out to be this. Not because the questions were overly difficult, but rather, they were astonishingly simple. First came the multiple-choice questions. The first question pertains to functions and derivatives, so simple that it defies description. Jiangnan selected it in an instant. The second question involved sequences, which Jiangnan also answered with remarkable swiftness. The third question, concerning trigonometric functions, was similarly resolved in a heartbeat. The fourth question, a synthesis of geometric functions, was met with the same rapidity. The fifth question, regarding the trajectory equation of moving points, was likewise resolved in no time. The sixth question, which combined numerical and graphical approaches to ascertain the relationship between lines and conic sections, was effortlessly tackled as well. Alas, these are mere trivialities. Even a fool would manage to select the correct answers without a moment's thought, merely glancing at the questions. Jiangnan felt as though his intelligence was being ruthlessly ground into the ground. Why, oh why, could they not present questions of a more engaging nature that would require some contemplation? Sigh. Best to finish quickly and retire for the night. There was little enjoyment in this. With a face marked by disappointment, Jiangnan's pen danced across the paper, writing furiously. In half a minute, he completed the 10 multiple-choice questions. In a minute, he finished 5 fill-in-the-blank questions. In 3 minutes, he wrapped up the last 3 large problems, managing to answer 1 significant question in just a minute. From the beginning of the exam until now, no more than 5 minutes had elapsed before Jiangnan reached the final 3 questions. This was nothing short of astonishing. Meanwhile, as the proctor, Chao Tianyuan furrowed his brow upon receiving the exam papers. However, unlike Jiangnan's lament about the simplicity of the questions, his concern stemmed from the apparent increase in difficulty compared to previous exams. This was evident from a multiple-choice questions alone. According to the usual pattern, the question determining the relationship between lines and conic sections should have been the climax, the 10th multiple-choice question. Yet now, it stood at the 6th position. This implied that the subsequent 4 questions were even more challenging. Was it possible that the overall difficulty of this mathematics exam exceeded that of previous ones by 2 or 3 times? What was going on? The City's exam committee must have lost their minds. During the morning's Chinese exam, the questions had been so challenging that many students had succumbed to despair and abandoned the test. At the time, he had paid little heed to it, merely lamenting the increasingly fragile disposition of today's students, who could not withstand pressure. Yet now, he found himself understanding. This exam paper, while not on par with the advanced mathematics mock exam he had previously administered to Class 4, should not be underestimated. It would likely incite considerable distress among the students. He could only hope that, unlike in the morning, there would not be chaos in the examination hall, with many students collapsing under pressure. However, soon his expression changed yet again. He caught sight of Jiangnan, his most esteemed student, flipping the paper and beginning to tackle the problems on the reverse side. Was he truly that fast? Or was it that the questions were so difficult that even a genius like Jiangnan chose to bypass them and focus on the later questions? Surely not. No matter how challenging the paper might be, Jiangnan is certainly capable of scoring 90 on Olympiad math simulation tests. So he should not be perplexed by these problems. With a heart full of confusion, Chao Tianyuan quietly approached Jiangnan from behind. Yet in the next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, astonished, utterly astonished. Chapter 51. The true master who requires no draft paper can solve at a glance. How? Is this possible? Am I hallucinating, or was this merely a dream? As a seasoned mathematics teacher, Chao Tianyuan is renowned for his composure and prudence, yet he now stands utterly astonished. The reason is that Jiangnan has remarkably completed 2/3 of the examination, with only the last 3 complex problems remaining. How can this be? He is aware of Jiangnan's exceptional capabilities and believes that, although the paper is challenging, it should not be insurmountable for him. However, the crux of the matter is, no matter how talented one may be, such rapidity in solving is simply unfathomable. It is worth noting that not even 10 minutes have elapsed since the commencement of the examination. This is nothing short of astonishing. Chao Tianyuan adjusted his black-rimmed glasses, while his mind raced to ascertain whether Jiangnan's astonishing speed equated to accuracy. Then, the first problem, correct. The second problem, correct. The third problem, still correct. As for the subsequent multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions, to be honest, without paper and pen, relying solely on mental calculations, Chao Tianyuan found himself unable to solve them at that moment. Thus, he cast them aside and directed his attention to the later problem-solving questions. 1. Given the quadratic function f(x), ax bxc, the solution set for the inequality fx-2x is 1, 3. 1. If the equation fx(6a0) has 2 equal real roots, find the analytical expression for fx. 2. If the maximum value of f(x) is a positive number, determine the range of values for the real number a. Jiangnan's answer is solution. Because the solution set for the inequality fx-2x is 1, 3. It follows that x1 and x3 are the 2 roots of the equation ax b2, xc0 with a 0. Furthermore, since b2, a -4 and ca3, we have b-4, a -2 and c3a. Additionally, since the equation fx(6a0) has 2 equal real roots, it follows that fx-1 5x, 5x, 3 5. 2 from 1. We know fx, ax 2, 2a1, x3a, a4, a1, a. As a consequence, because of 0, the maximum value of fx is a4, 1a. Thus, the sought range of values for the real number is -2 to 3, -2, 3. Though this, how can one describe it? The reasoning is meticulous, without the slightest trace of ambiguity. Upon reviewing the problem-solving process, Chao Tianyuan was left utterly speechless. He could assert with certainty that Jiangnan had answered this question correctly without a doubt. It is important to note, this question is no trivial matter. It is akin to the capstone problem of the college entrance examination. Yet for Jiangnan, it appears as simple as slicing through vegetables, seemingly requiring no cognitive effort whatsoever. This is simply astounding. In Chao Tianyuan's mind, only 2 words emerged. He had once believed himself well acquainted with Jiangnan, yet now he realized how little he truly understood him. While he had previously claimed that Jiangnan might achieve a top national score in the Olympiad, there had been an element of encouragement in that statement. But now, he genuinely believed that Jiangnan could indeed secure the highest national ranking. This prodigy was simply extraordinary. Chao Tianyuan could find no other words to encapsulate Jiangnan's mathematical prowess. Only the term extraordinary seemed fitting. At that moment, another invigilator, while patrolling the examination hall, noticed Chao Tianyuan standing motionless behind Jiangnan. Curiosity piqued. Chao Laoshi, what is the matter? Why are you fixated on this student? Do you suspect he is cheating? Cheating? How could he possibly cheat? I am merely admiring and learning from his problem-solving approach and speed, which are truly remarkable. Oh, is that so? He is that impressive? To receive such praise from you, Chao Laoshi. Upon hearing Chao Tianyuan's words, the invigilator was skeptical and craned his neck to glance at Jiang Nan's exam paper. But, in the next instant, how could this be possible? The examination had only just begun, and others had yet to complete the multiple-choice questions, yet he had already finished the last two problems? The invigilator was left astounded, mirroring Chao Tianyuan's earlier state of mind. Did he really get them right? Surely, he must have merely scribbled down answers. While he was stunned by Jiang Nan's speed, he remained doubtful regarding the accuracy of the answers. Of course, he was not a mathematics teacher and could not instantly comprehend the work like Chao Tianyuan. However, Chao Tianyuan nodded vigorously, affirming that it was not random scribbling, but rather complete accuracy, a flawless performance. With that declaration, the invigilator's eyes widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. Were it not for the need to maintain discipline in the examination hall, he would have leaped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Incredible!" He might harbor doubts about Jiang Nan, but he would never question Chao Tianyuan. After all, Chao Tianyuan was the vice head of the mathematics department, an esteemed expert with exceptional mathematical skills. If he asserted that Jiang Nan had answered correctly, then it was undoubtedly true. Thus, the invigilator's surprise was profound. In less than 10 minutes since the examination commenced, Jiang Nan had nearly completed the entire mathematics paper with absolute correctness. What did this signify? A top student? A superlative scholar? No, such terms were inadequate to describe Jiang Nan. At the very least, he was a mathematical deity, an unparalleled genius. Furthermore, he observed another intriguing detail. Jiang Nan was directly answering on the answer sheet, leaving both the examination paper and scratch paper blank. Even when he completed the penultimate problem, he spent merely a few seconds reviewing the final, challenging question before promptly inscribing his solution directly on the answer sheet. The invigilator's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Stunned, bewildered, and utterly flabbergasted. "Classmate, what on earth is this? Are you certain that you are indeed sitting for a mathematics examination? Was it not said that the final problems are notoriously challenging? Yet you seem to grasp them at a mere glance. You didn't even require a scratch paper, nor did you feel the need to perform preliminary calculations. How audacious you are! It is evident that you hold mathematics in utter disregard. You have completely overlooked the esteemed faculty who crafted this examination. You are truly..." Chapter 52, terrifying indeed. "This child is not of this world." The supervising teacher was rendered speechless, completely astonished. What does it mean to be a prodigy? This is what it means to be a prodigy. Having taught for nearly 2 decades, he had encountered numerous mathematical geniuses. Yet all those so-called prodigies pale in comparison to Jiang Nan, who exists in a realm of his own. This was evident within the first 10 minutes of the examination, as Jiang Nan had already reached the final question of the paper. Furthermore, as per Chao Tianyuan's account, Jiang Nan's accuracy in solving problems was an astounding 100%. Remarkably, even the draft paper specifically allotted for the mathematics exam remained pristine, devoid of any scribbles. In contrast, some students seated nearby had not even completed the multiple-choice questions, yet had already exhausted a sheet of draft paper. One must ponder, what kind of logical reasoning and spatial thinking must one possess to achieve Jiang Nan's level of mastery? Meanwhile, Jiang Nan himself paid no heed to the astonishment of the 2 supervising teachers flanking him. Instead, he swiftly continued to write. For him, these problems posed no challenge whatsoever. His sole desire was to finish quickly and return to slumber, for that was the ultimate goal. However, upon reaching the final question, his gaze sharpened. At last, he encountered a problem of some intrigue. It appeared this paper was not entirely devoid of merit. Prior to this, Jiang Nan had skimmed through the questions in a mere second, instantly deducing the answers in his mind. Yet for this final, climactic question, he pondered for several seconds, indicating the level of difficulty far surpassed that of the preceding ones. The question was as follows. Given the function f, x, frac, x, frac, frac, x, where x belongs to 0 infinity, 1, when 8, determine the intervals of monotonicity for fx. 2. For any positive number, a, prove that f, x, is greater than 1 but less than 2. Similar to the first question of the problem set, this final question also pertained to functions. However, it uniquely involved monotonicity and inequalities, presenting a challenge that was indeed more substantial than the earlier queries. Nevertheless, for Jiangnan, it merely offered a slight diversion. The concept of difficulty could not possibly reside within his mind. To solve, when 8 f x frac 1 sqrt x is equal to 1x frac 1 3, differentiating yields f x frac 1 sqrt x 2 sqrt x 1x 3. Thus, when x belongs to 0, fx is greater than or equal to 0, and when x belongs to 1, infinity, fx is less than or equal to 0. Consequently, fx is monotonically increasing on 0 and monotonically decreasing on 1 infinity. What does it mean for one's pen to dance like a dragon or snake? This is what it means for one's pen to dance like a dragon or snake. Once Jiangnan inscribed the word solution, he encountered no further pauses and swiftly completed the first inquiry. Remarkable. In a single word, absolute. Behind him, a proctor was unable to contain his astonishment, not because he taught mathematics, but due to Jiangnan's astonishing speed in solving problems that left him utterly befuddled. However, it was precisely this lack of understanding that allowed him to remain relatively composed. Conversely, when Chao Tianyuan witnessed Jiangnan effortlessly tackle the first question of the final problem in the blink of an eye, his pupils constricted in shock, and his emotions surged tumultuously within him. Incredible. Remarkable. Jiangnan was truly defying the odds. The proctor beside him was aware that the final mathematical problem was notoriously challenging, yet he remained oblivious to its true complexity. In contrast, Chao Tianyuan understood all too well, for he was a seasoned mathematics teacher. Although the problem appeared straightforward at first glance, that was merely an illusion. In reality, it was exceedingly difficult. Even he would require a considerable amount of effort, perhaps 80 to 90% of his energy, to solve it. To claim it was the most challenging final exam question he had encountered would not be an exaggeration. It surpassed the difficulty of college entrance examination problems multiple times over and could rival the most formidable Olympiad questions. Yet, Jiangnan completed it with the utmost ease. It was utterly unbelievable. He was no ordinary student. It was as if he transcended the realm of humanity. Chao Tianyuan no longer dared to regard Jiangnan as merely a student. This was no longer a student, but rather a seasoned professor of mathematics, far surpassing his own capabilities. However, the spectacle was far from over. Just as Chao Tianyuan was marveling at the feat, Jiangnan had already commenced work on the second question, maintaining his remarkable speed. 1. First, prove that fx is greater than 1. Since 1, 1x, 1, 1x, it follows that fx, 1, abx, abax bx, abx, 1x, 1a, 1b. 2. Next, prove that fx is less than 2. That is, ab8 is greater than 1b, which implies that ab is less than 7. In summary, for any positive numbers a and x, fx is greater than 1 and less than 2. Jiangnan answered with fluidity, as if flowing water, effortlessly addressing the second question. In other words, had Jiangnan already completed the exam? Upon realizing this, a proctor instinctively glanced at the clock on the blackboard, only to discover that a mere 9 minutes had elapsed since the examination began. Goodness, had it only been 9 minutes? Not even 10 minutes had passed, and Jiangnan had finished the entire paper? Such terror. This student was beyond comprehension. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to believe, even if he were to be rendered incapacitated or reduced to ashes. Chapter 53. The most challenging exam in history. Are many students on the verge of collapse again? Li Ming hails from Class 301, the pinnacle class of the senior year at this esteemed institution, renowned for its excellence. The class is distinguished for producing an exceptional academic prodigy, the unparalleled Qin Feng, who has dominated the school's rankings for 3 consecutive years, consistently achieving first place in every subject and leaving a substantial gap between him and the second and third contenders. Qin Feng's prowess is indisputable. However, The other students in Class 301 are no less formidable. Many of them are also academic elites, capable of claiming the top spot in any other class. Yet, they remain overshadowed by Qin Feng's brilliance. Among these talented individuals is Li Ming, who possesses considerable skill, particularly in mathematics. While he may not rival Qin Feng, he believes himself to be on par with his peers. Thus, prior to the mathematics examination, Li Ming was brimming with confidence. Despite an underwhelming performance in the morning's Chinese exam, he was determined to uphold his position as the second best in mathematics in the afternoon session. However, upon receiving the math paper and scanning through the questions, his brow furrowed in concern. This paper seems to present a certain degree of difficulty. A seasoned expert can discern the challenge at a glance. Even before putting pen to paper, he sensed that this test was unusually tough, with numerous questions that eluded immediate answers. Once he began writing, the true level of difficulty became apparent. The initial 3 multiple-choice questions were manageable, but from the 4th question, which involved the combination of geometric functions, the complexity escalated significantly. By the 5th question, concerning the trajectory of moving points, he found himself completely stumped and bewildered. Was the exam really this challenging? In previous mathematics tests, the first 8 multiple-choice questions were typically straightforward, with only the last 2 posing a real challenge. Yet today, the 5th question was already so formidable. Li Ming's furrowed brow deepened as he spent 2 full minutes on the 5th question, only to yield no results. Never mind. He decided to skip it for now and return after addressing the subsequent questions. As a seasoned veteran of countless examinations, Li Ming was no fool, although reluctant. He understood the importance of prioritization. He promptly moved on to the 6th question, which involved determining the positional relationships of conic sections using a combination of numerical and geometric approaches. This question appeared even more challenging. He found himself momentarily at a loss for strategies. He recalled that such questions were typically reserved for the end of the exam as a grand finale. Yet today, it was the 6th question in sequence. The difficulty was simply extraordinary. A foreboding sense of dread washed over him. This mathematics exam was likely to rival the morning's Chinese test in terms of difficulty, marking it as potentially the most challenging in history, one that could leave students in despair. Even the academic genius Qin Feng would likely find this paper daunting, unable to achieve a perfect score. He glanced at the 7th question. Still difficult. The 8th question. Even more so. It is not that he is incapable of solving the problems. Rather, it necessitates an immense expenditure of time and intricate calculations to arrive at the solutions. However, this predicament would leave him with insufficient time to tackle the subsequent major questions, akin to the lack of time to compose an essay during the morning language examination. If this were the case, it would undoubtedly spell disaster, a chilling reality. Not to mention securing 2nd place in the school's rankings. Even passing would be a challenge. The most prudent course of action would be to leap ahead, prioritizing the simple questions. With a determined resolve, Li Ming skipped to the 9th and 10th questions, ultimately leaping directly to the fill-in-the-blank section. Alas, a river of sorrow streamed from his eyes. The turmoil within him was becoming increasingly unbearable, having skipped a significant portion of the multiple-choice questions. Even if he were to answer all the remaining questions correctly, how many points could he possibly accrue? Oh dear, is the exam truly that difficult? Or am I simply inadequate? Li Ming felt a wave of emotion threatening to overwhelm him. His right hand, clutching the black ink pen, began to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, Li Ming's plight was not unique within the classroom. It is worth noting that Li Ming is a top-tier talent in mathematics. If he struggled, how much more so would his peers? It was evident that many in the examination hall were gnawing on their pens, tugging at their hair, and racking their brains in a desperate attempt to decipher the problems. Some had already squandered 2 sheets of draft paper merely attempting the first 3 multiple-choice questions, with no certainty of their correctness. What the hell? Which imbecile crafted this mock exam? The morning language paper was challenging enough, and now the mathematics paper is equally formidable. Is it truly a test from the heavens? My mental state is on the verge of collapse. Was it an unintentional slight, or a deliberate affront? If the college entrance examination is of such difficulty, what hope do I have? Forget about prestigious universities. Even the third-tier institutions seem out of reach. Can someone explain this situation to me? Oh, mother, I no longer wish to take this exam. I long to return home. Studying is exhausting. I would rather engage in manual labor. Once again, many in the examination hall were experiencing a breakdown of composure. Each wore a gloomy expression, their eyes ablaze with frustration, silently cursing the ancestors of the exam's creator. Li Ming, initially despondent, found solace upon noticing that those around him were equally troubled, their brows furrowed in deep concern. He exhaled softly, recalling the invigilator's earlier words. If I cannot solve it, neither can others. As a mathematical prodigy, if I find this challenging, it stands to reason that my peers would struggle even more. As long as I remain calm and composed, focusing on the questions I can answer, I will secure the points I deserve. Even if I cannot rival Qin Feng, the position of second in the school's mathematics standings is undoubtedly still within my grasp. Li Ming silently reassured himself, taking a deep breath to quell the restlessness within, preparing to tackle the fill-in-the-blank questions. Yet, at that moment, he was startled by the sound of papers being shuffled. Instantly, a wave of anxiety surged within him. How could this be? It has barely been 10 minutes since the examination commenced, and yet there are already individuals tackling the more challenging questions at the back. What manner of beings are they? Human or specter? Divine or demonic? Or perhaps they are extraordinary prodigies. Even Qin Feng would find it impossible to achieve such a feat, would he not? Chapter 54. The final question. Is there really a third method? Li Ming instinctively turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and was astonished to find that it was Jiang Nan, seated beside him, who was flipping through the exam papers. His expression was one of utter disbelief. This was primarily because he had not previously known Jiang Nan. However, during the morning's Chinese language examination, Jiang Nan had astounded everyone with his remarkable speed, completing the paper a good 40 minutes ahead of time, even dozing off publicly while the invigilator paid no heed, thus drawing considerable attention. Rumor had it that Jiang Nan had even managed to translate classical Chinese texts. Hence, Li Ming had a vague impression of him, but it was merely that, an impression. After all, Chinese was not his forte. No matter how impressive Jiang Nan was, it had little bearing on him. Yet now, after barely 10 minutes into the mathematics examination, Jiang Nan had already completed all the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and was flipping the pages to tackle the problem-solving section. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be a farce. He was either scribbling aimlessly or had skipped all the previous questions due to incompetence. Li Ming repeatedly chanted these thoughts internally, searching for various justifications and excuses to numb himself. While he could comprehend Jiang Nan's prowess in Chinese, the idea of him excelling in mathematics was simply unacceptable. In mathematics, aside from Qin Feng, no one in the school could surpass him. However, the next scene left him utterly astonished, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. Jiang Nan's pen was moving swiftly across the answer sheet without pause. This was not the crux of the matter. The crucial point was that, unbeknownst to him, the invigilator, Chao Tianyuan, had approached Jiang Nan from behind, intently scrutinizing his answer sheet with a serious, yet subtly shocked and excited expression. What would this possibly mean? Could it be that the lad had answered correctly? How could that be? He hadn't even taken the time to read the questions or contemplate the answers. He hadn't even utilized any scrap paper. If he were indeed answering correctly without such basic steps, it would be akin to the sun rising in the west or the men's football team winning the World Cup. In the blink of an eye, Li Ming's mind went blank. Despite his desire to disbelieve, when another invigilator also approached Jiang Nan and wore an expression of astonishment, he could no longer doubt the situation. If Jiang Nan were simply filling in random answers, the two invigilators would have intervened long ago, especially since the two teachers were now discreetly conversing in a corner. Although their voices were hushed, he strained to listen and caught snippets of their discussion, which confirmed that Jiang Nan's answers were indeed all correct. Even the final problem-solving question had been answered correctly. In an instant, his eyes turned red, and his composure began to shatter. Oh, divine powers! Who could possibly tell him where this fellow had come from? In the past, I had never heard of this remarkable individual. Yet now he has proven himself not only proficient in language arts, but also exceptionally skilled in mathematics. Even Qin Feng would find it hard to compete with him. Wouldn't he? This must be a fabrication. I hope it is untrue. This is not an examination. I must be dreaming. Yes, indeed, I am merely dreaming. And once I awaken, all will return to normal. The monthly assessment surely has not commenced yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, an unknown invigilator is quietly discussing with Chao Tianyuan in a secluded corner. Old Chao, you are a mathematical prodigy. If it were you, could you complete this paper so swiftly? Chao Tianyuan shook his head resolutely. Are you certain that all his answers are correct? Absolutely correct. Every solution, process, an answer is flawless, the invigilator asserted. What about the final challenging question? Is that correct as well? Indeed, it is without a single flaw, a paragon of perfection. In fact, I struggled with the second part. It was only upon seeing his answer that I realized how to approach it. The insights I gained were profound. The invigilator gasped in astonishment. So, he is even more formidable than you, old Chao? Though I am reluctant to admit it. The truth is undeniable, Chao Tianyuan replied. A complex expression on his face. That is truly terrifying. He seems almost superhuman, the invigilator exclaimed, pondering which class he belonged to and who his mathematics teacher might be. Chao Tianyuan hesitated, momentarily stunned. He instinctively wanted to reveal, actually, he is a student from my class. However, it seemed that Jiangnan had hardly paid attention during class and had mostly been dozing off. So, could Jiangnan truly have been taught by him? It would be inaccurate to claim so. More precisely, one might say he possesses extraordinary talent and has achieved self-mastery. Chao Tianyuan found it challenging to answer the invigilator's inquiry, opting instead to evade with vague remarks and return to observe Jiangnan. Why did he return to Jiangnan? Simply because Jiangnan had seemingly completed the final question, yet he suddenly noticed that Jiangnan appeared to be writing something else. Could it be Jiangnan had made a mistake on some question? No, that couldn't be right. He had just focused intently on the final problem. Although he had initially been perplexed, the first part was manageable, while the second had truly eluded him. Nevertheless, he had confirmed that Jiangnan's reasoning and processes were clear and justified, leading to a result that should be undeniably accurate. Yet, Jiangnan was still making revisions? Was it possible he had misjudged the situation? Chao Tianyuan instinctively focused his gaze. In the next moment, how is this possible? Chao Tianyuan gasped in shock, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, his mind buzzing with disbelief. What he witnessed was astonishing and utterly inconceivable. After completing the final question, Jiangnan had proceeded to write down Method 3 in the blank space behind. Chapter 55, Jiangnan. O Jiangnan, I implore you to act humanely. Method 3? Chao Tianyuan rubbed his eyes vigorously, only to discover he was not mistaken. Jiangnan was indeed employing a third method to tackle the second question of the pressure relief problem. As for why Method 2 was not utilized, because Method 2 had already been completed. While he whispered to another invigilator, Jiangnan had already devised a second solution. He gazed intently at this second solution and realized the thought process and procedure were entirely distinct from the first, yet still yielded the correct result. This was simply astounding. Damn! 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 Chao Tianyuan was so astonished that other words eluded him, except for the exclamation of frustration. Goodness! Other students likely lacked even a single approach to solving the problem. And even he, as a teacher, was bewildered until he observed Jiangnan's reasoning, which brought clarity. Yet the result. Jiangnan had not just one, but two methodologies. And both were correct? No, that was erroneous. It was not merely two. It was three. Jiangnan was already in the midst of writing Method 3. Chao Tianyuan clenched his fists tightly and focused intently on Jiangnan's third approach. He watched as Jiangnan's pen flew across the paper. Swish, swish, swish. In just a few breaths, Method 3 was completed. Swift. Incredibly swift. Moreover, its thought process and procedure differed once again from Methods 1 and 2. Yet the conclusion remained unchanged. Truly remarkable. More impressive than Red Bull. Chao Tianyuan felt his blood boiling, surging towards a crescendo, teetering on the brink of explosion. He was exhilarated, more so than on his wedding night. It was profoundly shocking, more so than a national football team winning the World Cup. Jiangnan's first and second solutions, while entirely different, maintained a certain connection. The first was a conventional approach, known as the forward method, while the second was unconventional, referred to as the reverse method. One forward, one backward. This, Chao Tianyuan could accept. But what on earth was this third method? Jiangnan had audaciously shifted to an entirely different concept, employing geometric proof to resolve a function proof problem. Yet, the process remained crystal clear. Ultimately, it similarly demonstrated that for any positive numbers a and x, f, x is greater than 1 but less than 2. An eye-opening experience. Truly eye-opening. Chao Tianyuan felt as if a door to a new world within him had been flung wide open. Although he had been formidable in mathematics, a seasoned expert, he had long felt a gap between his level and that of a professor, finding himself mired in a bottleneck, unable to advance further. Otherwise, he would not have spent decades in high school. But now, he suddenly realized that his bottleneck had been shattered, and he could venture even further in the realm of mathematics. Of course, this was difficult to articulate in words. It was purely a sense of intuition or perhaps inspiration. In any case, from Jiangnan's 3 distinct approaches to problem solving, particularly the third, he has garnered an abundance of insights. Suddenly, an unusual exclamation escaped him, jolting Chao Tianyuan from the brink of a cerebral epiphany. It was Jiangnan, who exhaled and murmured to himself that the problem indeed held some intrigue and had consumed a fair amount of his time. However, the answer sheet was rather diminutive, allowing him to document merely 3 methods, leaving no room for further elaboration, a lamentable circumstance. Jiangnan's words detonated like a deep-sea torpedo, causing ripples of astonishment among those nearby, including Chao Tianyuan and another invigilator who had just approached. Jiangnan, oh Jiangnan, please do exhibit some humanity. What do you mean by having spent a considerable amount of time? You've only just begun. It has barely been 10 minutes since the examination commenced. Moreover, this was under the condition that you employed 2 additional methods for your final problem. Otherwise, it would not have required even 10 minutes. What do you mean by the answer sheet being too small, allowing for only 3 methods? Are there, perhaps, a 4th and 5th method you have yet to disclose? The invigilator, unable to bear any more, feared that continuing to listen would induce a heart attack, and thus discreetly departed to monitor other students. As for Chao Tianyuan, who had just managed to stabilize his blood pressure, he felt it surge once more, almost leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. How infuriating! He had just begun to feel a sense of breakthrough and was contemplating expressing gratitude to Jiangnan later. But now, perhaps it would be best to let it go. This lad has completely forsaken all sense of reason. It's worth noting that I could not conceive a single method at the outset. Even after my breakthrough, I have merely acquired your 3 methods. Yet you possess an arsenal of additional approaches? How ruthless! How terrifying! Even if I make further progress, I cannot compare to you. You are the lightning, the beacon, the singular myth. I'm growing old. Indeed, I am aging. To serve as your mathematics teacher, I am left pondering whether this is a source of joy or a lamentable plight, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Teacher, I've completed the work. May I rest now? Jiangnan, having laid down his pen, noticed Chao Tianyuan right behind him and turned to inquire. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of disdain within. As anticipated, old Chao's supervision was no mere coincidence, but a deliberate watch over him. Nevertheless, he had not compromised his efforts, and with certainty, he would receive full marks. Thus, let him observe. Why? Are you not going to check? Chao Tianyuan instinctively voiced a reminder. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he wished to slap himself. Check. What nonsense! Given Jiangnan's prowess and his own discerning eye, it was certain that all answers were correct. A check was unnecessary. How could one possibly err on such an elementary problem? If you have no objections, I shall take my leave to rest. In the Jiangnan region, Chao Tianyuan grinned widely, disregarding whether the latter agreed or not, and simply laid his head down on the table to sleep. Huh, old Chao, you think I would grant you the satisfaction of my attention just because you are deliberately staring at me? Chao Tianyuan. This person truly has no regard for others. Chapter 56. Oh heavens! Why must we share the examination hall with him? How infuriating. It was one thing for you to doze off during class, but to sleep during the examination as well? What is this? A blatant display of arrogance? I am well aware that you have completed your work and done so correctly. Yet there are other students around us, faces etched with despair as they strive to focus. The crux of the matter is, I had not even consented to your behavior before you laid your head down, showing such blatant disregard for my feelings. Truly, it is inhumane. But alas, you are so exceptional. I cannot control you. Sleep if you wish. Observing Jiangnan, who had already succumbed to slumber upon his desk, Chao Tianyuan found himself simmering with discontent. Nevertheless, he chose to turn away and depart, feigning ignorance or perhaps tacit acceptance. You may sleep as you please, provided you do not disturb the other examinees. I shall not intervene, nor can I. Yet, Chao Tianyuan's departure was one of resignation. Meanwhile, the neighboring Li Ming was utterly astonished. What was happening? Jiangnan, just as in a morning's language examination, had once again chosen to sleep in public, and yet the proctors seemed indifferent. That, however, was not the main concern. The crux lay in the proximity. He had seemingly caught a fragment of Jiangnan's words. Finished. How could such simple questions be answered incorrectly? Good heavens! Is my hearing faulty? It has only been a mere 10 minutes since the exam commenced. And that fellow has completed the entire paper? What astonishing speed! Even a golden bachelor for 100,000 years cannot compare. He even dares to claim the questions are simple. Pray tell, where is the simplicity in these problems? As a mathematical prodigy, consistently scoring above 140, I cannot even solve the last 5 multiple-choice questions. Is this paper truly easy? How can that be? Li Ming felt his worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. He desperately sought to convince himself that this was merely a dream, that everything was a fabrication. Yet it appeared so vividly real. In a moment of desperation, he pinched his thigh with such force that tears welled in his eyes. It hurt, confirming that this was no dream. He wanted to assert that Jiangnan must have been scribbling haphazardly, for no individual could possibly complete such a challenging mathematics paper in mere minutes, without even utilizing scrap paper. However, the demeanor of the two proctors seemed to tacitly endorse Jiangnan's claims, especially Chao Tianyuan, a seasoned mathematics teacher, who had scrutinized Jiangnan's paper for an extended period without uttering a word of refutation, his expression one of astonishment. There was no doubt. Jiangnan had indeed answered correctly. The more Li Ming pondered, the more his frustration mounted, rendering him unable to maintain his composure. Oh heavens! Oh earth! Why must it be both you and Liang in this examination hall? Why must that fellow emerge before me to flaunt his abilities? It is truly inhumane. Li Ming's heart was filled with an incessant lament. I remember you. You are formidable, but I shall not be weak. I will study diligently and surpass you. Transforming sorrow and indignation into strength, Li Ming clenched his fists, rallying himself to focus on the exam. Yet, while the intention was simple, the execution proved to be exceedingly difficult. As he began to answer the questions, images of Jiangnan, who had claimed the exam was easy, invaded his mind, refusing to dissipate. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of Jiangnan, sprawled across his desk, sound asleep, the faintest of snores escaping his lips. How infuriating! Here he was, struggling to even complete the 5th multiple-choice question, while Jiangnan slumbered peacefully. By the way, do your parents even know how exceptional you are? He mused. And what a fate! Why does it not strike down this cheat with a bolt of lightning? And the invigilators, are you truly monitoring the exam in this manner? How can you allow such blatant disrespect towards the examination? Li Ming's internal monologue was far from ordinary. He estimated this exam was a complete disaster for him, as he could not concentrate, consumed by his resentment towards the snoring Jiangnan. Of course, Li Ming was not alone in his plight. In truth, many students shared similar sentiments. Those seated beside Jiangnan wore expressions of despair, their thoughts echoing the same anguished questions. Why is there such a disparity between individuals? Why must we share an examination room with Jiangnan? The exam was already challenging enough to shatter their morale. And now they had to contend with the presence of this absolute champion. Truly, as the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. However, The most disheartening moment was yet to come. A student sitting by the window, unable to endure the suffocating atmosphere any longer, decided to open the window for some fresh air. Just as he reached for the latch, an invigilator approached, promptly shutting the window and softly admonishing him. Do not open the window. The breeze outside is a bit chilly, and we wouldn't want any other students in the classroom to catch a cold. Upon hearing these words, many around, including Li Ming, felt a pang of empathy. Although he too wished to open the window to clear his mind, with the teacher speaking thus, he thought it best to relent. After all, was this not in consideration of their well-being? Yet, in the next moment, all were left in astonishment. The invigilator, after closing the window, did not immediately depart. Instead, he removed his own coat and quietly draped it over the sleeping figure of Jiangnan. Chapter 57 on the first floor, using the restroom, inadvertently ended up on the fifth. Li Ming. All the students present, each and every one of them rendered speechless. This is truly disheartening. The actions of the invigilating teacher are nothing short of a divine strike. Just a moment ago, they were grateful to one another for their consideration, feeling a warmth in their hearts. But in the next moment, TSK. Is this truly for their benefit? This is evidently for Jiangnan's sake. What does a gentle breeze from outside mean? A bit chilly? It is already March. Winter has long passed. Moreover, this is not the northern region. March in Jiangsheng is a time of bright spring breezes, with the earth revived and flowers blooming, utterly unrelated to cold. As for the breeze, they would actually welcome a gust to invigorate their minds. Of course, excluding those who are currently dozing on their desks. Is this the so-called privileged connection? That fellow must be related to the invigilating teacher, right? Closing windows, draping clothing, even allowing him to sleep, claiming there's no connection. Who would believe that? Having connections is indeed impressive. The background is too formidable. One cannot afford to offend. In an instant, Jiang Nan was mentally labeled by those present as someone with connections, categorized as a person of significance. Li Ming gritted his teeth, striving to focus on his examination and the questions at hand. However, at that moment, several figures suddenly appeared outside the window, instantly capturing the attention of numerous students in the classroom. Li Ming instinctively glanced over. He noticed several Chinese teachers standing outside, craning their necks to peer into examination room 304. How did he know they were Chinese teachers? Because he was an outstanding student. Most of the teachers at the school recognized him, and he, in turn, was familiar with many of them, particularly one who was quite well known to him. That was Teacher Yu, nicknamed Yu Lao-san, who happened to be one of the teachers for class 301, Li Ming's Chinese teacher. As these teachers appeared, especially when he saw Yu Lao-san also stretching his neck and widening his eyes to gaze into the classroom, Li Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is splendid, truly splendid. So many teachers have come together. Without needing to say a word, it was clear they were here to inspect the examination conduct. Through the window, the first thing they would see is Jiang Nan, sprawled on the desk, sleeping soundly. This time, Jiang Nan is certainly finished. After all, sleeping during an exam is a blatant violation of examination rules. Caught red-handed by so many teachers, even if he has a connection with the invigilating teacher, it would be of no consequence. One teacher cannot possibly compare to the many present. Especially Teacher Yu, who has taught in the school for 20 years, possesses profound experience and high standards, and his eyes are always vigilant. If he decides to punish Jiang Nan, no one can intervene. Not only Li Ming, but several other students in the examination room eagerly anticipated that these teachers would impose strict punishment on Jiang Nan and take him away. Otherwise, a sense of unease settled in the heart, and resentment brewed within. However, soon enough, confusion enveloped them. There stood a group of instructors, including the venerable Yu Lao-san, gazing intently through the window, yet neither entering nor departing. What was the meaning of this? Were they truly unable to see? That lad, a living being of considerable size, lay soundly asleep right beneath their noses. Or was it possible that the window's glass was one way? That seemed implausible. If the glass were indeed one way, they would not frequently be caught by the supervising teacher while stealthily engrossed in their phones at their desks. Numerous individuals in the examination room, including Li Ming, found themselves bewildered by the presence of the teachers outside the window. Why did they not enter or leave? The constant scrutiny weighed heavily upon them. Moreover, if they claimed not to have noticed the boy sleeping, they seemed to be discussing him nonetheless. The looks they exchanged were rather peculiar, far from stern disapproval. They appeared almost astonished. All the students were equally perplexed. Those seated closer to the window felt as though they were in a tumultuous sea, their thoughts in disarray. Imagine, if you will, the sensation of having 5 or 6 teachers observing you during an examination. It would be undeniably overwhelming. Many students dare not lift their heads, feigning concentration on their papers while inwardly pleading for the teachers to either address the sleeping boy or leave the vicinity altogether. Regrettably, their hopes were destined to be dashed. Time passed, yet Yu Lao-san and his colleagues remained stationed outside the classroom, their numbers even swelling to 8 or 9. It seemed there was a growing inclination for more to arrive, an utterly terrifying prospect. Simultaneously, a comical scene unfolded outside the window. "Ah, Teacher Liu, weren't you supervising on the 3rd floor? What brings you to the 5th? Teacher Yu, I distinctly recall you overseeing on the 1st floor. Why have you come to the 5th as well?" I stumbled here by accident, intending merely to visit the restroom, but inadvertently found myself in the wrong place. To err from the 1st floor to the 5th is quite a stretch. If this continues, will you not ascend to the heavens? In that moment, Yu Lao-san's face flushed crimson. The excuse he instinctively conjured seemed rather flimsy and untenable. A stark blow to his credibility, an unabashed slap in the face. Chapter 58. I expose myself. I have cheated, please give me a 0. Well then, dear brothers, let us not mock one another. Let us speak plainly. I trust you have all gathered here to witness the extraordinary talent of the one who writes in classical Chinese. Suddenly, a teacher stepped forward to mediate. Indeed, it was he. Yet, which one among them is Jiangnan? I'm most curious about him. Not only can he compose in classical Chinese, but I cannot even comprehend his work. Upon hearing this, others readily concurred. After all, they were colleagues. It was merely a jest, and it could not be that Yu Lao-san would be left embarrassed. Prior to this, I had inquired with teacher, who told me that Jiangnan was seated in the 3rd row, 4th from the back, standing at 6 feet tall and possessing the most handsome visage. Surely, it was the one currently slumped over his desk in slumber. Someone pointed to the sleeping Jiangnan, and this was the very scene that Li Ming and others had previously witnessed. A group of teachers outside the window clearly saw Jiangnan asleep, yet rather than being angered, they appeared astonished. "Oh, Jiangnan is asleep? But wait, the examination has only just begun for a mere 10 minutes, and he is already dozing off at his desk. Could it be that his mathematics is lacking?" Some began to question Jiangnan's capabilities. However, in the next moment, the matter of his mathematical prowess seemed inconsequential. As long as he excelled in language, that was sufficient. The mere fact that he could craft an essay in classical Chinese, one that none of us could comprehend, was ample evidence of his talent. Even if he were to score 0 in mathematics, with his linguistic gifts and abilities, securing a direct recommendation for further studies would be no trouble at all. In my view, it would be best if he were lacking in other subjects, allowing him to concentrate solely on language. Yu Lao-san expressed his opinion. Broad knowledge is not as valuable as specialization. For a group of teachers devoted to the study of language, it mattered not if Jiangnan faltered in other subjects as long as he reached the pinnacle in language studies. To this, everyone present nodded in agreement. Yu Lao-san makes a valid point. A person has limited energy, since he possesses such remarkable talent in language. It is only natural for him to struggle in other areas. What we should fear is a jack of all trades who cannot excel in any, ultimately becoming unremarkable. It is indeed a pity that we cannot get closer to witness the visage of this extraordinary talent. Ah, truly a regret. Suddenly, look everyone, the lad sitting to Jiangnan's left. Is he not using a cheat sheet? Cheating? Someone exclaimed, having discovered a student engaging in dishonest practices. In the next instant, indeed, he was cheating. "Hey, you there! What are you doing? I see you. Quickly put down what you have in your hands." It was unclear who first let out a loud shout, but soon after, with a rush, all the language teachers surged into examination room 304. How could they pass up this rare opportunity to observe the extraordinary talent up close? Ah, I was wrong. I shall never do it again. Please do not catch me. Do not catch me. In an instant, that rather oblivious classmate trembled and collapsed beneath the desk. Goodness, was he merely attempting to cheat? Yet it summoned a horde of teachers, fierce as wolves, rushing in from outside. It was astonishing he wasn't utterly paralyzed with fear. Not just him. Many around him were equally startled. The spectacle of over a dozen teachers apprehending one individual for cheating was nothing short of astounding, indeed grand in scale. Initially, due to the difficulty of the exam, numerous students had entertained thoughts of cheating. But now, that notion was swiftly extinguished. However, the subsequent actions of the group of language teachers left them utterly perplexed, as bewildered as a monk facing an inscrutable riddle. These teachers burst into the room. Yet instead of immediately confronting the cheater, they fixated their attention on the slumbering Jiangnan, expressing their astonishment with murmurs. What was happening? Were they not here to apprehend the cheater, but rather to penalize him for violating examination decorum by sleeping? This thought crossed the minds of many, including Li Ming. Even the cheater wore a bewildered expression, thinking, "You're not here to catch me." But him? This made no sense. Just moments ago, they had shouted about cheating, not sleeping. Moreover, if they truly intended to reprimand him for his slumber, shouldn't they have awakened him immediately? Yet now, they were all tiptoeing around? Led by the venerable teacher Yu, the group of language instructors encircled Jiangnan, observing him as if he bore a remarkable flower on his face, yet uttering not a single word. It was unclear whether they feared disrupting the examination atmosphere or wished to avoid disturbing Jiangnan's repose. Logically, it seemed to be the former. However, many students suspected it was more likely the latter. For a moment, the atmosphere in the examination room became exceedingly strange, both eerie and unsettling. Suddenly, a dull thud erupted from the direction of a rather hefty student seated beside Jiangnan. He slammed his palm against the desk, unable to endure the tension any longer, exclaiming, "I confess, I cheated. Give me a 0. With that declaration, he fled the scene in haste, overwhelmed by the pressure. Goodness, what a bold individual. He had already cracked under the strain during the morning language exam, abandoning it, and now he was confessing to cheating in mathematics? The cheater? Li Ming? Numerous classmates? The 2 invigilators? The group of language teachers? Chapter 59. The examination concludes. Students flee in disarray? Cheating and self-confession? What an unprecedented sight. The onlookers exchange bewildered glances, utterly astonished. Particularly the individual who had just been named as a cheater. He found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether he was ensnared in reality or ensconced in a dream. It was evident that these teachers had stormed in with the intent to apprehend him. Yet, paradoxically, their attention was fixated incessantly on Jiangnan. Ultimately, this diversion had driven a nearby plump individual to the brink of madness. Thus, could one say that he had narrowly escaped a calamity? Perhaps not. The matter was far from settled, as the assembly of teachers lingered, their watchful eyes unyielding. The tension was palpable. He yearned to emulate the earlier escape of the corpulent student, departing the examination with nonchalance, yet he found himself lacking even the slightest courage to do so. Instead, he lay prostrate on the ground, his body and spirit tormented by an immense ordeal, comparable to the most excruciating of tortures. At last, Chao Tianyuan could no longer bear it. He addressed Wu Jiahao, the head of the Chinese department, saying, "Old Wu, what brings you language teachers here? Is there no need for invigilators? You are the leader, so quickly take your colleagues away. Do not disturb my students during their examination." Wu Jiahao, with a look of helplessness, was the last to arrive. Observing that Yu Lao-san and others had already entered classroom 304, encircling Jiangnan, he had intended to follow suit. However, as soon as he set foot inside, he was called out by Chao Tianyuan. What a pity indeed. He had barely caught a glimpse of Jiangnan. Nonetheless, the situation had escalated, and he dared not intrude further. Despite being the head of the language department, Chao Tianyuan held the position of deputy head of the mathematics department, and it would be inappropriate to disregard his authority. Thus, he promptly withdrew and led Yu Lao-san and the other teachers away. With their departure, the examination room fell into immediate silence, the atmosphere noticeably easing. Yet, Li Ming and a multitude of classmates were left in a state of confusion, their thoughts filled with countless questions. Did the teachers truly leave just like that? Had they forgotten something? Jiang Nan is sleeping so soundly right under their noses, and they do not intend to intervene? After all, they had entered with a rallying cry to catch cheaters, and the offending student remains seated on the floor. Are they really going to overlook this? Or was the pursuit of cheaters merely a pretext? Is their true intention simply to observe Jiang Nan? How heart-wrenching. Is it possible that Jiang Nan's connections are so formidable that they all harbor trepidation and dare not take action? Or is it that his abilities are so exceptional that they cannot bear to address the situation? Or perhaps it is his striking good looks. In any case, the crowd was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. This mathematics examination had proven to be the most exasperating of their lives, even surpassing the earlier language test. The only one who felt a sense of relief was perhaps the cheater, who hastily rose from the ground, having narrowly escaped disaster. Truly, those who survive great calamities are destined for future blessings. It appears that those teachers are rather oblivious, failing to notice him. It was merely he who had frightened himself previously. Now he can cheat with complete ease and audacity, for no one can uncover him. However, this sense of relief lasted merely 3 seconds. Chao Tianyuan approached with a serious demeanor, confiscated his exam paper, and recorded a resounding 0. Dazed, he plummeted from heaven to hell. The surrounding students, startled, hastily bowed their heads and focused intently on their own papers, no longer daring to entertain thoughts of cheating. In truth, even if they attempted to cheat, it would be futile. For heaven's sake, this is mathematics, not language arts. Cheating would amount to little more than copying a formula, which holds minimal significance. Ding, ding, ding. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. At long last, the bell rang, signaling the end of the examination. Much like the morning's language arts exam, many students' answer sheets bore extensive blank spaces, evidently unfinished. Yet the difference this time was palpable. When the teacher announced it was time to submit their papers, not a single soul lamented or wept. Instead, a collective sigh of relief swept through the room as they hurriedly handed in their papers and fled. Their speed was comparable to that of frantic rabbits escaping a dire threat. It was as if they feared being pursued by some dreadful beast lurking within the classroom. Of course, there were no such beasts. The oppressive atmosphere of this exam was simply unbearable for everyone. Even though no teachers rushed in to catch cheaters afterward, the sight of Jiang Nan sleeping so peacefully was a dagger to their hearts. They were struggling to survive the exam, while Jiang Nan slumbered blissfully. Truly, it was enough to shatter one's composure. Even Li Ming, a mathematics prodigy, shot a resentful glare at Jiang Nan before hastily departing. He vowed never to endure such a stifling examination again, and was determined to avoid any further interaction with Jiang Nan. As he exited, Jiang Nan leisurely awoke. What on earth? Did I oversleep? He was filled with questions. This nap had been remarkably refreshing. He and T even realized the exam had concluded and others had left. Had he not sensed some ill intentions directed at him, he might have slept through the night. Alas, his biological clock was off. It seemed he needed to find time to recalibrate it. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Jiang Nan prepared to rise and head to the cafeteria when he noticed an extra piece of clothing draped over him. Just then, an unknown proctor approached with a cheerful smile, exclaiming, "Ah, you're awake. Please hand over that garment. I worried you might catch a chill while sleeping, so I draped it over you." Thank you, teacher. Jiang Nan quickly expressed his gratitude, internally reflecting, "This teacher is truly kind, far superior to that ruthless old Chao." Chapter 60. Li Ming wept inconsolably, leaving Su Yu and Zhang Hao in a state of astonishment. Jiang Nan cast a glance at the beleaguered Chao Tianyuan, who was busy collecting papers, and noted that the old fellow's complexion was far from favorable. It was hardly surprising for Chao Tianyuan to appear discontented. He was known for his stern demeanor. Yet today, he seemed utterly indifferent to Jiang Nan dozing off during the examination. In fact, amidst the chaos, several language teachers had stormed into the examination room, ostensibly to catch cheaters. But in reality, they were there to observe Jiang Nan. Fortunately, given Jiang Nan's commendable performance and his likely perfect score in mathematics, Chao Tianyuan refrained from losing his temper. Umph. You little rascal, revel in your arrogance. I secretly wish you would be even more audacious. This is the essence of youth. What is youth without a bit of recklessness? After all, your boldness is a reflection of my teachings. Hee hee. Well, to some extent, it can be credited to my guidance. Once Chao Tianyuan finished collecting the papers, he hummed a tune as he departed. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan rubbed his nose, sensing the ill intentions of certain individuals around him. Do not inquire how he could perceive such things. This was a skill honed from his habit of napping in class. As long as it did not pose a threat to him, he could sleep soundly through thunder and lightning. Just like during the previous exam, when numerous teachers barged in, startling many would-be cheaters, he remained blissfully asleep, not even fluttering his eyelids. However, when Li Ming shot him a resentful glare, he instantly awoke. Remarkably, even in slumber, his instincts allowed him to deftly evade Hu Yifei's lightning-fast barrage of questions. Such a talent is not something one finds in the average individual. Never mind. There's no need to dwell on it. Old Chao has always been unsporting. I have grown accustomed to it. What can you do, even if your intentions are dubious? Jiang Nan dismissed Chao Tianyuan from his thoughts and promptly exited the classroom, making his way to the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and he was already late. If he delayed any longer, he would miss his meal. However, just as he descended the stairs, Bai Yingying caught up with him, exclaiming, Jiang Nan, why are you only just coming out? This is so unlike you. Unlike me? What should I have done instead? You should have submitted your paper early. Bai Yingying replied matter-of-factly. You handed in your language exam ahead of time this morning, and given your prowess in mathematics, I assumed you would do the same for this test. I rushed to the cafeteria right after the exam to find you, but to my dismay, I came up empty-handed and had to return. Jiang Nan thought to himself, no one knows me better than Bai Yingying. He certainly wouldn't admit that he had overslept. Otherwise, he would have been at the cafeteria long before now. What do you need me for? Of course, to compare answers. She insisted. Quickly, tell me, how did you answer the multiple-choice questions? Jiang Nan effortlessly recited the answers. For every question he had tackled, none were forgotten. Oh no, I got the last 4 questions wrong. Bai Yingying had been brimming with excitement. But the moment she heard Jiang Nan's words, her expression fell instantly, and she clutched her head in despair. Oh no, despite my efforts, I fear I will once again be outperformed by Qingyuma in this exam. What about the fill-in-the-blank questions? 1, 3, 2, minus 1, 4. I could cry. I got 2 of those wrong. And the short answer questions? Woe is me, I also erred on 2 of those. Although I managed to answer the last one correctly, thanks to you. Just the other day, you explained a similar problem to me. Ha ha ha. Upon reaching the end, Bai Yingying's sorrow transformed into joy, for she had conquered the final challenging question. As for why she did not contest Jiang Nan's answer as incorrect, what a joke. Jiang Nan is a mathematical prodigy. Could his answer truly be wrong? Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded throughout the campus, with numerous students congregating to compare answers. One such gathering occurred in the cafeteria. Hey, Li Ming, you all, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Dang Dian Dian. It was uncertain whether it was by design or mere coincidence that Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian from class 304 found themselves alongside Li Ming from class 301. Do not inquire as to how they knew each other. Although they were not in the same class, Su Yu and his companions were all class representatives. Particularly, Su Yu served as the mathematics representative, while Li Ming was regarded as the academic elite, second only to Qin Feng in mathematics, renowned throughout the school. Li Ming, how did you fare in a math exam this time? Terribly. I estimate I only scored about 50 or 60 points. What? 50 or 60 points? How could that be possible? Upon hearing this, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tian were all taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. They had specifically gathered to discern how each fared in mathematics, hoping to surpass Jiang Nan, and had sought Li Ming's insights for accuracy in assessing their scores. After all, Li Ming excelled in mathematics. However, now that he claimed to have scored only 50 or 60 points, what was there left to compare? Su Yu quickly pressed, Li Ming, though I am reluctant to concede, I must acknowledge that you are indeed superior in mathematics. Even if this exam was particularly challenging, it couldn't possibly lead to such a low score. Zhang Hao, Tang Tian, and the other class representatives all fixed their curious and perplexed gazes upon Li Ming. If it were a conventional exam, I would undoubtedly be confident of scoring higher than 50 or 60 points. However, this exam was exceedingly unconventional. As soon as it commenced, my composure collapsed tense. Li Ming's face was marked by resignation. What do you mean? In what way was it unusual? Su Yu and the others were even more baffled. You wouldn't believe it. There was a formidable individual seated beside me. Within just 10 minutes of the exam starting, he completed the entire paper, seemingly answering everything correctly, and then fell into a deep slumber. The proctor not only ignored him, but even closed the windows and draped him with a coat, as though fearing he might catch a chill. Subsequently, a dozen or so language teachers stormed in, using the pretext of catching cheaters to scrutinize that merciless individual. It is an understatement to say my mental state crumbled. Hardly anyone in the examination hall managed to maintain their composure. It was utterly impossible to focus on the exam. Every time I attempted to answer a question, the image of that relentless person sleeping loomed before me. How could one possibly take the exam under such circumstances? My concentration was shattered. Achieving a score of 50 or 60 would be quite commendable, perhaps even lower. Oh, woe is me. As these thoughts tumbled forth, Li Ming burst into uncontrollable tears. A man may shed tears, yet only when truly moved by sorrow. From the commencement of the exam until now, he had stifled his emotions for over 2 hours, and though he could have continued to suppress them, the inquiries from Su Yu and the others opened the floodgates. Upon this revelation, Su Yu and the others exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback. Chapter 61. Jiangnan. Why Jiangnan again? Hey, have you heard? During the mathematics examination, there was a remarkable individual who completed the test within just 10 minutes and then laid his head on the desk to sleep. Surprisingly, the invigilator not only ignored this, but even took the time to close the window and drape a coat over him, seemingly concerned about him catching a chill. No way. Is that true? It must be a joke. Of course, it's true. This incident occurred in examination room 304, witnessed by dozens of people. If you doubt it, you can ask the top student from class 301, Li Ming, who sat right beside this remarkable individual. Li, the academic prodigy, what do you say? In the cafeteria, many were discussing the Jiangnan incident. Coincidentally, Li Ming was present as well, and numerous eyes turned towards him for confirmation. Li Ming was sobbing uncontrollably, unable to articulate a word, merely nodding instinctively. Does a nod imply agreement? Upon witnessing this, everyone present was left astounded. Goodness, was that person truly so formidable? Completing the math paper in just 10 minutes? I can't believe it. After all, this math exam was exceedingly challenging. In my opinion, he must be a poor student who, unable to solve the questions, scribbled randomly and then fell asleep at the desk, perhaps receiving preferential treatment from the invigilator. No, that individual did not scribble aimlessly. It is said that he genuinely completed everything, claiming the questions were quite simple, and everyone heard him. Even the invigilator seemed to tacitly agree. It is estimated that, even if he didn't achieve a perfect score of 150, he would at least secure over 140, which is exceptionally impressive. His hearing this, the crowd in the cafeteria collectively gasped. 150? 140? And finished in 10 minutes? If this is true, that person is nothing short of extraordinary. After all, they had just emerged from the battlefield, acutely aware of the exam's difficulty. Goodness, even if it wasn't as daunting as the morning's Chinese exam, it was certainly not far behind. Undoubtedly, it was among the most challenging examinations in history. Many found themselves stuck on the multiple-choice questions, managing only to answer half, almost on the verge of giving up. As for the subsequent problem-solving questions, especially the final ones, they were left blank, devoid of any thoughts. Yet now they were being told that someone completed it in 10 minutes and could achieve a perfect score? This is simply too exaggerated. Did he not need to ponder at all? Was it merely a glance that sufficed? Many expressed their disbelief. After all, this was simply too far-fetched. Not even fiction would dare to portray such a scenario. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this individual truly required no contemplation. All the questions were instantly recognizable, and he answered directly on the answer sheet, scarcely utilizing half a sheet of scratch paper. The crowd. This person is astonishing. Quickly, tell us who he is. whether male or female, and from which class they hail. The young man, strikingly handsome, hails from an unknown class and is rumored to be named Jiang. Jiang Nan. Upon uttering this name, a wave of astonishment swept through the gathering. Jiang Nan? Why does this name resonate so profoundly? Although unfamiliar with the individual, the name rings a bell. After the Chinese language examination this morning, didn't T-Sum speak of Jiang Nan excelling remarkably? It was said he had translated an ancient text and submitted his paper a good 40 to 50 minutes early. Indeed, it is he. Furthermore, allow me to clarify, his performance in the morning Chinese exam was not merely good. It was exceptional, capable of achieving a perfect score. Consequently, during the afternoon mathematics examination, a dozen language teachers abandoned their posts, ostensibly to catch cheaters, but in reality, they flocked to classroom 304 to observe Jiang Nan. The spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. It is rumored that many who contemplated cheating were paralyzed by fear. There was even an overweight student who could not bear the pressure and confessed to cheating, resulting in a score of 0. Impressive. This Jiang Nan is undeniably extraordinary. It goes without saying that he is on the verge of becoming renowned. No, he is already famed. A perfect score in Chinese. Another expected in mathematics, completed in 10 minutes, sleeping during the exam while invigilators closed windows and donned coats. And a multitude of language teachers choosing to spectate rather than supervise. He is indeed a formidable figure. I truly wish to glimpse his appearance. This academic prodigy seems more formidable than Li Ming from class 301. Nay, even more so than Qin Feng. If only I could be fortunate enough to be acquainted with him. Perhaps I would absorb some of his scholarly brilliance and, in turn, enhance my own academic performance. Unlike the morning, this time, upon hearing Jiang Nan's name, the crowd harbored lingering doubts, yet an increasing number began to embrace belief. After all, there is no smoke without fire. With so many rumors circulating, there must be some factual basis, especially since this is not the first time Jiang Nan's prowess has been mentioned. Moreover, seated nearby was the well-known academic powerhouse, Li Ming. He had heard the remarks, but refrained from disputing them, tacitly affirming their truth, thus reinforcing the credibility of the claims surrounding Jiang Nan. In that moment, admiration for Jiang Nan swept through the crowd. However, those clustered around Li Ming, Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, wore expressions of dismay. How could this be? Jiang Nan once more? It was one thing for him to excel in Chinese this morning, but now he is also performing remarkably well in mathematics, purportedly achieving full marks in merely 10 minutes. This is his mathematical prowess truly so formidable? His abilities seem to transcend our own by an insurmountable margin. Even if he faltered and scored a mere 140, it would still eclipse our efforts by a considerable distance. Alas, we are doomed. Woe is me. Once again, tears were shed. Indeed, the weeping was louder than that of Li Ming beside them. Yet it was not Xiang Yi, as in the morning, but rather Su Yu, the representative for mathematics, who succumbed to despair. The Chinese language examination this morning was of little consequence. After all, it was Xiang Yi who declared war against Jiang Nan in the realm of literature. Though he felt a pang of sympathy, his sentiments were largely influenced by a sense of camaraderie, wherein triumph and defeat were shared alike. However, prior to the mathematics examination, he exuded an air of confidence and fervor. Post-examination, despite not achieving his desired results, he had exerted every ounce of effort, and he believed a score above 100 was within reach. The specifics, however, would only be revealed upon verifying the answers. Consequently, he sought out Li Ming, the second best in mathematics. Yet, before the answers could be compared, Li Ming had already crumbled into a fit of tears. Meanwhile, the remarkable achievements of Jiang Nan echoed around them. In an instant, despair engulfed him. How could this be? I am a mathematics representative of Class 4. In every mathematics exam, even if I was not first, I was always a close second to our class leader, Qin Yuma. Yet now, I find myself reduced to a mere jester. Jiang Nan, if you are truly this formidable, why did you not reveal it sooner? Were you intentionally toying with me? This is utterly disheartening. Chapter 62. So he is the werewolf Jiang Nan, the legendary super scholar? Li Ming bit So he was also in tears. What kind of sorrow must have consumed these two men to lose their composure so utterly in public? Goodness, not again. It seems that after the Chinese exam this morning, there was also a public display of tears, and now after the math exam, the same occurs? However, this morning it was a girl crying, and now it is two men. This is truly astonishing. One is Li, the second best in mathematics at school, while the other appears to be Su Yu, who is also quite proficient in mathematics, ranking among the top 10, if not the top 5. Indeed, what sensational news! Yet another headline. The emotional resilience of these academic prodigies is surprisingly frail. It was merely a single poor performance. Was it necessary to react in such a manner? Look at us. Few can even pass, yet we continue to eat, boast, and chat as usual. Complaining is acceptable, but crying is out of the question. Absolutely not. I would never cry. The anguish of one's own suffering is known only to oneself. The bystanders cannot fathom the frustration within Li Ming or the despair and helplessness that plague Su Yu. However, Xiang Yi can sense the weight of their emotions. After all, she was among those who cried earlier in the morning. In Chinese, she had already felt defeated by Jiang Nan and tasted despair. Though Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and others felt a tinge of sorrow, they were more relieved. Thankfully, they were not the representatives for mathematics. The challenge against Jiang Nan would not be in mathematics, but in tomorrow's physics, foreign language, chemistry, and so forth. There remains a glimmer of hope. Physics, chemistry, foreign language, am the strongest in the class. Tomorrow I will surely triumph over Jiang Nan. Next, it shall depend on my performance. I will avenge you all. Zhang Hao and the others silently encouraged themselves. Yes, they attempted to hypnotize themselves as much as possible. They were almost convinced. However, in the next moment, their collective resolve crumbled. It was at this moment that a boy and a girl entered the cafeteria, chatting and laughing. The boy was so handsome that words could scarcely do him justice. He was flawless, exuding an aura that could overshadow all the leading men in the entertainment industry, rendering the world around him dull. The girl, equally tall and graceful, despite wearing a school uniform, could not conceal her striking figure. Her delicate features and fair skin made her the kind of beauty that could inspire love at first sight. Without a doubt, the former was Jiang Nan, and the latter was Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying was engaged in a lively discussion with Jiang Nan, which was why they had only just arrived at the cafeteria. However, as soon as they entered, a wave of excitement erupted. Look, the campus beauty Bai Yingying has arrived. Oh, she actually came to the cafeteria with a boy, laughing and appearing quite intimate. Look, they're even holding hands? Goodness, could they be a couple? My word, the campus beauty has found a boyfriend? This is truly a sensational revelation. The school strictly prohibits romantic relationships. How can they be so brazen, without fear of it reaching the teacher's ears? My youth has come to an end. Wait, who is this man? He is incredibly handsome, truly remarkable. Even a school heartthrob, Yi Zhiqiu, pales in comparison, does he not? It is simply astonishing that such a striking figure exists in our school. Why had I not known of him before? You are out of the loop. I have seen him. He was dining with the school flower at the cafeteria during lunch, and he even publicly translated the classical Chinese passage from the language exam. Could it be that he is the dark horse who has emerged, rumored to rival Qin Feng in literary prowess and surpass Yi Zhiqiu in looks? Indeed, it is he. It appears he is indeed with the school flower. Hold on. ISN Tihi Jiang Nan? What? Jiang Nan, do you know him? I do not know him personally, but I am familiar with his name. Were we not just discussing him? He is the one who completed the math exam within 10 minutes and then lay down on his desk to sleep, unbothered. Even the invigilators closed the windows and draped him with a coat, while several language teachers gathered around to observe. Jiang Nan. What? He is Jiang Nan? The formidable Jiang Nan? The legendary super scholar? If he is indeed Jiang Nan, then it matches perfectly. At lunch in the cafeteria, he did translate that despairing classical text publicly, demonstrating formidable prowess. Perhaps he not only translated the classical passage, but also achieved a perfect score on the morning's language exam, shattering the schools and even the cities and provinces' records for language exams, where no one had attained full marks. Only thus could he elicit such astonishment from so many language teachers, who left their invigilation to gather around. You are absolutely correct. It must be so. The cafeteria is indeed a hub of gossip. After all, regardless of grade or class, everyone congregates here at mealtime. Consequently, all tidbits about Jiang Nan are swiftly shared and compiled. And soon after, Jiang Nan's identity was revealed. Following this revelation, a stone cast into water created ripples. Nearly everyone was exhilarated, causing the cafeteria to nearly explode with excitement. The formidable Jiang Nan, the super scholar, who is also incredibly handsome, has even won the heart of the goddess of the school. It is simply astounding. How can such an exceptional person exist in this world? Speaking of which, if it were someone else who had taken away the goddess of my heart, I would undoubtedly confront him fiercely. However, if it is Jiang Nan, I find it impossible to harbor any animosity. Instead, I can only extend my blessings, for perhaps he is indeed the only one worthy of the school flower. Is it only I who believes that it should be said the other way around, that only the campus belle is worthy of Jiang Nan? And I too wish to express. Jiang Nan not only possesses an extraordinary charm that eclipses the campus heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu, but he also exhibits remarkable prowess in both Chinese and mathematics, surpassing even the school's top student Qin Feng, truly a paragon among scholars and a deity among men. Therefore, in my perspective, it should be articulated that the campus belle is suited for Jiang Nan, rather than the other way around. Such words possess merit. No, it is indeed Jiang Nan who is suited for the campus belle. Silence. It is the campus belle who is suited for Jiang Nan. Enough. Let us cease this bickering. Regardless of who is suited for whom, one is the sole goddess in my heart, while the other is my newly minted idol. Together, they are a perfect match. Indeed, what we ought to do now is to worship, rather than engage in trivial disputes. Here I come, deities of the realm. I shall be the first. Let no one contest with me. Depart, do not pull me. How vexing. Chapter 63. The thoughts of Bai Yingying at the entrance of the cafeteria. Bai Yingying, having just solved a math problem, turned to Jiang Nan with an expression of bewilderment. Jiang Nan, you are undeniably exceptional. Why have you concealed your abilities in the past? I haven't concealed anything. Jiang Nan replied nonchalantly, feigning innocence. Bai Yingying scoffed at his response. You excel in mathematics, physics, and language arts. I can only assume you perform equally well in other subjects, capable of surpassing Qin Yuma. Yet, you always lingered around the passing mark in previous exams. This must have been intentional. Jiang Nan was at a loss for words. How could he possibly respond? Should he claim he preferred to maintain a low profile, wishing to avoid the limelight? Or perhaps express his desire to quietly savor his high school years? Alternatively, he could admit he had no interest in being the center of attention, instead relishing in his own subtle triumphs. He could even mention that the system required him to keep his scores in check. Regardless of the answer, it would likely lead to his demise. Bai Yingying, eagerly listening, grew impatient as she awaited Jiang Nan's explanation. Finally, she pouted. Jiang Nan, are you deliberately withholding your thoughts to spare my feelings? Jiang Nan was taken aback, his forehead adorned with question marks. He could not comprehend Bai Yingying's sudden shift in tone. Meanwhile, she continued her lamentation. Your silence speaks volumes. You truly don't wish to hurt me. I may be considered attractive, often referred to as the school belle, but I have no desire for that title. I strive diligently in my studies for that very reason. As my close friend, you understand this. Yet despite my efforts, I still fall short of being at the top. While my classmates jokingly call me a top student, I am acutely aware of the superficiality of that label. It is merely a consolation from others. Jiang Nan remained silent, pondering Bai Yingying's unusual demeanor. She was not the cheerful and lively girl he knew. As the saying goes, a person's talent determines her limits. The disparity between my abilities and Qin Yuma's is vast. No matter how hard I try, I cannot surpass her, nor can I outshine Li Qianqian. Which is why Qianqian is the class representative, and I am not. But you, she continued, you seem to pass your classes by merely sleeping, yet your grades are exceptional. You achieve perfect scores in language arts and mathematics, and in physics, you are unmatched. It is evident that your intellectual prowess is unparalleled. However, you seem to deliberately conceal your capabilities, perhaps to spare my feelings, consistently achieving results inferior to mine, thus providing me with a sense of comfort and psychological solace. Jiang Nan? Wait a moment. My dear sister, are you overthinking this? I assure you, I am not intentionally underperforming for your benefit. It is merely a requirement of the system. I assure you. In truth, my talents are rather average, perhaps even inferior to yours. Ying. Thus, my previous academic performance was subpar, and while I have made some progress now, it is solely due to my private diligence. Jiangnan hastily sought an excuse to silence by Ying, for if he did not, she would surely spiral into unfounded thoughts. However, before he could finish his sentence, Ying interrupted him. So, you have been studying in your spare time? But wait, during your free hours, you were also napping. When not in class, you were in the dormitory. Are you implying that you studied in your dorm? I asked Wang Pengzi, and he said that once you return to the dormitory, you sleep or play games, perhaps read novels, but never touch your books. Jiangnan. This girl has come prepared. She even inquired with Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi, too, has betrayed my every action in the dormitory, and deservedly so, for he has become a bald fellow. In a moment of desperation, Jiangnan hastily concocted another excuse. What? You wouldn't dare assert that you studied at home, would you? Don't forget, I visited your house last weekend, and am aware of your situation there. Even though my knowledge is not exhaustive, given your parents' fondness for me, I could easily inquire further. Jiangnan. This girl is formidable. I cannot deceive her, nor can I provoke her. If this conversation continues, we might end up dragging my parents into the discussion, and that would be disastrous. I'm left wondering, what exactly does this girl intend? Her demeanor seems rather off. Suddenly, Ying halted, her gaze fixed intently upon Jiangnan, biting her lip, and with a hint of awkwardness, she spoke. Jiangnan, please tell me honestly, do you have feelings for me? Is it true that despite your brilliance and ability to score full marks, you intentionally hide your strengths to avoid hurting me, to spare me from pressure? Even when I vent my frustrations about my poor grades, you comfort me by pointing out your own lesser performance to make me feel better, to bring me joy and relaxation? Jiangnan. Stunned. What is happening? The reasons for my controlled performance, rooted in my preference for modesty and the system's stipulations, have been entirely transformed by Ying's narrative. My deliberate underachievement is interpreted as affection for her, a desire to shield her from disappointment. To what extent has her imagination spiraled to conjure such notions? Although I find myself quite fond of your playful yet composed demeanor, a blend of sweetness and romance, unfazed by trivialities, capable of both tenderness and fierceness, and undeniably charming. I must clarify that my intentions do not revolve around you. Might I suggest that you are overthinking? I assure you, my motivations are not for your sake. Jiangnan wishes to struggle to articulate a few points. However, I ponder, is it I who is overanalyzing, or is it you who is excessively proactive? If your actions are not for me, could they be for someone else? Throughout the 3 years of high school, I have only been closely associated with 2 individuals, myself and Wang the chubby one. If your concealment of your true abilities is not for my benefit, then is it for Wang? Do you harbor feelings for men? Even if that were the case, surely it cannot be Wang. What a peculiar preference that would be. Jiangnan is left bewildered. What thoughts occupy this woman's mind? Has she indulged too much in idle dramas or overly sentimental romance novels? Or perhaps she has been influenced by the depths of fantasy. Moreover, it is utterly incomprehensible. Jiangnan, truthfully, I am well aware of everything. After all, I am not oblivious. I observe everything around me. Therefore, there is no need for you to concoct various justifications to explain yourself, especially since I have not claimed that you cannot harbor feelings for me. To be candid, I too harbor affection for you. However, I hope you will cease to hide your capabilities for my sake and instead strive to reveal your true self. Achieving perfect scores in exams, excelling in the college entrance examination, and becoming the celebrated champion. In essence, donning the golden armor and stepping upon the clouds of auspiciousness. Chapter 64. The mathematics teacher was also stunned. The phrase hero of the world lingered on by Ying's lips, yet she ultimately refrained from uttering it. As she spoke, her gaze fell, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to the nape of her neck. In a soft whisper, she pondered, what does this mean? A confession? Jiangnan stood there, utterly bewildered, caught off guard, and unable to respond. Indeed, He was the protagonist. Not only was he handsome, but he also had the school beauty declaring her feelings for him in public. What was he supposed to say? Should he accept? Or perhaps respond in kind? The truth was, he lacked experience in such matters. Moreover, did Bai Yingying's words even qualify as confession? Was she merely desiring to don golden armor, tread upon clouds of brilliance, and become the center of everyone's attention? This felt like a path leading to calamity. Even if he could accept, he simply couldn't. No, he must not acquiesce. What kind of king was this? Wasn't it far more delightful to live a tranquil life? Jiang Nan's mind raced as he contemplated how to redirect Bai Yingying's convoluted thoughts. However, the very next moment, such concerns became irrelevant. A multitude of classmates surged towards Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, each calling out for Nan Shun. Nan Shun, I am Long Xiaodian from class 309. May I ask which class you are in? Nan Shun, I heard you scored full marks in both Chinese and mathematics today. Is that true? Nan Shun, are you now with the school beauty? Did she pursue you, or did you pursue her? Nan Shun, from this day forth, you are my one and only idol. I am your most loyal fan. Nan Shun, does your leg still lack a charm? Nan Shun, please accept my kneeling. Nan Shun, please share some of your scholarly brilliance with me. At that moment, Bai Yingying was rendered speechless. At first, she believed they had come seeking her, as she was the school beauty renowned for 3 consecutive years. Yet, it seemed they were primarily chanting Jiang Nan's name. How could this be? Did they all recognize Jiang Nan's prowess now? No, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The focal point was that these individuals were claiming she was with Jiang Nan. In an instant, her face grew even hotter. How infuriating! She had only just begun to unveil her feelings, and now the entire cafeteria was in the know. This was utterly embarrassing. Bai Yingying felt dazed, her cheeks ablaze with shyness, overwhelmed by the sheer number of onlookers. Yet, there was no need for her to manage the situation. For Jiang Nan's reaction was far more pronounced. What on earth is happening? Why are they all calling me Nan Shun as if they know me? They even refer to me as a scholar. Am I truly that renowned? For the past year, I have remained inconspicuous. It is likely that few from other classes are acquainted with me. They seem to be aware that I can achieve perfect scores in both Chinese and mathematics today. Could it be that the results have already been released? However, that cannot be the case. The examinations are not yet complete, and the grading process is not that swift. Or perhaps it is due to my association with Bai Yingying. Have I been misunderstood for getting too close to her? Regardless, I must take my leave amidst the chaos. Upon seeing so many people calling my name, Jiang Nan's body stiffened, as if jolted by electricity. Yet, in the next moment, he regained his composure, clasping Bai Yingying's hand and swiftly fleeing towards the cafeteria's exit. This is terrifying. The fervent adoration of so many is an experience he has never encountered before. He must take a moment to process this. Meanwhile, those behind him are relentless in their pursuit, calling out, Nan Shun, wait. We seek to know you. We crave your attention. That afternoon, an unexpected spectacle unfolded within the school. A boy and a girl were sprinting ahead, while dozens of classmates fervently chased after them, shouting the name Nan Shun, drawing the attention of countless onlookers. From this moment onwards, the name Nan Shun began to resonate throughout the entire 3rd year of high school. Students from the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd years continuously inquired about the identity of this so-called Nan Shun. Concurrently, as the crowd pursued Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, the cafeteria became noticeably emptier. Only Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Li Ming remained, exchanging glances before once again succumbing to tears. How is it that a rival is adored by the masses while they languish in melancholy? The disparity is indeed substantial. They are but a group of pitiable youths. Meanwhile, in the mathematics department's office, an urgent meeting was convened. The reason for this gathering mirrored that of the earlier Chinese department meeting. The mathematics examination was deemed exceedingly difficult, arguably the most challenging in history. During the exam, while the number of students who abandoned the test was not significant, very few performed well. Thus, numerous teachers gathered to devise a strategy. However, unlike the earlier meeting, many mathematics teachers initially voiced their complaints, only to swiftly shift to astonishment. This was all due to Chao Tianyuan's pronouncement. Hu Yifei, the newly appointed homeroom teacher, did not command much authority within the Chinese department. resulting in hesitance among the staff to accept her observations. In contrast, Chao Tianyuan, although merely the deputy head of the mathematics department, possessed a prowess that eclipsed even the heads, establishing him as a true authority. While other teachers lamented the exam's difficulty and the dismal performance of students, with very few achieving even a passing grade, Chao Tianyuan boldly asserted that someone would achieve a perfect score. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, but within moments, expressions of joy and curiosity surfaced. "Old Chao, do tell us, who is so exceptional as to secure a perfect score? Is it Qin Feng or Li Ming?" While Li Ming is commendable, he typically performs well. However, given the exam's difficulty, he might have fallen short this time. Qin Feng was not impressive. He was in my examination room, and I observed that he failed to solve the last 3 multiple-choice questions and could not complete the final short-answer question either. His performance was rather subpar. So, who among us could possibly achieve a perfect score? Are there truly such exceptional students in our school? There's no need for speculation. You would never guess. His name is Jiang Nan, a student in my class. Although he typically does not perform well in exams, it is not due to a lack of capability, but rather a penchant for modesty. However, this time, he truly showcased his talent. Remarkably, he completed the entire paper in just over 10 minutes, without even utilizing scratch paper, and managed to secure a perfect score. Upon concluding his remarks, Chao Tianyuan did not allow anyone the chance to refute or question. He immediately presented Jiang Nan's paper. What? He finished the paper in mere minutes and achieved a perfect score? Is he truly that remarkable? It's simply astonishing. I couldn't contain my curiosity and asked to be the first to examine his paper. As soon as Chao Tianyuan revealed the exam, it was swiftly snatched away by another, and the rest of the group eagerly craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Soon, the office was filled with exclamations of disbelief. The first question was correct. The second question was correct. The third question was also correct. To everyone's astonishment, he had answered all the multiple-choice questions correctly. Impressive. He had also filled in all the blanks accurately. It was truly astounding. As for the problem-solving questions, he had nailed the earlier ones, and it seemed he was on the path to a perfect score. All that remained was the final question. Goodness. He employed 3 different methods for that last question. Was he defying the laws of nature? I must note that during my supervision, I struggled for over an hour and could not arrive at the second part of that final question. Yet he managed to find 3 correct solutions? A perfect score? Could be true. He has undoubtedly set a record and will bring glory to our school. A prodigy, indeed, a mathematical genius. Old Chao is impressive, having quietly nurtured such a remarkable talent. Truly commendable. 666666666. Chapter 65. Oh, I really do not want to be famous 7 p.m., Class 304. The vast majority of students, having finished their dinner, return to the classroom to immerse themselves in their studies. The high-stakes college entrance examination looms ever closer, with barely 100 days remaining. Consequently, the atmosphere in the classroom is thick with diligence. Moreover, with the monthly examination approaching, including comprehensive science and foreign language tests scheduled for the following day, no one dares to slacken their efforts. Even Wang, the notorious slacker, is fervently cramming for physics, chemistry, and biology. However, Jiang Nan arrives at the classroom just moments before the evening study session begins, accompanied by the academically gifted Bai Yingying. Is it a coincidence or mere happenstance? Almost instinctively, numerous classmates lift their gazes, exchanging knowing looks at the pair. Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying entering the classroom together is not a novel occurrence, but that is not the crux of the matter. The focal point is Bai Yingying's complexion, which radiates a rosy hue, her head slightly bowed and her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness. One can easily discern that there is something amiss. The eyes of the onlookers flit between Jiang Nan and Bai Yingying, their curiosity igniting a fervent gossip within. Could it be that these two are secretly dating? Or perhaps they have engaged in some mischief? It is entirely plausible, for they are both strikingly attractive, and their amicable rapport within the class is common knowledge. Yet this is still high school. Setting aside the issue of timing, are they not being a tad too brazen? Could they not exercise a modicum of discretion? Alas, it pierces the heart. Not only have they claimed our divine figures, but they also flaunt their connection in public, leaving the single souls green with envy. In an instant, many find it impossible to concentrate on their studies, their minds swirling with speculation, though they were already struggling to focus. Meanwhile, as Jiangnan returns to his seat, Wang approaches with his gleaming bald head and whispers, "Nan Shun, are you and by the flower of our school involved?" Jiangnan replies, "What do you mean? Still playing coy, are we?" Wang responds, lowering his voice, "Bai and I share the same examination room. After the math test this afternoon, she inquired about you and your dorm life. The implications are clear. Plus, you both arrived at the classroom only now. And look at Bai's demeanor. There is something between you two." Jiang Nan is baffled. What are you talking about? What is Bai Yingying's expression? Is it not simply a hint of blush? If you were pursued by a throng of admirers running laps around the campus, would your cheeks not flush? As for the rest, Jiang Nan finds it incomprehensible. "Nan Shun, brother Nan, you're like a brother to me. Just share a little insight." Wang implores, "Rest assured, even though Bai is the only goddess in my heart, if you two truly are together, I would swallow my disappointment without protest. After all, good fortune should not flow to outsiders. Moreover, I assure you that I will keep this matter locked away within me, never to share it with others. And I can even provide you with a cover. After all, we are brothers, are we not? I shall weather all the storms outside on your behalf. So, do tell me." Wang Fatty's round, curious eyes were wide with intrigue, gossip, and urgency. However, Jiangnan snapped back, "Get lost." He then slumped onto the table, not to sleep, but rather to retrieve his phone from his pocket, swiftly opening a web page to immerse himself in a vividly engaging novel, The Celestial Realm. An intriguing tale of an extraordinary scholar who navigates the world with humility. As for Wang Fatty, Jiangnan could hardly be bothered to engage with him, for while the fellow was indeed loyal, his loose tongue was notorious. If he were to share anything by the following day, the entire school would undoubtedly be aware of it. Even though he had no real connection with Bai Yingying, he knew that once such gossip began, he would find it impossible to clarify matters, regardless of how many explanations he offered. After all, when it came to rumors involving Bai Yingying, the eager and meddlesome often indulged in excessive speculation and interpretation. Loose lips sink ships, and he truly did not wish to attain notoriety. The chaos of being pursued by dozens of classmates that afternoon was utterly terrifying, and he had no desire to relive such an experience. Soon the bell rang, signaling the start of evening study. Noticing that Jiang Nan remained silent, Wang Fatty, though reluctant, had no choice but to retract his oversized head. Finally, peace enveloped Jiang Nan, who secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, a large group of mathematics teachers, led by Chao Tianyuan, quietly appeared in the corridor outside the glass window. While others remained oblivious, Jiang Nan's heightened senses detected their presence immediately. At first, he assumed they were merely conducting their usual rounds to monitor study discipline, paying little heed to them, believing they would soon depart. However, the subsequent actions of these teachers caused his expression to stiffen, and internally he lamented, "Good grief, when will this end? Can't I enjoy a moment of quiet? If heaven were to grant me a second chance, I would not wish for such fame." The teachers did not leave immediately. Instead, they congregated near the window closest to Jiang Nan, their eyes fixed on him with an intensity reminiscent of discovering a rare treasure, their chatter incessant. "Old Chow, is that Jiang Nan? Truly a prodigy of mathematics, and his appearance is quite extraordinary. So pleasing to the eye. Indeed, remarkable. The future of our school's mathematics department hinges upon him alone. He certainly deserves our utmost attention and cultivation." Especially they echoed the sentiments of the language teachers from that afternoon. After the group of mathematics teachers graded Jiang Nan's examination paper, they were astounded, regarding it as a rare gem, and they eagerly anticipated a glimpse of the true brilliance behind it. Thus, the current scene unfolded. The evening study session had only just commenced, yet nearly the entire mathematics faculty had gathered. In this moment, although Chao Tianyuan maintained an appearance of solemnity, he was inwardly elated, barely able to contain his joy. This is indeed a student I have nurtured. You all may well envy. Chapter 66. The third comprehensive science examination, was it not exceedingly simple? Have you ever witnessed a typical evening self-study session, where over a dozen teachers stood vigil outside the windows, unwavering in their scrutiny? Their gazes were predatory, brimming with an aggressive intensity. Prior to this moment, the students of Class 304 had never experienced such an ordeal. However, today they were acutely aware of it. For the academically gifted, it mattered little, as they were engrossed in a sea of problems from which they could not extricate themselves. Yet for those who struggled, like Wang, known for merely pretending to study diligently while actually being a slacker, the pressure was immense. Many students sat rigidly, fearful of even the slightest movement, lest they be caught by the watchful teachers. In their hearts, they silently pleaded, "Teachers, enough already. It's time to leave. Go patrol another class." But alas, fate had other plans. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed, yet a multitude of mathematics teachers remained stationed outside, pointing and murmuring in astonishment about a certain student inside, showing no intent to depart. The struggling students wore expressions of despair, their spirits weighed down. They had heard tales of the afternoon mathematics examination when many language teachers abandoned their posts to observe a particular academic star, resulting in numerous students succumbing to the pressure and confessing to cheating, thereby forfeiting their exams. Initially, these stories had been dismissed as mere jokes, but now they could truly empathize with the feelings of those who had confessed. With a dozen teachers lingering outside, scrutinizing every move, the weight of anxiety was palpable. For those harboring guilty thoughts, the pressure was indeed overwhelming. Many students felt an insatiable urge to produce their phones from their pockets, offering them up with the plea, "Teachers, I have breached school regulations by bringing my phone to school. Please confiscate it and leave." They were on the brink of collapse, desperately seeking a reprieve. For certain students in Class 304, this evening study session was destined to become a nightmare, enduring relentless torment, unable to seek solace in death or escape in life. Yet, Jiangnan, the protagonist, upon realizing the intentions of Chao Tianyuan and others, merely cursed inwardly a few times and chose to disregard the mathematics teachers. He tucked his phone into his pocket, ceased reading his novel, and laid his head down on the desk, succumbing to slumber. "Look all you want. Sleep is all I can do, and I refuse to believe you can carve a piece of me away. There's a saying, 'Let the strong be strong.' The gentle breeze caresses the mountain ridge. Let the arrogant be arrogant. The bright moon illuminates the great river. As long as I do not feel embarrassed, the only embarrassment lies with you." The following day, Wednesday, at 9 a.m., the third comprehensive science examination commenced, lasting 2.5 hours. The exam encompassed physics, chemistry, and biology, all contained within a single paper. Physics accounted for 110 points, chemistry for 100 points, and biology for 90 points, totaling 300 points. Ding! For this comprehensive examination, a score of 300 points was expected. No sorpresa se what if. At the very moment the exam papers were distributed, a familiar system notification echoed in Jiangnan's mind. Just as in the first Chinese exam and the second mathematics test, the system urged him to achieve a perfect score in this third comprehensive science exam. A perfect score? Why not? After all, he had already made a name for himself. Accumulating points was of utmost importance. As soon as the paper was in his hands, he swiftly began to write, his pen gliding across the page. First came physics. Quite simple. Next was chemistry. Indeed, still straightforward. Finally, biology. Wait, this is exceedingly easy. Isn't it? Even elementary school students could tackle this. It presented hardly any challenge at all. The first section consisted of 21 multiple-choice questions, which Jiangnan completed in a mere 3 seconds per question, finishing the entire section in just 1 minute. The second section comprised 10 non-multiple-choice questions, 4 in physics, 4 in chemistry, and 2 in biology. Biology was a gift of easy points. Chemistry also offered straightforward answers. As for physics, only the final question held a modicum of interest, justifying the expenditure of 2 minutes. As depicted in diagram AM, P, and N are the vertices of a right triangle, with the angle between NM and MP measuring 37 degrees. A fixed positive charge Q is located at the midpoint of MP. The rough insulating rod Mn has a length L1m, establishing the x-axis along the direction of Mn, with M designated as x0. A positively charged small sphere, considered a point charge, is released from rest at point N. The gravitational potential energy and electric potential energy of the sphere as it moves along the x-axis are illustrated in diagram B, A, and B. In the diagram, the electric potential energy, E1 3 times 10 to the power of 0.5 and E2 E03. It is given that the charge of the small sphere is Q8 by 10 C with a mass M1, 0 kilograms, and we take sin 37 0. 6, cos 37 0. 8. And gravitational acceleration g 10 ms2. 1. When the small sphere slides to the position x, the rod's normal force on it precisely equals 0. Determine the charge q of the fixed positive point charge. 2. Calculate the electric potential energy E0 of the small sphere at position x. 3. If the small sphere ascends along the x-axis from point M with an initial velocity v04 ms, just managing to reach point N before returning to point M, find the kinetic energy ekm of the sphere upon its return to point M. The question possesses a touch of intrigue, albeit only slightly so. Jiang spent 10 seconds scanning the questions before effortlessly transcribing his answers onto the answer sheet. As for scrap paper, that was merely a jest. Just like with the previous Chinese and mathematics exams, he found no need for scrap paper in this comprehensive science test. Even the legendary final physics question did not warrant extra thought on scrap paper. Solution 1. At point X, based on the analysis of forces, KQQ are tum cos 37. From the problem statement, substituting the values yields Q6, 40 by 10, 5C. 2. From the diagram, the potential energy of a small sphere at point X equals E0, leading to EMGR cos 01, 92G. 3. Let us consider the process in which the small ball traverses from point M to point N, during which it overcomes the electric field force, resulting in work done denoted as W. The equation governing this transition can be expressed as mg sin W, E1, E2, 0 to 1, 2 mv. Solving this yields. By virtue of symmetry, it is evident that, upon substituting the relevant data, we derive ekm 2, 976J. This was executed seamlessly, without the slightest pause. Jiangnan successfully completed the intricate physics problem with remarkable ease. How astonishing! It was effortlessly simple. The solitude of invincibility is profound, accompanied by an emptiness that pervades, standing alone at the pinnacle as the cold winds ceaselessly sweep by. Chapter 67, he finished early and went to sleep after just 40 minutes? Meanwhile, the other candidates in examination room 304, upon receiving the comprehensive science paper, immediately focused their attention on the questions. However, they soon felt the overwhelming difficulty of the exam. A collective gasp echoed through the room. This monthly assessment was truly torturous. The Chinese language section was the most challenging in history. Mathematics was unprecedentedly difficult, and the complexity of the science paper was equally daunting. If this were the college entrance examination, I would undoubtedly collapse, with a top-tier university becoming an unattainable dream, and even a second-tier institution slipping away. Every single person present wore a furrowed brow, gritted their teeth, and beads of cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Even Zhang Chong, the representative for Chinese in class 303, and Li Ming, renowned as the second-best mathematician in the school from class 301, found themselves troubled by the science paper. Phew, this is truly difficult. Li Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure. It is commonly understood that mathematics and physics are intertwined. Students excelling in mathematics typically perform well in physics, and vice versa. Previously, Li Ming had proudly claimed the title of the second-best mathematician in the school. Naturally, he was adept in physics as well. Even if he didn't rank among the top 5, he was certainly within the top 10. And the same could be said for chemistry and biology. However, as he began tackling the science paper, although he did not find himself stuck on the multiple-choice questions like before, he was still far from making progress. Once he reached the physics non-multiple-choice questions, he found himself completely stumped, having read the problems multiple times without knowing where to begin. Almost instinctively, he glanced sideways at Jiang Nan, who, at that moment, had already set down his paper and pen, resting his head on the desk in a state of leisure. Seeing this, Li Ming was instantly taken aback. How is this possible? He finished and fell asleep? How could it be so soon? Li Ming suddenly turned his gaze to the clock on the blackboard, discovering that the hands pointed to 9:40. 9:40? Only 40 minutes had passed since the exam began. You must be kidding me. He has done already? This is simply unbelievable. Typically, the multiple choice section of the comprehensive science exam takes between 45 to 60 minutes, as it is not advisable to linger too long. Yet, at just 40 minutes in, the vast majority of students were still grappling with the multiple choice questions, deep in thought. The only reason Li Ming managed to attempt the non-multiple choice questions was that he had cleverly skipped over the more challenging multiple choice questions. One must sometimes sacrifice to gain. Although he forfeited 6 points, he ensured he moved swiftly and had ample time for the subsequent questions. However, compared to Jiang Nan, the cost was significant. No way. This is absolutely impossible. He cannot be that exceptional. It was one thing for him to perform well in Chinese and another to excel in mathematics. How could he possibly complete the comprehensive science paper in just 40 minutes? This has to be a fabrication. Oh heavens, please tell me this is not true. He must be idling there, putting on show. At this moment, Li Ming was utterly unwilling to accept the astonishing reality that Jiang Nan had indeed completed the comprehensive science examination paper. It was simply unfathomable. It distorted his perception. However, in the next instant, his eyes widened in sheer astonishment. He was reluctant to accept it, yet he had no choice but to acknowledge that Jiang Nan had truly finished. The reason being, Jiang Nan had turned over in his sleep, fortuitously revealing a corner of his answer sheet. Li Ming, possessing good eyesight and an advantageous angle, could clearly discern the contents on Jiang Nan's answer sheet. To his astonishment, there was the solution process for the final physics problem. Li Ming's eyes bulged as he meticulously scanned each word, certain that it was indeed the solution process. He hurriedly flipped open his own paper, glancing at the final physics problem, only to be utterly bewildered. This problem was exceedingly difficult. He couldn't solve it. If it were up to him, he would certainly have given up. Yet, as he cast another glance at Jiang Nan's answer sheet, enlightenment dawned upon him. He too was an academic prodigy. Although he couldn't solve the final problem, he could still comprehend the answer. He copied it down and double-checked the data, becoming 100% certain that there were no errors. This. Instantly, Li Ming trembled all over. If Jiang Nan could effortlessly tackle the most challenging final physics problem in the comprehensive science exam, then surely the preceding questions were as simple as slicing through vegetables. Although he couldn't see it due to Jiang Nan's sleeping position, it was reasonable to predict. Jiang Nan had indeed completed the comprehensive science exam. Furthermore, barring any mistakes, he was likely to achieve a perfect score. My goodness, what kind of monster is this? For the past 3 years, he had been unremarkable, yet suddenly over the past 2 days, he had emerged, astonishing all. The historically challenging Chinese exam, completed well in advance, with rumors of a perfect score. The notoriously difficult mathematics exam, finished in mere minutes, also rumored to yield a perfect score. And now, the comprehensive science exam, which encompassed physics, chemistry, and biology, was completed in just 40 minutes? It seemed that even if it wasn't a perfect score, it would undoubtedly be a high one. Goodness, this was simply extraordinary. This was not merely an academic achiever, but a transcendent being, a genius born for examinations. Li Ming felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, nearly shattering his gaze in disbelief, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Just then, the invigilator passed by. Ahem. Certain students should focus on the exam and refrain from looking around, or they will face cheating penalties. The reminder jolted Li Ming back to reality. He instinctively looked up, only to meet the stern and unfriendly gaze of the invigilator. Li Ming's heart skipped a beat. Without uttering a word, it seemed that he had been caught by the invigilator while attempting to sneak a glance at Jiang Nan's answers. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and an overwhelming sense of shame surged within him. What had he done? Had he really been peeking at Jiang Nan's answers, to the extent of transcribing them? Was this not tantamount to cheating? In that moment, he longed to dig a hole and bury himself, utterly mortified at the thought of facing anyone. If the invigilator were to call him out, the illustrious scholar Li Ming would immediately become the laughingstock of the entire school. Oh, how he felt the urge to weep. Chapter 68. Do you not recognize him? He is a super scholar, let me reiterate. Students should not entertain thoughts of cheating. Moreover, maintaining the right mindset is of utmost importance. It is said that yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams posed a certain level of difficulty, leading many students to abandon the tests. Today's comprehensive science examination may also present challenges, yet I sincerely hope we do not witness any further withdrawals. As long as everyone gives their utmost effort and showcases their true capabilities, that will suffice. I shall not tell you that if you do not understand something, neither will others, for that would merely be self-deception. However, there is no need for you to compare yourselves to someone who can complete the entire paper in mere minutes. Focus on your own performance. Remain calm and composed. Ultimately, the proctor did not call out Li Ming's name. Instead, he discreetly offered a cautionary word and inadvertently referenced Jiang Nan, advising those present against making comparisons with him to prevent any potential collapse of morale. As he spoke, he gently folded Jiang Nan's answer sheet, not having called out Li Ming, but also denying him any opportunity for plagiarism. As for Jiang Nan dozing off during the exam, the proctor paid it no mind. In fact, even when Jiang Nan finished early, including the final question, the proctor was unfazed. This particular proctor was none other than Mr. Xia Hongwei, the physics teacher of class 304. It was entirely normal for Hu Yifei to oversee Jiang Nan's Chinese exam and for Chao Tianyuan to supervise his mathematics exam. So it was only fitting that Mr. Xia proctored his comprehensive science exam. He was most familiar with Jiang Nan's capabilities. Not to mention, such a routine monthly exam paper would be a breeze for him. Even competitive exam papers could be easily mastered. In light of this, while Li Ming felt a slight sense of relief, the expressions of other students were rather peculiar, and the atmosphere in the examination hall grew increasingly strange. Here it comes. Once again. Look, that person is sleeping again. The proctor remains indifferent. Furthermore, when he mentioned the anomaly of someone finishing the paper in just a few minutes, it was undoubtedly a reference to Jiang Nan. It seems Jiang Nan's performance in the comprehensive science exam is quite impressive too. Otherwise, he wouldn't receive such leniency. Oh, the heartache. Why is there such a vast disparity among individuals? Why must we share the same examination room with that prodigy? Mother, I want to cry. I want to go home. There exists a non-human presence that continually diminishes us. Many students, both intentionally and unintentionally, cast their gazes toward the peacefully slumbering Jiang Nan, their expressions a complex mixture of emotions. Although the surprising performances of Jiang Nan in yesterday's Chinese and mathematics exams had somewhat prepared them, they had, to varying degrees, accepted the reality that Jiang Nan was indeed a super scholar, a genius, even a scholarly demon. Yet, witnessing it again at this moment still stirred feelings of envy within them. Damn it, I barely completed my multiple choice questions, and he has already finished and is sleeping? In Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, does he not have a single subject he is less proficient in? An all-round academic wizard? Unbelievable. How frustrating. Xia Hongwei's pointed remarks, though unintentional, only served to deepen the unease among the students. For those in examination room 304, it was destined to be yet another tormenting ordeal, multiplied in intensity. Time slipped away swiftly. 2.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye, with the clock striking 11:15. Jiang Nan, too, opened his eyes, fully awake. Having overslept during the mathematics exam the previous day, he had mentally set his alarm today, perfectly attuned to the precise moment. While his classmates fidgeted anxiously, drenched in cold sweat and gnashing their teeth over the questions, Jiang Nan merely stretched, rose gracefully, submitted his answer sheet to Xia Hongwei, and turned to leave. His movements were devoid of any hesitation, exuding an effortless elegance. Truly, he was a paragon among us, an exemplar. Remarkable. It was him again, unmistakably so, almost superhuman, completing the paper in a mere 40 minutes, then indulging in a half-hour nap before waking up right on time to submit his work in advance. Such feats were unparalleled within the entire school. Jiang Nan, this name would linger in my memory. The epitome of ostentation. The atmosphere in the examination room turned peculiar in that moment, a myriad of emotions swirling within the students. There was heartbreak, anger, and frustration, yet also admiration and envy, as embodied by Li Ming, who belonged to the latter group. He had abandoned any thoughts of competing with Jiang, and in the instant he glimpsed the latter's answer to the physics final question. He understood then that Jiang Nan was on an entirely different level, a peer to the school's top scholar, Qin Feng. No, even surpassing him. He had no desire to humiliate himself further. Meanwhile, Xia Hongwei received Jiang Nan's answer sheet. He did not scrutinize the chemistry and biology sections, but merely glancing at the physics portion caused his stern, glacier-like face to break into a smile. Excellent. Every problem was answered correctly, including the final question. A perfect score in physics was beyond doubt. As for chemistry and biology, having aced physics, achieving full marks in chemistry should be a mere formality. He truly deserves the esteem I hold for him. He embodies the spirit of my own prime. The legacy of physics at Third High School continues. On the other hand, Jiang Nan paid no heed to Xia Hongwei's thoughts, nor did he concern himself with the sentiments of his classmates in the classroom. After submitting his paper, he departed directly. However, he did not head straight to the cafeteria. Instead, he veered towards the restroom, having held it in for quite a while and needing to relieve himself. Upon entering, he immediately encountered an invigilator. "Student, it is still examination time, with 15 minutes remaining until the end. Why are you out?" Jiang Nan replied, "I submitted my paper early." "Submitted early? How can you do that?" "That is rather irresponsible," the invigilator said, his expression turning grave, yet without malice, merely serving as a guiding figure. Jiang Nan smiled faintly and remarked, "I have already completed the exam, ensuring that all answers are correct. May I submit it early?" "What? You finished already? And you guarantee all answers are correct? How is that even conceivable?" Not even Qin Feng, who supervises the examination room, would dare to make such audacious claims. "Are you truly so brazen?" Upon hearing this, the supervising teacher was taken aback, but his demeanor swiftly shifted, and his tone became rather curt. Indeed, Jiang Nan's arrogance was excessive. Almost instinctively, he felt compelled to assert his authority, to draw comparisons, and even to cite classical references in an attempt to educate Jiang Nan. However, Jiang Nan had already finished his business and was hastily making his way downstairs to the cafeteria. One must prioritize nourishment. Neglecting it signifies a lack of sense. During the month-long examination period, it was said that the cafeteria provided additional meals. He scarcely had the time to engage with his passing teacher. Yet, the teacher was equally stubborn, determined to impart knowledge until his objective was achieved, and immediately set off to pursue Jiang Nan. However, as soon as he moved, a colleague grasped his arm and said, "Old Wang, you still have to supervise the exam. Why pursue him? Of course, I must educate him." The teacher insisted earnestly. Did you not hear what he just said? He claimed to have completed the comprehensive science exam and to have done so flawlessly. A student who lacks ability, yet boasts so shamelessly, must be corrected. Actually, he might be telling the truth. What? You believe what he said is true? Indeed, this is impossible. Old Zhang, are you out of your mind? The difficulty of this comprehensive science exam is well known. Even Qin Feng from class 301 could not submit it early and achieve a perfect score. Do you genuinely believe that boy can? He certainly can. Do you not know him? His name is Jiang Nan, the legendary super scholar. What? That fellow is a super scholar? It seems you truly do not know him, which is understandable, as you're neither a language teacher nor a mathematics teacher. What do you mean? Don't rush off. Clarify how that obscure student is a scholar. Be patient. Once the scores for this month's language and mathematics exams are released, you will be utterly astonished. What? I can only assume the comprehensive science exam will yield similar results. Chapter 69. The academic overachiever and the campus heartthrob keep provoking. In the school cafeteria, aside from a couple of lunch ladies serving food, there were hardly any patrons. After all, it was still early, and the first, second, and third-year students had yet to finish their exams. Hence, Jiang Nan was the first to arrive and indulge in a meal. Today's special offerings included braised chicken legs and crispy duck. Jiang Nan, without hesitation, ordered 3 portions, swiftly swiped his card, and settled into his usual spot by the window, relishing his meal in comfort. Truth be told, the solitude was quite delightful. The overwhelming attention he received yesterday, being hailed as South God by dozens of admirers, had been utterly terrifying, leaving him no peace even during meals. However, after only a brief moment of enjoyment, a figure suddenly stood before him. Was it Bai Yingying, or perhaps Wang Fatty? Images of these two flashed through Jiang Nan's mind as he raised his gaze slightly, but in the next instant, his brow furrowed in confusion. The newcomer was neither Bai Yingying nor Wang Fatty, nor did he recognize the individual at all. Could it be yet another fervent admirer? Yet, the expression on the person's face bore no signs of adoration. Instead, it hinted at a touch of hostility. "Are you Jiang Nan from class 304? The newcomer inquired, his tone somewhat frosty. "I am," Jiang Nan instinctively nodded. Given that the individual was asking him a question, he felt compelled to respond. "I've heard you are a dark horse, a super academic achiever, and that you performed exceptionally well in yesterday's Chinese and math exams. Is that true?" Jiang Nan. This was a rather tricky question to answer. Was he truly a dark horse? After all, he was human, not a horse. As for being an academic overachiever, he was merely a meticulous student, not a genius. Nevertheless, Jiang Nan remained silent. The stranger seemed undeterred, continuing, "They say you finished your Chinese exam 40 to 50 minutes early and completed the math exam even sooner, in just over 10 minutes. I find that hard to believe. Although there's no smoke without fire, surely some embellishment is involved. The recent comprehensive science exam, though of moderate difficulty, saw others still working through the questions. Even I submitted my paper 13 minutes early, hoping to finish ahead of you. Yet here you are, arriving at the cafeteria before me. To be honest, did you really finish?" Jiang Nan. This was utterly perplexing. Was this person out of their mind? "Speak up. Did you finish or not?" "What if I did finish? What if I didn't tea? How is that relevant to you?" "It is relevant, of course," the stranger replied, his brow arching, his expression growing more somber. "Many have claimed in recent days that you are a dark horse capable of surpassing me. I initially paid it no mind, but since we've crossed paths today, and given that we just completed the comprehensive science exam, if you truly finished, why not compare answers together? I'm curious to see if you are indeed a genuine dark horse or merely a pretender. Let us hope you won tea let me down. Do you need the answers?" Jiang Nan shook his head dismissively. Yesterday, Bai Yingying sought his assistance, given their established rapport, but today, who was this passerby to him? He had no time to entertain such trivialities. However, upon hearing his words, the other person's lips curled into a cold smirk. "Are you perhaps merely posturing, afraid that revealing the answers will expose your inadequacies? If that is indeed the case, I must say, you have thoroughly disappointed me. I thought I might finally encounter a worthy opponent to add some excitement to my otherwise monotonous high school life. But the reality is, classmate, you are mistaken. I have completed all the answers correctly and see no need to compare notes with you." Before the other could finish speaking, Jiang Nan rolled his eyes and interrupted, "Furthermore, I am currently eating. Unless it is of utmost importance, I kindly ask you to leave me be. TSK, TSK. Even a clay idol has its temper, and Jiang Nan would not indulge this suddenly appearing passerby. "Jiang Nan, you." The other's forehead twitched with anger, clearly on the verge of losing his temper. How dare he? He was Qin Feng, the most sought-after figure at their school. Each examination, whether by subject or overall score, he consistently claimed the top position, a veritable academic prodigy. In fact, more than one teacher had proclaimed that if anyone could shatter the barrier preventing their school from sending students to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida, it would undoubtedly be Qin Feng. Usually, he perched high above, aloof and indifferent, with others humbly seeking his insights after exams, the accuracy of which depended solely on his mood. Yet today, for the first time, he had initiated a conversation with Jiang Nan regarding the answers, only to be outright rejected. Moreover, the audacity of claiming to have answered everything correctly? Was he implying a perfect score? Absurd. What a preposterous notion. Even Qin Feng could not hope for full marks in this examination, let alone Jiang Nan. How laughable. The bravado displayed was astounding, and the slap across the face was resounding. Even with the most forgiving temperament, it was challenging to suppress one's irritation. Nevertheless, in the next moment, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his inner fury, his expression returning to calm as if nothing had transpired. Jiangnan, I will remember you. Though your tone is audacious, I do not believe you possess such formidable capabilities. It matters not that you refuse to compare answers. Within a day, the results will be released. At that time, certain individuals will inevitably reveal their true selves. To be honest, I had hoped you would qualify as my rival, but it appears you do not merit such a distinction. With that, Qin Feng uttered a few cold remarks to Jiangnan, raised his chin, flicked his hand, and turned to leave, resembling a proud swan, eyes set high above, filled with disdain for Jiangnan. Jiangnan could only remain speechless. This person was truly insufferable. Suddenly, an individual rushed over to engage in a confrontation, and upon being rebuffed, resorted to making threats. However, I do not know you at all. Who on earth are you? This is absurd. Jiangnan cursed inwardly, dismissing the encounter from his thoughts. Whether you are a passerby or merely a bystander, you are of no greater significance than my meal, and I have yet to finish my chicken leg. Jiangnan buried his head once more, hoping to finish his meal swiftly before others arrived at the cafeteria, thus avoiding any unnecessary complications. Yet, as Murphy's Law suggests, the very things one wishes to evade often come to pass. Just as he had taken a few bites of his chicken leg, a shadow fell upon his table. Without a doubt, it was not by Ying or Wang Pongzi. The silhouette alone was enough to reveal that. Jiangnan looked up in irritation, and in the next moment, his brow furrowed once again. It was indeed neither by Ying nor Wang Pongzi, nor even a classmate from his own class. However, he recognized this person, although they had never interacted. If his memory served him correctly, this individual hailed from the adjacent class 305. Their surname was Yi, and their name was Yi. Jiqiu? This was one of the few individuals in school who was arguably more handsome than he was, and had been referred to as the school heartthrob. Chapter 70, Leave, or I Shall Strike You, or You Jiangnan. Are you Yi Jiqiu? Oh, it seems you are acquainted with me? I reside just next door, and you often pass through the corridor of our class 4, making it difficult not to recognize you. Jiangnan is quite a recluse at school, preoccupied only with his own little domain. He tends to disregard matters and individuals that do not concern him. Therefore, it is not surprising that he may not know many who are not in his class, even the top student Qin Feng, whose name he was aware of, but whose face he did not recognize. However, Yi Jiqiu is an exception. After all, Jiangnan prides himself on his good looks. Few can rival his charm, yet there exists one in the adjacent class. This, among other reasons, accounts for Jiangnan's previous invisibility among his peers, rendering him a transparent figure within the classroom. Consider this. Your academic performance is lacking. You tend to doze off in class, engrossed in novels and video games, devoid of any talent. Although you possess decent looks, there's a more handsome school idol next door. Naturally, few would notice Jiangnan. Nonetheless, Jiangnan is aware of Yi Jiqiu, not out of envy or jealousy, but simply a matter of recognition. Since you know me, I shall not hold back. I advise you to be self-aware. Some individuals are not meant for you to pursue, Yi Jiqiu said with a fierce glare at Jiangnan. Jiangnan? He found himself momentarily perplexed. What does this mean? He could not comprehend. The previous individual spoke in an unclear manner, and now Yi Jiqiu is no different? When did our school become populated with such peculiar characters? Have I wronged you in any way? Yet you all come to me with such threats? Is there something amiss? Do you still harbor unfulfilled aspirations, longing for a frog to claim a swan? Do not presume that your current handsomeness elevates you. Mine is innate, while yours is acquired. If I am not mistaken, you have certainly undergone some alterations to your visage. Alas, a fade is merely a fade. A frog shall forever remain a frog, never able to ascend to the heights of a swan. Yi Jiqiu said with a disdainful smirk. It was noted that there were whispers the previous day about someone in the cafeteria who was even more handsome than he. Initially, he had dismissed these claims. However, upon encountering Jiangnan in person, he could no longer deny the truth. Not only was Jiangnan handsome, He was breathtakingly so. Standing before Jiangnan, a wave of profound inferiority washed over him. Yet, he resolutely reassured himself, convinced that he was the naturally superior beauty. As for Jiangnan, he must have altered his appearance. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly emerged after being unremarkable for the past 2 to 3 years? Unwilling to accept this? Alterations? Frog? Swan? I care not for your swan. I do not even comprehend your words. Leave me be, do not disturb my meal. Jiangnan could not help but curse under his breath. How dare they treat him as if he were made of clay, easy to bully? His low profile did not imply that he was easy to provoke. He feared no trouble, nor was he a coward. Anyone foolish enough to repeatedly cross his boundaries should beware of their fate. Jiangnan, Yi Zhiqiu seethed upon hearing this. However, Jiangnan offered him no opportunity to speak. What do you mean by I am simply enjoying my meal here, and you come over to threaten me? What is the meaning of this? Who do you think you are? If you have nothing better to do, just leave and mind your own business, or I might just teach you a lesson. I do not initiate conflict, but if someone provokes me, I will retaliate. Given the need for self-defense, Jiangnan would not hesitate to take action if necessary. Jiangnan, Yi Zhiqiu was nearly bursting with rage. Just then, a chuckle came from behind them. It was Bai Yingying. Having finished her exam, she rushed to the cafeteria to find Jiangnan, only to overhear his outburst. This was the first time she had heard him curse, and it struck her as incredibly bold. She instinctively laughed. However, her laughter was like pouring gasoline on a fire, igniting all of Yi Zhiqiu's fury. Who dares to laugh at me? In an instant, Yi Zhiqiu felt the urge to explode. Yet, when he turned to see it was Bai Yingying, he bit back the words he was about to unleash. In the blink of an eye, his expression transformed. The fury that had been etched on his face vanished, replaced by his signature smile. Yingying, what brings you here? It's not yet time for the exam to end. Did you finish early? That is quite impressive. With your abilities, I'm sure you completed it swiftly. How about we have lunch together? I can take you somewhere nice. Not in the cafeteria, but to that new Western restaurant across the school. The speed of his transformation was remarkable. Just moments ago, he had been issuing threats to Jiangnan, and now he was all smiles in an attempt to charm Bai Yingying, resembling nothing more than a sycophant. Yet, Bai Yingying showed him no warmth. Yi Zhiqiu, what are you doing here? I'll say it once. I have no connection with you, and I certainly won't be going out to eat with you. Just leave. With that, she turned her back on Yi Zhiqiu and approached Jiangnan. I knew you must have finished early. How'd the comprehensive exam go? Jiangnan replied casually, not too bad. What do you mean by not too bad? Full marks should be a given. Bai Yingying inquired. Perfect score. Yet another perfect score, just like in mathematics? Bai Yingying's eyes widened, her heart brimming with astonishment. She was well aware of Jiangnan's prowess, yet she never anticipated he would be this exceptional. Casually asserting, no, rather confidently proclaiming that he could achieve full marks in comprehensive reasoning. Truly impressive. It is no wonder she holds him in such high regard. Quickly, let us compare answers. Although I performed exceptionally today and submitted my paper early, I'm uncertain about many questions. Let's see how well I can score this time. But I am still eating? Can we do it while I eat? Must I comply? No way. Bai Yingying stuck out her tongue at Jiangnan, her demeanor a blend of playful charm and earnestness. Yet her tone was resolute. Indeed, despite being the school beauty, she aspired even more to be an academic achiever, thus placing great importance on her grades. Very well then. Unable to resist Bai Yingying's insistence, Jiangnan had no choice but to acquiesce. The physics multiple choice answers were ACCC. Chemistry was BBBCC. Biology was CCCC. Chapter 71. The True Goddess. To be revered from afar and not to be defiled. If Qin Feng were still present, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. What does this mean? Just a moment ago, I humbly engaged in dialogue with you, yet you displayed discontent both to the left and to the right. But now, you seem to be reveling in conversation with Bai Yingying. Is this not a blatant display of favoritism? It is truly a sign of disdain towards me. Of course, Qin Feng has long departed. Thus he remains oblivious to this scene and cannot be angered. However, while Qin Feng may be unaffected, Yi Zhiqiu's fury ignited instantly. His eyes ablaze, nostrils flaring as if rivaling the exhaust of a vintage steam locomotive. Damn it! He shamelessly sought to ingratiate himself with Bai Yingying, yet she completely ignored him, instead engaging in laughter with Jiangnan. The slap to his face could not have been louder. Yingying, Yi Zhiqiu clumsily attempted to interrupt the two, for he found it unbearable to witness the goddess he adored conversing so intimately with another male. But then, Yi Zhiqiu, why are you still here? Did I not tell you to leave? Your grades are not up to par, so hurry up and get lost. Do not inconvenience us while we discuss our answers. And from now on, refrain from calling me Yingying. We are not acquainted. Please address me by my full name. Bai Yingying. Bai Yingying, while engaged in discussion with Jiangnan, had already been in a foul mood due to her numerous mistakes in chemistry. And now, with Yi Zhiqiu's interruption, her irritation escalated. She did not grant him even the slightest hint of goodwill. Yi Zhiqiu was utterly speechless. Damn it, when has he ever endured such indignity? Yes, his grades may be lacking, but with his handsome appearance. Has he not been the center of attention since the first year of high school? Not to mention his prowess in basketball, earning him the title of the basketball god of the third year, making him the object of affection for countless girls. The love letters he received numbered not less than 80. Yet, he held those girls in disdain, believing only Bai Yingying, the school flower, was worthy of him, and he was confident he could win her affection. Yet, what was the outcome? To witness Bai Yingying engaging so passionately with Jiangnan, and to be reprimanded in front of him? Truly, there are limits to one's patience. However, in the presence of Bai Yingying, he clenched his teeth and endured. After all, she is his goddess. Typically, she pays him no mind, but today she at least spoke a few words to him. By comparison, this is progress. If he could manage to utter a few more sentences, even if it resulted in reprimand, it would not be insufferable. With this thought, he steeled himself to interject once more. However, at that moment, Jiangnan rose with a plate in hand and said to Bai Yingying, "Let us go. There are unsavory individuals here. Let's find another place." "All right." Bai Yingying nodded in agreement. Jiangnan walked away, leaving Yi Zhiqiu standing alone in the wind, visibly flustered. A flicker of amusement passed through Jiangnan's eyes. He chuckled softly. He was not foolish. By now, he certainly understood the implications behind Yi Zhiqiu's harsh words directed at him earlier. It was merely the lament of a sycophant who, upon seeing Bai Yingying drawing closer to him, sought to create trouble. But was he someone easy to bully? Not only was he formidable, but he also held grudges. A silent slap across the face was already a generous act, a sign of his reluctance to engage further. Yi Zhiqiu stood there, his expression ashen, lost in thought. Had he been overlooked once more? To others, such neglect might seem trivial, but for Yi Zhiqiu, the school as heartthrob and basketball prodigy, it was a blatant affront, a slap in the face, quite literally. The crowd murmured, "Look, isn't that the school's idol, Yi Zhiqiu? Why is he just standing there, motionless? What is he doing?" The answer was unclear, yet one thing was evident. He was no longer the center of attention. That title now belonged to another. Oh, who was this new contender? Yi Zhiqiu was already strikingly handsome. Could there truly be someone more attractive at their school? In the past, the answer was no, but now there was a rumor about a certain Jiangnan, whose looks were said to be extraordinary. Whispers circulated that Jiangnan's appearance could overshadow Yi Zhiqiu's, making him the undeniable school idol, and on top of that, he was also being heralded as a super scholar. So, Jiangnan was both handsome and talented? Indeed, he captivated with his looks and ensnared with his intellect. If this were true, Jiangnan surpassed Yi Zhiqiu. The title of school idol was rightfully his. As the clock struck 11:30, students began to fill the cafeteria. Yi Zhiqiu had always been the center of attention, naturally drawing the gaze of many. In an instant, discussions erupted around him. However, unlike the past, when he was showered with praise, now many were comparing him to Jiangnan. Yi Zhiqiu absorbed every word, his anger intensifying. Jiangnan? What a name! This insignificant toad, relying solely on a sharp visage, was not only stealing my people, but also my reputation. I shall remember you. This grievance shall be avenged. Yi Zhiqiu ground his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury, his nails digging into his flesh without his notice. Meanwhile, Jiangnan had moved to a different seat with Bai Yingying. Shortly thereafter, a voice of distress broke through the air. "Whoa, wicked Jiangnan, I should have answered your questions. Even though you helped me with physics and I performed exceptionally well on the exam, I still got 3 questions wrong. Chemistry proved to be quite disastrous, with 5 errors. And I even faltered on the simplest biology questions, missing 2. I am doomed. This time, my comprehensive science exam was a failure as well. I estimate my score to be only around 230 to 4 points. I am certain I cannot surpass that woman, Chinyama. Is this even comprehensible? Achieving a score of 230 to 4 in comprehensive science is an unattainable dream for the vast majority of students. Historically, the cutoff for top-tier universities hovered around 210 points. If this were the college entrance examination, scoring such a number as by Ying would guarantee a place in a prestigious institution, provided that the scores in Chinese, mathematics, and English were not abysmal. Yet for Bai Ying, 230 to 4 is far too low. The realm of academic excellence is one that the underachievers cannot fathom. At this moment, several recently examined senior students gathered nearby Bai Ying. After all, being the school belle, it is only natural to sit a little closer. However, upon hearing her lament, they instinctively began to distance themselves. It was said that Bai Ying was not only the school beauty, but also an academic prodigy, a claim they once doubted, but now finally embraced. She is the true goddess, an entity to be admired from afar, for they genuinely felt unworthy. Chapter 72. This GU system. Do you have a grudge against me? Ying, please do not cry. There are so many people here. Achieving a score of 230 or 34 is quite commendable. Is 234 truly commendable? Chin Yumo undoubtedly scored higher than I did. I have lost to her once again. You need not compare yourself to her. Within the school, at least 90% of the students do not match your capabilities. What does it matter if they are inferior to me? I have only heard of comparing oneself to those above, not below. One must cherish what they possess. I am content, as long as I can surpass Chin Yumo and prove that I am not merely a pretty face, that I possess worth beyond my appearance. I will be satisfied. I have never aspired to surpass you. Jiangnan. This is a difficult conversation to navigate. Bai Ying still wishes to outdo him. How is that even possible? After all, he is a genius endowed with the GU system. He can read 10 lines at a glance, possesses an extraordinary memory, and displays remarkable comprehension. He consistently enhances his hidden attributes across various subjects, nearing their peak. In terms of academic efficiency, he could outperform Bai Ying 1,000-fold, even with his eyes closed. How could Bai Ying hope to win against him? Of course, except when it comes to controlling scores. Woo-woo. Noticing Jiangnan's silence, Bai Ying's tears flowed more profusely, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Yet, Jiangnan, despite having lived 2 lives, had no experience in comforting others. His face displayed a clear sense of awkwardness and helplessness. Ying, what can I do to prevent your tears? If I can defeat Chin Yumo, I will cease my tears. But you have not performed better than her this time, have you? Then you must strive to win against her next time. Then you shall win her over next time. But my talent does not match hers, nor does my foundation. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot surpass her. Shall you then give up? No, I shall never concede defeat. What can be accomplished without perseverance? I wish for your guidance. Did I not offer you assistance previously? The time was too brief. I could not absorb everything you taught me. Hence, I wish to seek your help during our spare time, not only in mathematics and physics, but also in other subjects. Could I possibly refuse? Woo-woo. That would exhaust me. Woo-woo. Enough of the tears. I shall comply. Is that not sufficient? Oh yes, Jiangnan, you're the best. Upon hearing Jiangnan's acquiescence, Bai Ying's mood brightened instantly, and she joyfully clung to his arm. As for her tears, her beautiful face bore traces of deceitful tears. Damn it! Jiangnan's expression hardened. Bai Ying, confess honestly, were you just pretending to cry? Woo-woo. You. Jiangnan grew exasperated. Woo-woo. Bai Ying wiped her tears with her hands. Very well. I was mistaken. I should not have doubted you. Jiangnan was certain that Bai Ying had feigned her tears, intending to extract labor from him. Yet, he found himself without a countermeasure. Ultimately, he could only comply, because failing to comply would lead to a grave predicament looms ahead. At this moment, the dining area is increasingly crowded, with several individuals seated nearby, their attention drawn to the commotion. If he fails to placate by Ying soon, it is likely that within half an hour, he will become the talk of the school. Everyone will be buzzing about the shocking news. Incredible. A super bully has emerged in the cafeteria, leaving the campus bell by Ying in tears. Ah, what a terrifying spectacle that would be. Meanwhile, as Jiangnan lowers his head in contrition, the tears on by Ying's face vanish in an instant, her bright, beady eyes sparkling with intelligence. Jiangnan, I always knew you were the best. After we finish our meal, shall we head to the classroom for some self-study? What? Self-study? No nap at noon? Didn't you just promise to tutor me? Yes, I did, but is this the right time to start? Time waits for no one. We must seize every fleeting moment. Jiangnan exclaims in frustration. Others view by Ying as a goddess, declaring her figure to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Yet to Jiangnan, she is no divine being. She is, without a doubt, a tormentor. Why? When you could rely on your beauty, must you depend on your grades? Isn't being the campus belle enough? Why strive to be an academic overachiever as well? This life truly feels unbearable. The carefree days of eating, sleeping, and idling away are over. Jiangnan is destined to embrace a life of relentless toil. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the fourth foreign language examination officially commences. In room 304, Jiangnan sits exhausted at his desk, as if drained of his very essence after a week of relentless effort. What brought him to such a state? 3 hours. A full 3 hours. Can you fathom how he endured this period? Bai Ying was nothing short of insatiable. The emotional strain he experienced is beyond description. Ding. This foreign language examination will result in a score of 0. Just before the papers are distributed, that familiar system notification echoes in Jiangnan's mind once more. Initially, he pays little heed. Upon receiving the exam paper, he immediately begins to write. The listening section has yet to commence. Yet he swiftly completes all the multiple choice questions at the back. His speed is astonishing, as if he has been single for a millennium. Why? Because he yearns to finish the foreign language exam quickly, so he can rest his head on the desk and recuperate the energy he has lost. But wait, did I hear that correctly? 0 points? Wasn't it supposed to be 150? Though Jiangnan's mind may be a beat behind, he quickly realizes that the system's scoring task has changed. It seems the system now requires him to aim for a score of 0, rather than the perfect score he achieved in the previous 3 exams. This is the system causing mischief again? Jiangnan hastily calms himself, examining the task panel in his mind, and indeed, he did not mishear. It is truly 0 points, not 150. Goodness, Jiangnan barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit blood. He was on the brink, teetering precariously close to despair. His attempt to control his scores in this examination had utterly failed. The single-choice questions he had already completed had netted him a solid 15 points, far exceeding the scoring threshold. However, the impending reality loomed. He would undoubtedly fail to earn any points or rewards. No, that cannot be right. In light of the impending consequences of a 0 score, his greater concern should lie there. Damn it, this time he was truly doomed. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Jiangnan, causing his complexion to change dramatically as he began to mentally berate the situation. A 0 in foreign language scores? Good grief. This insidious system must harbor a grudge against me, deliberately pushing me towards my demise, leading me to a dead end. Yes, you're a score control system, but where is the logic in issuing such a punitive task? In the preceding 3 exams, Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, I achieved perfect scores of 150, 150, and 300. Yet, when it came to foreign language, I was met with a score of 0. Once this result is revealed, how will the foreign language teacher perceive it? How will my classmates react? The animosity directed at me will surely reach catastrophic levels. This is a complete disaster. Chapter 73, Foreign Language Teacher. I can only apologize to you, Ding. The system has detected that the host is insulting it and issues a warning, urging immediate rectification. Otherwise, the system will retaliate appropriately. Jiangnan. Speaking of which, upon encountering such an absurd grading task, he was internally criticizing the system. As a result, he received another warning. TSK. This is indeed a masterful system, not one to provoke. Jiangnan promptly suppressed his dissatisfaction. Thus, foreign language teacher, I can only apologize to you. If the system insists on allowing me to score 0 for the sake of trivial rewards and points, I have no choice but to aim for a score of 0. Alas, what a painful existence. Jiangnan sighed helplessly and had to erase the multiple choice questions he had previously completed, rewriting them anew. However, he did not respond directly on the answer sheet. Instead, for the first time, he took out a piece of draft paper. It is worth noting that for others, scoring 0 is the simplest task. Merely leaving the answer sheet blank suffices. Yet for Jiangnan, it required a bit more effort. The reason being, he cannot leave it blank. Each grading task came with a prerequisite. He must complete all questions on the paper. For instance, if he was tasked with maintaining a score at the passing line, he had to ensure that the questions worth 90 points were answered correctly, while still needing to complete the remaining 60 points incorrectly. This was also the reason why he had participated in hundreds of grading tasks without anyone discovering his secret. Otherwise, if one consistently answered the 90-point questions correctly, even if the remaining questions were left unanswered, the accuracy would still be 100%. A few instances might pass unnoticed, but repeated occurrences would raise suspicion. Now, the current task was to achieve a score of 0, which meant Jiangnan had to answer every question on the foreign language exam incorrectly, ensuring not a single point was earned. This, indeed, required considerable effort, akin to aiming for a perfect score. He first needed to know all the correct answers, yet while responding, he had to meticulously avoid them. The multiple choice questions were manageable. He simply needed to deliberately choose the wrong answers. However, the sections on problem solving and essay writing posed a challenge. After all, once pinned down, no matter how poorly written, a teacher would invariably grant some sympathy points. Thus, achieving a score of 0 was no simple feat. The difficulty level surpassed that of attaining a perfect score. Of course, for Jiangnan, it merely translated to expending a bit more effort. He initially inscribed all the correct answers on the draft paper while ensuring to avoid them on the answer sheet. As for the problem-solving and essay sections, they were indeed troublesome. Writing in a foreign language would likely garner 1 or 2 points. Therefore, he must not write a single foreign word. Yet, he could not leave those sections blank either. So, he would resort to using another language. In Jiangnan's mind, a moment of inspiration struck, and a faint smile graced his lips as he swiftly completed his essay. However, he pondered whether the foreign language teacher would comprehend it. That, he decided, was not his concern. If the teacher could not decipher it, a perfect score of 0 was assured. Even if it were understood, the content would be entirely unrelated, still resulting in a 0. Oh yes, it was flawless. In less than 10 minutes, he had finished the remaining questions. Next, he awaited the commencement of the listening section. Due to the simultaneous foreign language examinations for both the first and second-year students, considerable time was consumed. While others were still engaged in answering questions, Jiangnan dozed off for a while until the listening test for the third year began. Subsequently, Hi Lucy. This is Pete. Hi, what's up? Listen, I'm afraid I'll be a little late tonight. Remember I said earlier that I would pick you up at 6 o'clock? Now I'm going. As Jiangnan listened, he translated and meticulously recorded everything on a draft paper, including the correct answers. This diligence was warranted. As it was the first time the system had permitted a score of 0, he could not afford to be careless. Of course, this did not take long. Once the listening segment concluded, he had completed everything. Then, he set down his pen, collected his paper, and, like in previous examinations, rested his head on the desk and promptly fell asleep. Surrounding students, invigilator, the entire examination hall. Here we go again. Look, that boy has finished the exam early and is already asleep. It's truly disheartening. Even the 13th question has been completed. In this instance, the invigilators were not the familiar teachers, such as Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, or Xia Hongwei, but they paid no mind to Jiangnan's slumber. After all, they were school teachers. Although they did not know him personally, over the course of 2 days, they had heard whispers about such an eccentric student from room 304, who could complete his exams with remarkable speed. Whether he was genuinely a top student or a struggling one was irrelevant. The preceding teachers had turned a blind eye to him, even going so far as to close windows and drape him with jackets. They could only choose to ignore the situation. As for the other students in the examination hall, their hearts were flooded with sorrow, as if tears could form a river. Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act as they please? Does academic excellence afford one such privileges? Does a powerful background give one the right to do as they wish? It seemed that indeed, it appeared to be the case. Not only was Jiang extraordinarily handsome, but he was also an exceptional scholar with a background that remained unfathomable. Truly, he was someone to be reckoned with. Around him, envious eyes turned red, and jealousy festered, yet there was not a trace of hatred. Simultaneously, sitting beside Jiangnan, Li Ming incessantly bit the tip of his pen, striving to control his focus and avoid being distracted by Jiangnan. However, for reasons unknown, he found himself irresistibly drawn to glance towards Jiangnan. What was he looking for? Was it merely to observe Jiangnan dozing? It seemed otherwise. What captivated his attention was Jiangnan's answer sheet. In mathematics, he excelled, reputed to be the second best in the entire school, and he performed reasonably well in the comprehensive sciences of physics, chemistry, and biology. Yet, when it came to foreign languages, his performance could only be described as mediocre. He was, as they say, a student with a lopsided proficiency. This month's examination paper was notoriously difficult, and given his lack of aptitude in languages, confronting an exam even more challenging than those he had faced previously filled him with trepidation. Indeed, there were numerous questions he could not answer, especially in the listening section, where he comprehended barely 20%, leaving vast portions blank. Although he felt a sense of shame and disgrace regarding the idea of cheating, he had already surreptitiously glimpsed Jiangnan's answers during the morning's comprehensive science test. Now, deep within him, an impulse stirred, like a malevolent spirit, urging him on. Look, child. Since you've already peeked once, what's the harm in a second glance? However, to his dismay, after a considerable time spent surreptitiously watching, he found no sight of Jiangnan's answer sheet. So, was he unable to copy it? Just as he resolved to suppress his desires and abandon the notion. At that precise moment, a piece of scrap paper tumbled from Jiangnan's desk, landing directly at his feet. What was this? Li Ming instinctively lowered his gaze. There, the paper was densely scrawled with answers, multiple choice, closed tests, reading comprehension, listening exercises, and even the transcripts for the listening section. In an instant, Li Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. To copy or not to copy? He was anxiously awaiting a decision. Chapter 74, Winning 5 Kills by Chance. Once a gap is opened, it becomes exceedingly difficult to seal it again. Thus, while Jiangnan remained oblivious to the fallen draft paper, and the invigilator along with surrounding classmates were equally unaware, Li Ming ultimately chose to indulge in the act of plagiarism. Just this once, and it would be the last time, merely to demonstrate to everyone that he was not solely proficient in mathematics. Justifying his actions to himself, Li Ming mustered his courage and transcribed the answers from Jiangnan's draft paper onto his own answer sheet. In fact, he replaced all his previously prepared answers with those from Jiangnan, as long as they differed. With swift strokes, he completed the copying in no time at all. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he discreetly kicked Jiangnan's draft paper back under Jiangnan's desk. TSK, truly deserving of the title of top student, intelligent, audacious, and meticulous. Gazing at the filled answer sheet, an indescribable sense of satisfaction surged within Li Ming. This marked the first occasion he had finished a foreign language exam. Alas, the composition still required his own creativity. Ding-ling-ling. After an indeterminate amount of time, the bell rang, signaling the conclusion of the foreign language examination, which also meant the end of the monthly test. Cheers erupted among the students. This time, Jiang Nin did not submit his paper early. Exhausted from the morning, his biological clock had once again gone awry, leading him to inadvertently oversleep. Upon awakening, his gaze fell upon the draft paper beneath the desk. He had slept so soundly that he was entirely unaware of its fall. He could only blame Bai Ying for being utterly inconsiderate. Jiang Nin muttered a curse under his breath, picked up the crumpled draft paper, stuffed it into his pocket, and rose to submit his paper before exiting. As for Li Ming, he hardly paid any mind to the situation. Whether to copy or not was inconsequential to him. This thought relieved Li Ming considerably. After Jiangnan left, he hastily submitted his paper as well, but in a direction opposite to that of Jiangnan, seemingly avoiding something. Meanwhile, Jiangnan glanced around, and upon not spotting a certain terrifying figure, he quickened his pace towards the cafeteria. He was indeed fearful of Bai Yingying and sought to keep his distance. However, just midway, Bai Yingying caught up to him. "Jiangnan, wait for me," she called out, excitement illuminating her face, her large, expressive eyes blinking with enthusiasm. The sight was undeniably captivating and delightful. Yet upon seeing her, Jiangnan froze. Bai Yingying, why are you following me again? What's the matter? Don't you like me?" Bai Yingying placed her hands on her hips, unexpectedly declaring, "Oh no." Jiangnan instinctively shook his head. Yet, shortly after realizing something, he hurriedly nodded. "No, I don't dislike. I like. TSK. What a perplexing question to answer. To claim he did not like her? That was inconceivable. To admit he liked her? Jiangnan had never contemplated this matter. It was simply puffed. Upon witnessing Jiangnan's humble demeanor, Bai Yingying broke into a grin, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes reminiscent of delicate peach blossoms. "All right, enough teasing. With the monthly exam concluded, to express my gratitude for your tutoring at noon, I shall treat you to a meal." "A meal, truly?" "Indeed. The cafeteria offers 18 delectable dishes. You may choose freely, and I shall cover the bill. Then I shall not hold back." "No problem at all. How did the king of eaters come to be?" "Naturally, it was through the act of eating itself." The mere mention of dining dissolved the inexplicable tension in Jiangnan, leaving him feeling remarkably at ease. "Huh, Bai Yingying, just as I find myself hungry. Prepare for an extravagant feast. With the audacity to take advantage of me at noon, you shall repay tenfold. Just watch as I devour you into poverty." This meal was destined to be a thrilling experience. At 7 in the evening, Jiangnan returned to the classroom, squinting and grinning foolishly, while contentedly patting his belly. In stark contrast, Bai Yingying trailed behind with a forlorn expression, her face resembling a bitter melon. One could not help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Do not inquire why she appeared so. If you had your weekly allowance consumed entirely by Jiangnan in one sitting, could you remain cheerful? This was merely at the cafeteria. Had it been elsewhere, Jiangnan's voracious appetite would have surely left her impoverished. However, outsiders were unaware of the intricate dynamics at play. When Jiangnan and Bai Yingying entered the classroom once more, their classmates glanced up, their gazes laden with implications. It was confirmed. These two were undoubtedly in a romantic entanglement and had indulged in some mischief. Otherwise, how could Bai Yingying exhibit a rosy complexion and shifty eyes yesterday, only to appear today with such peculiarity? It seemed as though she had been victimized by Jiangnan. In an instant, the spirit of gossip reignited. Many male classmates envied Jiangnan for winning the heart of the campus belle, while the female students looked upon Bai Yingying with jealousy for securing the affections of their idol. Wang Fatty was among the first to give Jiangnan a thumbs up, the meaning unmistakable. Nevertheless, Jiangnan paid no heed to Wang Fatty. As soon as he settled into his seat, he retrieved his phone, fully sated and prepared to engage in some gaming to pass the time. But at that very moment, the class monitor, Qin Yuma, approached. "Class monitor, what brings you here?" "Jiangnan, how do you think you fared on the monthly exam?" I suppose I did not score higher than you," Jiangnan stammered. He had come to realize that women could be as fierce as tigers. It was best to avoid provoking them. Bai Yingying had already latched onto him, and he could not afford to stir up trouble with Qin Yuma as well. However, in response to Jiangnan's remark, Qin Yuma shook her head, disappointment evident in her expression. "Jiangnan, do not deceive me. You surely scored higher than I did. After all, the entire school has been buzzing about how you finished your Chinese and math exams early, likely achieving full marks. Yet I struggled. The exam was exceedingly difficult. For both subjects, with a total of 150 points, I might only manage to score in the 90s, nearly 100 points less than you. Although the comprehensive science and foreign language subjects are somewhat easier, my performance was merely average. I doubt I can surpass you. Therefore, this time, victory is utterly beyond my reach." "Jiangnan, by the way, are the Chinese and mathematics really that difficult?" He simply cannot fathom it. Although he had heard some insights from Bai Yingying earlier, it seems to him that no matter how challenging, a scholar like Qin Yuma should effortlessly achieve a score of 100 or 102, shouldn't he? Yet the outcome. Both subjects barely reached the 90s? Does that not imply that everyone else, apart from himself, has utterly failed? Hee. No wonder, before the monthly exam, the class representatives, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, declared war on him with great fervor, vowing to triumph over him. However, since the completion of the examinations, these individuals have wilted like frostbitten eggplants, none daring to show their faces before him. So this is how it is? Jiangnan instinctively cast his gaze towards Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others seated in the front row, only to witness their hurried attempts to evade his gaze, much like a mouse fleeing from a cat, unwilling to meet his eyes. TSK. How lonely is invincibility? Initially, he had no intention of competing with these individuals, seeking to assert dominance or diminish their spirits. Yet, inadvertently, he seems to have annihilated them? No, that is not quite accurate. To be precise, it was merely a flawless victory of 5 kills, as his foreign language score fell slightly short. Alas, such a vexing existence. His opponents are simply too feeble. Chapter 75. Am I the only one who believes that Jiangnan can score more than 600 points? Jiangnan, be honest and tell me, what is your total score? I wish to comprehend the chasm that separates us. Qin Yuma's gaze pierced through Jiangnan with intensity. It was evident that, despite her awareness of being unable to surpass Jiangnan this time, she was not resigned to defeat. Rather, she sought to understand her rival better and strive for improvement. Simultaneously, as Qin Yuma posed her question, her classmates seated in the front, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, unconsciously perked up their ears to listen. They were all acutely aware that this challenge against Jiangnan was destined for failure, and not just any failure, but one that would be utterly humiliating. Among them, Xiang Yi and Su Yu had even shed tears in public yesterday, both on the road and in the cafeteria. Yet, as diligent students, they inherently possessed a measure of scholarly pride. A single setback was trivial, the journey ahead was long, and there would surely be another opportunity. Of course, this was contingent upon understanding the current level of Jiangnan's capabilities to assess their chances of surpassing him. If the rumors held true, and Jiangnan were indeed comparable to the so-called super scholar, Qin Feng, then they would undoubtedly concede defeat and bow in submission. However, if Jiangnan were merely a notch or two above them, perhaps they would be inclined to challenge him once more. Until the final moment of the college entrance examination, the outcome remained uncertain. The disparity, it should be noted, was not insurmountable. My total score is 600, and even if I were to exceed you, it would be by a narrow margin. In response to Qin Yuma's inquiry, Jiangnan did not hold back, candidly revealing that he scored 0 in foreign language, thus confirming his total of 600 points. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuma's pupils constricted, seemingly shocked by Jiangnan's score, but she quickly regained her composure. 600 points? You managed to score that on such a challenging exam? Indeed, you have been concealing your true abilities, and this must be your genuine strength. It is clear, you are superior to me. Yet, I shall not concede. From this day forth, I will double my efforts, and in the next examination, I shall surely catch up with you. Qin Yuma waved her small fist at Jiangnan, motivating herself fervently before turning to leave. Her stride, her silhouette, exuded an undeniable sense of determination and resolve. Yes, Jiangnan is formidable, but he has not reached a level that would shatter her confidence. For although her performance this time was average, particularly in Chinese and mathematics, where she was undoubtedly outmatched by Jiangnan, she understood, as he had indicated, that her scores were not significantly lower. She had previously estimated her marks, over 90 in Chinese, over 90 in mathematics, approximately 240 to 245 in comprehensive science, and around 120 to 130 in foreign language. Altogether, this amounted to a total score of around 570. Thus, the gap between her and Jiangnan was merely 30 points. 30 points. Given sufficient time, she was confident she could bridge that gap. This, encapsulates the confidence, poise, and pride of Qin Yuming, the class leader of Class 4, who has consistently secured the top position in her class and ranked among the top 10 in the school. However, on the other hand, Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi, among others, do not share Qin Yuming's level of confidence. When Jiang Nan announced a total score of 600, their eyes widened in disbelief, their faces transformed, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably, as if they had suffered a catastrophic blow. 600 points? Goodness, that is an astonishing score. This examination was as challenging as scaling a mountain, and they couldn't even reach 500 points, while Jiang Nan achieved a remarkable 600. The disparity is indeed monumental. Even the prodigious Qin Feng from Class 301, the epitome of academic excellence, would likely only attain a similar level. They felt utterly despondent, completely hopeless. In the past, they had been regarded as academic elites, but at best, they only vied for the second, third, fourth, or fifth positions within Class 4, never daring to dream of surpassing Qin Yuming to claim the top spot, let alone defeating Qin Feng. Now that Jiang Nan stands shoulder to shoulder with Qin Feng, it is akin to being in the realm of the divine, far beyond their reach. This is simply beyond their capacity to compare. Reflecting on their prior declarations of war against Jiang Nan before the exam, the harsh words they had uttered now seemed laughable. They felt a profound sense of humiliation and were reluctant to face anyone. To triumph over Jiang Nan? Perhaps in the next lifetime? No, it is impossible even in the distant future. All they can do now is abandon their unrealistic aspirations. If not for the presence of others in the matter of face, they would have collectively knelt before Jiang Nan, exclaiming, "Nanshin, you are indeed the true Nanshin. We were wrong. We implore your mercy, to conquer without a battle." Perhaps this is what is meant by achieving victory without engaging in conflict. Jiang Nan, having done nothing, has effortlessly shifted the opinions of Suyu, Zhang Hao, and the others who once opposed him, leaving them completely subdued. However, what they do not realize is that Jiang Nan has never truly concerned himself with them. Once Qin Yuming departed, he resumed his quest for victory, completely disregarding Suyu and the others. Yet, while he may have overlooked them, Bai Yingying has not forgotten the declaration of war from Suyu, Zhang Hao, Tang Tiantian, and Xiang Yi. Previously, she had always stood up for Jiang Nan. But now, witnessing the fading arrogance of Suyu and Zhang Hao, she feels an indescribable bitterness within her, especially upon seeing her rival, Qin Yuming, also feeling inferior to Jiang Nan. She reaches an exhilarating peak of satisfaction. The only slight disappointment is that Qin Yuming has not succumbed to despair. Instead, she is eager to challenge Jiang Nan once more, aiming to catch up to him in the next examination. How is that even conceivable? Am I the only one who believes that Jiang Nan's score in this exam is certainly not limited to 600? I have compared answers with him in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, and I can ascertain with high certainty that he has achieved near-perfect scores in those subjects. Together, these three subjects already account for 600 points. The final subject, foreign language, though not verified. Yet, even if he performed poorly, it is inconceivable that he could score a mere 0, is it not? Bai Yingying's mind was clouded with questions, brimming with confusion. Based on Jiang Nan's past performances in foreign language examinations, a passing score of at least 90 was assured. If Jiang Nan were to reveal his true abilities and exert himself fully, scores of 100, 110, or even 120, if not a perfect score, would not be beyond the realm of belief for Bai Yingying. Cumulatively, his total would surely exceed 700. This far surpasses what Qin Yuming could hope to achieve. Even with boundless talent and tireless effort, day and night, in a relentless pursuit of knowledge, it would be impossible for him to catch up to Jiang Nan. Bai Yingying offered 3 seconds of silent tribute for Qin Yuming. This woman must have lost her senses. Jiang Nan's claim of a score of 600 is clearly a ruse, a deception, and yet you foolishly believed it. It seems your intellect is rather limited as well. Come the next examination, it will not be you who catches up to Jiang Nan, but rather I who shall surpass you. He. In that moment, Bai Yingying was imbued with a peculiar confidence regarding her victory over Qin Yuming. With Jiang Nan's assistance and the evident limitations of Qin Yuma's intellect, if she were to fail, it would indeed defy all sense of justice. Chapter 76. Why do outcomes differ despite playing the same game? Damn it. Fatty, where is your ultimate move? Why aren't you using it at F4 or on the high ground? Is your mind faltering? What a colossal blunder. Evening self-study session. Class 304. While the majority of students were diligently focused on their studies, Jiang Nan was engaged in a fierce battle on his phone. No, it was more accurate to say he was infuriated to the point of pain. The cause of his distress? Wang Fatty was simply too inept, just a hair's breadth away. He was so close to achieving a pentakill. Yet, at the most critical juncture, his teammate Wang Fatty faltered. Jiang Nan was on the verge of expelling blood in frustration. However, as soon as he voiced his irritation, Wang Fatty lamented, "Brother Nan, I wish I could unleash my ultimate. But the prerequisite is that I need to have my phone." "Your phone? Isn't it in your hands? Could it possibly have been snatched away?" Jiang Nan turned to Wang Fatty, nearly bursting with expletives, but the next moment, his words caught in his throat and his expression froze. Jiang Nan was taken aback, for it was indeed true. Wang Fatty's phone had been stolen. Unbeknownst to them, their formidable homeroom teacher, Hu Yifei, known as the deathly female demon, had appeared behind them. Wang Fatty, having recently transitioned to a sports student, had his new phone, purchased by his father, now in Hu Yifei's possession. To add insult to injury, one of Wang Fatty's ears was firmly grasped by Hu Yifei, leaving him half-squatting in midair, unable to move. He resembled a plump cat caught by its soft flesh, a lamb awaiting slaughter, a fish on the chopping block. How tragic it was. Witnessing this, Jiang Nan's heart sank in an instant. Damn it, this is going to end badly. He had T-played in such a long time, and having immersed himself in the game, he failed to notice Hu Yifei's arrival. As a result, he was caught red-handed. For him, it was of little consequence. After all, he had previously made an agreement with Hu Yifei. As long as he ranked first in this exam, he could play as he pleased. But if Wang Fatty was doomed, wouldn't that mean he had lost a jungler? Without a teammate, playing solo would be utterly dull. Wait, it was more than that. It seemed he had scored 0 in English this time. He probably wouldn't achieve the top rank in the school, would he? Considering Hu Yifei's notoriously volatile temper, she might very well seek retribution later on. Disaster. With this thought, Jiang Nan cast an exasperated glance at Bai Yingying nearby. "Yingying, didn't I ask you to keep watch? Why didn't you alert me when our homeroom teacher arrived?" A wise person should always have a backup plan. His instincts were keen. Under normal circumstances, he could sense any adverse elements approaching. Yet, he had not forgotten to enlist Bai Yingying's help as a precaution. But the outcome? Was it all in vain? Bai Yingying had been utterly useless. She was nothing more than a wooden statue. Bai Yingying, under the gaze of Jiang Nan, felt her cheeks flush slightly as she buried her head in her chest, feeling aggrieved. To be honest, one could hardly blame her. After all, she was wholeheartedly determined to surpass Qin Yuma. Thus, when she became engrossed in her studies, she failed to notice Hu Yifei's arrival. Moreover, who was Hu Yifei? She was a formidable force, a lethal enchantress embodying the prowess of a golden saint warrior, the 13th sister of the Hongxing gang, and a ruthless master of extinction. Possessing extraordinary skills such as the 9 appearances of the divine dragon, the flashing strike, the thunderclap fist, the enhanced version of a universe toss, and the lightning 9 consecutive shots, she was a force to be reckoned with. Bai Yingying was indeed defenseless against Hu Yifei. Enough, Jiang Nan. Cease your gaze upon Bai Yingying. Don't think I am oblivious to your little tricks. You indulge in games while dragging Wang Kaixin down with you. And you even have Bai Yingying keeping watch for you? Do you believe this is your home? Let me remind you, we are in school during evening study hours. Mobile phones are not permitted here, let alone playing games during class. Are you not aware of this? Hurry and put your phone away. If you tarnish the reputation of our class, I will hold you accountable. Hu Yifei's face turned pale with anger as she tossed Wang Pengzi aside and unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Jiang Nan. Yet, to everyone's surprise, that was the end of it. There were no ear-twisting reprimands, nor was Jiang Nan's phone confiscated publicly. Wang Pengzi, surrounding classmates, the entire class, everyone was left bewildered, their heads filled with question marks, wondering if this was truly the conclusion. Given the commotion, It had attracted the attention of all the students in the class. Many keen observers anticipated a fitting punishment for Jiangnan, having witnessed him caught red-handed playing games by Hu Yifei. They thought to themselves, surely, this would lead to a just retribution, confiscation of the phone, a harsh lecture. These were the mildest forms of punishment. Perhaps even a call to his parents, and a lengthy written reflection awaited him. Jiangnan was destined to face dire consequences. However, the reality was quite the opposite. A lengthy reflection? None. A call to his parents? Negatory. In fact, not even his phone was confiscated. He was merely asked to put it away and received only a few verbal reprimands. This was utterly outrageous. Such favoritism could not be justified, even for a beloved son. The crowd felt their hearts sink, especially Wang Pengzi, who felt as though he had been dealt a devastating blow. Though Jiangnan was his brother, why was it that he faced ear-twisting and phone confiscation while Jiangnan faced no repercussions? Particularly since it was his new phone, the one he had pestered his father for after becoming a student-athlete, still warm to the touch. Teacher, I recognize my mistake. I should not have been coaxed by Jiangnan into playing games. Could you possibly return my phone? Wang Pengzi, desperate for his new phone, was willing to go to great lengths. He approached Hu Yifei, thick-skinned, nervously acknowledging his fault, while directly throwing Jiangnan under the bus. However, the outcome was Hu Yifei immediately reprimanded him. What is this, classmate Wang Kaixian? Not only were you caught playing games during class, but you also dare to ask for your phone? Do you not understand the school's rules and classroom discipline? Or have you become a sports student, relying on your chances of entering a reputable university, and thus disregarding discipline? If you want your phone back, have your parents come to retrieve it. I would like to have a word with them as well. Although you're an athlete, your academic foundation is rather insufficient. If you aspire to attend a better undergraduate institution, you must exert more effort. Henceforth, you shall remain at school for remedial classes on weekends. As your teacher, I must take responsibility for you, do I not? Surrounding students exclaimed in disbelief, Hu Laosher. This is quite hypocritical. You treat similar cases so differently. As for Wang, his face turned pale, nearly bursting into tears, feeling as though he were on the brink of a breakdown. Oh, my dear God, I am doomed. Not only has my phone been confiscated, but now my parents must be involved? You know their temper. They would wield a rolling pin as if to break me. And to think I have to stay for remedial classes on the weekend? It would be better if I were to perish. Woe is me. By Ying and the surrounding students cast sympathetic glances at Wang, feeling pity for the unfortunate boy. Yet, Jiangnan smiled faintly. You foolish fatso. You deserve this for betraying me. Chapter 77. Such an exceptional student, how did he end up being undervalued? By Hu Yifei. All right, in the future, anyone caught using their mobile phones during class will face the same consequences as Wang Kaixian. First, their phones will be confiscated. Secondly, their parents will be summoned to the school. As for Jiangnan, he is an exceptional case, so do not dwell on notions of fairness. If you possess the ability, strive to match his academic performance. It seems she has also become aware of her unfair treatment, which has left many students feeling discontented. Hu Yifei offered a brief explanation. Then, let us resume our evening study session. Class monitor, maintain discipline. Jiangnan, accompany me to the office. To the office? What for? Jiangnan's face displayed confusion, his heart racing slightly. His phone had not been confiscated. Clearly, it was not due to his gaming. He was uncertain of Hu Yifei's intentions. However, with the homeroom teacher calling his name, he had no choice but to tuck his phone into his pocket and obediently rise to follow. As he passed the podium on his way to the door, he felt the weight of countless gazes upon him, some tinged with envy, admiration, and jealousy. Nevertheless, Jiangnan remained unfazed. Envy and jealousy are futile. If you possess the skill, you too could indulge. Jiangnan, your performance in the recent monthly examination for Chinese was commendable. Although the papers have yet to be fully graded, you are likely to be first. It was just average. I completed it casually. If you could achieve first place with such casual effort, why have you only managed to scrape by in the past? Jiangnan, that question is difficult to answer. Enough of the past. I shall not dwell on it. As long as you perform well in future exams, I will overlook your classroom slumber and even permit you to play games on your phone. just as you did tonight. However, there are conditions. You must not take it too far. Playing alone is acceptable, but you must not tarnish the atmosphere of the class or lead other students astray. After all, you possess immense talent and can get by without much effort. Others, however, are not so fortunate. With the college entrance examination approaching, they must exert tenfold or even 100-fold effort to gain admission to a reputable university. For instance, Wang Kaixian, as they proceeded to the office. Hu Yifei once again imparted her teachings to Jiang Nan. It must be said, although her nickname may not be the most flattering, rather blunt and harsh, she is indeed a reasonable and understanding teacher. Yet, Jiang Nan merely scoffed, feeling quite speechless. Reasonable? At first glance, it certainly appears so. Not only does she allow him to sleep, but she also permits gaming during class. However, what does adding a condition imply? Her lengthy discourse made it seem as though he were the villain in this narrative. Nevertheless, her point did have an effect. The prohibition against negatively influencing other students, particularly targeting Wang Pengzi, effectively extinguished Jiang Nan's desire to game during class. After all, without Wang Pengzi as a partner in mischief, what enjoyment would there be in solitary gaming? Perhaps it is time to elevate Wang Fatty's status. His current level is rather insufficient, and even if he transitions to a sports student, his chances of gaining admission to a prestigious university are indeed lacking. Regardless, since Bai Yingying has already latched onto him like a piece of chewy candy, it is impossible to detach her. He must occasionally provide her with guidance. Why not tutor both of them simultaneously? By swiftly enhancing Wang Fatty's level, he can silence the female tyrant, and they can enjoy gaming together. Jiang Nan mused quietly to himself. Whether it is one sheep or two, they all must be herded. He had meticulously planned to elevate Wang Fatty's level in the shortest possible time. Alas, how did he end up with such a pig teammate in Wang Fatty? It truly weighed heavily on his heart. Soon enough, the two arrived at the office. However, this office was not Hu Yifei's exclusive small office, but rather the larger office of the Chinese language department. Upon Jiang Nan's entrance, he noticed that a considerable number of teachers were gathered inside. Simultaneously, as he stepped in, all the teachers turned their gaze towards him, their eyes ablaze with enthusiasm, as if they were beholding a rare national treasure, the giant panda. Instinctively, Jiang Nan tightened his legs, and his hair stood on end. The intensity of the stares from these dozen or so gentlemen was overwhelming, even with the best of mindsets. He found it difficult to endure. Jiang Nan, do not be so restrained. This is Mr. Wu Jiahao, the head of our Chinese language department, and the others present are all esteemed Chinese teachers at our school. Hu Yifei briefly introduced him. Hello, teachers. Jiang Nan greeted politely. No sooner had his words left his lips than a chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted. Jiang Nan, truly a prodigy in our Chinese department. Not only handsome, but also exceptionally capable, with commendable character. Indeed, Hu Laoshi has nurtured an outstanding student, with Jiang Nan among us. Our Chinese department at Sanzhong is bound to rise and achieve new heights. In truth, Jiang Nan had merely offered a simple greeting. Yet he was met with an exuberant outpouring of praise and numerous thumbs up from the array of Chinese teachers. Group leader Wu Jiahao was not to be outdone. Quickly gesturing for Jiang Nan to come closer and even personally moving a chair for him. Come, Jiang Nan, let us sit and chat. Jiang Nan was taken aback. Teachers, this enthusiasm is a bit excessive. I cannot bear it. Ultimately, he refrained from sitting down. After all, none of the teachers were seated, and neither was Hu Yifei. How could he possibly take a seat? Jiang Nan merely approached Wu Jiahao, casting a glance at the desk, which was adorned with the answer sheets from the recent monthly examination. Among them, one sheet stood out prominently. It was his own. In the next moment, Wu Jiahao picked up his answer sheet, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, Jiang Nan, you performed quite well in your Chinese exam. The entire language department has unanimously decided to award you a perfect score of 150, marking a historic first in the annals of our school's teaching. This signifies that you have shattered the record of never having achieved a full score in our language examinations. Congratulations! As Wu Jiahao concluded his statement, a resounding round of applause erupted in the office, synchronized and spirited. It was evident that they were all immensely excited, even exhilarated. Although Jiang Nan was not a student they had personally taught, they were nonetheless witnesses to this remarkable achievement. Simultaneously, Hu Yifei's face radiated with joy, her eyes sparkling with pride and happiness that she could not conceal. However, Jiang Nan maintained an air of calm composure. After all, attaining a perfect score in language was something he had anticipated. It was hardly a marvel. In light of this, Wu Jiahao and the others held Jiang Nan in even higher regard. Indeed, at such a tender age, to achieve glory without succumbing to arrogance is a rare quality. Once again, they lifted their thumbs in admiration towards Jiang Nan, their gazes filled with fervor, almost as if they wished to claim him as their own. In their hearts, they lamented, how could such an exceptional student be placed in class 4, thereby benefiting Hu Yifei? Chapter 78. Teacher, I implore you to patrol other classes. At this moment, if one were to encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it would be akin to a pack of ravenous wolves, their eyes gleaming with hunger, fixated upon a succulent piece of meat held in the jaws of a lioness. Jiang Nan represents that delectable morsel, while Hu Yifei embodies the lioness. Though the lioness is formidable, she cannot withstand the onslaught of so many famished wolves. Among them, Yu Lao San, notorious as one of the 4 wicked wolves, is particularly eager, drooling uncontrollably. Hu Yifei. This does not bode well. These usually refined gentlemen, who often speak in lofty terms, appear to be attempting to snatch food right from my mouth. Jiang Nan. I am rather bewildered. What is with the way they are looking at me? Could it be that I have fallen into a den of wolves? In an instant, the atmosphere within the office grew exceedingly strange. Ultimately, it was Wu Jiahao who could no longer bear the tension. He cleared his throat twice, shattering the peculiar silence, and addressed the crowd. All right, enough of this, days. Those who were to grade papers, please continue. Let us strive to complete the grading of this month's Chinese examination and tally the scores by tonight. Having said this, he held Jiang Nan's answer sheet and turned to him. Student Jiang Nan, the reason I had teacher who bring you to the office is that I have a request, and I hope you will not hesitate to impart your wisdom. Goodness, did he just say impart your wisdom? Upon hearing this, Hu Yifei was taken aback, her mouth agape. Wu, team leader Wu, just tell the boy directly. He is still a student, and you need not be so courteous. No. Teacher Hu, you have misspoken. Wu Jiahao replied, casting a glance at Hu Yifei and shaking his head. Although Jiang Nan is young and still a student, his proficiency in the subject of Chinese literature is on par with ours, particularly in his profound understanding of classical texts, which may even surpass our own. He can truly be regarded as a master. Therefore, from this perspective, we should not consider him an ordinary student. Moreover, today we seek to learn from him. So a modicum of courtesy is indeed warranted. Hu Yifei. What is the meaning of this? Despite her dedicated years of teaching, she had never experienced such courtesy from Wu Jiahao. Yet now, her student has become the esteemed guest of Wu Jiahao, a master? Does Jiang Nan truly possess the demeanor of a master? At this moment, Jiang Nan, the very subject of this discussion, found himself utterly perplexed, bewildered by Wu Jiahao's unexpected politeness. To be frank, he was somewhat overwhelmed by this subtle flattery. Although Wu Jiahao's intentions were undoubtedly kind, he found himself preferring Hu Yifei's straightforwardness. Wu. Teacher Wu, please refrain from overly praising me. Teacher Hu is correct. You need not be so formal with me. Just say what you need. Very well, then I shall be direct. Wu Jiahao handed the answer sheet to Jiang Nan, saying, see, this is your Chinese answer sheet from this month's examination, which has been graded. We unanimously agreed to award you full marks. However, it is indeed true that you received full marks. Yet, your essay written in classical Chinese is exceedingly intricate and captivating. The 10 or so teachers present spent the better part of the day attempting to translate it thoroughly, but to no avail. Therefore, we must summon you, the author. If you do not mind, could you provide us with annotations and translations? What is the purpose of the monthly exam? It is merely for teachers to set questions and assess students. Yet, astonishingly, it is Jiang Nan's classical Chinese essay that has left all the Chinese teachers perplexed. What a remarkable occurrence. Even online novels would hesitate to depict such a scenario. Yet, it has transpired in reality. As Wu Jiahao spoke, the surrounding Chinese teachers, donned in formal attire and diligently grading papers, could not help but take out their notebooks, quietly gathering around in anticipation of Jiang Nan's translation. Their demeanor resembled that of eager children thirsting for knowledge. This included Hu Yifei, who was equally captivated. Among them, the closest was Yu Lao-san, anxious not to miss a single word. Fortunately, this is the office of the Chinese department, where only Chinese teachers are present, and no outsiders are around to witness this scene, lest they be utterly astonished. Jiang Nan responded, "All right, so that's the matter? You should have mentioned it earlier." I was startled, thinking Wu Jiahao had some unreasonable demands of me. I had mentally prepared to refuse. However, if it's merely a translation, that should be quite simple. Meanwhile, in classroom 304, Bai Yingying occasionally glanced towards the door, for Jiang Nan had been called away by Hu Yifei for quite some time and had yet to return. Although Jiang Nan had been caught playing games, Hu teacher had not penalized him on the spot, so it was reasonable to assume he would not face any further punishment. Yet, why was he still absent? In his absence, a sense of emptiness filled her heart, and her mind felt foggy, making it difficult to concentrate on her studies. What a dilemma. I await a solution, urgently. However, urgency proved futile as an hour passed, then two. As the third evening study session was nearing its conclusion, Jiang Nan's figure remained elusive. Teachers occasionally passed by the corridor outside the window, not the same one nor from the same subject. They peered through the window in hopes of catching a glimpse of Jiang Nan, only to leave disappointed when he was not seen. Yet before long, they returned in search of him once more. Thus, the cycle continued. Teachers came and went throughout the 3 evening study sessions, and it was uncertain how many had passed by classroom 304. Most were unfamiliar faces, but among those recognizable were the teachers of physics, chemistry, and biology. How reminiscent this scene was of the previous evening study session at this very hour. Numerous teachers stood vigil outside classroom 304, their eyes transfixed upon Jiang Nan, whispering in astonishment, reluctant to depart. Yet yesterday it was solely the mathematics teacher. Today, however, it was a collective of instructors from physics, chemistry, and biology. The reason for this gathering was simple. They had just finished grading Jiang Nan's comprehensive science examination from the recent monthly assessment, finding no errors whatsoever. This indicated that Jiang Nan had achieved a perfect score of 300 points. A perfect score? Indeed, it was an unparalleled feat, although this was merely a monthly test and not the college entrance examination. No student in the history of Sanzhong had ever attained full marks in the comprehensive science subject. This was, in essence, a record-breaking achievement for the school. Naturally, the multitude of science teachers were filled with wonder and eager to catch a glimpse of Jiang Nan. Regrettably, Jiang Nan was absent from his seat. They came and went, yet he remained elusive, leaving them disheartened. Meanwhile, the students of Class 304 faced a considerable burden. Just like the previous night, many felt overwhelmed. No, it was even more intense than before, given the combined presence of 3 subject teachers. Dear teachers, I truly cannot endure this any longer. I implore you to patrol other classes instead. Please do not return. Otherwise, we shall be driven to despair. Woe is us. Chapter 79. The results are out. Jiang Nan scored 150 in Chinese. Are the students of class 4 distressed? Jiang Nan is uncertain. Yet, he is acutely aware of his own impending breakdown. Initially, he mused that translating the essay he penned would be a breeze, merely a 3-minute endeavor, after which he could return to the classroom. However, reality proved to be a harsh slap in the face. His assumptions had been overly simplistic. Not only did 3 minutes elude him, but even 30 or 130 minutes could not suffice. The insatiable curiosity of the Chinese teachers rivaled that of Bai Yingying, capable of tormenting one to the brink of despair. As Jiang Nan struggled to translate his essay, those seated on their small stools, armed with notepads, took turns interrogating him with relentless questions, meticulously dissecting his work as if they were archaeologists uncovering ancient relics. For instance, I have long admired the noble integrity of Bo, Yi, and Shu Qi, who abstain from the grains of zhou. Jade may be shattered, but its luster remains untarnished. Bamboo may splinter, yet its integrity is unbroken. Scholars die for the sake of a kindred spirit, and people endure through trust. How could I possibly consume the grains of woo and live a life of ignominy? The discourse was laden with numerous allusions, and the barrage of inquiries exceeded 50 in count. In summary, 3 minutes turned into another 3, and yet another, until the evening study session concluded. Only then did he manage to finish elucidating his essay. Even as Yu Lao San attempted to pose further questions, it was the class leader, Wu Jiahao, who intervened, curtailing the multitude of queries that the teachers harbored, allowing Jiangnan to retreat for some much-needed rest. At that moment, Jiangnan felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders. He dashed away, exclaiming, "What a colossal pitfall! A treacherous trap that offers no respite." These Chinese teachers were akin to voracious demons, far more formidable than the notorious Hu Yifei. Indeed, one must maintain a low profile. Had he exercised caution earlier, he would not find himself in this predicament. But now, tranquility evaded him. How frustrating. He cursed the wretched system. The following day, an air of tension enveloped the school, particularly among the senior classes. Most students navigated their day with trepidation, for the monthly exam had concluded, and they awaited the results. While they anticipated disappointing outcomes, they yearned to know their scores and standings within the class and the school, who had achieved the highest score in the class and the school. This sentiment was a universal consensus among students, regardless of their academic performance. Yet, as one class passed, then another, the entire morning slipped away without the results being revealed. Disappointment began to permeate the atmosphere. However, in the final class of the afternoon, the results were finally announced. Class 304, originally scheduled for physical education, was commandeered by the homeroom teacher for this momentous occasion. And then, ding ding ding, the bell rang. As the classroom bell rang, Hu Yifei strode in with an imposing presence, her footsteps echoing with a resonant clamor that far surpassed the sound of high heels, nearly drowning out the bell itself. Instantly, every student in the room straightened up, their expressions solemn and bodies tense, not daring to exhale. It was evident. The results of the monthly examination had been released, and it was clear they had not fared well, igniting the wrath of the formidable figure before them. Everyone sat in silence, acutely aware of the precarious atmosphere, knowing not to provoke her. However, Hu Yifei entered without casting a glance at anyone, her gaze fixated meaningfully on Jiangnan at the back. 10 seconds turned into 30. Then a full minute passed without a word from her. The palpable tension in the room rendered it so quiet that one could hear the rhythm of their own heartbeat. Jiangnan felt a tightening in his chest, instinctively lowering his head and employing a mental mantra. "You can't see me, you can't see me." After what felt like an eternity, Hu Yifei finally shifted her attention and produced the score sheets, addressing the class. "The results of the monthly exam are in, but I need not elaborate. You are all well aware of your own performance, are you not?" Instantly, heads bowed in unison, a clear indication that none had achieved satisfactory results. The air thick with shame, they felt unworthy to face one another. To be honest, I am truly embarrassed for you all. Although the exam questions were notoriously difficult, you could not have performed this poorly. Take the Chinese language exam, for instance. Even if the poetry appreciation and classical literature sections were challenging, the total score was 150. Yet, none of you managed to score even 100, with only a few achieving a passing mark. The atmosphere was stifling, many on the verge of tears, realizing they had failed to reach even the minimum score. They could only hope for a passing grade, for anything less would surely bring forth a deluge of sorrow. Yet, there was a silver lining. Historically, no student at Sanzhong had ever achieved a perfect score in the Chinese exam. But this time, one student had indeed attained a flawless 150, and, astonishingly, it was from their own class. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. What? A perfect score? 150? Is it truly possible for someone to achieve such a feat in Chinese? Such an accomplishment was nothing short of remarkable. Who could this exceptional individual be? Almost instinctively, the gaze of many shifted toward Jiangnan's seat, including those of Qin Yuma, Suyu, Zhang Hao, and Tang Tiantian. If anyone could achieve a perfect score, it must surely be the Jiangnan who had been the talk of the town over the past few days. You guessed correctly. The only student in our class to score above 100 in Chinese, breaking the Sanzhong record with a perfect 150, is indeed Jiang Nan, who Yifei declared with finality. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room as many widened their eyes in disbelief. Incredibly gazing at Jiang Nan, they were indeed well prepared for this moment, especially Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, who had speculated since the previous day that Jiang Nan would achieve a perfect score in Chinese. However, when the official confirmation arrived, the astonishment within them remained undiminished, with the sole exception of Bai Yingying. In terms of language proficiency, I cannot compete with Jiang Nan. Yet his total score is merely 600, leaving me with a glimmer of hope to catch up. While Qin Yuma was astonished, she clenched her fists in silent encouragement to herself, as this was her only remaining belief. As for Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and the others, they had already succumbed to despair the day before, lacking the courage to challenge Jiang Nan any further. All that remained for them was admiration and awe towards him. Truly, the Southern God is deserving of his title. It was beyond expectation that he achieved a perfect score in Chinese, which is truly remarkable. A perfect score in language. It was something I could scarcely even dream of. The poetry appreciation and classical literature sections left me bewildered, yet Jiang Nan managed to conquer them. Furthermore, the essay section was equally challenging, yet he also secured a perfect score there. It is simply astounding. From now on, she'll be my only idol. 66,666. Chapter 80. How could one achieve perfect scores in mathematics and science, yet not be the top of the entire school? All right, everyone, please quiet down and allow me to finish my thoughts. Jiang Nan not only received a perfect score in Chinese, but he also secured 150 in mathematics and 300 in science, all of which were perfect scores. Just as his classmates were reeling in astonishment, Hu Yifei tapped the desk again, dropping a bombshell. The room erupted in shock. What? Perfect scores in mathematics and science as well? Except for Bai Yingying. Everyone present began to question their own hearing. They were aware of Jiang Nan's hidden prowess as a top student, recognized that he had performed exceptionally well this time, and understood that he might indeed achieve full marks. However, they had never imagined that Jiang Nan would attain perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and science. After all, Jiang Nan had mentioned last night that his total score was around 600. Though 600 is indeed impressive, lofty enough to garner their admiration, the monthly exam total was 750. If Jiang Nan's total score was 600, then it was inconceivable for him to have so many perfect scores. Yet now, Hu Yifei's statement left them in a haze. Jiang Nan's total score was 600, and with perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and science, that already amounted to 600. What about the foreign language? Could it be that Jiang Nan scored 0 in that subject? How could that be possible? Given Jiang Nan's prowess in Chinese, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, it was unimaginable that even if his foreign language skills were deficient, he could score 0. Furthermore, if memory served them correctly, Jiang Nan's past grades had always been mediocre, with each subject hovering around passing marks. This suggested that Jiang Nan must have scored at least 90 in foreign language. Then, a sense of foreboding washed over everyone. For Hu Yifei could not possibly lie, and Jiang Nan could not have scored 0 in foreign language. Thus, eliminating these impossibilities left them with only one conclusion. Jiang Nan had lied about his total score last night, which was not 600, but likely 700 or even higher. But why would Jiang Nan do such a thing? Swiftly, aside from Bai Yingying, everyone cast bewildered glances back at Jiang Nan. As for the class monitor, Qin Yuma, she trembled, her complexion paling, her gaze toward Jiang Nan filled with complexity. It was a mixture of shock, fear, despair, and helplessness, tinged with a hint of relief. For while others were oblivious to Jiang Nan's motives for lying, she harbored an inkling of understanding. Perhaps Jiang Nan did it for her. If Jiang Nan had declared his total score to be 700 last night instead of 600, she would have crumbled under the pressure. Yet, he chose not to overwhelm her, opting to tell a white lie, granting her a moment to brace herself. Thus, upon learning of Jiang Nan's actual scores, she still managed to hold onto a sliver of hope. In truth, she was overthinking. Everyone in attendance was overthinking. Jiang Nan had not lied last night. However, he had not been given the opportunity to explain. Teacher, then what did Jiang Nan score in foreign language? Teacher, Jiang Nan has achieved perfect scores in language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Surely his foreign language performance must also be commendable, right? Without a doubt, his foreign language exam went well. While I wouldn't claim a perfect score, I am confident he surpassed the threshold, likely scoring over 100. If we tally his total, that would amount to 700 points, wouldn't it? Astonishing. Such an extraordinary score is unprecedented in our school, I believe. Given Jiang Nan's results, he must undoubtedly stand out. Even Qin Feng from the esteemed Class 1, known for being a top scholar for 3 consecutive years, cannot compare this time. Can he? Qin Feng surely pales in comparison to Jiang Nan. Historically, his best scores have barely reached 645, and with the difficulty of this exam, his performance is likely to dip even further. So, does this mean Jiang Nan has decisively outperformed Qin Feng? How wonderful! Our class finally boasts a super scholar capable of claiming the top spot in the entire school. Truly, he lives up to the title of the South God. Everyone was lost in self-affirmation. Soon, cheers erupted, and joy filled the air. They were elated and exuberant. However, unbeknownst to them, while they reveled in their assumptions, Jiang Nan felt a chill run down his spine. As for Hu Yifei, her expression darkened like murky waters in an instant. Silence. Everyone quiet down. Once again, Hu Yifei rapped her desk, but it wasn't until her hand grew numb that the class finally fell silent. Stop speculating. Jiang Nan did not score full marks in foreign language. He did not achieve 100, nor even 90, but rather received a score of 0. Thus, his total score remains 600, neither a point more nor a point less, placing him second in the entire school. The moment those words left her lips, the room was engulfed in confusion? No, it was sheer astonishment, leaving everyone utterly speechless. In an instant, the classroom descended into an eerie quiet. What? Could it be that they truly misheard? Jiang Nan achieved perfect scores in language, mathematics, and comprehensive science, totaling 600, yet his overall score is still 600, simply because he scored 0 in foreign language? How could this be? In 3 years of high school, no one in the class has ever received a 0 in foreign language. The lowest scores are usually in the range of 10 to 20. Is it possible that Jiang Nan submitted a blank exam intentionally? What are you all standing around for? Although Jiang Nan is only second in the school, he is still the best in our class, isn't he? Shouldn't you all be quick to applaud and congratulate him for bringing glory to our class? Seeing the crowd frozen in place, Hu Yifei couldn't help but pound the desk vehemently. Yet, the words bringing glory to our class came out slowly, as if forced from her throat. Even a fool would sense the immense dissatisfaction and anger-laden in her tone. Jiang Nan, the assembly. That statement is quite difficult to respond to. It is truly surreal. By Ying Ying, Wang Pengzi, Qin Yuma, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao all directed their gaze towards Jiang Nan, collectively sensing that this individual was indeed quite remarkable. Teacher, is the top student still Qin Feng? Indeed. What is Qin Feng's total score? 602, just 2 points more? Precisely. Merely 2 points. Suddenly, someone found the courage to pose 3 inquiries, to which Hu Yifei readily responded. However, following her answers, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Jiang Nan? As the instigator, his expression darkened instantly. He swore it was not his intention. If only someone would choose to believe him. Yet, the onlookers were left in utter disbelief. Not intentional? Even a fool would hardly accept that. With a foreign language score of 0, relying solely on Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, you still amassed a total of 600 points, just 2 points shy of Qin Feng. Merely 2 points? With a foreign language paper worth 150 points. Even if you refrained from writing an essay and left the fill-in-the-blank section blank, randomly selecting answers for the multiple choice questions would surely yield more than 2 points, wouldn't it? Is this not a deliberate mockery of another's inadequacies? Or perhaps a grudge against him? A blatant slap in the face? Nevertheless, the slap was rather satisfying, indeed. There was a certain resonance to it. Chapter 81. This unfortunate child. Why does he refuse to heed advice? On the other side, within the same corridor as Class 304, In the classroom of Class 301, at this moment, the homeroom teacher, Xiao Wang, was displaying a complex expression as he announced the results of the monthly examination. This time, our class performed below our usual standards. However, considering the difficulty of the paper, it was somewhat understandable. The top scorer in the entire school was still from our class, Qin Feng. He achieved scores of 105 in Chinese, 108 in mathematics, 259 in science, and 130 in foreign language, culminating in a total of 602 points, which is commendable. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into enthusiastic applause. This ritual followed every examination in the class. From the first year of high school to the third, Qin Feng had consistently topped the school rankings. Therefore, whenever the teacher announced the results, everyone would applaud him, not only to congratulate him, but also out of a sense of pride. Although the top rank was not held by themselves, it was a shared honor with a classmate, was it not? In response, Qin Feng, seated in the front row, maintained a calm demeanor. After all, this was an anticipated outcome. Regardless of the examination, he had been the top student in the school for the past 3 years, with a significant lead over the second place, earning the title of an unrivaled champion. Even though this examination was particularly challenging and fraught with unexpected occurrences, including a rumor about a certain Jiang Nan possibly surpassing him, Qin Feng had remained largely indifferent to Jiang Nan, especially after their encounter in the cafeteria yesterday, where Jiang Nan arrogantly refused to compare answers. Qin Feng dismissed him as a rival. In his eyes, while Jiang Nan may possess some ability, it was largely exaggerated and superficial. His true competition was always himself. Jiang Nan was simply not worthy. However, in the next moment, Qin Feng's brow furrowed slightly. This was due to the fact that after announcing his total score, teacher Xiao Wang did not mention his name again, but rather continued with the results. The second place in the class was Luo Min, who scored 92 in Chinese, 98 in mathematics, 246 in science, and 121 in foreign language. With a total of 557 points, ranking 5th in the school, a considerable improvement deserving of praise. The ninth place was Li Ming, who scored 85 in Chinese, 55 in mathematics, 230 in science, and 140 in foreign language, resulting in a total of 510. How should this performance be interpreted? Li Ming, this outcome is somewhat unexpected. Your scores in Chinese and science are acceptable, but mathematics has always been your forte. Even with a challenging paper, scoring only 55 is rather abnormal and warrants serious reflection. However, your foreign language has consistently been a weak point, often hovering around the 90s. Yet this time, you surprisingly achieved a high score of 140. All the earlier questions were perfect scores, with only the essay deducting 10 points, placing you first in the school for that subject, a remarkable improvement, truly deserving of special commendation. In a moment, when time permits, please come up and share your experiences of rapid improvement for everyone's benefit. Qin Feng felt something was amiss. However, he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the discomfort until the class teacher announced Li Ming's score. It dawned on him that when Xiao Wang revealed his scores, it seemed overly simplistic. In the past, Xiao Wang would not only announce his individual subject scores and total score, but also state that he held the top rank in the school across all subjects. Just as Li Ming's foreign language score of 140 placed him at the pinnacle of the school. Yet this time, Xiao Wang refrained from doing so. This implied that while his total score was indeed the highest in the school, he did not achieve the top scores in individual subjects. The first place in foreign language had been seized by Li Ming, who surpassed him by a full 10 points. What about Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science? Who had excelled in those? For 3 years, he had consistently dominated the top ranks in individual subjects, with no one ever challenging him, let alone surpassing him. But now, aside from holding the top total score, had he lost his individual first places to others? How could this be? He could not bring himself to believe it. Yet the evidence lay before him, forcing him to accept the truth. Teacher, am I to understand that I'm only first in total score this time, but not in any individual subject? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Feng could not wait for Xiao Wang to finish announcing the class scores and urgently posed his question. Xiao Wang's expression was complex, unsure how to respond. Silence could be interpreted as acquiescence. Teacher, please tell me the first place scores for Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. Xiao Dewang remained reticent, his countenance still complicated. However, Qin Feng, possessing a stubborn temperament, stood up resolutely, fixing his gaze on Xiao Dewang. Teacher, I implore you to disclose the top scores for each subject and the names of those who achieve them. Xiao Dewang coughed lightly, delicately declining. Well, Qin Feng, you are already first in total score. Does it really matter if you're not first in individual subjects? Yet Qin Feng insisted, no, from my first year until now. I have always been at the top, both in total and individual scores. This time, however, I have lost all my individual first places, and I must know why. His determination was unwavering, to the point that his eyes reddened with emotion. Clearly, he would not rest until he discovered the truth. All right, Qin Feng, perhaps it is best if you refrain from asking further and focus on your studies. This month's examination was particularly challenging, especially in Chinese and mathematics, which were even more difficult than the college entrance examination. Yet you still managed to score 602, and as long as you keep striving, the chances of you gaining admission to Tsinghua or Peking University are quite high. Keep up the good work. Xiao Dewang offered a reassuring fist bump to Qin Feng as a gesture of encouragement, deliberately avoiding the latter's inquiries. However, the more he evaded, the more anxious Qin Feng became, his eyes growing redder. An unsettling premonition began to swell within him. No, teacher, is there something you are concealing from me? I implore you, please just tell me. Regardless of whether you share it or not, I will inevitably discover the truth once the scores are released for the entire school. Won't I? Xiao Dewang sighed. Oh dear, this unfortunate child. Why must you disregard my advice? The reason I withhold information is for your own benefit. After being your homeroom teacher for 3 years, do you think I do not know you? Although your grades are exceptional, consistently securing first place in every examination, it is precisely because you have never faced a worthy adversary that you have developed an ingrained arrogance, dismissing all challengers. Of course, this arrogance has its advantages and disadvantages. The benefit lies in the possibility that if you can maintain this solitary pursuit of victory until the college entrance examination, buoyed by such relentless confidence, you may indeed shatter the constraints that have bound our school for nearly a decade, thereby gaining admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. However, there are drawbacks as well, just as is the case now, when one or two dark horses suddenly emerge, snatching away the first place in individual subjects. It can easily inflict a blow upon you. If you are not careful, your confidence may shatter entirely, and that would spell disaster. Chapter 82. The first in overall scores. Qin Feng wants to die. The top in foreign languages, Li Ming, has fainted? Well, since you are so eager to know, allow me to enlighten you. Indeed, the top score in this month's exam for a single subject is not yours. The highest in foreign languages belongs to Li Ming, while the first positions in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science have all been claimed by Jiang Nan from class 304. Ultimately, Xiao Dewang could not withstand Qin Feng's insistence and was compelled to confess. Upon the revelation of this news, the entire room was astounded. Every student in class 301 gaped in disbelief, gasping for breath. This was indeed earth-shattering news. Jiang Nan? They were previously unfamiliar with him, but in recent days, whispers of his prowess had circulated. He was said to be a dark horse, performing commendably in both Chinese and mathematics, even causing quite a stir, perhaps rivaling Qin Feng's own remarkable achievements. However, in their minds, he could only be compared to Qin Feng. Surpassing him was utterly inconceivable. After all, in their hearts, Qin Feng was invincible, his legend unassailable. Yet now, that myth had been shattered. The top scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science had all been snatched away by a single individual. Jiang Nan? This was simply unfathomable. As the party affected, Qin Feng was the most impacted, momentarily staggering, nearly gasping for air. Jiang Nan? How could it be Jiang Nan? How could the top scores in 3 subjects be taken by him alone? Why was this happening? If the top scores had been claimed by 3 different individuals, he might have begrudgingly accepted it, just as he had not protested when Li Ming secured the top spot in foreign languages. But why was it all taken by one person, especially one with whom he had a grievance, Jiang Nan? Qin Feng, Do not be too agitated. Although Jiang Nan is formidable, his overall score is still inferior to your Xiao Wang. Fearing that the blow to Qin Feng would be too great, hastened to offer some words of comfort. However, his speech was abruptly interrupted by Qin Feng. Teacher, what are Jiang Nan's scores in the 3 subjects? Is that something I cannot disclose? It is not that I cannot reveal it, but Xiao Wang's expression was complex, hesitating to continue. If you can tell me, then please do. Rest assured, it is merely a single setback. I can endure it. Qin Feng clenched his fists, rallying himself. While Sai, he scored full marks in all 3 subjects. Full marks? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt as though his eyes might pop out of their sockets in disbelief. Teacher, are you saying Jiang Nan scored 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 300 in comprehensive science? Indeed. And what is his total score? His total score is 600, placing him second in the entire school. Just 2 points shy of yours. Therefore, you are indeed quite remarkable. Qin Feng stood there, bewildered, his mind swirling with countless questions. He suddenly felt as if he had forgotten how to count. The scores are 150 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, and 300 in comprehensive science, totaling exactly 600 points, which is indeed correct. It is also true that he is 2 points short. However, why does he feel that something is amiss? It seems that this monthly exam comprises 4 subjects, does it not? Besides Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, there is also a foreign language. Teacher? Qin Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Wang at the podium. What about the foreign language? How did Jiang Nan perform in foreign language? His score was 0. 0 points? Qin Feng was utterly bewildered. How could Jiang Nan have scored 0 in foreign language? A student who could achieve full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science could not possibly score 0, even if their foreign language skills were lacking. Indeed, it was 0. Did he miss the exam? Or did he leave it blank? Neither. He completed the entire paper, yet he got everything wrong, resulting in a score of 0. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. As long as he attempted the questions, even if he wrote randomly, he should not score 0. He would at least get a few choices right or earn some points on the essay. Not only Qin Feng, but everyone present found it hard to believe Xiao Wang's words. Each and every one of them was incredulous. In a 150-point foreign language exam, if one could not answer the multiple-choice questions, they might as well select all B's or C's. If they could not write the essay, they could at least use all the words they knew or copy a few lines from the reading comprehension section. A high score seemed impossible, but surely he should have scored at least 20 or 30 points. Yet the problem was, Jiang Nan truly had a score of 0. He had answered all the multiple-choice questions incorrectly. Not a single word was correct in the fill-in-the-blank section. And as for the essay, he had written in ancient Greek, rendering it incomprehensible to the foreign language teacher. Qin Feng. The students present? Each and every one of them was in a state of confusion. Qin Feng's complexion turned pale. He could hardly remain standing and fell back into his seat with a thud. Just a little bit more. Just that tiny margin. He felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly causing him to cough up blood and perish. He was not foolish, and it was impossible for him to believe that Jiang Nan truly performed so poorly in foreign language, even if he completed the exam paper and received a score of 0. On the contrary, he was absolutely certain that Jiang Nan had deliberately avoided all the correct answers. For Jiang Nan, this so-called monthly exam was nothing more than child's play, exceedingly simple. If he wished, he could easily have achieved a perfect score in foreign language as well, attaining 4 perfect scores, a total of 750 points. The very thought made Qin Feng want to weep. He had previously looked down upon Jiang Nan, but now he realized it was Jiang Nan who looked down upon him. Yesterday, when he sought Jiang Nan's answers for comprehensive science in the cafeteria, Jiang Nan had said it was unnecessary, claiming he had gotten everything right. At that moment, he had laughed at Jiang Nan's arrogance, but now he understood that it was he who had been ignorant. Perhaps Jiang Nan had deliberately scored 0 in the final foreign language exam to humiliate him. A total of 600 points, precisely 2 points fewer than his own score, was just to convey to him that he was rather foolish. At that moment, Qin Feng felt as though he wished to die, and sharing this sentiment was Li Ming. In the realm of academic discourse, The individual most acquainted with the true proficiency of Jiangnan's foreign language is undoubtedly Li Ming. After all, he was able to secure a score of 140, placing first in the entire school, solely by transcribing Jiangnan's draft paper. It is worth noting that he did not copy the essay, as Jiangnan had not written one, resulting in a deduction of 10 points. Initially, this should have been a cause for celebration. At last, he demonstrated to everyone that he was not merely adept in mathematics, but equally competent in foreign languages. However, at this moment, he found himself utterly devoid of joy. The reason being that his score was excessively high. Had he merely achieved a score of 112, he would have been elated. Yet, with a score of 140 and the distinction of being first in the school, how could he possibly feel joy? It is essential to consider that even Qin Feng had only scored 130. What merit did he possess that enabled him to attain 140? Such an anomaly undoubtedly suggests foul play. Once discovered, his fate would be sealed. Well, there was no need to wait for such a revelation. For the very next moment, trouble was at hand. Xiao Wang, noticing that all his classmates, including Qin Feng, were disheartened, swiftly sought to shift the conversation. All right, let's not be astonished by the achievements of students from other classes who have obtained 3 top scores. In truth, our class is equally commendable. Without delving into Qin Feng's performance, let us not overlook Li Ming, who, despite a lackluster performance in mathematics, has made remarkable strides in foreign languages, triumphing in first place. Now, let us invite him to the stage to share his experiences in learning foreign languages. Please give a round of applause. By the heavens, Xiao Wang harbored no suspicions regarding Li Ming's potential cheating. Rather, he sought to uplift the spirits of his classmates, including Qin Feng, and prevent them from languishing in the shadows of defeat. Thus, he called upon Li Ming to share his insights, intending to establish a role model and bolster morale. However, upon hearing this, Li Ming was so startled that he trembled, his vision turning white, and before he could rise, he fainted. Qin Feng, Xiao Wang, numerous classmates. In an instant, the room erupted in astonishment. Chapter 83. The rewards have all arrived. Let us go for another 10 consecutive draws in no time. Jiangnan became an absolute sensation, a phenomenon recognized throughout the entire school. It was not just the senior class that was aware of him, but also the second and first-year students, along with all the teachers, the cleaning staff, and even the gatekeeper. Prior to this, they had merely heard whispers and rumors about Jiangnan, the prodigious student from the cafeteria. However, after the results of the monthly examination were released, the entire school was astounded. How remarkable was this? Despite scoring 0 in the foreign language exam, he achieved perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science, ranking second in the entire school. It was common knowledge that the foreign language was the easiest subject, while Chinese and mathematics were notoriously challenging, with comprehensive science not being a walk in the park either. Yet, this young man managed to score 0 in the easy subject while attaining full marks in the difficult ones. It was evident that this was no mere coincidence. With only a 2-point deficit compared to the top student, Qin Feng, this left him in a state of bewilderment. While the impact may not have been severe, the insult was profound. If I were in Qin Feng's shoes and saw such a score, I would feel utterly humiliated. There seemed to be some animosity brewing between them. As I had witnessed their confrontation in the cafeteria just yesterday, a blatant display of rivalry that was both amusing and tragic. After class, the campus buzzed with discussions, marveling at Jiangnan's prowess while lamenting Qin Feng's plight. Some mischievous souls even concocted a dramatic tale of rivalry and vendetta between the two academic titans. One could not help but admit that this narrative was rather exhilarating, reminiscent of the plot of a novel. For Qin Feng, however, the situation was unbearable. He cowered in the classroom, too ashamed to face anyone, his mental state crumbling. What he did not realize was that, on the other side, Jiangnan, the very protagonist of this academic showdown, had never truly regarded Qin Feng as a rival. In all sincerity, Jiangnan had no intention of humiliating him, nor did he mock him for his shortcomings. It was merely an unforeseen circumstance. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall upon the so-called ghost system. For it was this system that had set the score control task. Jiangnan, driven by a desire for meager points and rewards, had simply complied and completed the task with ease. At this moment, as the world outside erupted in a frenzy of speculation, he was engrossed in examining the system. Ding! The super invincible academic score control system. Host Jiangnan. Gender male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Skills, exceptional memory and insight. Effect, rapid reading, exceptional memory retention, enhanced reasoning abilities. Side effects, the user must expend mental energy, which can only be replenished through sleep. Physique, 35. Average individual, 24. Points, 0. Current lottery attempts, 0. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have precisely achieved a perfect score in this month's Chinese examination, rewarding you with 1 in physical fitness, 1 in linguistic foundation, 1 in linguistic potential, and 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have precisely achieved a perfect score in this month's mathematics examination, rewarding you with 1 in physical fitness, 1 in mathematical foundation, 1 in mathematical potential, and 100 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have precisely achieved a perfect score in this month's comprehensive science examination, rewarding you with 3 in physical fitness, 1 in physics foundation, 1 in physics potential, 1 in chemistry foundation, 1 in chemistry potential, 1 in biology foundation, 1 in biology potential, and 300 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have precisely achieved a score of 0 in this month's foreign language examination, rewarding you with 1 in physical fitness, 1 in foreign language foundation, 1 in foreign language potential, and 100 points. Ding! In light of the host's commendable performance in the score control task, the system has generously awarded the host an additional 400 points and upgraded the host's skills, doubling the extraordinary memory and comprehension abilities. Jiangnan? Upon hearing the incessant chimes echoing in his mind, he was momentarily taken aback. This system has indeed transformed. The earlier rewards were quite acceptable. Whether it was the enhancement of physical fitness or the augmentation of foundation and potential in language, mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, these were all standard rewards, entirely within Jiang Nan's expectations. However, the last announcement was astonishing. The system actually granted an additional reward, a staggering 400 points. That is equivalent to completing 4 score control tasks, not to mention the skill upgrade. Remarkable. In one word, exhilarating. Jiang Nan had previously harbored some slight dissatisfaction with the system, but in that instant, it vanished entirely. This mischievous system, no, this delightful system is utterly charming. Father loves you. Ding! System panel updated. The data is as follows. Host name, Jiang Nan. Gender male. Chinese, level 9. Mathematics, level 9. Foreign language, level 9. Physics, level 9. Chemistry, level 9. Biology, level 9. Remarks, profound foundational knowledge in all subjects, with boundless potential. Skills, extraordinary memory and comprehension. Effect, rapid reading, exceptional memory retention, enhanced reasoning abilities. Side effects, requires expenditure of the host's mental energy, which can only be replenished through sleep. Physique, 41. Points, 1,000. Current lottery attempts, 10 tip. The host can engage in a 10-fold draw, significantly increasing the probability of winning. Inventory, empty. Ha ha ha. Upon observing the skills section of the system data panel, Jiangnan noted that his previous extraordinary memory and comprehension had been downgraded to merely exceptional. This revelation brought him immense joy. The distinction between extraordinary and exceptional, though subtle in wording, is vast in significance. The term extraordinary implies a level of prowess beyond imagination, yet with a hint of moderation, while exceptional denotes an achievement that transcends all expectations, a pinnacle so remarkable it defies description. This can be illustrated by the transformation from skimming through 100 lines to comprehending tenfold the information, revealing a profound enhancement. How impressive! Even the so-called typing duplicators and quantum reading memory pale in comparison to this. It was the phrase 10 consecutive draws that caused Jiang Nan's lips to twitch. So this was the awaited moment. No wonder the system had generously rewarded him with 400 points. clearly aiming for him to reach a total of 1,000 to partake in the 10 draws. Truly, the intentions are not entirely pure. One can only hope for an increased probability of winning. Ideally, there would be a grand outcome, yielding something remarkable. Ding! The system detects that the host has surplus points and is ready for the 10 consecutive draws. Shall the host proceed with the lottery now? Let me draw. Ding! The grand lucky wheel begins the 10 consecutive draws. Ding! Discarded umbrella ear wine. 0 points, discard ear. Chapter 84. Mathematical Commentary. Joy for some, sorrow for others. Ding! Congratulations on winning. All subjects foundation 1. Ding! Congratulations on winning. All subjects potential 1. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have received a Yenling fruit, which has been stored in the system's item inventory. Please check it, host. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have received a strength chocolate, which has been stored in the system's item inventory. Please check it, host. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill classical text interpretation. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill vocabulary interpretation. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill mathematical Olympiad interpretation. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill physics competition interpretation. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill chemistry competition interpretation. Ding! Congratulations on winning. You have acquired the skill biology competition interpretation. Jiangnan thought. The sound of 10 winning notifications echoed in his mind. However, his expression had darkened. He had initially believed that a 10 draw would yield something substantial. Yet the outcome was merely this. Indeed, the system was not mistaken. A 10 draw could enhance the probability of winning. Yet, despite having won, none of it felt rewarding. But what was all this? To others, these reward skills were valuable treasures. Yet to Jiangnan, they were akin to useless trinkets. His foundational knowledge in all subjects was already profoundly deep, and his potential was boundless. What use was a mere one reward? As for the Yenling fruit, it was similarly redundant. His visage was already captivating, flawless, radiating an aura that drew admiration from all. People adored him. Flowers bloomed in his presence. Cars would have flat tires upon seeing him. And even beer would pop open at his sight. Could he possibly become even more handsome? Even if he could, he certainly wouldn't indulge. After all, experiencing the wrath of a throng of fervent admirers was far from pleasant. It was wiser to remain low-key. A dog's head preserves life. As for the strength chocolate, it was needless to say that he would never consume something that could lead to baldness, except perhaps to share with Wong Fatty. Regarding the skills, classical text interpretation, vocabulary interpretation, mathematical Olympiad interpretation, and others, while they possessed a hint of novelty, he had already attained the pinnacle of high school achievement in language, mathematics, and the sciences. Even without these skills, he could compose essays in classical Chinese, solve even the most complex math problems in an instant, and excel in all subjects. Therefore, these skills were of little consequence. At best, they would merely embellish his already resplendent capabilities. Alas, this 10 draw was a veritable pitfall. Cursed be the system for its deceptive offspring. The following day, dingling, the bell for the first class rang. It was mathematics class. In walked Chao Tianyuan, beaming with joy. Previously, Chao Tianyuan was a stern academic who approached teaching with a serious demeanor, earning the reputation of being an old fossil. Yet now, his face was alight with smiles. Those unaware might think he was a reincarnation of a smiling Buddha. The reason for this transformation was none other than Jiangnan. As a passionate academic teacher devoted to mathematics, there are two aspirations he has persistently pursued. Firstly, he yearns to transcend his own limitations, striving to attain a loftier perspective and venture further in the realm of mathematics. Secondly, he aspires to nurture a student who surpasses him, achieving feats he himself could not. Now, it seems he has glimpsed the dawn of both aspirations. During the recent monthly examination, he was profoundly inspired to witness Jiangnan solving the final problem using 3 distinct methods, which felt like an opening of a door within his soul, a metaphorical liberation from his constraints. Moreover, he is confident that Jiangnan is far more exceptional than he is, despite Jiangnan's current lack of accolades in mathematics. He firmly believes that one day, Jiangnan will undoubtedly astonish the world in this field. Naturally, the stern and humorless Chao Tianyuan of the past has vanished, replaced by the present-day Chao Tianyuan, a middle-aged man who perpetually wears a smile. Initially, he found this transformation somewhat unsettling, but over the past few days, the mathematics faculty has come to recognize Jiangnan as the prodigy he has cultivated, and with their praises, he has grown accustomed to smiling. As for the results of the monthly mathematics examination, it is common knowledge that Jiangnan achieved the highest score of 150, securing the top position in the entire school. And everyone is encouraged to learn from him. Following him is Qin Yuma, who scored 98, tying for third place in the school along with Luo Min from class 301. Just behind Qin Feng's 108. This score, while not extraordinary, is commendable given the challenging nature of the paper, and he is encouraged to maintain his performance. In fifth place is Su Yu, with a score of 90, barely passing. This score is somewhat disappointing for Su Yu, considering his prowess in mathematics. Upon reviewing his answer sheet, it is evident that he performed adequately on the initial questions, demonstrating a solid foundation. However, he faltered on the latter questions, merely presenting beginnings without conclusions, resulting in minimal partial credit. While the latter questions posed a degree of difficulty, his capabilities should have enabled him to complete at least one question fully. Therefore, he must exert greater effort. Although I do not expect him to reach Jiangnan's heights, I am confident that he can achieve even better results. Fourth is by Ying, with a score of 85, which unfortunately does not meet the passing mark. Frankly speaking, while 85 is not a passing grade, I believe Bai Ying possesses significant potential for growth. This is primarily because she is the only student in the class, aside from Jiangnan, who successfully solved the final problem. However, her foundational knowledge appears somewhat shaky, as she made several errors on the simpler preceding questions, resulting in a lower score. Nonetheless, I am convinced that with continued diligence and a focus on reinforcing her fundamentals, she will undoubtedly excel in the next examination. Following the monthly assessment, the focus of the classes has shifted to scores and problem solving, and Chao Tianyuan is no exception. After distributing the answer sheets, he commented on each student's performance in class, noting progress or regression, and offered encouragement or criticism accordingly. Naturally, this elicited mixed reactions among the students. Some rejoiced while others felt disheartened. The majority, including Qin Yumiao, Su Yu, and Zhang Hao, were dismayed. Their scores paled in comparison to Jiangnan's, truly a stark contrast, placing them in entirely different leagues. Even though they had been aware of this disparity the previous day, being called out once more pierced their hearts. Only Bai Ying was elated. Although she once again fell short of surpassing Qin Yumiao, and even failed to outscore Su Yu, she received praise from Chao Tianyuan. This was indeed a first for her. In an instant, she felt invigorated, bubbling with motivation to outshine Qin Yumiao. If it weren't for the ongoing class, she would have eagerly seized Jiangnan, wanting to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. After just one tutoring session with Jiangnan, her mathematics skills had seen remarkable improvement. If only she could have a few more sessions, wouldn't that propel her to great heights? Qin Yumiao, just wait and see. With Jiangnan's assistance, I shall surely surpass you in the next examination. Chapter 85. What? I have feelings for foreign language teacher Shirley Yang. A similar scene unfolded during the second period of physics, the third period of chemistry, and the fourth period of biology. Each instructor provided individual feedback, eliciting a wave of despair among the students below. Qin Yuma, Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and Xiang Yi wore expressions that were nothing short of dramatic, teetering on the brink of despair. The only exception was Jiangnan. Ahem. His slumber was profoundly peaceful. Mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan paid him no heed. Physics teacher Xie Hongwei ignored him as well. Chemistry teacher Du Ming Wang showed no concern for him, nor did biology teacher Yakutang, particularly the latter two. Although they had previously overlooked Jiangnan, it was due to their belief that he had given up. However, now, this student is exceptional. He can achieve full marks in chemistry, biology. Truly a testament to my teachings, Huang Tang. This boy possesses the potential to be a top scorer in the college entrance examination. As the two teachers conducted their lessons, they occasionally sighed in admiration, their gazes drifting toward the desk where Jiang Nan slept. The rest of the class, all were utterly faint. Jiang Nan's days were undeniably blissful. Until the fifth period of foreign language class finally brought a change. In stark contrast to the cheerful demeanor of Chao Tianyuan, Xia Hongwei, Du Ming Wang, and Yaku Tang, foreign language teacher Shirley Yang entered the classroom with a face full of resentment, diving straight into the topic of the exam papers without any commentary on scores. Even a fool could sense the tension in the air. This was indeed a storm brewing ominously. As anticipated, once foreign language class concluded, Shirley Yang approached Jiang Nan, her heels clicking sharply against the floor. Jiang Nan, come with me. Teacher, where are we going? To the office. Our group leader wishes to speak with you. The group leader wants to see me? What? What for? You'll find out when you get there. I shouldn't have made any mistakes in class, right? You didn't err in class, but what about the exam? Jiang Nan. Here it comes, the inevitable confrontation. He made no resistance, rising obediently to follow Shirley Yang out of the classroom. After all, it was he who had wronged her first. Upon reaching the foreign language department office, the moment they stepped in, a dozen foreign language teachers turned their heads in unison, their gazes laden with meaning. Jiang Nan, undeterred, maintained his composure, whereas Shirley lowered her head, lips pressed tightly together, the reason for her demeanor unclear. Standing before the head of the foreign language department, a middle-aged man resembling the past Chao Tianyuan, adorned with glasses and a hint of sternness, spoke. So, you're the super scholar, Jiang Nan? Super scholar? Teacher, to describe me in such a manner is an exaggeration. I am not a scholar. Do not be so modest. Those who can attain perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science simultaneously are undoubtedly a rarity in the history of our school. If this does not qualify one as an academic prodigy, then it seems others might not even merit the title of underachievers. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Nan. I can't shake the feeling that the group leader's words hold a deeper meaning, making it difficult to respond. By the way, Jiang Nan, what are your thoughts on your foreign language teacher, Ms. Shirley Yang? Huh? Miss Young? She is wonderful. She has a kind heart, is beautiful, and we all admire her greatly. So, it is precisely because of your affection for her that, despite your ability to score full marks in foreign language, you deliberately chose to receive a score of 0 in hopes of capturing Ms. Yang's attention. Is that correct? Jiang Nan. What? What does that even mean? He likes Miss Shirley Yang, so he intentionally scored 0? This train of thought is rather peculiar. I assent to it, although Ms. Yang is indeed youthful and lovely, often regarded alongside Hu Yifei as one of the two flowers among the teachers at our school. Countless students have harbored feelings for her in secret. However, Jiang Nan is quite innocent. He has never entertained such notions. Teacher, you have misunderstood. My feelings of affection are purely those of a student towards a teacher. As for my 0 in this foreign language exam, it was simply due to my poor performance. Oh, you truly performed poorly? It must be genuine. But I will strive to improve next time. All right, Jiang Nan, there is no need for you to defend yourself. Li Ming has already confessed that he copied from your draft paper, which is how he scored 140 points, achieving the highest mark in the school for the foreign language subject. Jiang Nan. His mind felt a bit dazed. Li Ming, where did this person come from? He copied from his own draft paper and still secured the top score? How? Was he unaware of this? What? Do you not recognize Li Ming? No, I do not know him. Jiang Nan shook his head. By the way, he truly does not know any Li Ming. It is Li Ming from class 301. He is also one of my students and sat next to you during the recent monthly exam. Initially, his foreign language grades were merely average, but this time he scored 140 points, achieving full marks on all questions except for the essay, which he lost 10 points on. However, when his homeroom teacher asked him to share his experiences in improving his foreign language skills, he became so nervous that he fainted. Upon inquiry later, he revealed that he had seen your draft paper fall to the ground and, unable to resist the temptation, copied from it, except for the essay. This implies that your foreign language skills are quite commendable. You had evidently solved all the problems on your draft paper correctly, aside from the essay. Thus, you could have scored at least 140, if not a perfect score, just like in your other subjects. Yet on the answer sheet, you intentionally avoided all the correct answers and even wrote the essay in ancient Greek. if your actions were not aimed at attracting Ms. Yang's attention. I truly cannot fathom any other motive. At this moment, the leader of the foreign language group transformed into a modern-day Sherlock Holmes. A detective smile gracing his face as he spoke eloquently. Jiang Nan was left utterly perplexed, his face a canvas of question marks. What on earth are you deducing, teacher? It's as if I could jump into the Yellow River and still remain uncleaned of these accusations. And then there was Li Ming, who seemed to be a true fool in this situation. The fact that you pilfer my draft paper was one thing, but to suddenly have a moment of clarity afterward and play the honesty game? Truly, not only did you harm yourself, but you also sought to ensnare me in your troubles? Enough, Jiang Nan. You may return now. Rest assured, we will keep your secret. The fact that you scored a 0 in foreign language while acing all your other subjects just to capture Teacher Yang's attention is not your fault. It's quite normal to have such thoughts during adolescence. And Teacher Yang, not only is she beautiful, but she also strides through class in high heels, dressed quite elegantly. In due course, I shall have her rectify her ways. As a teacher, one ought not to indulge in overly fashionable attire. As for you, your primary focus should remain on your studies. Remember, in the next examination, let your true abilities reflect in your scores. Strive to avoid another 0. Once you've completed your college entrance exams, matters of romance will no longer concern me. Should fate allow, a relationship with Teacher Yang may not be out of the question. After all, there are indeed numerous instances of teacher-student romances in contemporary times. Chapter 86. Once again, a great fire at school. Jiang Nan, Shirley Yang. Both of them wore expressions of profound embarrassment, particularly Shirley Yang, the foreign language teacher, whose cheeks were flushed to the extent of deep crimson, unable to muster the courage to meet Jiang Nan's gaze. Had she foreseen that the group leader would utter such words to Jiang Nan, she would have refrained from bringing him along. Although Jiang Nan was undeniably handsome and academically gifted, his deliberate attempt to attract her attention by scoring 0 was rather juvenile. Nonetheless, it possessed a certain charm and was rather touching. Yet, she was after all a teacher significantly older than Jiang Nan. How could she entertain the notion of romantic involvement with a student? Oh, how mortifying! She felt as if she would be laughed to death, utterly ashamed to face anyone. In an instant, Shirley Yang's countenance transformed, suffused with bashfulness. Meanwhile, the other foreign language teachers, undeterred by the awkwardness, could not help but double over with laughter. Ha ha! How utterly romantic! Our Teacher Yang is truly charismatic, effortlessly winning the heart of this newly minted academic prodigy. Despite Jiang Nan achieving perfect scores in every subject during the monthly examination, his 0 in foreign language had subjected their department to relentless mockery from the other subject groups, particularly in mathematics and the sciences. Nonetheless, the allure of Teacher Yang was sufficient for them to revel in their moment of pride before their peers. It was indeed fascinating. Jiang Nan's prowess was remarkable. In this examination, he had shattered historical records for his school and even the entire Jiang city by scoring full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive sciences. Though he had received a 0 in foreign language, his potential in that subject was equally impressive. Even if this was merely a monthly test, its difficulty was comparable to that of the college entrance examinations. This indicated that Jiang Nan was already exhibiting the potential to become a top scorer, likely to gain admission to prestigious institutions such as Tsinghua or Beida. Hence, the group leader of the foreign language department was particularly amiable towards him, and the other teachers were playfully teasing Jiang Nan about his connection with Shirley Yang. Had it been any other student daring to harbor secret affections for a teacher and resorting to such trivial antics to garner attention, they would have faced severe reprimand from the school. Jiang Nan. He was utterly bewildered as he departed from the foreign language department. In summary, he was in a daze, perplexed by the laughter and remarks exchanged among the foreign language teachers. He was oblivious to what had transpired. All he knew was that the teachers were looking at him with particularly strange expressions. However, he had no chance to defend himself. This madness seemed contagious, for upon returning to the classroom, he found that the gazes of his classmates were equally peculiar. Filled with admiration, several boys, including Su Yu and Zhang Hao, who typically had a contentious relationship with him, thumbed him up in approval. As for Wang Pengzi, his jowls quivered with laughter as he enveloped Jiang Nan in an exuberant bear hug of encouragement. Only Bai Yingying pouted, wearing an expression of displeasure. The gaze directed towards Jiang Nan was laden with a chilling sensation. As Jiang Nan returned to his seat, he felt an involuntary shiver despite not even having touched Bai Yingying. Yingying, what is going on? Have they all lost their minds? I do not know. You should inquire with others, asked Wang Pengzi. I need to focus on my studies, so please do not disturb me. Jiang Nan, this is decidedly peculiar. There is something amiss. The entire group is behaving strangely, and so is Bai Yingying. Yingying, what transpired in class during my absence? Did everyone misunderstand something? It feels as if I am surrounded by an entirely different group of people. Misunderstanding? No one is mistaken. Nor am I. Do you dare to claim you do not harbor feelings for our foreign language teacher, Shirley Yang? No. Not at all. Not all? Then why did you, who can clearly score full marks in foreign language, deliberately score 0? Jiang Nan, yet again, a fatal question arises, one devoid of an answer. After all, his 0 score in foreign language was a result of a system-imposed task. He certainly could not sell out the system. Yingying, you have misunderstood. I assure you, my 0 score was not because of any affection for the foreign language teacher. It was purely for amusement, as I did not wish to attain a perfect score. Really? Is that true? Of course it is true. I would never deceive you. However, reports from the foreign language department suggest otherwise. They claim that during this foreign language exam, your performance could have paralleled that of the Chinese, math, and science subjects, all capable of achieving full marks. In fact, you even penned the correct answers on the draft paper, allowing Li Ming, seated beside you, to achieve the highest score in the school. Yet, in a bid to capture Ms. Yang's attention, you intentionally wrote everything incorrectly, resulting in a score of 0. Now, it seems the entire school is aware of this. You have feelings for Ms. Yang. Jiang Nan, speechless, utterly at a loss for words. It is no wonder everyone in class is regarding him with such strange expressions. So that is the reason. But what did the head of the foreign language department say earlier? Did they not promise to keep it confidential? And yet, mere moments after leaving the office, the entire school is informed? Goodness, this is an absolute pitfall. He was aware of the students' penchant for gossip, yet he never anticipated that the foreign language teacher's inclination for gossip far surpassed that of the students. You might excuse yourselves for misunderstanding, but why deliberately incite such a commotion? Leading everyone to be misled? Seriously, you teachers are truly underappreciated. You should pursue careers as screenwriters or entertainment journalists for gossip magazines. The 6th period is Chinese class. However, Hu Yifei's mood is rather bleak. This is due to encountering more than one foreign language teacher bragging about how Shirley Yang is their equal. Classmates, let me reiterate, the school prohibits romantic relationships, especially clandestine affections for teachers. Engaging in petty tricks during exams to attract a teacher's attention and scoring 0. This is simply an exceedingly childish act. You must take heed and dedicate all your thoughts to your studies, striving to achieve commendable results in the college entrance examination. Only in this way can you honor your parents and yourself, ensuring a future devoid of regrets. Jiang Nan, what have I done to deserve this? This is truly an instance of being caught in the crossfire. Teacher, can we not enjoy ourselves for once? A sudden reprimand at the door. During this Chinese class, he couldn't even find solace in sleep, perpetually feeling the weight of some unkind gazes lingering upon his forehead, sending chills down his spine. At long last, the bell rang. Hu Yifei once again slammed her palm upon Jiang Nan's desk, urging him, Jiang Nan, stop dozing off and come with me. The leaders of the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology groups are looking for you. Chapter 87. Is this really a math Olympiad problem? It seems rather simplistic, doesn't it? What? Jiang Nan has been summoned again? Is it truly the case that academic prodigies are so sought after? Last class, it was the head of the foreign language group who requested his presence, and now it's the leaders of the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology groups. The moment class ended, Jiang Nan was whisked away by Hu Yifei, leaving his classmates in utter astonishment. Goodness, those are the heads of their respective subjects. On ordinary days, they are seldom seen in their own classes. Yet today, Jiang Nin encounters them all in quick succession? How astonishing. Meanwhile, Jiang Nan followed Hu Yifei out of the classroom and into, cough cough, not the office but rather the academic affairs office. Upon entering, he noticed a number of teachers seated inside. Among them, four familiar faces: mathematics teacher Chao Tianyuan, physics teacher Xie Hongwei, chemistry teacher Du Ming Wang, and biology teacher Ye Kutang. However, there were also four individuals he did not recognize. It goes without saying, they must be the heads of the math, physics, chemistry, and biology departments. Esteemed group leaders, I present to you the student, Hu Yifei announced. Oh, Jiang, it has arrived? Almost instantaneously, all 8 teachers in the room stood up in unison, their enthusiasm palpable. Thankfully, there were no other students present. Otherwise, they would surely have been taken aback. Goodness, it is typically the students who show utmost respect to the teachers. When has there been a time when a group of teachers exhibited such deference to a student? Moreover, these are not ordinary teachers. They are department heads, highly regarded within the school, second only to the principal and the director of education. Nevertheless, as the focal point of attention, Jiang Nan remained remarkably composed. He bowed slightly to the present teachers as a form of acknowledgement. Subsequently, he took a seat beside Hu Yifei. Then, the head of the mathematics group, Zhou Lingfeng, directly addressed him. Jiang Nan, we shall not beat around the bush. The purpose of calling you here today is to gauge your capabilities. Gauge my capabilities? Jiang Nan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Hadn't he the monthly exam just concluded? Why the sudden need to assess him again? It's different. Zhou Lingfeng shook his head. Your teachers have collectively recommended you to represent the school in the upcoming math Olympiad and other competitions in physics and beyond. Although you achieved full marks in both mathematics and science in the recent monthly exam, which indeed demonstrates your prowess, it is essential to understand that monthly exams are merely routine assessments. The questions for competitions, such as the math Olympiad and physics contests, are entirely distinct. Therefore, the school has a dedicated competition team that trains rigorously, and you are being considered for a last-minute inclusion. While we have the assurances of teachers Chao and Xie, the school finds it necessary to conduct an assessment of your capabilities. Understood, Jiang Nan nodded. Previously, both Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei had mentioned the prospect of him participating in the competition, encouraging him to aim for a national-level achievement. At that time, he felt compelled to agree due to their insistence. Who would have thought that right after the monthly exam, he would be faced with the competition? Zhou Lingfeng produced a test paper and placed it before Jiang Nan. Without delving into other subjects, he declared, "This is a specially prepared set of Olympiad mathematics questions for you to tackle on the spot." As he spoke, a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. This was no ordinary examination paper. It was a compilation of genuine competition questions, painstakingly curated after much deliberation. Each problem was exponentially more challenging than the most difficult questions found in the college entrance examination. In fact, it was entirely on a different level altogether. Even in a legitimate Olympiad setting, the difficulty of this paper would be considered exceptional, rendering it nearly insurmountable for the average student. Finding a solution would be akin to deciphering hieroglyphics, and solving even a couple of problems would be nothing short of miraculous. Completing the entire paper was an impossibility. Even students with stellar grades, those who consistently achieved perfect scores in mathematics, would falter when confronted with these Olympiad questions. True to expectation, upon seeing the paper, Jiang Nan's brow furrowed in contemplation. Observing this, Zhou Lingfeng discreetly glanced at his companion, Chao Tianyuan, a smile inadvertently crossing his face. "Ah, old Chao, you have always boasted about your exceptional student, claiming there is no high school mathematics problem he cannot solve, and that you have learned much from him as well. Now, it seems I must teach you a lesson in humility." Yet, a moment of concern crept into Zhou Lingfeng's mind. Jiang Nan had just recently topped the school rankings, achieving perfect scores in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive science. If this paper were to daunt him, leaving a psychological scar, it would be regrettable. Initially reveling in his secret satisfaction, Zhou Lingfeng soon felt a pang of worry and remorse. However, Chao Tianyuan remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to Zhou Lingfeng's scrutiny, exuding a quiet confidence in Jiang Nan's abilities. This confidence was echoed by Xie Hongwei and Hu Yifei, while the others, less acquainted with Jiang Nan, shared Zhou Lingfeng's uncertainty. All right, perhaps we should step outside. Solving problems requires a tranquil environment, and we would not want to disturb Jiang Nan, Zhou Lingfeng suddenly suggested. He had already made the questions sufficiently challenging and did not wish to add to the pressure surrounding Jiang Nan. The teachers present unanimously concurred. Indeed, let us leave together and allow him to concentrate. We shall return in 2 hours. As the group began to rise to depart, Jiang Nan, who had swiftly scanned the paper, abruptly interjected, "Is this what Olympiad mathematics questions are like? They seem rather simple." With this declaration, it was as if a thunderclap had struck the room. Suddenly, a thunderous reaction surged through the hearts of the crowd, with Zhou Lingfeng being the foremost among them. What? What is Jiang Nan saying? Is he claiming that the mathematics competition questions are exceedingly simple? Goodness, such a boast seems rather excessive. It must be known that each question on this paper has been meticulously selected, evidently designed to pose a challenge. Were it not for having seen the answers beforehand, he might not have been able to solve them on the spot. Simple indeed. How can one even utter such a word? Jiang Nan, you have yet to begin working on the paper. It remains blank. Shouldn't such grandiose claims be avoided? Almost instinctively, Zhou Lingfeng reprimanded him. Yet, Jiang Nan responded with utmost seriousness. It truly is quite simple. Just a glance reveals the answers. Is there any need to work it out? Chapter 88. Without paper and pen, can you answer instantly? In that moment, the attendees collectively inhaled sharply. Particularly, Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics department, clutched his chest in astonishment, nearly collapsing from shock. Good heavens! The competition problems he had painstakingly crafted were deemed simple by Jiang Nan, who claimed that one glance was sufficient to ascertain the answers, rendering any further effort unnecessary. How audacious! Setting aside the true capabilities of Jiang Nan, his ability to boast was unparalleled. Throughout his decades-long teaching career, Jiang Nan was undoubtedly the most formidable individual he had encountered. Initially, Zhou held Jiang in high regard, especially since Jiang had achieved a perfect score in mathematics during the recent monthly examination, surpassing the school as perennial top student, Qinfeng. Furthermore, he had received strong recommendations from deputy leader Chao Tianyuan. However, upon hearing Jiang Nan's remarks, Zhou's fondness for him waned. Very well. If you claim these problems to be simple, then tell me the answer to this question, Zhou challenged, pointing to the first multiple-choice question. What is the minimum distance from a point with integer coordinates, m, n, on the plane to the line y, 5, 3x, 4, 5? The options were A, 34170b, 3485c, 120d, 130. At first glance, the question did not appear overly difficult. However, that was merely an initial impression. To truly arrive at the answer, one would undoubtedly require at least half a sheet of scratch paper. Yet, Jiang Nan neither reached for paper nor picked up a pen. He merely glanced at the question and confidently stated, "The answer is B." Zhou Lingfeng gasped once more, astonished. Could it be true? Had Jiang actually chosen the correct answer? Did you? Have you solved this problem before? Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief. No. Jiang Nan shook his head resolutely. Then how can you be so quick? I already mentioned this problem is simple. One glance is all it takes to know the answer. There is no need for further calculation. Zhou Lingfeng felt as though he might vomit blood in frustration. Surely, you must be guessing by chance. Explain your reasoning. Jiang Nan began. Let us denote the integer coordinates as m, n. The distance from this point to the line 25x, 15y 12 0 is given by d, 25m, 15n 12, 25 minus 15, 5, 5m, 3n, 12, 534. Since m and n are integers, 5, 5m, 3n is a multiple of 5. The minimum absolute value of the sum occurs when m, n minus 1, yielding a result of 2. Therefore, the sought minimum value is 3485. The answer is B. Zhou Lingfeng was once again left speechless. As the author of the question, he had already reviewed the answer and the solution process in advance. Hence, He was certain that Jiang Nan's reasoning was not only correct, but also remarkably concise. The spectacle of the enraged horse was truly terrifying. It was not only him. The heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology departments stood aghast as well. Only Chao Tianyuan, Xie Hongwei, and Hu Yifei maintained a semblance of composure, for they possessed some understanding of Jiang Nan. Particularly Xie Hongwei, the physics teacher, whose heart was filled with amusement despite the fact that they were merely gauging Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess. This scene was all too familiar to him. He had previously presented Jiang Nan with challenging problems in class, the sort that were nearly insurmountable for the average student. Yet, Jiang Nan required no calculations. As soon as the questions were posed, he would rise from his seat and respond instantaneously. The old scene replayed itself, albeit with the roles reversed. As an observer, Xie Hongwei nearly succumbed to laughter. Meanwhile, the stern expression that had once adorned Chao Tianyuan's face had vanished, replaced by a fleeting glimmer of pride. He discreetly cast a glance at Zhou Lingfeng, thinking, "Did you truly believe I was unaware of your little tricks in setting the questions? I simply chose to disregard them. After all, in the face of absolute strength, all your petty schemes crumble like paper tigers. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. These are problems from the Olympiad. How could one possibly arrive at the answers without even a moment's contemplation?" Zhou Lingfeng remained incredulous, directing Jiang Nan towards the second question. "Which option do you select? C. 3-3. And the third? C. 3,999. The fourth? A. The price of 2 roses is high. Lastly, the final question? D. Sinks." Zhou Lingfeng was rendered speechless, as were the teachers present. They stood dumbfounded, witnessing Jiang Nan provide answers purely through mental calculation. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was Zhou Lingfeng's reaction, which indicated that Jiang Nan had indeed answered all the questions correctly. Zhou Lingfeng felt as though he might lose his mind. Was this a dream? He pinched himself. Good grief. It truly hurt. This was no dream. But was it possible that such a genius existed in the world? Or perhaps Jiang Nan was cheating? Zhou Lingfeng turned to Chao Tianyuan. "Old Chao, tell me honestly, did you show Jiang Nan this paper in advance and provide him with the answers, which is why he knows? Old Zhou, have you lost your mind? Gao Dianwang Zido. This paper was concocted by you at the last minute, treated as if it were a precious treasure, and I have never even seen it, let alone shared it with Jiang Nan. That does make sense." Zhou Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, he was the only one privy to the contents of that paper. How could Chao Tianyuan have access to it? "So, have you been providing him with specialized training all along? Have you made him tackle nearly 20 years' worth of competition questions?" Chao Tianyuan was left utterly speechless. How he wished he could have provided Jiang Nan with such training. But the reality was that Jiang Nan hardly paid attention in his classes, let alone received any specialized instruction. "Jiang Nan, please elucidate the problem-solving process for our team leader, so as to dispel any doubts he may harbor." Chao Tianyuan promptly passed the responsibility to Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan nodded and indicated the second question. From the diagram, let B dt, then OD 3t1, thus be 3t1. T satisfies the equation x, y1, leading to the conclusion that 3 results in an equilateral triangle, and the area of triangle ABC is 3-3. As soon as he finished with one question, Jiang Nan pointed to the next. This question required the sum of coefficients in the expanded form, with each term reduced by 2. One could recall the unit roots of 1 and apply the method of special values. A0, A3, and 1998, 3 to 999, hence the answer is C. The final question was even simpler, solvable by elimination. The function y sinks is not periodic, which is evident from a simple graph. Thus option A can be dismissed. The minimum positive period of y cos is 2, and it is a decreasing function on the interval 0, 2, eliminating option B. The function ycgx is also decreasing on 0, 2, ruling out option C. Ultimately, only option D, sinks, remains. 7,329, 088, 72. Chapter 89. The depth of Jiang Nan's mathematics is inexhaustible. Can he be directly admitted? After the 5 multiple-choice questions were discussed, Zhou Lingfeng, the head of the mathematics department, was utterly astounded. The heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology departments were equally taken aback, including the notorious Huang and the lesson planning Tang. They were aware of Jiangnan's prowess, as evidenced by his perfect score in the mathematics and comprehensive science exam. However, they had never anticipated the extent of his brilliance. Zhou Lingfeng had meticulously crafted the Olympiad questions, yet Jiangnan answered them instantaneously and accurately, even articulating his thought process. His reasoning was remarkably clear, and his logic was impeccably tight. In contrast, even Xin Feng, the top student in the monthly exam, would require at least half an hour to tackle the problems, let alone solve them all correctly. Even Zhou Lingfeng, the group leader himself, would struggle to resolve the questions without consulting the answers beforehand. Yet Jiangnan, within a minute or two, perhaps 3, he completed the problems with astonishing speed and accuracy. The final question employed the method of elimination, seemingly a clever shortcut. Yet, who was it that, at an opportune moment, posed a question? However, there was no need for Jiangnan to explain, nor for Chao Tianyuan to speak. Zhou Lingfeng promptly responded. This is the essence of competition. Some questions must be approached step by step, pushing through to the final stage to discover the answer. Attempting to take shortcuts is akin to playing with fire. Yet, there are certain problems where a step-by-step approach would inevitably consume excessive time, proving counterproductive. Conversely, if one can seize certain key information and exploit it, the efficiency can be astonishing. The crux lies in how solidly you grasp the concepts and how quickly your mind can adapt to apply them flexibly. Competitions differ from ordinary exams. One cannot achieve high scores through mindless toil. Only by transcending conventional frameworks and breaking free from routine thinking can one attain top scores and rankings. It is all about finding the right balance. As the group leader, Zhou Lingfeng was naturally highly skilled. His explanation effectively silenced the earlier remark. Competitions? Regardless of whether one is a black cat or a white cat, a good cat is one that catches mice. Shortcuts? Such notions are non-existent. The crowd nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Jiangnan lifted his gaze, pointing at the paper. Teacher, do you require me to elaborate on the subsequent questions? If permissible, you might as well write down the answers. Zhou Lingfeng handed Jiangnan a pen. The following section consisted of fill-in-the-blank and problem-solving questions. He was somewhat confident about the answers, but for those beside him who were unaware, having Jiangnan dictate them would be akin to listening to an esoteric text, especially for the problem-solving questions, which involved complex processes, even if he knew the answers. Relying solely on auditory processing without visual reference could be overwhelming. Jiangnan nodded, then swiftly took the pen and began to write. Swish, 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 with pen gliding effortlessly, akin to flowing clouds and rushing waters. The speed was undeniably astonishing. In an instant, onlookers were left in rapt amazement. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the rapidity of it all, compelling him to verify the answers. The first question was correct, the second correct, the third correct. Every fill-in-the-blank question, all correct. The first problem in the solutions section, correct again. The second, still correct. And the final question, also correct. This entire set of competition papers, comprising 15 questions of selection, fill-in-the-blank, and solution, he had astonishingly answered all correctly. Moreover, he wrote with such swiftness, not even utilizing scratch paper, as if thought was unnecessary, effortlessly retrieving answers from thin air. Did he even take 10 minutes from start to finish? It appeared, not at all. My heavens, how profound is the mathematical prowess of Jiangnan. Unfathomable, beyond measure, 1,000 times stronger than I. Zhou Lingfeng was utterly astounded, nearly transforming into a frenzied gorilla, howling at the heavens. As Jiangnan concluded his writing, Zhou Lingfeng excitedly grasped his hand. Jiangnan, I formally invite you to join our mathematical Olympiad team. With your mathematical acumen, I can assure you, you will undoubtedly secure a provincial first and gain entry into the summer camp. Then you can achieve a national first, join a national team, and at that point, you wouldn't even need to participate in college entrance examinations, as long as there are quotas from the province. You would be granted direct admission to the most prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beida. Each province has its quota for direct admissions, but for the past decade, the third high school has not secured even one. This is solely because the third high school has not nurtured any outstanding students who achieved a national first in the Olympiad. At best, they have only managed provincial firsts or seconds. Naturally, the provincial and municipal authorities would not waste quotas on the third high school. However, this year, the emergence of a genius like Jiang Nan from the third high school means that if he attains a national first, the quota is guaranteed. Thus, Zhou Lingfeng was overwhelmed with excitement. Although Jiang Nan was not his student, witnessing such a miracle emerge from the mathematics group of the third high school in his lifetime was a fulfillment of his aspirations. On the sidelines, the head of the physics department could no longer tolerate the sight and hurriedly intervened, separating Zhou Lingfeng from Jiang Nan. "Old Zhou, what are you doing?" We had agreed that Jiang Nan would attempt the competition papers for all subjects. Now that he hasn't even completed the physics test, how can you rush him into your mathematical Olympiad team? "What's the matter, old Li? Are you envious?" Zhou Lingfeng stubbornly held onto Jiang Nan's hand, a smug expression on his face. With such a solid foundation in mathematics, Jiang Nan was already poised for accolades and direct admission. Why bother with other subjects? "That is not fair, old Zhou. What if Jiang Nan's physics skills surpass his mathematics?" argued the head of the physics department. "Indeed, there is also chemistry. He should give that a try. Our biology department feels the same." The leader of the chemistry group and the leader of the biology group were equally unwilling to fall behind, promptly voicing their agreement. At that moment, the four group leaders exhibited a palpable tension reminiscent of an impending altercation over Jiang Nan. In contrast, Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei merely observed the spectacle, smiling in silence. Only Hu Yifei quickly stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Director Zhou, I believe the three group leaders have a point. Since preparations have been made, let Jiang Nan undertake all the exercises to thoroughly gauge his abilities." For Hu Yifei, Jiang Nan's exceptional performance in all subjects brought her immense joy and prestige, as she was indeed the homeroom teacher of Jiang Nan. Naturally, she yearned for Jiang Nan to tackle every paper, dazzling the four group leaders with his brilliance. With whose endorsement, Zhou Lingfeng reluctantly acquiesced, allowing Jiang Nan to proceed. However, he remained unperturbed. After all, Jiang Nan's mathematical prowess had been established as an unfathomable abyss, limitless in depth and breadth. His speed and accuracy in problem-solving were unparalleled, a phenomenon of which he had never before witnessed, deserving of the title of the world's foremost. He could not fathom how Jiang Nan's physics could possibly surpass his mathematical skills. As for chemistry and biology, those subjects seemed even less likely to surpass. Chapter 90. Even if the title is wrong, Jiang Nan will not be mistaken in the blink of an eye. The leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups placed the prepared competition papers before Jiang Nan. Yet, as the individual concerned, Jiang Nan stared at the three papers in bewilderment. Were these questions truly so simplistic? Did they really expect him to tackle them? Was this not a waste of time? Esteemed teachers, the third class of the afternoon is about to commence. I should be heading to class, correct? Jiang Nan rose, intending to leave. However, the group leaders swiftly restrained him. "Class, with your current proficiency, what need is there for you to attend? It is unnecessary. You should remain and work on these problems. Furthermore, do not think we are unaware. You even sleep during exams, let alone in class." Jiang Nan. He was not seeking to attend class. Rather, he was merely looking for an excuse to slip away and return to sleep. However, the outcome was, wouldn't it be inappropriate to skip class? After all, he was still a student and ought to adhere to discipline. No need. What discipline? Such constraints apply to others but not to you. As the leader of the mathematics group and the head of the Olympiad competition team, I assure you, as long as you engage in mathematical studies, you need not attend any other classes henceforth. Of course, if you feel fatigued and wish to sleep, or attend lectures, that remains an option. Zhou Lingfeng waved his hand decisively as he spoke. Hu Yifei, Xia Hongwei, Du Mengguang, Yekatang. The four exchanged glances, simultaneously at a loss for words. What on earth was this? It was true that Jiang Nan excelled in mathematics, but he was no less proficient in other subjects. How could they deny him the opportunity to attend their classes? This was intolerable. Leader Zhou, your statement seems a bit excessive, does it not? Jiangnan is indeed remarkable in mathematics, but his command of language is even more impressive. While I do encourage him to participate in more competitions, it is merely to secure accolades and bring honor to the school. In truth, our language group had long unanimously suggested that Jiangnan would fare better specializing solely in language. Hu Yifei was the first to voice a rebuttal. Just based on a classical Chinese essay Jiangnan had previously written, it was sufficient to demonstrate that his proficiency in language was on par with his mathematical prowess. However, there was no Olympiad competition for language, thus no awards to secure his admission. Therefore, she had consented and supported Chao Tianyuan and Xia Hongwei's recommendation for Jiangnan to participate in the mathematics and physics competitions. Yet, to merely participate in a competition was one thing. Zhou Lingfeng was now attempting to poach him? This was beyond bearable. Even though Zhou Lingfeng was the leader of the mathematics group, with a higher rank and greater experience than her, she was prepared to push back. Meanwhile, the leaders of the physics, chemistry, and biology teams were equally determined. They first encouraged Jiangnan to tackle the physics, chemistry, biology exam papers. If his proficiency in physics, chemistry, biology matched that of his mathematics, then they could assure him of a place. Henceforth, Jiangnan would merely need to join the physics, chemistry, biology, competition team, and attending classes would become unnecessary. Zhou Lingfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if they were larger than a cow's. What the hell? Don't you realize that mathematics is the foundation of all disciplines? Although we are all team leaders, I am the elder brother here. How dare you compete with me for talent? Are you tired of living? Jiangnan had yet to attempt the problems, but an internal conflict was about to unfold. Ultimately, it was Chao Tianyuan, an observer of the spectacle, who intervened, urging everyone to quiet down and allow Jiangnan to complete the questions. Yes, let us allow him to focus on the problems first. After that, we can discuss his affiliation. At that point, we shall see whose influence prevails. Jiangnan, hurry up and solve this physics competition paper. Give it your utmost effort. And here is the chemistry paper. If you can achieve a perfect score, I will ensure your security at school from now on. I also need to tackle this biology paper. The three team leaders fixated their gaze on Jiangnan, their faces filled with anticipation. However, Jiangnan glanced at the papers and, as before, did not immediately pick up his pen. Instead, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Jiangnan, how do you find it? Surely, physics, chemistry, and biology cannot compare in intrigue to mathematics. If you're disinterested, feel free to abstain. Zhou Lingfeng chimed in nonchalantly. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the other team leaders. Old Zhou, you are lacking in decorum. How can you claim that physics and chemistry are less engaging than mathematics? Clearly, mathematics is the most tedious. Hurry and be silent. Jiangnan is currently deep in thought. If you have no business here, kindly step outside and do not disturb him. Zhou Lingfeng conceded, all right. It's difficult to contend against three. I will endure for the time being. You will soon see that Jiangnan's true strength lies in mathematics. Even if the supreme deity appeared, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. 3 minutes passed, and Jiangnan had yet to put pen to paper. However, once the 3 minutes elapsed, he confidently declared his answers for the physics paper. Multiple choice, CBCBA. Fill in the blank. Light source, prism, 0, 10 milligrams, 1, 8424. Upon hearing this, the leader of the physics team was momentarily taken aback. It was only after a prompt from Xia Hongwei that he quickly retrieved the prepared answers for comparison. Meanwhile, Zhou Lingfeng couldn't resist leaning in to catch a glimpse. CBCBD. Light source, prism, 0, 10 milligrams, 1, 8424. Every fill-in-the-blank answer Jiangnan provided was correct, matching the standard answers perfectly, but the multiple-choice responses. Oldie, take a look. The answer to the final multiple-choice question is D, while Jiangnan chose A. Thus he was incorrect. Zhou Lingfeng immediately burst into laughter, realizing that Jiangnan is indeed more suited for mathematics, and there is no need for contention. Typically, when students err, teachers would naturally feel discontent. However, In this instance, Jiangnan's misstep brought Zhou Lingfeng immense joy, elevating his excitement to unprecedented heights. What an extraordinary turn of events. Nevertheless, Jiangnan furrowed his brow in confusion. How could this be? The final physics question was so straightforward, merely a synthesis of mechanics, magnetic fields, and the conservation of energy, employing 7 or 8 commonly used formulas. How could he possibly make an error? Simultaneously, the other teachers hurriedly gathered to observe. In the next moment, Xia Hongwei nudged the head of the physics department, Old Li, and pointed at the final question of the paper, saying, "Old Li, did you make an error in the question?" The options A and D are identical. The 4 options were as follows. A. 32 mm GUR. B. 16 mm UGR. Te shasholika mm GUR de 32 mm UGR. Although A and D differ in the order of GU and UG, the answers are, in fact, identical. Hence, Jiangnan's choice was not erroneous. The question itself was flawed. I knew it. Jiangnan touched the tip of his nose and couldn't help but shake his head. Such a simple question. How could he have chosen incorrectly? The only possibility is that he saw the first answer was correct and neglected the subsequent options, selecting directly. Little did he anticipate that 2 answers would be the same. Yet the issue remains. This is a single-choice question. In response, Xia Hongwei expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Old Li, how could you use a flawed question paper to assess Jiangnan?" Fortunately, I noticed, otherwise someone might truly believe Jiangnan's physics performance is inferior to his mathematics. My apologies. Old Xia, this is indeed my mistake. There was an error in the question, Old Li replied, regretfully smiting his forehead, though a smile lingered on his face as he looked at Zhou Lingfeng, saying, "Old Zhou, did you see? Jiangnan's physics skills are equally commendable." In just 3 short minutes, he completed the entire paper, and even if the question was incorrect, he would not have erred. Chapter 91, Monstrous Talent. I beseech you to relinquish your divine prowess, for I can no longer endure this. Zhou Lingfeng. Damn it, how could he not gain any advantage? This is merely a fill-in-the-blank question. There are still subsequent problems yet to be solved. Zhou Lingfeng snorted disdainfully, his teeth clenched in frustration. He fervently hoped that Jiangnan could redeem his honor, making just a minor mistake on the following problems. There is no need for a complete failure. As long as he does not achieve a perfect score, it suffices. Otherwise, with the temper of the head of the physics department coupled with Xia Hongwei, he would undoubtedly compete fiercely for Jiangnan's favor. However, Jiangnan is truly a mathematical prodigy. If he were to concentrate solely on mathematics, his future accomplishments would be boundless. How could he squander time on other subjects? Yet, fate has conspired against him. He was destined for disappointment. In the brief interlude of their conversation, Jiangnan had already begun to write, diligently working on the exam paper. 11. At a certain point on a horizontal plane, 2 small balls A and B are projected at the same speed v0, but at different angles, achieving identical ranges. Given that ball, A remains airborne for time t. Calculate the airborne duration tb for ball B, with the acceleration due to gravity denoted as g, disregarding air resistance. 15. When observing the sun from the blue planet, the angle corresponding to the sun's diameter is 53. Taking the length, I 110 kilometers at a latitude of 1 on the surface of the blue planet, with the acceleration due to gravity g 10 ms, and the orbital period of the blue planet being 365 days. Calculate the density ratio of the blue planet to the sun, assuming both celestial bodies are uniformly distributed spheres. Questions 11 to 15 encompass a total of 5 problems, nearly covering all knowledge from high school. As for the difficulty, it surpasses the previous monthly examinations by an incalculable margin. This is largely due to Chao Tianyuan's incessant boasting about Jiangnan's mathematical prowess in front of Zhou Lingfeng. And similarly, Xia Hongwei has not failed to extol Jiangnan's remarkable abilities in physics before his mentor, Old Li. This test is in essence a means to gauge Jiangnan's capabilities. Naturally, he must exert all his efforts. After all, should Jiangnan achieve a perfect score on this paper, it would signify a resounding failure of the assessment. Just like in the previous monthly exam, just like in the recent mathematics competition questions. For the teacher who devised the exam, it would be a blatant slap in the face. As Jiang Nan commenced solving the problems, the head of the physics department was filled with trepidation, simultaneously wishing for Jiang Nan to answer everything correctly, thereby proving himself a celestial genius in physics, while also acknowledging the improbability of such an outcome. However, this thought had barely crossed his mind when swish, 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 the sound of pen meeting paper resonated. It seemed Jiang Nan did not even glance at the questions before his pen danced across the page. Completing the first problem, following swiftly, he tackled the second, then the third, even finishing the last one. In the span of mere minutes, he had accomplished it all. As the protagonist of this scene, in a remarkably brief span, Jiang Nan completed the physics examination, yet did not pause, promptly moving on to the chemistry paper. Within a mere 3 minutes, he finished that as well. Following this, he tackled the biology test, accomplishing it in an even shorter time frame of just 1 or 2 minutes. The heads of the physics, chemistry, and biology groups were left utterly astonished, rendered speechless. What had just transpired? In a matter of 10 short minutes, Jiang Nan had managed to complete the competitive examinations for physics, chemistry, and biology in their entirety. How could that be? His speed was astonishing. It was as if he were a supernatural being. Even if one were to merely copy the answers, it could not be done so swiftly, let alone with such accuracy. Jiang Nan has finished. It's time to grade the papers. Hu Yifei finally broke the silence, urging the 3 group leaders, who remained frozen in disbelief. Immediately, they snapped back to reality, hastily comparing Jiang Nan's answers with the correct ones. Starting with physics, for the first problem, Jiang Nan had written TB 4V02-TAG 2G. And for the final problem, his answer was PEPS3 92. To their astonishment, the answers matched perfectly. The physics group leader was left dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the solution process. Jiang Nan's method could only be described in 8 words: concise, flawless, and impeccable. Full marks? Oldley gasped in terror. Just moments ago, he had deemed it highly unlikely that Jiang Nan had answered all correctly, yet now he felt as though he had been slapped in the face. This level of skill was astonishing. Even he felt compelled to kneel in admiration. After nearly 4 decades in the profession, he had never encountered such a prodigy in physics. To label Jiang Nan as a cold, emotionless answering machine would be a gross understatement of his speed and accuracy. Jiang Nan, have you perhaps encountered these questions before, knowing both the processes and answers in advance? Oldley could not help but inquire. Yet, the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted them. After all, even if Jiang Nan had previously solved these problems, the speed and precision with which he completed them were still unfathomable. Moreover, these questions were crafted solely by him. How could Jiang Nan have anticipated them? I have not encountered these questions. They're too simple and do not evoke any desire to solve them. Being less challenging than my usual assignments, Jiang Nan replied with an air of nonchalance. The physics group leader was left speechless. Do you hear this? Is this even human? He had painstakingly curated a set of problems that even he found challenging, yet for Jiang Nan, they were merely trivial, lacking in any allure. His emerald eyes glanced at Xie Hongwei beside him, nearly bursting with frustration. Old Xie, are the assignments you give so terrifying? Are they more difficult than my competitive questions? Xie Hongwei cast a fleeting glance at Jiang Nan, utterly speechless. He had merely posed a few challenging competition questions to Jiang Nan during class. Yet he had never assigned such arduous homework. Moreover, when had Jiang Nan ever submitted an assignment? Astonishing. Just then, 2 astonished exclamations erupted from the heads of the chemistry and biology departments. They both clutched their papers, incredulous as they stared at Jiang Nan. You achieved full marks in chemistry, biology? Full marks in chemistry? Full marks in biology? Added to the perfect scores in mathematics and physics. That amounted to 4 subjects with flawless results. Goodness, this was a competition paper, not an ordinary monthly exam. How could Jiang Nan possibly attain full marks? Furthermore, his speed in solving the problems was remarkable. He completed everything in under half an hour. This was simply unbelievable. In an instant, the group leaders were left astounded, and the atmosphere in the academic office became palpably tense. Only Hu Yifei, Chao Tianyuan, and Xie Hongwei maintained their composure. while the others appeared as if they had seen a ghost. A prodigy, an extraordinary genius. Is there not a single subject in which you falter? Your prowess across all disciplines is unfathomable and deeply intimidating to us. In the realms of Olympiad mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, how can we possibly compete with you? How can we vie for your favor? What a marvel! We implore you to temper your extraordinary talents, for it is simply overwhelming. Chapter 92. The Intersection of Knowledge and Competition. Jiangnan, I reiterate, your prowess in mathematics is unparalleled. You should join our Olympiad mathematics team. Securing a national first prize would effortlessly ensure your admission to a prestigious institution, promising a bright future ahead. After finally regaining his composure, Zhou Lingfeng immediately grasped Jiangnan's arm. He vowed that no one would dare contest Jiangnan's brilliance, not even if Jesus himself were to intervene. However, no sooner had he spoken than the head of the physics team, Old Li, interjected. Old Zhou, who claims that Jiangnan excels solely in mathematics. Have you not seen that he also achieved full marks in physics? In my opinion, his aptitude in physics surpasses that of mathematics. He ought to join the physics competition team, where he too could secure a national first prize. And won my chemistry. Another voice chimed in. I observed Jiangnan taking nearly 10 minutes for mathematics, 5 to 6 for physics, yet only 2 to 3 for my chemistry problems. Such speed speaks volumes. Jiangnan is undoubtedly more adept in chemistry and should be a part of the chemistry competition team. Not so fast. If we are to consider speed, Jiangnan spent but a minute or two on my biology exam. Thus, his true strength lies in biology. I strongly advocate for his inclusion in the biology competition team. Nonsense, someone exclaimed. Mathematics is the foundation of all subjects. In terms of merit, the Olympiad mathematics competition far surpasses others. If Jiangnan does not participate in mathematics, what else is there for him? True, mathematics is indeed the foundation, Old Zhou conceded, but it is merely that, a foundation. Physics is the elevation. Through physics, one can explore the stars and the vast seas, delving into the future of the universe. Therefore, Jiangnan should rightfully join the physics competition team. Old Li, your argument is equally absurd. While physics may allow for cosmic exploration, it remains rather abstract. In contrast, chemistry is intrinsically linked to daily life. Should Jiangnan pursue chemistry, he is destined to become an expert, a master, contributing significantly to the enhancement of human living conditions and overall quality of life. Thus, I suggest he join the chemistry competition team. You are all mistaken. What foundation? What universe? What daily life? Every individual faces birth, aging, illness, and death, with the foremost concern being existence itself. Jiangnan should indeed join the biology competition team, aiming to become a biologist in the future. Enough. Biology is but a minor discipline and cannot possibly compare to mathematics. It is an embarrassment to even suggest such a notion. Physics offers greater prospects. Chemistry is paramount. The four group leaders were driven to a frenzy. In their desperate bid to claim Jiangnan, they resorted to every tactic imaginable, their tempers flaring to the point of vulgarity, nearly resorting to physical confrontation. Teachers' dignity? Bah! At this moment, who cared for dignity? If Jiangnan were merely an average academic achiever, it would be one thing. Mathematics has always been revered as the most pivotal discipline, with Olympiad mathematics holding the highest esteem among the four competitive subjects. Physics follows closely behind. However, chemistry and biology can never hope to rival the former two. Yet now, Jiangnan is not merely an exceptional scholar. He is a prodigy among prodigies, a genius, a remarkable talent. Regardless of which subject Jiangnan chooses, he is destined to become a leading expert in that field, achieving remarkable feats for the glory of their respective disciplines. At this moment, both the head of the chemistry group and the head of the biology group are willing to go all out. They are determined to compete. With Jiangnan's chemistry teacher, the formidable Huang, and his biology teacher, the diligent Tang, offering their full support. Meanwhile, the head of the mathematics group, Zhou Lingfeng, and the head of the physics group, Lao Li, are backed by Chao Tianyuan and Xie Hongwei. In an instant, the 8 esteemed educators are at odds, nearly shaking the ceiling of the academic affairs office. Jiangnan. As the focal point of this commotion, he finds himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, none of the individuals could outshout the others. Once again, it is Yifei who steps in to mediate, stating that the decision regarding which competition group Jiangnan should join should ultimately rest with him. Indeed, that is a sensible point. Very well. The final decision lies with Jiangnan. Regardless of his choice, no one else can object or impede him. Agreed. In an instant, all eyes are fixed intently on Jiangnan. Since the four subjects and their respective papers are at an impasse, they can only allow Jiangnan to make his own selection. Jiangnan. Have you finally remembered me? To be honest, I find myself in quite a predicament. As the master of the score control system, he naturally wishes to seize every opportunity to participate in examinations. After all, it is only through examinations that he can fulfill his score control tasks, ultimately earning points and rewards. However, he is also deeply troubled. The teachers present all believe that he can effortlessly secure a national first prize. Is such an expectation not overly ambitious? It must be understood, whether he can achieve a national first prize is not solely up to him. He must consider the system's tasks, although the system has recently changed its nature, repeatedly allowing him to achieve perfect scores. Who can predict whether it will behave erratically like the previous foreign language examination, suddenly granting him a score of 0? Should the system malfunction, securing a national first prize would be a distant dream. Merely avoiding elimination in the first round would be a success. In such a case, it will be difficult for him to explain himself to everyone. This dilemma is quite vexing. However, at that moment, a notification chime resonates in his mind. Ding, a task has appeared. Please participate in the mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology competitions simultaneously. Oh no, Jiangnan cannot help but exclaim in disbelief. This is not right. The system has suddenly issued a task. Moreover, this task is entirely different from the previous score control tasks. It is evidently designed to assist him in making a choice. This cunning system, it has truly evolved. He initially intended to select competitions solely in mathematics and physics. Yet the system insisted he should partake in all. Given such circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce reluctantly. Simultaneously, upon hearing Jiangnan's sudden outburst, the surrounding teachers froze in shock, startled by the unexpected display of emotion. They assumed Jiangnan was on the verge of quitting, particularly since they had just engaged in heated debate without once consulting his opinion. In an instant, a multitude of voices rose to reassure him. Zhou Lingfeng remarked, Jiangnan, what troubles you? Feel free to express any concerns directly to me. Oldly from the physics group added, maintaining the right mindset is crucial. You must remain composed. The head of the chemistry group chimed in, our encouragement for you to participate in the competition is solely for your benefit, aiming to guide you along a smoother path. The head of the biology group noted, success in these competitions will not only enhance your college entrance examination score, but may even secure you a direct recommendation for admission. Jiangnan responded, what's the matter with me? I have no issues at all. You all seem to be overreacting. However, since you have all expressed your thoughts, I shall comply. To all esteemed teachers, I have no difficulties, and there is no need for further debate. I have made my decision to participate in all four competitions: mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology. Chapter 93. Which will you choose, the school bell or the wild grass? What? You are participating in the competition for mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology? Goodness gracious! This time, it was yet again the teachers present who were taken aback by Jiangnan's astonishing declaration. For subjects, in the history of the third high school, only one student had ever simultaneously entered 3 competitions, and even then, their performance suffered due to divided attention. Thus, it is generally accepted that one should ideally compete in just one subject. The adage to be broad but not profound is worse than not competing at all holds true. Even the most brilliant scholars typically engage in only 2 subjects. The occurrence of a student participating in 3 is exceedingly rare, let alone 4. Yet now, Jiangnan boldly claims he will tackle all 4. Is he aiming to set a new record for the school? Jiangnan, you must consider this carefully. Competing in 4 subjects will undoubtedly scatter your focus and may yield counterproductive results. Chao Tianyuan remarked to Jiangnan, moreover, the preliminary round for the physics and chemistry competitions are scheduled for the same day. I personally recommend that while you participate in the mathematics competition, you choose either physics or chemistry. Old Chao speaks wisely. Xia Hongwei quickly nodded in agreement, advising Jiangnan, my suggestion is that you enter the mathematics and physics competitions. And if you truly have the energy, perhaps add biology as a third. After all, biology is the simplest, given your talent and capabilities. Excelling in 3 subjects is not overly taxing, but 4. Old Xia, on what grounds do you propose Jiangnan participate in mathematics, physics, and biology while excluding my chemistry? The biology group leader interjected, somewhat exasperated. In my opinion, Jiangnan would be better off competing in mathematics, chemistry, and biology, while foregoing physics altogether. The biology group leader was left speechless, for his subject had been reduced to a mere afterthought. Although this may hold some truth, to voice it so bluntly is rather insulting, is it not? Nevertheless, considering that you all wish for Jiangnan to include the biology competition, I will refrain from further protest. As the teachers seemed poised to engage in another debate, Jiangnan quickly interjected, all right, esteemed teachers, I have made my decision. I will participate in all 4 competitions, and I hope for your approval. For him, winning awards was secondary. The primary motivation was the unprecedented task issued by the system, which he must undertake to obtain the rewards. Jiangnan, if you insist on this course of action, then so be it. We shall enroll you in all competitions. Prepare yourself. For the mathematics competition is next Monday, followed by physics and chemistry on Wednesday, and biology on Friday. Given Jiangnan's resolute stance and his demonstrated potential to excel across all subjects, the teachers were compelled to acquiesce. The teachers present did not wish for Jiangnan to fall behind in his studies, yet they found themselves in a position where competition was fierce among them. Ultimately, they had to acquiesce, unanimously permitting Jiangnan to participate in 4 simultaneous competitions. This could be considered a precedent not only for the school, but perhaps for the entire Jiang city. With everything settled, Jiangnan was finally free to leave. As he stepped out, several group leaders surrounded Hu Yifei. You have done remarkably well. Though you have only been teaching for a few years, you have managed to cultivate such a prodigious talent in your class. Without a doubt, your class has emerged as the star class of this year's senior year, and the title of outstanding teacher will rightfully belong to you. We will approach the school to request that you continue your excellent work and nurture even more outstanding students. As the saying goes, a mother's worth is measured by her children. Similarly, teachers gain esteem through their students. In the past, Hu Yifei, the youngest female teacher at the school and the only female homeroom teacher for the senior class, held little weight within the institution due to her limited experience. However, now none of the group leaders dared to underestimate her. In fact, they may even feel the need to curry favor with her, considering that her class produced an exceptionally gifted student like Jiangnan, while theirs did not. Hearing this, Hu Yifei felt a swell of pride within her. Yet she feigned modesty, laughing lightly, oh, it's all just luck. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Rewards have been issued. Jiangnan. On his way to the classroom, the system notification echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. What task did I even complete? Ding. The host has accomplished the task of participating in 4 subject competitions simultaneously. Rewards include 1 in mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology fundamentals, 1 in comprehensive potential, and 100 points. Jiangnan. A flurry of question marks hovered above his head. He was certain that the system had undergone a transformation recently. No, to be more precise, it had been upgraded. If the previous scoring system was 1, 0, then now it was 2, 0. Setting aside other details, the current system was far more user-friendly than its predecessor. Yet, he pondered whether this change was for better or worse. It should be for the better, right? After all, no one wishes to deal with a cold, unfeeling machine, do they? It would be ideal to receive more such tasks, not limited solely to exam scoring. Although the enhancements in subject fundamentals and potential were of little practical use, the 100 points were certainly valuable, especially since the tasks were straightforward and the points felt almost like a gift. One word, delightful. Jiang then returned to the classroom with a light step. By this time, the third class of the afternoon had just concluded, coinciding perfectly with the bell signaling the end of the lesson. After a prolonged period of busyness, Jiangnan was finally prepared to rest his weary head upon a desk. However, as he settled into his seat, he was taken aback by the sight before him. An assortment of envelopes, chocolates, milk tea, and heart-shaped candies adorned the table. Astonishingly, his drawer was also brimming with these gifts, nearly overflowing. What on earth? Who had sent this box of tissues? Simultaneously, his classmates cast peculiar glances in his direction. The boys were envious, and the girls equally so, particularly by Ying, who shot Jiangnan a furious look before turning away in silence. Jiangnan pondered, what on earth have I done? How have I managed to provoke Bai Ying? The epitome of jealousy? Filled with confusion, he turned to Wang Pongzi beside him. Hey, could you enlighten me on this situation? Wang Pongzi replied, what else could it be? Nan Shun, you have become the sensation of the entire school. Not only are you the newly crowned academic prodigy, capable of making the veteran scholar Qin foam utterly miserable, but you're also the unrivaled heartthrob, with looks so stunning that you overshadow the renowned heartthrob Yi Zhiqiu from the neighboring class. Ever since you left the classroom last period, a stream of girls from other classes have been flocking to your drawer to slip in love letters and gifts. With your drawer overflowing, they've had no choice but to adorn your desk instead. You should have seen it. I couldn't even intervene. As your brother, all I could do was gift you a box of tissues and hope you tread carefully. Remember, you're already taken. On one side is my goddess, the illustrious Bai, and on the other, the indulgent allure of fleeting pleasures. Which will you choose? Jiangnan could only respond with a flustered. Chapter 94. The challenge from Yi Zhiqiu, what is this? The extravagant revelry of a dazzling nightlife? What relevance does it hold for me? And since when have I become someone who is tied down? By Ying? I have yet to come to terms with that. You, rotund fellow, I'm already quite popular. Do not spread my gossip indiscriminately, or I shall not spare you. Furthermore, take back your tissues. I have no need for them. And please dispose of those chocolates as well. Jiang then shot a displeased glance at Wang Pongzi. So, you have chosen our esteemed Bai School Beauty? Consider yourself perceptive. Bai School Beauty is the sole goddess in my heart. Since you two are together, you must not let her down. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you either. As for these wild grasses, let me take a loss and obliterate you in return. Ha ha ha. Wang Pongzi laughed heartily, displaying his large teeth. Jiangnan. All right, regarding his affair with Bai Ying, it seems it truly cannot be clarified. Forget it. If it cannot be explained, then let it be. Whatever will be, will be. Jiangnan, while allowing Wang Pongzi to assist in tidying the table, stretched and prepared to sleep. However, at that moment, a large group of individuals stormed into the classroom, directly approaching Jiangnan. The leader was none other than Yi Zhiqiu, whom Jiangnan had encountered previously in the cafeteria, hailing from the neighboring Class 305. The students of Class 304 were taken aback. It is said that those who come are not benevolent, and the benevolent do not come. Even the simplest among them could discern that Yi Zhiqiu had brought his entourage to stir trouble for Jiangnan. Yet, there had been no prior indication of any interaction between these two. At most, one was a newly emerged school heartthrob, while the other was an established one. Could it be? Merely for this reason? What brings you here? Jiangnan rolled his eyes, equally perplexed. Yet Yi Zhiqiu cast a sidelong glance at Bai Ying, then surveyed the mountain of envelopes, chocolates, and milk tea piled upon Jiangnan's desk, before finally fixing his gaze on Jiangnan. Jiangnan, I have come today to challenge you. Gasps echoed throughout the room. What? Did they just hear that correctly? Yi Zhiqiu publicly announced a challenge against Jiangnan. For what reason? Could it be that Jiangnan's recent rise to fame has usurped Yi Zhiqiu's position as the school heartthrob, leaving the latter unwilling to accept this change? This should be the only plausible explanation. After all, aside from this, they could hardly fathom any other connection between Yi Zhiqiu and Jiangnan. In truth, Yi Zhiqiu's motivations stemmed from jealousy, resentment, and a sense of inadequacy. Prior to this, he was undoubtedly the school heartthrob of the entire third middle school, the most sought-after figure among students, especially adored by the girls, always the center of attention wherever he went. But now, everything has changed. While his looks were commendable, Jiang Nan's were simply extraordinary. To encapsulate it in a single phrase. Indeed, the two individuals are not on the same level at all. To say that Jiang Nan could easily defeat him is merely flattering him. Consequently, all the glory that had previously surrounded him has, in just a matter of days, entirely shifted to Jiang Nan. For instance, the plethora of love letters, chocolates, milk tea, and candies on Jiang Nan's desk was once rightfully his. In the past, he would receive such gifts daily. Yet in recent days, they have dwindled to nothing. There were times when he regarded them with disdain, discarding them carelessly upon receipt. But now, in his absence, he is filled with an overwhelming sense of regret. Jiang Nan is all Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan has taken everything that belonged to him. Even the goddess by Ying, whom he had long admired yet could never attain, has been snatched away by Jiang Nan. This resentment he simply cannot swallow. Thus, today he has come with the following, publicly declaring that he intends to challenge Jiang Nan, to trample him underfoot and prove to the entire school that he is the strongest, to demonstrate to Bai Ying that only he is worthy of her affection. However, after an initial wave of astonishment, Class 304 erupted into a chorus of incredulous laughter. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. Yi Zhiqiu actually wants to challenge Jiang Nan? This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. In terms of looks, Jiang Nan possesses a flawless visage that far surpasses Yi Zhiqiu. Regarding academic performance, even if Jiang Nan were to intentionally score 0 in a foreign language test, he would still be second in the entire school. What, then, is Yi Zhiqiu worth? Each mocking comment only served to bolster Jiang Nan while mercilessly targeting Yi Zhiqiu, who found it impossible to lift his head in shame. If one were to inquire as to who was speaking, it would be difficult to pinpoint. Class 304 was alive with chatter, with many voices chiming in, including Su Yu, Zhang Hao, and others. Although Su Yu and Zhang Hao had previously held some grievances against Jiang Nan and had even declared war on him, ever since Jiang Nan's monthly exam results were released, they harbored no lingering resentment. Rather, Jiang Nan had become a deity in their eyes. Though they hadn't voiced it, in their hearts, they had already become his little admirers, surrendering willingly and wholeheartedly. The world of academic excellence is thus. If you're simply a bit better than me, I may feel unwilling, but if you are exponentially superior, I will strive to learn from you. Moreover, Jiang Nan is a classmate, while Yi Zhiqiu belongs to the adjacent class. From the perspective of class pride, they are bound to support Jiang Nan and stand united against external opposition. Otherwise, what would distinguish them from traitors? In response to this, the group that Yi Zhiqiu brought was left crimson-faced and speechless by the waves of laughter and ridicule. They wished to defend Yi Zhiqiu, but when the words reached their lips, they found themselves at a loss. After all, the crowd's criticisms were not without merit. High school students, indeed. Speaking of challenges, what exactly should be challenged? Fighting? That is out of the question. Engaging in a brawl here would undoubtedly lead to expulsion from school. Inflicting harm upon oneself while attempting to vanquish an opponent is certainly not a wise endeavor. Thus, we're left with the option of competing based on academic performance. However, even if 10 Yi Zhiqius were to unite, they would still fall short against the academic prodigy Jiang Nan. Scoring full marks in Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive sciences, while deliberately achieving a 0 in foreign languages. Can such feats truly be accomplished by a human being? What a miscalculation. They seem to have approached this too carelessly. Did they not devise a strategy in advance? After a full half-minute of contemplation, Yi Zhiqiu, with eyes ablaze, fixed his gaze upon Jiang Nan and declared, Jiang Nan, I challenge you to a basketball match. The classroom erupted once more at this proclamation. Yi Zhiqiu, as a student, should have initially thought of academic challenges, shouldn't he? Indeed, how can you do this? Everyone knows you're the star of the school basketball team, excelling in this sport and having won numerous competitions. This is utterly unfair. Yi Zhiqiu, if you possess the skill, then compete with Jiang Nan in academics. Choose any subject from Chinese, mathematics, foreign languages, physics, chemistry, or biology. The students of Class 304 rallied to defend Jiang Nan. Many girls who had already taken a liking to Jiang then stood up to directly reprimand Yi Zhiqiu. As for Wang Pengzi and Bai Ying, who were the closest, They were practically showering Yi Zhiqiu with spittle in their fervor. Chapter 95. The combat power of Jiangnan's little fans. Yi Zhiqiu found himself besieged by a throng of people, filled with a profound sense of desolation and disbelief. How could this be? He was Yi Zhiqiu, the school heartthrob. Not only was he remarkably handsome, but he was also an exceptional basketball player, revered as the god of basketball at number 3 middle school. Although his academic performance was less than stellar, no one in the entire school dared to show him disrespect, especially the girls, who would flock to him, rarely daring to speak loudly in his presence. Yet now he was being attacked by a group, including several girls whose voices were even louder than the boys. It was as if their previous adoration had morphed into an equal measure of disdain, spitting insults in his direction. Among them was the girl he had long admired, Bai Yingying. In that moment, he felt his composure nearly shatter. The disparity was simply too great to bear. However, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he channeled all the humiliation into a burgeoning fury directed at Jiangnan. Why are you silent? Are you afraid to challenge me in basketball? Basketball was his forte, after all. While he knew he could not compete with Jiangnan academically, he prided himself on his basketball prowess, and he had yet to hear of Jiangnan's skills in the sport. A challenge? He would certainly exploit his strengths to attack his opponent's weaknesses, regardless of the opposition from those around him, including the girls like Bai Yingying who defended Jiangnan. He remained resolute, one might say shamelessly so. Jiangnan merely shrugged, declaring, "Of course I dare, but why should I accept your challenge?" In his lexicon, the notion of fear had never existed, yet he had an aversion to unnecessary complications. Moreover, just because Yi Zhiqiu issued a challenge, did it mean he had to accept? Almost instinctively, he prepared to decline. However, a notification chimed in his mind. A timid host is not a good host. A new task has been issued. Please accept the challenge. Jiangnan sighed, realizing this was quite the slap in the face. Just as he was about to refuse, the system had laid forth a task and added a rather curious remark about timidity. Was it a consequence of his prior low profile? Did the system compel him to be more ostentatious? It seemed the system had covertly upgraded itself, rendering the experience far more amusing than before. Though Jiangnan was reluctant to accept Yi Zhiqiu's challenge, the existence of a system task left him no choice. After all, free points were not something to be dismissed lightly. With a resigned shrug, he remarked, "I initially had no intention of agreeing, but since you've put it this way and forced my hand, I shall acquiesce to your wishes." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu eagerly nodded, "Great. Let us meet at the basketball court at 6 this afternoon. It's a date." With that, he quickly departed with his entourage, seemingly anxious that Jiangnan might reconsider. As for Jiangnan, he was indifferent. However, the classmates from class 304 were collectively astonished. He had actually agreed? Unexpectedly, Jiangnan accepted Yi Zhiqiu's challenge, and it was basketball. While Jiangnan's academic prowess is undeniable, I have never witnessed his skills on the basketball court. How could he possibly agree? It is essential to remember that Yi Zhiqiu is regarded as the basketball deity of our school. Concern was palpable among our classmates, with Wang Pengzi directly approaching Jiangnan, inquiring, "Are you confident? Might you be overly complacent?" Although I have long harbored disdain for Yi Zhiqiu, with his pale face flaunting before the school's beauty, in terms of basketball, one might question whether Jiangnan stand a chance against him. Simultaneously, Bai Yingying approached, her delicate features etched with worry. "Jiangnan, perhaps you should reconsider attending this afternoon. I could persuade Yi Zhiqiu to withdraw the challenge." Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying are among those who know Jiangnan best, but it is precisely this familiarity that breeds their lack of faith. After all, basketball is a skill-intensive endeavor that demands rigorous practice. Yet Jiangnan, they have never seen him even touch a basketball. How could he possibly compete with Yi Zhiqiu? It is impossible not to feel anxious. However, as the principal figure in this scenario, Jiangnan remained remarkably composed. "Don't worry, Pengzi Yingying. It's merely a trivial game of basketball. It will be a breeze." After offering a few reassuring words, he stifled a yawn and laid his head down on the desk, seeking to catch up on much-needed rest. Concurrently, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You are rewarded with 1 basketball skill, 1 basketball potential, and 100 points. The last class of the afternoon was self-study, which Jiangnan naturally spent dreaming, utterly unfazed by the concerns and anxieties of his classmates. As for the uproar caused by his acceptance of Yi Zhiqiu's basketball challenge, he paid it no heed. Before long, the clock struck 6, just 10 minutes before the final class concluded. Yet, the basketball court was teeming with spectators, encircled thrice within and without, with a crowd eager to witness the match between Jiangnan and Yi Zhiqiu. More accurately, they were there to cheer for Jiangnan, predominantly young ladies, his admirers. Banners adorned with phrases like "Go Jiangnan" and "Jiangnan is the coolest" were raised high. Witnessing this scene, Yi Zhiqiu felt an overwhelming pang of bitterness. After all, this spectacle should have been his. Every cheer and every shout was meant for him. Yet, with Jiangnan's unexpected emergence, everything had shifted. Ironically, after Jiangnan accepted the challenge, Yi Zhiqiu had foolishly spread the news throughout the school, only to attract a crowd that overwhelmingly supported Jiangnan instead. Among those rallying for him, there were hardly any girls who favored Yi Zhiqiu, illustrating the fickleness of fortune. This wretched society that judges by appearances. Captain, rest assured, I have inquired on your behalf. Throughout the 3 years of high school, that lad from Jiangnan has scarcely touched a basketball, let alone played the game. I'm certain that he is no match for you. Go ahead and show him no mercy, even if he possesses good looks and excels academically. What does it matter if he cannot play basketball? Can he truly be considered a man? Once you defeat him and reduce him to tears, you shall undoubtedly reclaim your status as the most popular person in school. I can hardly wait to witness the pitiful sight of Jiangnan. Merely thinking about it fills me with exhilaration. Jiangnan had yet to arrive at the basketball court. Meanwhile, the few members of the basketball team present were fervently cheering for Yi Zhiqiu. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu felt a moment of solace. However, that solace was short-lived. As Jiangnan strolled into the basketball court alongside Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying, a sense of dread washed over him. The expansive basketball court erupted into a cacophony of cheers. The noise emanated from the students of Class 304, as well as the adoring fans of Jiangnan, and even a few enthusiastic admirers of academia. South God, go for it. You are the best. South God, I adore you. You are simply too handsome. South God, I want to bear your children. South God, how dare that ugly creature challenge you? You must teach him a proper lesson. South God, make that underachiever understand that as a top student, you are a polymath. Even in basketball, you can overwhelm him. Chapter 96. The Art of Shooting and the Challenge of Confrontation. Yi Zhiqiu. Very well. The combat prowess of the little fans from Jiangnan is indeed formidable. In terms of cheering and support, he is utterly outmatched. Yet, he is not one to concede defeat. On the other side, Jiangnan was equally astonished to discover the multitude of admirers, both male and female, who had gathered. Alas, one can only blame his own excellence. No matter how much he tries to remain modest, such brilliance cannot be concealed. How disheartening. As Jiangnan and his companions entered the arena, Yi Zhiqiu, clutching a basketball, was the first to initiate. Jiangnan, I never anticipated you would actually show up. Since I've made a promise, why would I shy away? Jiangnan replied, regarding Yi Zhiqiu as if he were a fool. Ah, you are quite the brave one, but in the realm of basketball, mere courage is insufficient. One must rely on genuine skill. If I were in your shoes, I would hastily surrender, for that might earn you a modicum of mercy. Otherwise, Yi Zhiqiu warned ominously, I might just bring you to tears. Though he proclaimed this to coax Jiangnan into surrendering, the underlying intention was quite the opposite. Huh, save those words for yourself. Jiangnan retorted dismissively, let us get on with it. I'm in a hurry to eat. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhiqiu was utterly vexed. How dare Jiangnan disregard him? Truly, there are limits to patience. If he seeks his own demise, he shall not escape the consequences. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu intended to engage in a verbal sparring match with Jiangnan to assert dominance, serving as a prelude to the competition. However, Jiangnan seemed intent on bypassing that entirely. The format is simple. First, we will shoot, and then we will confront each other. We shall commence with shooting. Each will take 10 shots, and the one who makes the most 3-pointers will be declared the victor. How does that sound? Yi Zhiqiu had long since devised the rules of the contest and articulated them without hesitation. The first challenge was shooting. However, it would not be a mere two-point shot, but rather a three-pointer. This was due to the fact that two-point shots were far too simplistic, lacking in challenge. Even if he emerged victorious, it would not leave a lasting impression. That was not his intention. In this challenge, he aimed not only to vanquish Jiangnan, but also to showcase his prowess before the entire school, reclaiming his status at the pinnacle. Naturally, he opted for the more difficult three-point shots. After all, three-pointers were his forte, and he was confident that Jiangnan would suffer a humiliating defeat. He could already envision the scene where he would score 6 or 7 out of 10, while Jiangnan would miss entirely. At that moment, every girl present would surely fall under his charm once more, chanting his name instead of Jiangnan's. As for the second challenge, the confrontation, it would serve as his personal exhibition. In terms of basketball skills, he was the undisputed champion of the school. After winning the first round, securing victory in the second confrontation would utterly dismantle Jiangnan's reputation, rendering him incapable of recovery in the eyes of their peers. Moreover, Yi Zhiqiu harbored additional ulterior motives. The act of shooting a basketball, devoid of any physical contact, only reveals its true essence through competition. It is in the midst of confrontation that he can unveil Jiangnan's true nature, allowing others to comprehend that even a face as sharp as a knife, no matter how exceptional it may appear at first glance, pales in comparison to his own innate abilities. As for the competition, certainly, Jiangnan remained indifferent to the comparison, merely gazing at Yi Zhiqiu with a nonchalant demeanor, urging him to take the first shot. Otherwise, should I take my turn, you may find your courage waning. Yi Zhiqiu, upon hearing this, was infuriated. Arrogant, he was exceedingly so, far more than his past self. Truly, one can endure only so much. While his uncle might tolerate it, his aunt could not. Yet in the end, he restrained himself and did not decline Jiangnan's proposal. After all, this was advantageous for him. The first shooter always enjoys a certain ease, and prior to Jiangnan's arrival, he had practiced for a considerable time, still in the flow of his rhythm. Since Jiangnan was eager to lose, he certainly would not yield or show any mercy. He skillfully dribbled the ball, positioning himself beyond the three-point line, ensuring his grip was right before preparing to shoot. As for Jiangnan, he retreated to the side of Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying, not sparing a glance at Yi Zhiqiu. Regardless of how many shots Yi Zhiqiu made, Jiangnan was confident he would not be defeated. However, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying did not share his calm demeanor. Despite Jiangnan's earlier assurances of victory, they cautioned him, "You must not underestimate Yi Zhiqiu. That kid has an exceptionally high three-point shooting percentage, at least 5 or 6 out of 10, perhaps even 7. Wang Pengzi's words rang true. Jiangnan should not take this lightly. I have indeed heard that Yi Zhiqiu excels at shooting. Both Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying urged Jiangnan. Though they recognized Jiangnan's prowess, it lay in academia rather than basketball, a distinction that was vast. They were reluctant to witness Jiangnan being trampled upon. Nevertheless, Jiangnan remained unfazed, assuring them, "When have you seen me undertake a task without confidence?" Rest assured, Wang Pengzi and Bai Yingying nodded, yet the concern in their eyes persisted. They refrained from voicing their worries, not wishing to burden Jiangnan with pressure. Just then, a wave of murmurs and cheers erupted around them. Yi Zhiqiu had launched his first three-point shot, which flawlessly swished through the net. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as the cornerstone of the basketball team, celebrated as the deity of basketball at his school. His shooting percentage was indeed impressive. Instinctively, many in the vicinity applauded, predominantly the boys, while the girls continued to rally behind Jiangnan. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to bolster Yi Zhiqiu's confidence. Initially, he had felt a twinge of nervousness, for this match was of utmost importance, a contest he could not afford to lose. Yet, after sinking his first shot, he instantly relaxed, brimming with confidence as he executed a series of shots, successfully making 3 consecutive baskets. However, on the 5th attempt, his strength faltered slightly. The ball struck the rim and bounced away. Yet, no one in the vicinity dared to mock Yi Zhiqiu. After all, scoring 4 out of 5 three-pointers is an extraordinary feat in the entire match. Apart from Yi Zhiqiu, They had never witnessed another player achieve such prowess, leaving them speechless. It was evident he truly possessed remarkable skills. No wonder he had the audacity to issue a challenge. Witnessing this scene, Jiangnan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. After all, not everyone is equipped with auxiliary advantages like him. Yi Zhiqiu's performance was indeed commendable. Upon hearing his words, Bai Yingying grew increasingly anxious. Jiangnan, with Yi Zhiqiu scoring 4 out of 5, do you still think you can defeat him? What's the matter, do you doubt me? Jiangnan playfully tapped Bai Yingying on the forehead. He felt disheartened at the repeated questioning of his abilities, especially from someone so close to him. However, in all honesty, it was merely a casual gesture, an almost instinctive action with no ulterior motives. Yet to those around them, it was akin to the detonation of a massive explosive, resulting in an immediate uproar. Chapter 97. Breaking Records. Can Jiangnan create miracles? Astonishing. Look quickly. What is Jiangnan doing? He actually tapped Bai Yingying on the forehead? Could it be that he is truly with the campus belle? Oh no, how could this be? This is the first time I've ever liked a boy so much. Yet, the outcome is that the campus beauty has taken a lead? How infuriating. Wait a moment. Aren't you girls getting this all wrong? It should be us boys who are upset. Bai Yingying is the object of our collective affection, yet Jiangnan has captured her heart. Nonsense. What do you mean Bai Yingying has captured Jiangnan? Clearly, it is she who has ensnared him. That sounds ambiguous. It feels like something is amiss. Regardless of who has ensnared whom, I will still admire Jiangnan. He is so handsome. Indeed, Jiangnan is handsome. But Bai Yingying is not lacking in beauty either. Even if the campus beauty has favored Jiangnan, she remains our one and only goddess in our hearts. Oh goddess, you're the most beautiful. Onlookers, this atmosphere seems rather peculiar. Aren't we in the midst of a basketball game? Shouldn't the focus be on Yi Zhiqiu's shooting performance? Yet, due to a mere gesture from Jiangnan, everyone's attention has shifted, neglecting Yi Zhiqiu entirely, and is now fixated on Jiangnan and Bai Yingying. The chatter around is deafening. No matter how well Yi Zhiqiu performs or how high his shooting accuracy is, the cheers for him are drowned out. Yi Zhiqiu. He feels as though he might vomit blood. Just moments ago, having scored 4 out of 5 shots, he was secretly pleased. But now, he wishes he could confront Jiangnan fiercely. Yet, in the end, he restrains himself, attempting to ignore the ruckus around Jiangnan and dismissing the surrounding chatter as nonsense, taking a deep breath to continue with his next 5 shots. On the other side, upon hearing the discussions around her, Bai Yingying's delicate face flushed crimson. She hadn't anticipated that Jiangnan would display such intimate gestures towards her in front of a crowd. It appears Jiangnan truly harbors feelings for her, although he hasn't verbally expressed it. His actions have evidently declared their relationship and proclaimed his claim publicly. Oh, how shy I feel. Wang Pengzi. He glanced at Jiangnan and Bai Yingying, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. One is his brother, and the other is his goddess. Should he feel joy, or should he feel something else? Previously, the three of them would walk together, himself, Jiangnan, and Bai Yingying. Now, it seems to be Jiangnan and Bai Yingying with him on the periphery. It seems he has become the third wheel. Unnecessary? Fine. If he is deemed unnecessary, so be it. After all, Jiangnan is his brother. Wow, incredible. Another one in? Once again, 4 out of 5? Together, that makes 10 out of 8? This undoubtedly shatters the historical records of the basketball team. Impressive. Just then, an eruption of gasps resonated around, drawing everyone's attention back to the basketball court. For it was at that moment that Yi Zhiqiu had completed his final shot. Previously, he had made 5 out of 4 attempts. The 6th, 7th, and 8th shots also found their mark, yet few noticed as he was in a less than optimal state, ultimately missing the 9th shot. As for the last attempt, prior to releasing the ball, Yi Zhiqiu had mentally prepared himself for a miss. After all, his composure had somewhat faltered. Moreover, making 7 out of 10 three-point shots was already his best performance to date, sufficient to secure victory in this contest. Yet, unexpectedly, it was unclear whether it was his skill or divine favor that played a role. The very shot he had resigned himself to missing spun on the rim several times before miraculously falling through the net. A delightful surprise indeed. Instantly, Several members of the school team erupted in cheers for Yi Zhiqiu, along with numerous basketball enthusiasts present. After all, to achieve 8 out of 10 three-point shots is no small feat, even for professional players. Yet Yi Zhiqiu accomplished it, truly deserving the title of the basketball deity of the school. In this regard, Yi Zhiqiu brimmed with pride. 8. He had not even dared to dream of such a feat during regular practice. He typically managed 6 out of 10, occasionally lucky enough to hit 7. But today he had astonishingly broken the record with 8. It was needless to say that victory was assured. This belief was shared not only by him, but also by his teammates and everyone present who played basketball. Even the ardent supporters of Jiangnan, fervently cheering him on, felt a pang of anxiety. For Jiangnan to win, he must make 9 three-point shots, a daunting task from such distance. Not to mention, achieving 8 to tie would be quite challenging. If they were to take the shots, perhaps they would be fortunate to make 1 or 2, possibly even failing to score at all. So, could Jiangnan create a miracle? The uncertainty loomed over everyone, including by Ying, Wang Pongzi, and the entire class 304. Meanwhile, Yi Zhiqiu, clutching the ball, swaggered over to Jiangnan, a triumphant expression on his face. I completed my attempts, performing moderately, hitting only 8 out of 10 three-point shots. Now, it's your turn. I've heard you excel academically, scoring perfect marks in several subjects during the recent monthly exam. I wonder if you can achieve perfection here as well. Hitting all 10 shots? As he spoke, Yi Zhiqiu, without closing the distance, forcefully tossed the basketball towards Jiangnan, seemingly to assert his dominance. This startled Bai Ying, who instinctively stepped back. However, Jiangnan immediately positioned himself in front of her. Then, with a swift and effortless motion, he extended a single hand, catching the basketball with ease and securing it firmly with his fingers. Your performance is indeed average. Merely 8 out of 10, just wait and see. In response to Yi Zhiqiu's initial display of intimidation and his ostentatious remarks, Jiangnan merely offered a faint smile. He then strolled to the three-point line, yet refrained from shooting immediately. Instead, he engaged in a brief bout of ball handling, seeking to find his rhythm. Afterward, he assumed a posture indicative of a forthcoming shot. At that moment, every onlooker, without exception, held their breath, their gazes fixated intently upon Jiangnan. They were all eager to ascertain whether Jiangnan's inaugural attempt would find its mark. A successful shot would suggest that Jiangnan possessed commendable skills, while a miss would signify an immediate setback. Even Yi Zhiqiu clenched his fist, his eyes wide open, fixated on Jiangnan with unwavering concentration. However, to their dismay, although Jiangnan mimicked the motion of shooting, he ultimately did not release the ball. Instead, as if struck by a sudden thought, he inexplicably retrieved the ball and took a couple of steps back. Yi Zhiqiu. The onlookers. Chapter 98. The astonishing trick shot astonishment enveloped the crowd, leaving them utterly bewildered by Jiangnan's intentions. After all, when it comes to three-point shots, others would position themselves as close to the line as possible. Just moments ago, Yi Zhiqiu nearly stepped on the line to take her shot. Yet, Jiangnan, to everyone's disbelief, took a step back, distancing himself from the three-point line by 2 steps. Was he truly dismissing his opponents? Was he deliberately attempting to embarrass Yi Zhiqiu? However, to embarrass someone, one must first score, and with the distance now increased, the probability of making the shot seemed even more remote. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu was taken aback, but soon a cold smirk crept across her face. Trying to show off, is he? Such bravado requires genuine skill. Otherwise, he might end up shooting himself in the foot. She had already concluded that Jiangnan was merely seeking attention. With such a distance to cover, she could not fathom how he could possibly succeed. Meanwhile, as the subject of the spectacle, Jiangnan felt a twinge of helplessness upon hearing the gasps of the crowd. Truth be told, he preferred to maintain a low profile and had no desire to showcase his abilities in such a manner. Yet what could he do? Just moments ago, the system had issued him a rather peculiar task. For this shot, the host must score 40 points. Note, if the host performs trick shots to thoroughly defeat Yi Zhiqiu and astonish the audience, reward points may be doubled. Jiangnan found himself at a loss for words. Ever since the system had upgraded, its demands had become increasingly outrageous. He had long suspected that the system might present him with a scoring challenge, given that this trial was initiated at its behest. However, he never anticipated that it would require him to accumulate a staggering 40 points. Moreover, the added note insisted on performing trick shots. With only 10 attempts, even if he made every three-pointer, he would only accumulate 30 points. How could he possibly reach the required 40? The only solution lay in retreating 2 steps to the 4-point line, where he could attempt 10 4-point shots. Alas, it seemed that even the desire to remain inconspicuous had been thwarted. He had initially planned to simply score 10 out of 10 and secure an easy victory over Yi Zhiqiu. Yet, the system was insistent on pushing him to exhibit his prowess. Nevertheless, for the sake of the doubled reward points, he reluctantly complied, stepping back to the 4-point line. Without even a jump, he casually tossed the ball from his hands. Miraculously, it sailed through the air, tracing a perfect arc before swishing through the net. Wow, he scored. The shot went in from such a distance? This could hardly be classified as merely a 3-pointer. It was a 4-pointer of extraordinary caliber. Truly, Jiangnan lived up to his reputation as a paragon of both intellect and charm, a veritable superstar. Senior Jiangnan, you are incredible. Senior Jiangnan, you are simply too handsome. Senior Jiangnan, keep it up, continue to excel. You must be the best, just a few more perfect shots, and you could defeat that clown Yi Zhiqiu. In an instant, the air erupted with a cacophony of screams and cheers, all emanating from the ardent fans of Jiangnan. Initially, their confidence in Jiangnan's ability to triumph over Yi Zhiqiu was minimal, and they had been riddled with anxiety and trepidation. Yet now, it was as if they were engulfed in a blazing inferno, their confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. The exuberant Bai Yingying leapt into the air in sheer delight. Wang Pengzi was equally astonished, his laughter wide enough to split his face as he hurried to retrieve the ball for Jiangnan. The members of the school team gaped, their eyes wide with disbelief, as though they had witnessed a ghost. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Zhiqiu found it hard to believe, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. How could this possibly be? For nearly 3 years in high school, he had never heard of Jiangnan being an exceptional shooter. He was convinced that Jiangnan was merely putting on a show, seeking attention, and would ultimately stumble upon his own folly. Yet the outcome. He had actually executed such a flawless 4-point shot? Was it skill? Or mere luck? It could not be skill. It was undoubtedly luck. Yes, luck, just luck. Otherwise, how could he so casually make such a perfect shot? Yi Zhiqiu consoled himself internally. However, at that moment, Jiangnan, with a hint of dissatisfaction, muttered to himself, alas. It was off by 0.01 centimeters. It didn't swish through the net. Yi Zhiqiu. What the hell? Was that even humanly possible? He considered that shot to be absolutely perfect, yet Jiangnan found it to be lacking? Jiangnan, do not get too cocky. That was merely a stroke of luck. I refuse to believe you can sink a second shot, Yi Zhiqiu retorted harshly. Luck, you say? Just watch closely. That was merely a warm-up, an appetizer. From here on, I assure you, every shot will swish perfectly through the net. Jiangnan flashed a slight smile at Yi Zhiqiu, took the ball from Wang Pengzi, and stepped back 2 paces. Without waiting for anyone to react, he tossed the basketball once more as effortlessly as before. Swish! It went through the net again, even more perfectly this time. I can't believe it. Is this even human? He had stepped back 2 paces, nearly reaching the half-court line. It still made a flawless shot. He didn't even take aim. There was no jumping motion, just a casual toss. Simply remarkable. Truly, he is the god of the South. His prowess is unmatched. I am utterly captivated. Everyone around was immediately transformed into fervent admirers of Jiangnan. If one successful shot could be attributed to luck, 2 successful shots could not possibly be mere fortune. Bai Yingying and Wang Pengzi were now completely imbued with confidence in Jiangnan, their faces radiating joy. Only Yi Zhiqiu wore a countenance that was the epitome of despair. However, this is merely a 2-point deficit. It is inconceivable to expect him to concede defeat. Although Jiangnan has scored solely 4-point shots, the competition revolves around 3-point baskets. Even if Jiangnan were to sink 6 of them, he would not yield unless he could achieve 9. Yet, the subsequent actions of Jiangnan left him utterly speechless. After receiving the ball, Jiangnan astonishingly retreated 2 steps, positioning himself right at the mid-court line. Goodness, the South God has retreated yet again? To the mid-court line, no less? Surely, he cannot be retreating 2 steps with every shot he takes. Is this still basketball? This is clearly a display of flamboyant skill. How audacious! It is impossible, absolutely implausible. I refuse to believe he can score from such a distance. The crowd was collectively astounded. Yet, in their astonishment, many basketball enthusiasts began to harbor dissent, feeling that Jiangnan's confidence was excessively ostentatious. Nevertheless, regardless of their sentiments, Jiangnan once again, just as before, did not aim, did not leap, and hurled the ball from the mid-court line. Swish! Once more, the ball found its mark, and it was yet another flawless swish through the net. Chapter 99. Do you wish to compete with me again? The crowd was rendered speechless, their astonishment manifesting in wide-eyed admiration. Jiangnan stood before them, a deity in their hearts, unparalleled in his prowess. Yet, this spectacle was far from over. It was merely the opening act of Jiangnan's personal showcase. The onlookers could do nothing but gaze in rapt attention as the extraordinarily handsome man distanced himself from the hoop. Nevertheless, his shooting accuracy remained an impeccable 100%. With each possession, Jiangnan would retreat a couple of steps before launching the ball without aiming or jumping. By the 9th shot, the distance had grown too great. He was compelled to execute a one-handed throw. Yet, to the amazement of all, the ball found its mark. The audience was left in a state of shock, utterly numb. Jiangnan had become an emotionless shooting machine, having scored 9 out of 9 attempts, all of which were 4-pointers. The outcome of this contest was unmistakable. Jiangnan had secured an absolute victory. As for the 10th shot, there was no necessity to attempt it. Yet he accepted the basketball from Wang Pengzi and retreated to the baseline at the far end. The spectators collectively held their breath, their eyes fixed on the moment, eager to witness a miracle. Could he truly score from one end of the court to the other? It seemed impossible, given the daunting distance of 28 meters, not accounting for the height of the hoop. However, without a moment's hesitation, Jiangnan grasped the ball with one hand and released it with force. The sound of the ball swishing through the net echoed like a crisp note. Did he really score? The final shot had gone in. This transcended mere luck or skill. It was a miracle, a genuine marvel, shattering records. The only fitting expression was sheer brilliance. Jiangnan was indeed the true god of basketball. Every single person present erupted in exuberance, leaping in celebration, their cheers resounding for Jiangnan. Not just the girls, but the boys too. Not merely the students, but even many teachers. Those who once opposed him now found themselves among his fervent admirers. In that moment, they all became Jiangnan fans. Bai Yingying had dashed to Jiangnan's side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. Wang Pengzi could no longer contain his excitement and enveloped Jiangnan in a bear hug, unwilling to release him until Jiangnan gently pushed him away. Goodness! As a seasoned basketball enthusiast who had played for years, he had always gathered friends for games. Yet today, he realized that the true basketball prodigy had been right beside him all along, his dear friend. The grin on his face was so wide it seemed impossible to contain, as if it might split open at any moment. What a thrill! For words, elation and exhilaration. However, as the saying goes, joy and sorrow coexist. While many revel in delight, there are also those who are burdened with despair. Today, as challenger, Yi Zhiqiu embodies the latter sentiment. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu's complexion was redder than a monkey's behind, and he struggled to catch his breath, nearly succumbing to defeat. His frustration was beyond description. He had intended to leverage his strengths to exploit his opponent's weaknesses, meticulously gathering a crowd to witness him publicly outshine Jiangnan. Yet, despite his meticulous planning, he had not anticipated Jiangnan's astonishing basketball prowess. Starting from the 4-point line, with each shot, Jiangnan retreated 2 steps until reaching the opposite baseline. Was such a feat even humanly possible? Even machines would falter. In that moment, Yi Zhiqiu began to question the very fabric of reality. Jiangnan, how on earth do you achieve this? Yi Zhiqiu gazed at Jiangnan in disbelief. If you wish to learn, I can teach you, Jiangnan replied nonchalantly. It's quite simple. As long as you have a decent grasp of mathematics and physics, You can combine factors such as force, angle, wind, and air resistance to formulate an equation. Once you incorporate the basketball into it, success is assured. The world of the academically gifted, so effortlessly uncomplicated. He hadn't even exploited any systems or hacks. Merely utilizing foundational principles of mathematics and physics sufficed to achieve a shooting accuracy of 100%. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the task. Double rewards granted. Basketball skill 3, potential 3, points 300. Upon hearing the notification of rewards echoing in his mind, Jiangnan couldn't help but grin. This system truly grows more delightful by the day. While the enhancements to basketball skill and potential were inconsequential, the 300 points were undeniably appealing. Initially, he had thought the double reward meant a mere doubling of his points, only to discover it actually amounted to a tripling, increasing his usual 100 points to an unprecedented 300. His arduous efforts in executing varied shots had not been in vain. So that it. Upon hearing Jiang Nan's words, Yi Zhiqiu suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He recalled similar videos he had come across on a social media platform, where a young security guard mocked a janitor for lacking shooting skills. Initially, the janitor indeed failed to make a single basket despite numerous attempts. Just as the security guard was laughing heartily, the janitor meticulously measured the court, the backboard, the hoop, and the dimensions of the basketball, ultimately transforming this data into an equation, becoming a sharpshooter. He had thought such scenarios were merely fictional tales, yet here it was unfolding in reality, embodied by Jiang Nan. It was nothing short of miraculous. So, are you ready to concede now? Yi Zhiqiu admitted his defeat in the first round of shooting. Yi Zhiqiu's complexion appeared somewhat dim, yet she swiftly shifted her tone, asserting, however, Jiang Nan, do not revel in triumph just yet. I'm certain I will prevail in the second round of competition. What? You still wish to compete with me? At her words, Jiang Nan was taken aback. His recent shooting performance had decisively overwhelmed Yi Zhiqiu, and he had anticipated her immediate concession. Yet, to his surprise, she was eager to challenge him once more. Such resilience was indeed commendable. Despite suffering a significant defeat in shooting, she had not succumbed to despair. Compete. Of course we shall compete. We had previously agreed upon a contest of shooting followed by a challenge of confrontation. We have only completed half of it, so how could we not proceed? Yi Zhiqiu clenched her teeth and asserted with unwavering confidence. Shooting is merely one facet of basketball. What transpired earlier was merely a warm-up. When it comes to confrontation, I will not concede. By Ying Wang Pengzi, all the onlookers surrounding them were struck speechless in disbelief. Clearly, they were taken aback by Yi Zhiqiu's determination. In the face of Jiang Nan's astonishing shooting prowess, anyone else would have immediately surrendered. Yet, Yi Zhiqiu was willing to concede in shooting, but insisted on continuing the competition. Was this sheer stubbornness, a desire to suffer further defeat? Or did she harbor a hidden ace up her sleeve, hoping to turn the tide? Chapter 100, Ascending to Level 9. Becoming the god of basketball. Is Yi Zhiqiu foolish? Certainly not. He is not only astute, but, in fact, quite intelligent. However, it is precisely because of his cleverness that he insists on competing in a confrontation against Jiang Nan, fully aware of Jiang Nan's unparalleled shooting prowess. After all, while being invincible in shooting is indeed formidable, a confrontation entails not only scoring through shooting, but also showcasing individual ball handling skills. Jiang Nan has stated that his impeccable shooting accuracy stems from his ability to convert shooting into mathematical and physical formulas. Yet, ball control lacks such formulas. It is purely a demonstration of basketball prowess. Yi Zhiqiu considers himself the second best player in the entire third middle school, claiming that no one dares to assert they are better than he. Even Jiang Nan does not intimidate him in the slightest. Moreover, with so many spectators surrounding them, if he were to concede defeat without a fight, it would be nearly impossible for him to redeem himself. Therefore, he must fight to the bitter end. Since you insist on competing, I shall oblige you. Let's clarify the rules for this second match, he declared. Jiang Nan waved his hand nonchalantly, indifferent to the challenge. If someone was eager to subject themselves to humiliation, he saw no reason to decline. It could even serve as a means to accumulate points from the system. This time, we will not compete individually. Instead, we shall engage in a team match, for basketball is inherently a team sport. Each of us will select 2 teammates for a 3-on-3 game. The first team to score 30 points shall be declared the victor. What do you think? It must be noted that Yi Zhiqiu is certainly not foolish in the slightest. Although he speculates that Jiang Nin may not excel in ball control, he dares not challenge Jiang Nin one-on-one, opting instead for a 3-on-3 format. This strategy effectively diminishes Jiang Nan's individual impact. He even expressed the notion of a team sport to ensure Jiang Nan's agreement, which is quite audacious. Very well, Jiang Nan responded with indifference. Whether it be 1-on-1 or 3-on-3, he felt no trepidation. All right, now that you've agreed, hurry and find your teammates. The match will commence in 3 minutes. With that, Yi Zhiqiu set about recruiting his teammates. In the 3rd middle school, there were numerous individuals capable of playing basketball. Nearly all the boys could manage a few shots. However, only a handful were truly skilled, predominantly those on the school team. Naturally, he prioritized selecting the best available ally from the team, and he took precautions to ensure that those not chosen would not assist Jiang Nan. After all, he was still the captain of the basketball team. In his estimation, with himself and his chosen teammates combined, they would form a trio of formidable players. Even if Jiang Nan were exceptionally talented, a lackluster teammate would ensure inevitable defeat. One cannot deny that his plans were well conceived. However, they were entirely unnecessary, as Jiang Nan had no intention of selecting teammates or engaging in a 3-on-3 match. He was prepared for a 1-against-3 challenge instead. Ding! In this competition, the host is tasked with achieving a score of 30. 0. Note: if the host can execute 15 different spectacular dunks that astonish the audience, the reward points may be doubled. Hearing the prompt echo in his mind, Jiang Nan's face once again broke into a faint smile. He had anticipated that the system would issue a task, and indeed, points are on the way. However, the requirement to perform 15 distinct dunks posed a challenge. After all, dunking is not the same as shooting. The latter could be approached through mathematical and physical principles to derive formulas, making it relatively easy to execute. But as for the art of dunking, he was not particularly skilled. It seemed that he had no choice but to take a shortcut. Alas, his meager